In the city of Jishan, the streets awoke at 8 in the morning. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, little steamed buns, a set with fried eggs and rice noodles. Many, invigorated after their breakfast, set forth to embrace the day, while others, yawning and lethargic, found that their day had seemingly concluded before it had even begun. Whether it be the porridge at 6 in the morning or the liquor at 3 in the night, the leisurely pace of life in small towns exudes a charm of everyday life, contrasting starkly with the fast-paced existence of big cities, which is often suffused with the harshness of smoke, fire, and strife. At the corner of this street stood a fruit shop, its shutter drawn halfway up, above which a green sign boldly displayed 5 characters in black: Huangliang Fruit Shop. Behind the cash register stood a female employee in her 50s, plump and clad in a green uniform, her short brown hair stylishly cut with wispy bangs that framed her face with an air of competence. The employee busily tidied the countertop, wiping down the scanning gun and the scale. In just a few minutes, she transformed the chaotic register into an orderly workspace. Noticing numerous stains still marring the floor, she seemed a bit vexed, flinging the cloth onto the counter and striding across the shop toward a worn wooden chair in the corner, where an elderly man sat. The old gentleman, in his 70s, sported very few black strands of hair, and his face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his lively eyes sparkled with vitality as he focused intently on his phone, scrolling through the morning news. A conspicuous scar ran along the back of his left hand. "Boss, it's already past 8. Customers will be here soon," the employee exclaimed, hands on her hips, her tone tinged with irritation. My apologies," the old man chuckled, raising his head with an embarrassed grin. He put away his phone, stood up, and called toward the staircase. "Xiaoyang, come down and sweep the floor." "Coming." A clear voice rang down from the second floor, and moments later, a youth appeared at the top of the stairs. Sporting flip-flops, baggy shorts, and a white tank top, he embodied the quintessential homebody attire. Standing at about 175 centimeters, neither overweight nor underweight, his physique was well-proportioned, his short, black hair tousled and carefree. He possessed a prominent nose and rosy lips, contributing to an appealing visage. Especially striking were his large, round eyes that drew attention. Initially clear and pure, but upon closer inspection, a glint of mischief and cunning could be detected. This young man was named Xiaoyang, 16 years old, a recent middle school graduate, with acquaintances affectionately referring to him as Xiaoyang. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the cashier's discontent and flashed a bright smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. "Aunt Tian, I wasn't slacking off. I was grooming Xiaomei upstairs," he replied cheerfully. Aunt Tian, the cashier, looked at him with a bemused expression, seemingly questioning his dedication to brushing the fur of the ragdoll cat he cared for. "Hurry and sweep the floor, we're about to open." On it. Just a few minutes later, having just set down the mop, a medium-sized delivery truck rolled up outside. A tall, robust, middle-aged man disembarked, his strong features accentuated by a deep blue dragon tattoo running along his right arm, audibly visible even beneath the cover of his short sleeves. With practiced ease, the man opened the cargo door and began unloading boxes of fruit into the shop. Seeing him, Xiaoyang beamed and said, "Uncle Zhuang, you're here so early. When are you going to take me to get a tattoo?" As he spoke, he rushed over to help with the unloading. Uncle Zhuang inquired in a low voice, "What do you want to get tattooed?" Xiaoyang raised the trinket hanging around his neck. It was a small, toned gourd, about the size of a fingertip, which had been his constant companion since he could remember. Xiaoyang grinned brightly. "What do you think? Don't you usually enjoy carving gourds and walnuts in your spare time?" Uncle Zhuang glanced at the gourd, gently patting Xiaoyang on the back, smiling subtly. "You're still young. Wait until you're of age to think about it." As they stepped into the shop, Uncle Zhuang politely asked the old man, "Boss, should we set things up first or move everything to the cold storage?" The elderly man, rising from the wooden chair, replied softly with a smile, "In summer, fruits spoil easily, so let's put them in the cold storage first, and then we can replenish the shelves later." By the time they finished unloading the goods, both Uncle Zhuang and Xiaoyang were sweating profusely. They settled at the cold storage door to relish the cool breeze that seeped out. Suddenly, they heard the old man call out from outside, "Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang immediately dashed out. "Coming, Grandpa Qin." And thus, the Huangliang Fruit Shop was comprised of its 4 members. The boss, Grandpa Qin, in his 70s, wise and steady, owned the shop and its facade. The cashier, Aunt Tian, nearing 50, nimble and efficient, could handle the workload of 2 people single-handedly. The delivery man, Uncle Zhuang, in his 40s, sturdy and dependable, bore the brunt of the labor with patience. And then there was Xiaoyang, the child adopted by Grandpa Qin, serving as the odd jobber. Curiously, none of the three adults had families of their own, and the four of them lived together on the second floor of the fruit shop, having grown close like family over the years. The fruit shop thrived, providing a busy yet fulfilling life for them. Occasionally, they traveled together, and for a small county town, their days were surprisingly comfortable. Grandpa Chin gestured toward the assortment of fruit lining the countertops, saying with a light chuckle, "Go check which fruits have gone bad, and see which ones are no longer fresh. Get rid of them quickly." Xiao Yang flashed an OK sign, diligently inspecting every display with care. "This cantaloupe is spoiled, it's wrinkled. This watermelon has darkened on the outside, it's rotten inside. This bunch of grapes has turned white, we can't keep it." Witnessing Xiao Yang swiftly identify numerous issues with the fruit, all accurately addressed, even the most minute flaws, meticulously noted Grandpa Chin's eyes gleamed with pride as he nodded knowingly. At that moment, the first customer of the day arrived outside the fruit shop, prompting Grandpa Chin to clap his hands and exclaim, "Let's get to work." Time passed swiftly in their bustling routine from dawn to twilight. The four members of the fruit shop worked tirelessly until past 8 in the evening, barely finding time for dinner. After closing up, Aunt Tian prepared a meal for everyone on the second floor while reviewing the day's accounts. As Xiao Yang wolfed down his food, he mumbled, "Aunt Tian, your cooking is unparalleled. I've never seen anyone who can cut tofu so beautifully." Aunt Tian remained silent, sharing a glance with Grandpa Chin, who then set down his chopsticks and asked, "Xiao Yang, are you truly set on not returning to school?" At this inquiry, Aunt Tian and Uncle Zhuang's eyes turned toward Xiao Yang, their concern palpable. Xiao Yang took a large mouthful of rice and replied, "Well, I've completed my 9 years of compulsory education, haven't I? Besides, high school feels like a prison. We'll just help out in the shop and maybe open a branch once I turn 18. Grandpa Chin continued to counsel, though the current exam-oriented education system does tend to cram information without fostering genuine understanding, it's still important to at least finish high school. Xiao Yang, reluctant, expressed his disdain. "The problem is, the more I go to school, the dumber I feel. My brain feels stiff." With a sigh, Grandpa Chin set down his bowl and spoke earnestly. "Alas, kids these days are so dismissive of education. When I was young, many would have given anything to attend school. I remember back in elementary school, I had to walk for 26 hours through the mountains." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. "Grandpa Chin, there are only 24 hours in a day." It seemed Grandpa Chin did not hear him as he continued. "Every day at dawn, I had to rise early, traverse several mountains, facing uphill all the way. Going uphill both ways? Were you trying to reach the heavens? Enough already." Grandpa Chin sighed heavily. "Since you're determined not to study, I won't force you. However, remember this. One may skip school, but one must never neglect reading." Xiao Yang smiled. "Don't worry, Grandpa Chin. I just don't want a diploma, I still want knowledge." With that, he resumed his meal, oblivious to the subtle exchange of concerned glances shared among Grandpa Chin, Aunt Tian, and Uncle Zhuang. Chapter 2. The Smiling Demon. At 3 in the morning, when all was at rest, in the depths of slumber, Xiao Yang was lost in a sweet dream, drooling in bliss. Suddenly, bang! A thunderous crash of a heavy object hitting the ground jolted Xiao Yang awake, accompanied by the pained cries and struggles of a middle-aged woman. Instantly, all remnants of sleep vanished. He turned on the light and rushed out the door, only to be confronted with a heart-wrenching scene. There stood a man, obscured by a mask, sunglasses, and a black cap, tightly constricting Aunt Tian's neck with a hemp rope. The living room on the second floor was in utter disarray, with furniture overturned and chaos reigning. Uncle Zhuang lay in a pool of blood, a knife embedded in his heart. Aunt Tian's face was a deep shade of purple from the strangulation, her feet kicking in agony as she struggled for breath. Clearly on the brink of suffocation, in a desperate bid, Xiao Yang seized a nearby vase and charged forward, shouting, "Let her go, you bastard!" Unfortunately, he was too late. Aunt Tian's eyes closed, her struggles ceased, and her breath was extinguished. The man, with the cap still perched on his head, callously discarded Aunt Tian's lifeless body and delivered a brutal kick to Xiao Yang's chest. As he staggered back, he flung the vase at the assailant. Crash! The man deftly sidestepped, causing the vase to shatter against the wall. Xiao Yang, having been struck, stumbled several steps back, and just as he regained his footing, he noticed the man picking up a shard of the vase. Lunging towards him with deadly intent, the sharp edge glinted ominously in Xiao Yang's bright, wide eyes. In that moment of imminent peril, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him, and he instinctively seized the man's wrist. The two remained locked in a tense stalemate, Xiao Yang gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Yet, at merely 16 years of age, he was no match for the man's superior strength. The blade slowly inched closer to his neck. Just then, in the nick of time, a shout echoed, "You little brat!" Grandpa Qin burst from a room, tackling the assailant, and the two tumbled to the ground, grappling fiercely. Xiao Yang rushed forward to assist, but Grandpa Qin, with a vigorous shove, rolled onto the floor at Xiao Yang's feet, while the assailant rolled away in the opposite direction. Grandpa Qin swiftly regained his footing, grasped Xiao Yang by the arms, and forcefully pushed him towards the staircase. Bellowing, "Run, you little brat!" In the midst of Xiao Yang's terrified gaze, he slammed the door shut. "Grandpa Qin! Grandpa Qin!" Xiao Yang pounded on the door, anxiety consuming him. He understood all too well that Grandpa Qin, being elderly and frail, could not possibly contend with the man. "Run!" Another roar from inside echoed, but Xiao Yang found the cursed door unyielding. Should he call the police? His phone lay inside the room. Should he seek help? The neighbors were all asleep. There was no time to rush downstairs and alert them. Moreover, in such a dire situation, it was uncertain whether anyone would be willing to assist. Listening to the sounds of struggle within, Xiao Yang's heart burned with anguish, his fists clenched tightly, his brow furrowed in desperation, enduring a tumultuous internal conflict. After a long moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee downstairs. An important reason for his decision lingered in his mind. Before pushing him out the door, Grandpa Qin had slipped something into his embrace. Xiao Yang threw open the ground-level shutter door and dashed into the street. Glancing back at the second-floor window, his eyes widening in horror. Through the glass, illuminated by the moonlight, he could clearly see the man holding Grandpa Qin captive. Crack! The sound of a cervical vertebra snapping resonated as Grandpa Qin's head lolled. His eyes closing, Xiao Yang felt as though his heart was being crushed, forcing himself to suppress the grief as he ran further away, tightly clutching the item Grandpa Qin had given him. 10 minutes later, at the Huangliang fruit store on the second floor, Grandpa Qin, Aunt Tian, and Uncle Zhuang lay on the ground, while a shadow loomed quietly against the wall by the window. Astonishingly, the man had not departed. Instead, he spoke in a calm tone, "It's about time. If you don't leave soon, the police will be on their way." In a surprising turn of events, the bodies of Grandpa Qin, Aunt Tian, and Uncle Zhuang simultaneously opened their eyes and stood up. Aunt Tian untied the rope from her neck and tossed it aside, exhaling deeply. This rope was truly constricting. It nearly choked the life out of me. Uncle Zhuang pulled the knife from his chest, revealing that it had not genuinely penetrated but was instead a concealed mechanism, the tip retracting into the handle. Wiping the blood from his body, Uncle Zhuang chuckled lightly. "This fake blood is remarkably lifelike." Grandpa Qin twisted his neck and glanced towards the man by the wall, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Not bad. Your technique, my neck has been bothering me from looking at my phone too much. Your twist seems to have alleviated it somewhat." Subsequently, Grandpa Qin, Aunt Tian, and Uncle Zhuang exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with unspoken understanding. "Ha ha ha! We've finally rid ourselves of this little brat," Grandpa Qin exclaimed joyfully. "Xiao Zhuang, I have a jar of sorghum liquor that has been brewing for 5 years. Let us crack it open and celebrate this fine day." Grandpa Qin suddenly burst into laughter. The man observed Grandpa Qin's exuberance and asked in a low voice, "Is this child truly as bothersome as you claim?" Uncle Zhuang wore a faint smile, while Aunt Tian's face radiated joy. She straightened her clothes and remarked to the man who had just attempted to strangle her, "You have no idea how mischievous this boy is. He appears to be a bright young man, but he is full of cunning." Grandpa Qin gradually composed himself, his expression turning serious. "All right, let us tidy up. It is time to bid farewell to this city." As his words fell, the trio began to gather their belongings, with Aunt Tian, the swiftest, being the first to finish. Upon entering the living room, she called out to the window, "Xiao Mei!" A cat suddenly appeared at the window, and upon seeing it, Aunt Tian gasped in shock. "Ah!" The ragdoll cat was entirely covered in a deep crimson hue, with numerous dragon fruit seeds stuck to its fur. Aunt Tian hurriedly scooped up the cat, her heart aching, gently stroking it. Anger surged within her, and she gritted her teeth. That wretched little brat. He groomed Xiao Mei like this morning. If I see him again, I swear I'll skin him alive. The man glanced at the ragdoll cat, now smeared with dragon fruit pulp and matted from the drying juices, raising an eyebrow slightly. Shortly after, Grandpa Chin emerged from the room, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Why, sorghum liquor has been opened. The aroma has dissipated. After 5 years of brewing, I haven't even had a sip. I thought I had hidden it well enough. How did that little brat discover it? Boss, don't mention hiding it. He managed to open it even with a lock, and the lock is even broken, Uncle Zhuang said, emerging from the room with a box in hand, his voice tinged with exasperation. The lion's head walnut I've been preserving for 7 years was kept in a brocade box, and now it's covered in grease. I suspect that little brat touched it right after finishing his meal. It's ruined now. Grandpa Chin sighed heavily, turning to the man, a wry smile on his lips. Now do you understand? This little brat, while appearing harmless, is a menace to both people and pets. He's rather reminiscent of that breed of dog. What was it called again? Ah, yes, the myriad, the smiling demon. Aunt Tian interjected with a sharp tongue. Boss, he not just like a dog. He worse than a dog. Uncle Zhuang gazed down at the 2 greasy walnuts in his hand, his heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. The man observed the scene in silence for a moment before softly remarking, his temperament is indeed a bit unruly. Chapter 3. Observing the overlooked Grandpa Chin. Aunt Tian and Uncle Zhuang exchanged smiles, shaking their heads in resignation as they made their way downstairs, with the man trailing behind. Upon reaching the first floor, Aunt Tian suddenly spoke up. Wait, there's still money in the cash register. Don't give it away. She approached the counter and opened the cash drawer, only to freeze, her expression frozen in disbelief. How could it be empty? Grandpa Chin raised an eyebrow, then smiled knowingly. It seems. We need not leave after all, Uncle Zhuang, puzzled, asked. Boss, why do you say that? Grandpa Chin did not respond directly but turned to the man, inquiring nonchalantly, Are you aware? The man pondered for a moment before quietly stating, It was Xiao Yang who took it in such a critical situation, where both family and life were at stake. Even the most avaricious person would not have the presence of mind to open the drawer for that money. It indicates that our little play was seen through by him. Aunt Tian and Uncle Zhuang were taken aback. This boys he really that clever? The man continued, from the moment he burst through the bedroom door until Grandpa Chin pushed him out onto the staircase. I can assure you he was not feigning. He was likely hesitating at the door, contemplating something, which is why he turned to leave so quickly. His decision to grab the loose change signifies that he was attempting to gather anything useful. Deciding to escape from here, moreover, he understood that you were not truly dead, hence he would not alert the authorities, allowing you to avoid relocating to evade him. The reason Grandpa Chin said we need not leave lies herein. The man paused, still not removing his sunglasses, cap, or mask. Grandpa Chin seemed to sense something, stepping forward to pat his shoulder, chuckling lightly. Do you feel remorse for having deceived a child? The man replied in a calm tone. If I felt remorse, I would not have come. I merely feel a pang of sympathy for that child, standing outside the door. Aunt Tian bit her lips softly, while Uncle Zhuang lowered his head, his brow furrowed. Indeed, though be deceived to such an extent by one's closest kin is a burden that weighs heavily on anyone's heart, especially considering Xiao Yang is an orphan. This is akin to robbing him of everything. And the very person responsible for this is his entire world. What a profoundly despairing reality. Grandpa Chin's smile faded, his expression turning inscrutable, his gaze drifting far away as he spoke slowly. Rest assured, the little brat is not so fragile. One understands him better than I do, and likewise, he understands me well. He will come to realize that if it were not absolutely necessary, I would never have deceived him in such a manner. That little rascal will likely only curse us a few times before moving on. Moreover, that day is bound to arrive eventually. Our actions serve not only to bid him farewell, but also to sever his lingering thoughts. Standing firm like a towering wall, unyielding and resolute, at this juncture, Grandfather Chin's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned to the man, inquiring with a gentle tone, in times of crisis. What is your assessment of this child? The man slightly bowed his head, responding softly, in times of crisis, one must also observe in moments of neglect, inebriation, and when faced with wealth or beauty. According to Zhuangzi, there are 9 methods of discerning character. My interactions with him have been limited, so I dare not make rash statements. Grandfather Chin's gaze sharpened as he urged, Speak of what you can perceive. The man hesitated, seemingly deep in thought, before articulating. Firstly, he possesses the ability to think calmly under pressure, maintaining composure in critical situations. Secondly, he quickly discerned that we were merely performing, demonstrating keen observation and nimble reasoning. Thirdly, he exhibits a stubborn and independent nature, yet is adept at disguise, knowing when to advance and retreat, concealing his sharpness. Fourthly, his judgment is unshakable. Otherwise, had there been even a hint of doubt regarding our intentions, he would have chosen to alert the authorities or seek help rather than depart quietly. Such unwavering resolve is truly commendable. In summary, he is exceptionally gifted and possesses the potential for great development. Grandfather Chin nodded slowly, pressing on with another question. With such high praise, are there no shortcomings? The man pondered for a moment before articulating 4 words: youthful, overly eager. Grandfather Chin felt a slight shock within, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He then extended a hand toward the man. Speaking earnestly, I have entrusted him with the items. From here on, it will be arduous for you. The man reciprocated the gesture, grasping Grandfather Chin's hand firmly, affirming with solemnity, it is my duty, and I shall not falter. You may rest assured. With that, the man turned and departed, his step steady as he gradually vanished into the night. At 4 o'clock in the morning, along a quiet road on the outskirts of Jishur city. Xiaoyang, with tears in his eyes, took the money from the counter and strolled leisurely on his own. Upon reaching a bench by the roadside, he sat down heavily, sighing deeply, and muttered to himself, Alas! I was kind enough to groom Xiaomei, helping her with the walnuts, even checking on the brewing wine from time to time. Yet she would rather feign death to force me away. How outrageous! Leaning back against the bench, Xiaoyang gazed up at the street lamp, appearing lost in thought or perhaps reflecting. After maintaining this posture for over 10 minutes, he pulled out the item Grandfather Chin had given him and held it above his head for a moment. It was a letter. Xiaoyang self-deprecatingly lamented. Li Bai raised his cup to invite the bright moon, creating a trinity with his shadow, while I can only raise this letter to the street lamp. Looking like a fool, I must see what compelling reason could have led Grandfather Chin to deceive me in such a manner. With that, Xiaoyang straightened up, scrutinizing the letter. The pure white envelope bore no markings. And upon opening it, he found a sturdy card inside, also pure white, adorned with an exquisite plum blossom design. The front displayed a single statement: Huashu Middle School, Class 13. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Xiaoyang flipped the card over and over, glancing back at the envelope, incredulously exclaiming, Is that it? Damn, I still have to go to school. Harboring an intense aversion to attending school, Xiaoyang felt quite irritable. He wanted to pull out his phone to check the location of Huashu Middle School, only to realize he hadn't brought his phone, which heightened his frustration. He raised the card, contemplating crumpling it up and tossing it away, yet as he lifted it, he hesitated. Staring intently at the plum blossom design for a long while, he ultimately placed it back in his pocket and stood up to leave. At 10 o'clock in the morning, outside the gate of Huashu Middle School, the atmosphere felt desolate, as it was still summer vacation with few people around. The vendors outside had not yet arrived, contributing to the quietness, with the only bustling area being the admissions office beside the gate of this private middle school. Xiaoyang pushed open the door to the admissions office, where many parents were consulting with students. Upon seeing Xiaoyang, an appropriately aged boy, a young female teacher promptly approached him. Hello, student. Are you here to enroll? Xiaoyang replied with a smile. Yes, I just graduated from junior high and wish to enroll in your school. The young teacher felt a surge of joy and gestured for him to sit down, saying, Come, let us chat over here. Once seated, she handed him a campus brochure and inquired, Where are your parents? Xiaoyang, casually flipping through the brochure, replied nonchalantly, They've all passed away. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, asking, So you have no guardian at all? Xiaoyang continued to peruse the brochure, responding softly, Is it impossible to enroll without a guardian? The teacher, noticing Xiaoyang's maturity, felt a pang of sympathy and gently explained, You are still a minor. Without a guardian, you need to obtain a certificate of no guardianship from the police station to enroll. So what was your score on the entrance exam? 732, Xiaoyang stated flatly, startling the teacher. In Jishur City, the entrance exam was out of 750 points, and 732 was a score among the elite. The teacher felt a flicker of suspicion. Such a high score could easily be verified online. Lying would serve no purpose. Why would an orphan with such excellent results come to a private school when public high schools would be eager for him? Offering better educational environments and pathways for advancement, was today truly a stroke of luck? Chapter 4. The Non-Existent Class. The teacher smiled even more brightly. With such a high score, you can enroll in our best class. The rocket class. Teacher Jiang, Xiaoyang interrupted, having finished reading the brochure. The teacher was momentarily stunned. How do you know my surname is Jiang? It's written there. Xiaoyang pointed to the name tag hanging around her neck and continued. I have a question. I noticed in your enrollment plan that you only intend to accept 12 classes this year. The teacher seemed surprised by Xiaoyang's keen observation, but considering his impressive scores, she nodded. Yes, the rocket class 1 mentioned is indeed class 1. Xiaoyang placed the brochure on the table, pursed his lips and asked, is there any possibility that you could open a 13th class? The teacher increasingly found this child peculiar and frowned slightly. The school had limited accommodations and was nearly full. They would not be opening another class. Xiaoyang scratched his head, appearing somewhat troubled. But I only want to enroll in class 13. The teacher's patience began to wear thin, yet recalling that many exceptionally gifted students often had idiosyncrasies, she still attempted to explain. Student, the enrollment plan is based on the previous year's graduation. I only want to enroll in class 13. Student, once the enrollment plan is approved, it cannot be altered arbitrarily. I only want to enroll in class 13. Student, please let me finish. Class 13, the teacher's breathing noticeably quickened, her frustration mounting as she tried to maintain a calm tone. Please wait a moment. I will consult with my supervisor. Xiaojiang, wait. Just as the teacher was about to leave, a voice called out to her. A man in his 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and with thinning hair, approached. Upon seeing him, the young teacher quickly showed respect. Professor Yu. The man referred to as Professor Yu smiled and said, you go ahead and attend to the other parents. I will have a word with this student. The teacher looked at him, somewhat puzzled, but after a moment, she nodded. All right. Once the teacher had walked away, Professor Yu turned to Xiaoyang and asked, you wish to enroll in class 13, correct? Xiaoyang nodded. Yes. Professor Yu grinned broadly. Follow me. Xiaoyang found his smile somewhat unsettling but nonetheless rose to follow him out of the admissions office. Professor Yu led Xiaoyang to a room on the second floor of a building, opened the door and turned with a smile. Please, come in. As soon as Xiaoyang entered, he was greeted by a faint scent of sandalwood. It was a conference room featuring a large oval table surrounded by several chairs. Please take a seat. Professor Yu gestured for Xiaoyang to sit across from him. Xiaoyang pulled out a chair and sat down as Professor Yu took a form and a black pen from his bag and handed them over. I have some matters to attend to. Please fill out the registration form. With that, Professor Yu exited the conference room. The moment Xiaoyang received the form and pen, a flicker of something unusual crossed his eyes. Yet he maintained a calm facade, saying, all right. Half an hour later, Professor Yu returned, sitting across from Xiaoyang with a smile. Have you filled it out? Xiaoyang beamed widely as he handed over the form. It's done. Professor Yu took the form and his expression shifted. What does this mean? Why is it blank? Xiaoyang's demeanor remained calm as he pointed to the corner of the ceiling where a camera was located, stating coolly, you were never attending to any matters. You were monitoring me the entire time, weren't you? A flicker of surprise flashed in Professor Yu's eyes. Xiaoyang leaned forward slightly, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Not only do I know you've been watching me, but I also know you aren't even a teacher at this school. Professor Yu's eyes widened in shock. How did you know? Xiaoyang placed both hands on the table. Speaking slowly, in the admissions brochure from earlier on the third page, there's a group photo with your image. You are an expert professor who came to train teachers at this school during the summer. You have no authority to interfere with the admissions process. When you mentioned wanting to have a conversation with me just now, the look in Teacher Zhang's eyes was unmistakably one of doubt, further corroborating this notion. Thus, it seems that filling out this enrollment form would be futile. Professor Yu suddenly stood up, his brow furrowed tightly as he asked in a deep tone, even if I am not a teacher at this school, what gives you the right to claim that I have been watching you from the monitoring room? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes and slowly rose to his feet. Because you are the assassin from last night. After uttering those words, Xiaoyang fixed his gaze intently on Professor Yu's face, as if he sought to discern something from his eyes and subtle expressions. However, upon hearing Xiaoyang's accusation, rather than displaying surprise, Professor Yu's expression gradually softened, becoming somewhat indifferent. Since you have already perceived this, why not flee or call the police? Why follow me here? Xiaoyang smirked and replied, spare me the act. I took the money from the cash register. Grandpa Qin must know that I have figured it out by now, so don't pretend. Professor Yu maintained a blank expression, locking eyes with Xiaoyang across the oval table. After a prolonged silence, he smiled faintly, removing his black-rimmed glasses and the facade from his face. The man, who appeared to be in his 50s with a receding hairline, had now transformed into a youthful man in his 30s. With thick hair, well-defined features, and a square jaw, the lewdness in his gaze had vanished, replaced by depth and tranquility. Hello, Xiaoyang.it is a pleasure to meet you. My surname is Ming, and you may call me Teacher Ming. With the disguise shed, the man's voice had changed as well. It was a rich baritone, articulate and captivating, like a fine wine, soothing and calming, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. The transition from a menacing assassin to a duplicitous professor and now to a gentle uncle left Xiaoyang momentarily bewildered. His movements stiff as he extended his hand to shake, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. Yes, hello? After shaking hands, Xiaoyang distinctly sensed an air of cultured refinement emanating from Teacher Ming. As the saying goes, a wealth of knowledge brings grace. This scholarly, humble, and gentle demeanor significantly altered Xiaoyang's initial impression of the man. Teacher Ming rose and walked to the water dispenser, pouring 2 cups of water, one placed before Xiaoyang and the other before himself, before sitting down leisurely. Now that we are here, let us engage in a proper conversation. How did you recognize my identity, and how did you discern that we were merely acting last night? Xiaoyang rested his chin on his hand, languidly replying, if you ask me, then I am entitled to question you as well. Since you are not truly Professor Yu and claim to be a teacher, what school do you belong to? What is your connection with Grandpa Qin? Why did he send me here to seek a non-existent Class 13? Teacher Ming nodded slightly. Of course, you may inquire. Let us take turns answering. You may go first. Xiaoyang, somewhat displeased, retorted, why should I? I was the one who saw through you first. Teacher Ming chuckled softly. As an elder, I am entitled to ask first. You are the student, and out of respect for the relationship, it is only proper that you respond before I do. Xiaoyang rose, his expression one of clear dissatisfaction. Say what you will or I shall take my leave. Teacher Ming raised his hand, gesturing for him to feel free to go. Xiaoyang hesitated, furrowing his brow in contemplation before snorting in annoyance and reluctantly sitting back down, albeit with evident reluctance. Crescent Moon, he began. Last night you wore a hat, sunglasses, and a mask, yet your hands were unguarded. When you tried to stab me with the shard of the vase, I noticed the distribution of the crescent moons on your right-hand nails as I seized your wrist. When you handed me the paper and pen just now, I noticed that the number and size of your crescent moons matched precisely with that person from last night. Chapter 5. Be sincere. A flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Ming's eyes. He had not anticipated that in such a perilous situation, Xiaoyang would pay attention to such minute details with such precision. Teacher Ming raised his hand to examine the crescents on his own nails. Chuckling lightly, it seems I should have worn gloves last night. Hey, your turn, Xiaoyang urged. Teacher Ming, unhurried, replied, do be patient. I will answer your first question. I am a teacher at Bailu Academy, and that card with the plum blossom design in your pocket is our school's admission notice. Bailu Academy? Xiaoyang furrowed his brows, confusion evident on his face. What kind of school is that? What connection does it have with Huashu High School? Teacher Ming smiled lightly. Is that your second question? Xiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, you're not just answering like that, are you? That's cheating. Teacher Ming sat upright, hands crossed on the table, and calmly stated, your first question was about what school I teach at, not an introduction to the school itself. Those are 2 distinct inquiries. Xiaoyang inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions, his evaluation of Teacher Ming rising significantly. Ever since Teacher Ming revealed his true self, Xiaoyang felt as though he had gradually lost the initiative, with everything seemingly under the man's control, a sensation that grated on him. Yet, he found no angle for argument. The man's reasoning was sound, and he could only continue to respond. Your second question pertains to how I discerned you were acting, correct? Teacher Ming nodded affirmatively. Xiaoyang grinned slyly. I figured it out with my own eyes. There, I've answered. Now it's your turn. Teacher Ming's expression remained impassive as he softly replied, if you are unwilling to engage in a genuine conversation, we can end this here. Simply hand over the admission notice in your pocket and take your leave. After all, you have no desire to attend school, and it is your prerogative to stay or go. Xiaoyang seethed with frustration. Indeed, his curiosity was now ablaze, while teacher Ming remained nonchalant, exuding confidence, seated without the slightest change in expression. Xiaoyang had no intention of returning to the Huangliang fruit store empty-handed. Without teacher Ming, he genuinely wouldn't mind leaving to find odd jobs to support himself, but the notion of Class 13 by Lu Academy. And the enigmatic identity was something he desperately wished to uncover. Teacher Ming was proving to be quite a challenge, impervious to persuasion. Throughout his life, he had always been the one to take charge. Yet today, he found himself at the mercy of another. How infuriating! With a sigh of resignation, Xiaoyang appeared somewhat dejected, murmuring, "Your performance last night had too many holes in it. Uncle Zhuang had already collapsed when I rushed out, and he never wakes up at night. If he had been murdered in his sleep, the body would have been found on the bed, not in the living room. The sounds of Aunt Tian being strangled even woke me up. If Uncle Zhuang had been killed in the living room, his substantial frame would have created an even greater noise. Uncle Zhuang is naturally reserved. It seems he chose to die first because he claimed not to be good at acting. As for Grandpa Qin, his sleep quality has always been poor. I was awakened, so how could he have taken so long to emerge? And you?" Upon hearing Xiaoyang mention him, teacher Ming's lips curled in amusement. Seemingly intrigued. "Last night, you kicked me, yet my chest hardly hurt. When I fought with classmates from the neighboring class, their kicks hurt far more. Even if one's pain threshold is reduced under extreme emotions. Your kick, being from an adult, would surely have been more forceful unless you deliberately controlled the strength, allowing me to crash into the wall without injury. Otherwise, my ribs could have broken. Furthermore, after you evaded the vase I threw, Uncle Zhuang lay at your feet. You could have easily pulled the dagger from his heart to stab me, yet instead, you chose to retrieve the shards from behind you, which was not only inconvenient but could have easily injured your own hand. If I am not mistaken, it is not that you chose not to pull it out, but rather that you could not. That dagger must be retractable. You intentionally let me see you break Grandpa Qin's neck on the second floor? But moving to the window would have increased the risk of exposure. You wanted me to witness that Grandpa Qin was truly dead at your hands, which seems somewhat illogical. With so many discrepancies, it is too far-fetched to be mere coincidence. It must have been an act." Teacher Ming listened attentively, his eyes occasionally flashing with admiration. When Xiaoyang paused mid-sentence, a frown crossed his brow, suggesting displeasure. As he spoke firmly, "Indeed, we underestimated you. But these are merely your speculations, lacking concrete evidence. When it comes to the safety of your loved ones, if your conclusions were based solely on these points, you would not simply walk away. You would seek help by reporting to the police. Therefore, cease your pretense of resignation and pity, withholding half of your thoughts while keeping the rest hidden. If you conceal them until I lose interest, they will hold no value." The wave of shock coursed through Xiaoyang. This person is remarkably astute. He has seen right through me. Feeling his thoughts laid bare, Xiaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment. Of course, I have evidence. The first being Xiao Mei. Animals can sometimes sense emotions more acutely than humans. Normally, Aunt Tian's minor accidents prompt her to appear immediately, yet last night, during a life-or-death crisis, she was nowhere to be found. Either Aunt Tian had sent her away in advance, or she was never in danger at all. Additionally, when I groomed Xiao Mei yesterday morning, I dyed her fur as well. If Aunt Tian had seen Xiao Mei beforehand, she would have certainly scolded me, yet she didn't seek me out all day, which can only imply that Aunt Tian was not genuinely in peril last night. The second reason is what solidified my conclusion that you were acting. When a person is engulfed in fear and trepidation, their pupils tend to dilate. I distinctly recall an incident from when I was 12, during which I was nearly struck by a vehicle while playfully tussling with friends on the road. It was the swift intervention of Grandpa Qin that spared me from calamity. As he rushed over and pushed me out of harm's way, I vividly remember his pupils being noticeably enlarged at that moment. However, just last night, as he pushed me out the door and shut it behind him, his pupils exhibited no discernible change. His expression may have been performative, yet the body's reactions betray the truth. You assisted Grandpa Qin and the others in deceiving me last night, and your presence here now indicates that Grandpa Qin entrusted my care to you. Given our lack of familiarity, if you wish to swiftly comprehend my nature, Clandestine observation is undoubtedly the most effective, precise, and authentic approach. Concealed behind the camera, perhaps you aim to assess my patience? Upon hearing this, Teacher Ming involuntarily smiled, his gaze toward Xiaoyang deepening in appreciation as he remarked, I must admit, you are indeed astute. To unravel so much in such a brief time, while steadfastly believing in your own judgment, is commendable. Xiaoyang, feeling a sense of self-importance, acknowledged his own cleverness, yet he never regarded it as anything extraordinary. Nor did he look down upon those less clever than himself. This exemplifies true humility. If I were truly clever, I wouldn't have so many questions for you. Please, do hurry, Xiaoyang urged, his tone anxious. Teacher Ming responded promptly this time. Your second question pertains to the relationship between your Grandpa Qin and myself. We are friends. Xiaoyang was taken aback, panting heavily as he pointed a trembling finger at Teacher Ming. I have never encountered such unmitigated shamelessness. Teacher Ming displayed no trace of shame, calmly stating, that is my answer, and it constitutes the entirety of your inquiry. Clenching his fists in frustration, Xiaoyang pounded the table furiously. Can you not be more sincere with me? I demand a proper answer. With a resigned sigh, Teacher Ming conceded, very well. A spark of joy ignited within Xiaoyang, surprised by the acquiescence, and he straightened his posture. Focusing intently, Teacher Ming's demeanor turned serious, his tone grave. Your Grandpa Qin and I are sincere friends. Chapter 6. By Lu Academy, Xiaoyang felt as though he had received a debilitating blow to the chest, his anger causing his lungs to ache. How can you take advantage of a minor like me? Teacher Ming wore a gentle smile that, despite its warmth, appeared rather condescending to Xiaoyang. We are merely taking turns answering. How can this be construed as bullying? Accepting the reality of his own embarrassment, Xiaoyang, after several attempts to calm his breathing, inquired, what about my third question? Why did Grandpa Qin send me to seek out this non-existent Class 13? Teacher Ming raised an eyebrow in apparent surprise, remarking, that is your third question. Yet I have already completed my 2 inquiries, and I am under no obligation to answer you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang's expression froze momentarily, and he ceased any overt display of emotion, his gaze sharpening as he licked his lips. Were Grandpa Qin present, he would recognize this as Xiaoyang's serious demeanor the moment he was most composed. Xiaoyang retrieved the card adorned with a plum blossom design from his pocket and slid it across the table. Lowering his head, his voice lost its previous brightness, adopting a hushed tone as he fixated on Teacher Ming. I will not venture into areas that remain unclear. Teacher Ming did not reach for the card, but instead maintained his gaze on Xiaoyang's expressive eyes, seemingly moved by the stubbornness within them. He spoke softly, then I shall pose another question. Once you answer, I will respond to your third question in detail. How does that sound? Xiaoyang tucked the card back into his pocket and shrugged. Go ahead, ask. Teacher Ming interlaced his fingers on the table, his expression softening as he gently inquired, when they feigned death to compel you to leave, did you harbor any resentment toward them? Xiaoyang turned his head away slightly. Casting a sidelong glance at Teacher Ming, his hands buried deep in his pockets as he replied languidly, they are dead. What is there to hate? At worst, I simply want to burn incense for them every Qingming festival. Teacher Ming frowned slightly, pondering his response. He understood that Xiaoyang was perceptive. The intention behind Grandpa Qin and the others' feigned deaths was to free him from any emotional burdens or attachments. This response indicated that Xiaoyang had grasped this notion, considering Grandpa Qin and the others as genuinely deceased. However, the flippant tone he employed to mask his disappointment did not escape Teacher Ming's notice. Perhaps it was not so much hatred as it was a lingering sense of doubt and blame. Yet, with the blame at such a mild level, Teacher Ming felt a sense of relief and smiled gently, saying, to see one's aspirations unfulfilled yet to respect without defiance, to toil without complaint. Soon you shall comprehend their good intentions. Xiaoyang lifted the glass of water poured by Teacher Ming to his lips, murmuring, perhaps. After taking a substantial sip, Teacher Ming's expression grew complex, and after a brief silence, he spoke earnestly, Xiaoyang, I recognize your reluctance to attend school stems from your belief that the current high school education model is flawed. I also believe this decision is the result of your careful contemplation. However, I must convey to you that the purpose of attending school is not solely to learn, but to understand how to learn. Not merely to solve problems from textbooks, but to navigate the challenges of life. Not just to memorize formulas and concepts, but to cultivate a more accurate and comprehensive understanding of the world. The path of education is not about coercion but about guiding with discernment. You aspire to directly enter society and grow, which is admirable, and I trust you can manage independent life in the world. Nonetheless, the distinction lies in the fact that school presents learning first and testing afterward, whereas society subjects you to trials before allowing you to learn from them. The pace of growth may be swifter, but the direction is not always correct. Society is accessible at any time. However, school is not always open for attendance. Your Grandpa Chin and the others have invested considerable effort in cultivating your abilities. Do not squander your potential, nor let them down. You are undoubtedly clever. Yet this world is not lacking in intelligence, particularly that of the self-assured kind, if you wish to enter society so soon. I shall dissuade you from that notion before I answer your third question. With that, Teacher Ming rose from his seat, and under Xiaoyang's perplexed gaze, walked around the oval table to stand beside him. Narrowing his eyes as he spoke ominously, for instance, I would never casually consume water poured by a stranger in an unfamiliar place. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang's eyes widened. He attempted to stand but, overwhelmed, collapsed back into his seat. Teacher Ming regarded the unconscious Xiaoyang with a soft sigh, reflecting, "You are not as presumptuous as you might believe. Rather, your experiences have been too limited. The darkness you have witnessed is merely a drop in the ocean, and the goodness you have encountered is but a meager grain of rice. Once you weather more storms, encounter greater complexities of right and wrong, and experience deeper emotions of love, hate, and sorrow, you shall naturally traverse the divide from school to society." Teacher Ming extended his hand toward the half of Xiaoyang's face resting on the table, when suddenly, Xiaoyang jolted awake. He shot up, expelling a mouthful of water towards Teacher Ming's face. Immediately after, he seized a pin from the table, aiming its tip at Teacher Ming's chest. Yet Teacher Ming remained composed, smiling calmly as he shielded himself with his hands, deftly catching the pin's tip precisely in the palms of his hands. Xiaoyang stared in astonishment. You knew I was feigning unconsciousness?" Teacher Ming raised his right hand and gently patted Xiaoyang's hand, which clutched the pin tightly, speaking softly yet firmly, "Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more thrilling. Release it." Reluctantly, Xiaoyang released his grip, wiping his mouth with a hint of wariness in his eyes, though not overly so, as he recognized Teacher Ming as someone entrusted by Grandpa Chin, who would not genuinely harm him. Even if Teacher Ming had not intervened, that black pin would have merely halted at his chest, never truly piercing him. Teacher Ming placed the pin aside and continued, "From the moment we began our conversation, I have been provoking you with my words, stirring your emotions, encouraging you to speak as much as possible. When your feelings become truly vexed, you will naturally crave water. That glass contained a fine white powder. Given your temperament and vision, you would certainly suspect I had tampered with it. Hence you would not genuinely drink it, but rather hold it in your mouth, feigning to swallow. However, what you do not realize is that glass of water contained no sedative. It was pure, and the white powder was merely a traditional Chinese medicine known as Baijisan. The teaching of a gentleman is through analogy. This is the first lesson I imparted to you. Seeing is not always believing. What you perceive as truth is not necessarily the truth." Xiaoyang was drenched in cold sweat. If he had previously regarded Teacher Ming with mere caution, now he was filled with awe and admiration. This man was cunning indeed, though he thought it. He dared not voice it. Xiaoyang exhaled deeply. "I thought you were going to knock me out for my kidney." Teacher Ming's gaze deepened, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I mentioned teaching you a lesson. Not that I wouldn't knock you out, otherwise, do you think why would this office be scented with sandalwood?" Xiaoyang felt a jolt of realization. He suddenly recalled the faint scent of sandalwood that greeted him upon entering the conference room. He had always assumed that this was merely an incense-like object meant for odor elimination, and had given it little thought. It was only after Teacher Ming's remarks that he realized there were no traces of any aromatherapy devices in the room. Despite their lengthy conversation, the peculiar scent had neither dissipated nor faded. With no time to ponder further, Xiaoyang suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening as he collapsed to the ground. Just before closing his eyes, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Teacher Ming's enigmatic smile. After Xiaoyang fainted, Teacher Ming crouched beside him, gazing at his handsome face, and sighed softly. "As precious as gold and tin?" As esteemed as jade and stone, broad and generous, yet intricately nuanced, playful yet not cruel. What a splendid piece of unpolished jade. However, jade must be carved to become a vessel, and one must learn to understand righteousness. Xiaoyang. Teacher Ming then reached into Xiao Yang's pocket, retrieving a hard card adorned with a plum blossom motif, a warm smile illuminating his face. Welcome to Bailu Academy. Chapter 7. A lasting impression, as if sensing a slight sting from a bright light. Xiao Yang slowly opened his eyes. Instinctively, he felt around his waist. Fortunately, there were no scars. His kidneys were intact. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself in a stark white room, approximately 10 square meters in size. With walls, ceiling, door, table, and chairs all painted white. Even the windows were covered in white paint. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yang stretched his body and noticed a piece of paper affixed to the wall, which bore a message. Hello, student. This is Bailu Academy. If you have not heard the teacher's voice, please remain patient within the room. Upon reading the message, Xiao Yang immediately turned to attempt to open the door, only to find it locked, as were the windows. His brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment's thought, he chose not to sit in the chair at the table, instead settling cross-legged on the floor, attentively observing his surroundings. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, in a vast space elsewhere, countless screens were arranged in meticulous order, each resembling a common computer monitor. The images displayed were uniformly that of a pure white room. Within each of these rooms lay a boy or girl in slumber. On a platform several meters in front of these thousands of screens stood two figures, one tall and one short. The taller figure was none other than Teacher Ming, who had previously knocked Xiao Yang unconscious, while the shorter figure lingered in the shadows behind him, obscured from view, with a slender build and long hair cascading over her shoulders. Both figures remained motionless, gazing ahead, until suddenly, Teacher Ming's expression shifted slightly as he spoke softly. Someone has awakened. From the shadowed figure emerged a girl's voice, cool yet melodious. There are too many. I cannot find them. Teacher Ming pointed to the upper right, where among the thousands of screens, only one room displayed a person stirring. Xiao Yang. The figure in the shadows took a small step forward, revealing half of her form. Yet her face remained hidden. She wore a light blue short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans, her glossy black hair cascading down her back, her neck fair as jade, and her delicate hands resting crossed upon her chest. Though she had not yet shown her face, her extraordinary aura was palpable. The girl held a tablet-like device, inputting a series of numbers before switching to the image of the room Teacher Ming had indicated, where Xiao Yang could be seen, now awake and seated cross-legged. A smile crept onto Teacher Ming's lips, his eyes brimming with delight. It is him. He has awakened significantly earlier than any record in the Academy's history. It appears his spirit is exceptionally strong, perhaps not inferior to yours. After speaking, he noted the girl's silence, prompting him to glance back. She quickly turned her head, seemingly avoiding Teacher Ming's gaze, her voice trembling slightly. That indicates an abundance of talent. It is a blessing for the Academy. Teacher Ming studied the girl for a moment, his expression deepening with curiosity, before relaxing his features into a gentle smile. What? Are you captivated by his handsome visage? Do not be deceived by appearances. This child possesses a certain unruliness. The girl's voice regained its composure. No, it is simply that he exhibited remarkable calmness upon waking, and I wish to discern what set him apart. I gathered from the teacher's earlier words that he left quite an impression on you. Teacher Ming nodded slightly in approval. Among this cohort, 5 individuals have notably captured my attention. He is one of them. Named Xiao Yang. The other 4 I will point out for your consideration. With that, Teacher Ming gestured toward the upper left screen, where a boy dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and black casual pants lay. His features were strikingly refined, with a strong 3-dimensional quality, sharp brows and bright eyes, his lips thin and closed, and his skin flawlessly fair. He appeared even more handsome than Xiao Yang. This one is named Lu Xingjian. Beyond his looks, he possesses many remarkable attributes. The girl observed the distinguished Lu Xingjian, noting the stark contrast between him and Xiao Yang. Lu Xingjian had a sculpted visage, akin to a flawless statue. Initially breathtaking yet exuding an air of aloofness, in contrast, Xiao Yang's features were gentle and warm, radiating a sunny disposition. At first glance, he might not seem striking, but over time, he became increasingly endearing and amiable. At least, that was the impression he gave. Teacher Ming then pointed toward the center of the screens. This one is Kong Etian, a man with the spirit of a fierce tiger, yet the ability to delicately appreciate roses. He is an ambitious individual, easily recognizable by his dyed hair. The girl switched the view to the screen featuring Kong Etian, who donned an expensive-looking bright red sports outfit. He was tall, with sun-kissed skin and tousled light brown hair. Exuding a commanding presence, Teacher Ming then directed her attention to the fourth screen. Shunimo, steadfast in adversity, resilient and rare in contrast to the previous three exceptionally attractive boys, Shun Mo's appearance was rather ordinary. He was average in height with bronze skin, clad in a slightly wrinkled gray t-shirt and affordable jeans, his features unremarkable, with a prominent nose and a beauty mark above his left brow. Finally, Teacher Ming indicated a screen in the lower right corner, Liu. An intriguing young man at Liu, who bore this name, was small in stature, his smooth black hair resembling a pot lid atop his head. His complexion fair with a hint of rosy undertone. His features were petite and youthful, exuding a certain cuteness, akin to a charming young boy. Intriguing. The girl pondered this unique assessment, her curiosity piqued, though she refrained from asking questions. Silently memorizing the positions of the 5 screens, Xiao Yang remained seated cross-legged for 5 full minutes before others began to awaken one after another. Indeed, the next to awaken after Xiao Yang were Lu Xingzhan and Kong Etian, both rising almost simultaneously. Yet the girl noticed that Lu Xingzhan opened his eyes first, lying on the ground for a moment before getting up, while Kong Etian sprang to his feet immediately upon awakening. Shortly after, Shunimo also stood, but Liu took his time, not stirring until dozens had already awakened. Finally, Liu sat up groggily, confusion evident in his eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, some individuals began to survey their surroundings cautiously, while others hastily pulled out their phones, only to discover there was no signal. A few began to shout loudly, banging on doors and stomping their feet. Once Teacher Ming had introduced the 5 individuals, he fell silent, simply observing the cacophony of over 1,000 screens. After several minutes, the last person stirred, prompting Teacher Ming to press a button on the control panel before him. Instantly, a small green light illuminated on the lower right corner of each screen. Teacher Ming then approached a microphone, his voice low and resonant as he addressed the group. "Everyone, please remain calm and listen to me. I'm Teacher Ming, the one you encountered before losing consciousness." As he spoke, the youths on the screens fell silent. Noticing the change, Teacher Ming continued, "First, I would like to apologize for bringing you to this unfamiliar place after rendering you unconscious. It may have startled you. However, rest assured, there was no malice intended. Had there been, the time you spent in slumber would have been ample for many things. Now, please take a moment to assess your physical condition. If you experience any dizziness, nausea, or difficulty breathing, kindly raise both hands and wave them." After speaking, Teacher Ming watched closely as the youths on the screens reacted. Only one individual jumped in place, waving his hands, Xiao Yang. Teacher Ming chuckled softly and shook his head, pressing another button. In an instant, all the green lights extinguished, except for Xiao Yang's. "Xiao Yang, do you have an issue?" Xiao Yang's expression remained composed, his tone flat as he replied, "I need to relieve myself." At this, the girl observing from the back could not help but let out a soft laugh. Teacher Ming responded quickly and directly, "You can either take care of it here or hold it in." With that, he released the button, and the green lights flickered back to life. Soon, several others began to wave their hands, and Teacher Ming patiently inquired about their conditions, fortunately finding no significant issues. After waiting a moment, and seeing no one else had concerns, Teacher Ming's gaze sharpened slightly, and he spoke with solemnity, "Since everyone is in good health, I would like to extend a warm welcome on behalf of Bailu Academy to all of you. Young scholars in the prime of your lives, Bailu Academy is a formal institution, albeit with some peculiarities. What lies ahead for you will be an entrance examination." Chapter 8. The entrance examination. Upon hearing about the entrance examination, murmurs of disbelief began to ripple through the screens. "So this is Bailu Academy? An entrance exam? Are you kidding me? Is this some sort of mysterious cult?" In moments of solitude, individuals typically fall into 2 categories, those who are extroverted and those who are introverted. At this juncture, every utterance was absorbed by Teacher Ming, allowing him to gain deeper insights into each individual. Every individual's language, behavior, and habits convey certain information about them, particularly in the subtleties that can reveal a multitude of insights. Although few are adept at capturing these nuances in everyday life. Teacher Ming slightly raised his voice, adopting a more relaxed tone. There is no need for anyone to feel tense upon hearing the word test. Consider it merely a harmless game. However, if you aspire to win this game, it is essential to summon your spirit and approach it earnestly. To ensure the fairness of the test, electronic signals will be entirely blocked. Should anyone have inquiries, feel free to raise your hands. I understand that many of you harbor doubts, and if you wish to clarify them, I kindly ask you to focus on completing this test first. Regardless of the outcome, there is no need for concern. I shall await you at the finish line. With that, I declare the entrance examination for the Bai Lu Academy's Gungzi cohort officially commenced. After Teacher Ming concluded, he stepped back a few paces, brought over 2 chairs, and smiled, saying, "Please sit down and enjoy. Each year's entrance examination is quite intriguing." The young lady waited for Teacher Ming to take his seat before she respectfully inquired, "How did you manage to find so many people during the 2-month summer vacation?" Teacher Ming rested his hands on his knees, his gaze unwavering from the screen. "Of course, I cannot accomplish this alone. Each year, dozens of teachers from our school collaborate in this endeavor, with only one designated for recruitment. This year, it happens to be my turn." While the other teachers were searching, they had already established a foundational trust in the academy within the students' minds, which is why they could listen to me speak so comfortably just now. Otherwise, a group of 16 or 17-year-olds, having been dazed and taken to an unfamiliar place, would likely be quite frightened, leaving no room for them to focus on the examination. The young lady nodded slightly, signifying her understanding. Upon announcing the commencement of the test, Xiaoyang noticed a crack on the pristine white table, from which an A4 sheet of paper and a black pen emerged. The paper bore the instruction, "Please list 10 uses of A4 paper. Once completed, kindly return the paper and pen to the slot." Without hesitation, Xiaoyang picked up the pen and began to write, finishing in less than a minute before returning the items, causing the table to revert to its original state. A crisp sound echoed from the door lock as Xiaoyang approached, turned the handle, and pushed the door open to enter the next room, in the dimly lit monitoring room. The young lady softly asked, "Teacher, are the questions for this entrance examination created by our academy's instructors?" Teacher Ming replied with a serious demeanor, "Not at all. For instance, the first question in this test is derived from an independent admission interview question from Wadeku Vocational and Technical School. Its purpose is to assess students' creativity and imagination. It may appear straightforward, yet to answer quickly without repetition is far from easy." Teacher Ming pressed 2 buttons on the control panel, and several submitted answer sheets were projected before them. Printing, copying, writing, drawing, origami, cutting, writing, sketching, drafts. Teacher Ming leisurely flipped through the pages, pausing on each for a moment while explaining to the young lady behind him. You can observe that most responses pertain to conventional uses. Strictly speaking, writing and drawing are essentially the same function, as are printing and copying. After prolonged exposure to rote education, one's thinking often becomes constrained. It is essential to articulate more creative and practical uses. Upon reaching one particular answer sheet, Teacher Ming lingered longer than usual. Funnel, horn, sunshade, that a glimmer of appreciation flashed in his eyes as he softly remarked, "This is a rather high-quality response, highly practical, authored by Kong Etienne." After flipping through several more sheets, he came across another, wiping the table, rolling papers, uncorking bottles. Murder. Teacher Ming's expression shifted slightly. The pristine A4 paper's edges were indeed sharp enough to sever a blood vessel. This was Shan Mo's work. Shortly thereafter, Teacher Ming raised an eyebrow, his delight unmistakable. Without even glancing at the content, "What do you think of this handwriting?" The young lady glanced at it and praised, "It's neat and elegant, with smooth lines, exuding a sense of mastery. To achieve such results with a ballpoint pen is indeed a commendable feat of calligraphy." Teacher Ming nodded in satisfaction, recalling that he had seen this handwriting during the interview. It belonged to Lu Xingjian. After this, they continued to examine the content of Lu Xingjian's answer sheet. Measurement, fanning, tearing for stress relief. Teacher Ming could not suppress a smile, saying, "The standard A4 paper size is 297 x 210 mm, and distance measurement is indeed feasible. However, the tearing for stress relief seems somewhat incongruous with his demeanor. Ha ha ha." The young lady could distinctly sense that Teacher Ming held a fondness for Lu Xingjian. Subsequently, Teacher Ming deliberately reviewed Li Yu's answer sheet, which contained no remarkable answers, merely conventional uses of A4 paper, and the answering time was not particularly swift. Nevertheless, there was no trace of disappointment in Teacher Ming's eyes. He simply continued scrolling through the submissions. Due to an early submission, Xiao Yang's answer sheet appeared only after several more had been reviewed. Upon reading its content, Teacher Ming found himself both amused and bewildered. Wiping one's bottom, eating, burning, propping up the table leg, stuffing the door gap. Dear student, there are more chapters following this one. Please click the next page to continue reading. The latter parts are even more exciting. The young lady chuckled, remarking, "It seems he was quite eager." Teacher Ming shook his head knowingly. He was quite astute. Although his handwriting appeared somewhat crude, it still possessed structure. Every stroke, although seemingly smooth, concealed a certain finesse. Truly, a person's character is often reflected in their writing. Throughout the process of reviewing answer sheets, there were numerous amusing responses, such as someone writing about playing with a pencil ghost, while another mentioned measuring waist circumference. Teacher Ming took note of their names. Some students submitted their answers, but due to repeated responses or insufficiently listing 10 uses, the table would return the sheets with a note. Incomplete answers. Please revise and resubmit. The first question was relatively simple, and the last student took around 7 or 8 minutes to proceed to the second round. The second round presented yet another identical white room. Though the table had shifted from the wall to the center of the room, on the table, there were 2 small platforms on either side, with a basin of clear water in the center. Level with the platforms, and a small wooden boat resting upon the water's surface, on the left platform lay 8 small wooden cards, each adorned with cartoon avatars representing corresponding identities: father, mother, son, daughter, policeman, thief. The right platform displayed a sheet of paper containing a lengthy passage. Simulate a scenario of 8 people crossing a river in a boat. Below are the rules. Please read carefully. Point 1. The wooden boat can carry a maximum of 2 people at a time. Point 2. Only the father, mother, and policeman can operate the boat. Point 3. If the father is absent, the mother will hit the son. If the mother is absent, the father will hit the daughter. Point 5. If the policeman is absent, the thief will hit everyone. Point 6. The thief will not escape alone. Please transport all 8 individuals across the river without anyone being harmed. Many students, upon first seeing these rules, voiced their complaints. What kind of absurd rules are these? The father hits the daughter, and the mother hits the son. Isn't this domestic violence? Why isn't the policeman intervening? Can't we just swim across this narrow river? Those of discerning nature remained silent, while the foolish continued to grumble. Upon entering the room, Xiao Yang did not immediately examine the second round's test question. Instead, he turned to look at the automatically closing door. He attempted to twist the handle and discovered he could not return to the first round. It was locked. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if a realization dawned upon him. And then he turned to examine the second round's question. Xiao Yang observed that the small boat could only accommodate 2 identity cards at a time. Stacking multiple cards would cause them to slide into the water, aligning with the first rule. Moreover, the father, mother, and policeman cards had a clasp on their reverse, which, when placed at the bow of the boat, would secure them, enabling the boat to navigate the water, corresponding to the second rule. After contemplating for a moment, Xiao Yang initiated his first simulation. The policeman and thief boarded the boat to cross the river, whereupon he disembarked the thief and returned alone, adhering to the last rule that the thief would not escape alone. The policeman then took one son across and left him, returning alone, thereby successfully transporting one son across. Xiao Yang proceeded deliberately, ensuring each step was clear before advancing, and within 10 minutes, he achieved success. A click. The door lock disengaged once more, and Xiao Yang entered the third round in the monitoring room. Teacher Ming noticed the young lady behind him attempting to solve this problem with her device. She completed it in just over 8 minutes, slightly quicker than Xiao Yang. After finishing, she glanced at the screen and realized she was not the fastest. That honor belonged to Lu Xingjian, who had completed it in just over 6 minutes. She could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, as you said, teacher, he possesses numerous remarkable qualities, whether in his writing or in this round's test of logical reasoning and simulation abilities. He truly stands out." Teacher Ming chuckled softly. Generally speaking, boys tend to exhibit stronger logical reasoning skills compared to girls, while their abstract thinking abilities may be weaker. This is precisely why the test comprises multiple rounds. The responses from each round are ultimately collected for comprehensive analysis, archived for future reference by the teachers instructing them. At this moment, the youth on the screen had yet to truly enter the academy. They were still raw and innocent. Their responses to the test questions would most authentically reflect their individual characteristics and personalities. The second challenge deviates from the first, as it is not an open-ended question with no standard answer, but rather a closed question with a singular solution, significantly increasing the difficulty. This has led many students to become ensnared in the room, spending over half an hour without success. Only a rare few, like Luxingjian and Xiaoyang, managed to arrive at the correct answer in under 10 minutes. The disparity began to widen from the second challenge onwards. The third challenge features a similarly stark white room, with a table placed in the center. On this table rests a balance scale. On the left side, 12 white metallic balls and a stack of paper are positioned, while the right side has a small hole slightly larger than the balls. The topmost sheet outlines the rules for this challenge. 1. Among the 12 balls, one has a mass that differs slightly from the other 11. Identify this ball and place it in the answer slot. 2. The balance scale may be used a maximum of 3 times for each attempt. 3. If an incorrect answer is given, the scale and answer slot will be inaccessible for half an hour. Many students entering the third challenge quickly divided the 12 balls into 2 groups of 6 and placed them on the balance. Upon witnessing this, the young woman immediately furrowed her brow and shook her head slightly. The rules only stated that the mass differs, without specifying whether it is lighter or heavier. Thus, the division into equal groups is entirely meaningless. Teacher Ming nodded and remarked, "Indeed, this challenge tests comprehension, analytical ability, and creativity. Each cohort of newcomers has many who hastily engage without fully grasping the rules, ultimately wasting a significant amount of time. Such a challenging problem exceeds the cognitive capacity of an average person, which is why a stack of scratch paper has been provided for calculations." The young woman pondered over the 3 rules. The first was merely an explanation with a subtle trap, failing to clarify whether the differing mass was lighter or heavier. The second imposed a limitation, while the third aimed to prevent students from haphazardly experimenting with the balls. Confused, she inquired, "Teacher, I understand how it tests comprehension and analytical skills. But how does this challenge reveal creativity?" With a hint of mystery, Teacher Ming smiled and replied, "Just wait. Perhaps you will find out shortly." Many who attempted the 6-6 division soon experienced a moment of clarity, filled with regret. Some students fell into silent contemplation, while others began to scribble simulations on paper. Only 2 individuals stood out, Xiaoyang and Li Yu. Li Yu initially calculated on paper for a while, tilting his head in contemplation, before ultimately picking up all 12 balls. The rules stated that the masses differed only slightly, meaning the difference was minuscule, imperceptible by touch, necessitating the use of instruments. For instance, a 9.999 G object and a 10.000 G object would be indistinguishable to an ordinary person. However, Li Yu's next action surprised the young woman. He casually took one of the balls and placed it directly into the answer slot. Did he not fear that a wrong answer would leave him waiting for half an hour? Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as it becomes even more thrilling. Just as the words left her mouth, the lock clicked open, indicating Li Yu's correct choice. The young woman gasped, watching as Li Yu cheerfully entered the 4th challenge. Teacher Ming smiled softly and explained, "The odds of selecting correctly from 12 options are indeed low, but for Li Yu, they are remarkably high." The young woman furrowed her brow, softly asking, "What do you mean by that, teacher?" With an even broader smile, Teacher Ming responded, "Li Yu is the top student in our city's high school entrance exam, achieving full marks in all subjects except for Chinese. I examined his entire 3rd-year junior high exam papers and found some clues, which he confirmed during the interview. He only knows how to answer about 70 to 90% of the questions in each exam, yet still scores full marks because he guesses correctly on over 99% of the questions he does not know. Whenever he buys drinks during promotional events, he always seems to win a second bottle. There have been instances where he bought just one, yet managed to clear out the entire stock of that brand in the convenience store, allowing everyone in class to enjoy it. Li Yu is indeed a person of great fortune." The young woman was taken aback. A person who knows everything, yet guesses correctly? Such individuals truly exist. No wonder he is named Li Yu. He seems like a lucky koi fished. This moment, Teacher Ming's expression became serious as he softly remarked. What he seemed to do casually was actually preceded by calculations. As he took the time to examine each ball, he understood that he could not devise a method of deduction, so he prepared to test them one by one. Only to succeed on his first try due to sheer luck. He never buys lottery tickets or gambles. He told me he buys drinks simply because he wants to enjoy them, not to win. Gambling and lotteries are not activities he is interested in. Upon hearing this, the young woman nodded repeatedly, unable to contain her admiration. Truly remarkable, he does not take his fortune for granted. No wonder you remember him so well. However, I believe what is most commendable about him is not his luck in guessing correctly, but rather that he manages to answer all the questions he knows. Teacher Ming's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Recognizing this point indicates your own discernment. He sighed wistfully. Fortune is an unpredictable and elusive entity, subject to grasp yet not to rely upon. It is mysterious and changeable, like a wisp of smoke. What one should truly pursue is the diligent execution of every task, walking steadily toward long-term achievement. Few can grasp this truth. Liu is favored by the heavens and, at such a young age, understands the importance of pragmatism. Is he not an intriguing individual? The young woman wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, he is fascinating. Your insight is quite exceptional. As the two discussed Liu, Xiaoyang had already passed the third challenge. The young woman was left speechless upon witnessing Xiaoyang's method of success. Chapter 10. The hidden affliction. Like Liu, Xiaoyang also examined each ball with his hands, but did not take notes. He then set the balls aside and raised the balance scale, forcefully smashing it against the window behind him. Crash! The window shattered into 1,000 pieces. Xiaoyang carefully cleared away the shards and returned to the second challenge room with the 12 balls. He divided them into 4 groups of 3, took one group, and simultaneously tossed them into a water tank. He then intently watched the 3 balls sinking within the tank. Only after they settled to the bottom did he take out the second group and repeat the process. This time, halfway down, Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he reached into the tank and retrieved one of the sinking balls, returning to the third challenge room to place it in the answer slot. Click! He passed in under 3 minutes. The young woman chuckled softly. So this is what you meant by creativity. Teacher Ming also smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the rules only state that the balance may be used 3 times per attempt, without specifying that it must be used at all. Xiaoyang's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the differing mass from the 3 balls sinking together by observing their descent speed, with the other 2 providing a reference for normal mass, thus determining whether it was lighter or heavier. A student proficient in physics and capable of critical thinking could also utilize the principle of conservation of momentum to deduce the answer. Of course, those with strong deduction skills would not lag behind much. Look, Luk Xingjian is quick. The young woman noticed that Luk Xingjian had already completed his calculations on paper, having filled 2 entire pages with various scenarios. Assigning each ball a number and organizing them into groups of 4, 4, and 3, he then randomly selected 2 groups to place on the balance. If the scale balanced, the ball with the differing mass must be among the remaining group. If it did not balance, the 4 balls in the remaining group were all of normal mass. In Luk Xingjian's case, he exchanged 3 balls among the 3 groups, quickly identifying the differing ball and advancing to the 4th challenge. The young woman observed that some students, unable to deduce the answer, took a chance like Liu and randomly selected a ball to test, with only a rare few succeeding on the first try. While the vast majority failed, Xiaoyang was indeed audacious, daring to shatter a locked window. The balance could potentially be damaged, and if the method of submerging the balls proved ineffective, he would find himself relying solely on luck. Much like the other students, Teacher Ming spoke slowly. Luck is, after all, a consideration in this test, an implicit reflection of a person's overall qualities. Good fortune often corresponds with a positive mindset. Just observe those students who have attempted and failed. The young woman casually switched between several screens, noticing that only a few of the students who failed their first attempt continued to calculate while waiting. For having failed once, they could eliminate one potential answer. The overwhelming majority, however, sat idly, pacing without any desire to calculate, displaying signs of impatience. Teacher Ming continued, students who believe they can deduce the answer will not resort to chance. The lowest-rated individuals in this challenge are those who cannot be bothered to think or write, hoping to pass solely through luck. The young woman nodded in agreement, acknowledging that there are far too many such students in life. They often exhibit 2 undesirable traits. First, when faced with any problem, they tend to blame external factors instead of examining their own shortcomings, lamenting unfair luck, unclear rules, or intentional obstacles, while failing to recognize that everyone is being tested under the same conditions. Is it just you who finds the rules unclear? Are you the only one being challenged? They simply do not wish to confront failure. To put it bluntly, they refuse to acknowledge their own incompetence. I can reason this out. I am bursting with luck. My character is unbeatable. I will pass on the first try. Damn it. failed again. This ridiculous question. If one genuinely attempts and realizes they cannot deduce the answer, they must willingly accept the risk of their choice and calmly face the consequences of waiting. Rather than complaining about fate when their attempts prove fruitless, it would only resemble a cooked and lifeless duck, with its entire body remaining limp save for its hardened beak. Secondly, it is a case of having lofty ambitions yet lacking the skills to match. With a misguided self-assurance that merely refraining from calculations would suffice, when in truth, if one were to calculate, the answers would be easily derived. Such foolish questions are indeed overly simplistic. For now, let it be so. I simply do not wish to engage, yet I could accomplish them faster than anyone else if I chose to. I merely have no desire to take the top spot. It is that simple, if I wish to claim it. It would be an effortless task. Little do they realize that although the path may seem short, without action, one cannot arrive. And while the matters may seem trivial, neglecting them hinders larger achievements. Neglecting the small leads to great difficulties. The consequence of arrogance is becoming a frog at the bottom of a well, limited to mere croaking, devoid of further abilities. As the young girl observed students in various states on the screen, Teacher Ming suddenly stood up, turning to the door of the monitoring room, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. The girl realized that someone must be coming and promptly rose to her feet. Moments later, an elderly man clad in a white robe, tall and with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared at the doorway, his beard nearly reaching his waist. An impressive sight indeed. He walked with a slow and steady gait, exuding an ethereal presence. "Dean, you have arrived," Teacher Ming said with a slight bow. The girl followed suit, respectfully "Greetings, Dean." The dean offered a gentle nod to the girl, his expression warm, then turned to Teacher Ming and spoke slowly. His voice resonant, "You have worked hard." Teacher Ming maintained a slight bow, replying softly, "It is merely my duty. It cannot be considered hard work. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading." The latter part is even more thrilling. The dean's smile widened as he turned his gaze towards the screen. "How is this cohort faring?" Teacher Ming replied calmly, "There are unexpected delights, but no unforeseen misfortunes." The phrase unexpected delights indicated that some students had exceeded expectations, while no unforeseen misfortunes suggested that the admissions process had thus far proceeded smoothly without incident. The dean nodded slightly, remarking, "That is good to hear. This is the Gungzi cohort. There are rumors that chaos is bound to arise during a Gungzi year. While that may not necessarily be true, the absence of misfortune suggests there may be hidden risks. We must remain vigilant. Are you managing well?" "Currently, yes. I will keep a close watch. When someone is nearing the completion of their test, other colleagues will assist me in monitoring," Teacher Ming stated earnestly. "That is reassuring. You are always thorough in your work." The dean's gaze flitted between the various screens, pondering where the unexpected delight lay. After a moment of thought, Teacher Ming pointed to one of the screens. This one, named Kong Etienne. The dean focused intently on Kong Etienne's screen for a while, nodding slightly, appearing quite satisfied. He possesses charisma, authority, and sharpness, yet lacks recklessness. Quite commendable. Very well, you may continue your duties." After saying this, the dean bent slightly to affectionately ruffle the girl's hair, smiling gently, "Be sure to follow Teacher Ming closely. He is an excellent educator." The girl responded with a light laugh, "I understand. Thank you, Dean. Please take care." Once the dean departed, the two resumed their seats. Unable to contain her curiosity, the girl asked, "Teacher Ming, why did you choose to respond to Kong Etienne?" "I thought I would mention Lu Xingjian, did you?" Teacher Ming replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." The girl answered promptly, "Lu Xingjian is composed, calm, and exceptionally intelligent. Naturally, I admire him. Yet, I hold the same regard for Xiao Yang, Li Yu, Shen Emo, and Kong Etienne. All five are unexpected delights, though the dean has yet to interact with them. Kong Etienne's talents are more apparent and easily discerned, while the dean, despite his keen insight, is also quite busy, so it is best not to let him linger too long." The girl suddenly understood Teacher Ming's intention. After a brief silence, Teacher Ming continued, "These five are merely my personal observations of those who stand out. Among the more than 1,000 candidates, there may be others whose talents I have yet to discern. No one can predict where the rain may fall from the clouds. Once they truly enter the academy, there may yet be further surprises. Some individuals' abilities only manifest under specific conditions or circumstances." The girl lowered her head slightly, appearing to ponder, and after a moment, murmured, "Teacher, do you think it is better for Lu Xingjian to succeed through methodical calculations in this third challenge, or for Xiaoyang to employ an unexpected approach?" Teacher Ming turned, his interest piqued as he looked at the girl, chuckling softly. "Ah, it seems you are quite invested in my views on the two of them." "Yes, I am eager to know," the girl unabashedly admitted. Teacher Ming regarded her for a moment before responding. Lu Xingjian's method is steady, and his calculation speed is remarkably swift. However, in terms of this challenge's evaluation, Xiao Yang will likely receive the highest score among all. "Why is that?" the girl inquired, puzzled. Teacher Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "If you were to arrive at a new school, would you dare to smash the windows?" The girl gasped. "You mean, he has already realized? He is not in the real world, is he?" Chapter 11. Searching for a needle in the haystack, Teacher Ming affirmed. Upon entering the second challenge, he intentionally turned to touch the door, confirming that it was automatically locked. Thus, the only way to return to the previous challenge was to shatter the window. He possesses courage, but he is not reckless to that extent. His actions indicate he has discerned that he is in a virtual scenario. Can you guess when he became aware of this? Faced with Teacher Ming's sudden question, the girl thought for a moment and arrived at her conclusion. Indeed, quite astute. The first challenge's mention of needing to use the restroom was merely a test. Wasn't it? Seeing the girl grasp the concept so swiftly, a flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Ming's eyes, realizing that she was no less perceptive than those 5 unexpected delights, perhaps even more so in certain respects. "Continue," Teacher Ming encouraged. The girl's clear and melodious voice gradually resonated within the quiet monitoring room. In this virtual scenario of the admission test, there should not have been a restroom function integrated. Thus, it would not register any neural responses from the urinary or digestive systems. One could remain there indefinitely without feeling hunger, thirst, or the need to relieve oneself. I suspect Xiaoyang had not eaten much before he fainted and felt hunger. But upon waking, that sensation vanished. He also awakened 5 minutes earlier than the others, which likely stirred his doubts, prompting him to question you, eager to gauge your response. In reality, such a test without restroom facilities would indeed be inappropriate for students. His inquiry was reasonable. Your response, either to resolve it on the spot or endure, would lead him to suspect that perhaps there was no restroom at all. First impressions are crucial for new students entering a school. Typically, institutions strive to present a welcoming facade. However, the absence of even basic facilities is illogical. After progressing through 2 more challenges without experiencing hunger or thirst, he concluded that he was not in the real world, which empowered him to take the risk of using the balance to shatter the window. Teacher Ming nodded in approval, continuing, "Thus, you deem his actions reckless. In truth, they are not. A toddler taking their first steps faces risks. Yet it is entirely normal for a healthy adult to run and jump. The level of risk associated with an action is contingent upon one's abilities and the depth of understanding regarding the task at hand." The girl lowered her head slightly, humbly responding, "I have learned much. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Teacher Ming continued softly, "The admission test program was intentionally designed to exclude responses from the urinary and digestive systems. A hidden flaw meant to alert perceptive and courageous students. Beyond that, there are other illogical aspects, such as the pristine, pure white rooms devoid of any stains. No matter how thoroughly cleaned, there would not be an absolute absence of traces or odors. Additionally, even without knowing the exact number of new students, accommodating each with such extensive facilities would require an enormous area and be prohibitively expensive. These points warrant skepticism. Yet, most students are consumed by the novelty of their unfamiliar surroundings and the excitement of the unknown tests. Thus, overlooking these factors, Xiaoyang's swift realization can be attributed to his earlier awakening, granting him more time for calm observation and thought. The 4 others, including Lu Xingjian, likely harbored doubts, though they lacked the courage to confirm them just yet. However, upon entering the 4th challenge, they should all have become aware. Upon passing the 3rd challenge, the 4th was no longer a plain white room but rather a football field. Under the bright outdoor sun, the clear sky above, the football field was surrounded by 5-meter-high concrete walls topped with barbed wire. If this were merely a new student test, providing a football field-sized area for each student would be an extravagance that no amount of wealth could justify. The vast expanse of green grass was devoid of any objects, save for a large prefabricated structure approximately 300 square meters on the left side of the field, its door ajar. Xiaoyang was the first to pass the 3rd challenge, and he walked directly to the door of the prefabricated building. Upon entering, he discovered it to be a spacious warehouse, where various tools were neatly arranged on shelves: hammers, scissors, files, wires, wrenches, magnets, magnifying glasses, and more. Beyond the shelves was a door, presumably leading to the entrance of the fifth challenge. In front of the shelves stood a table, upon which rested an all-in-one computer, accompanied by a sheet of paper detailing the questions for the fourth challenge. On the football field outside, a needle has fallen, as depicted on the screen. Please utilize the tools to locate it and place it into the slot. The computer screen displays a needle that is entirely silver in color, marked with a size of 10 centimeters in length. The difficulty of searching for a specific item is often likened to finding a needle in a haystack. Although this football field may not possess the boundless expanse of the sea, it still spans over 7,000 square meters. How does one go about searching in such a vast area? The other students who have entered the fourth stage are grumbling upon seeing the test questions, lamenting that each challenge seems more outrageous than the last. Some even question, is Bailu Academy truly so extravagant? Do they allocate such a large space for every new student's assessment? A few students perused the computer, discovering that it was not connected to the internet and that the hard drive contained nothing but that image. Others sought a long iron pipe, affixing a magnet to the bottom, and diligently began their search in a straight line across the football field. Meanwhile, some attempted to take shortcuts, fashioning a needle from iron wire with a file and sandpaper. Xiaoyang glanced at the expansive football field outside and then redirected his gaze back. Deciding against a physical search instead, he began to meticulously examine the makeshift room. Upon noticing a corner of the ceiling, his eyes brightened. He discovered a camera positioned there, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Teacher Ming, who was observing, turned to the girl behind him and inquired, "Have you discerned the secret of this stage?" The girl replied with a calm demeanor, "This stage tests observation and judgment. Using tools to search outside would be a waste of time. There must be a simpler method." The previous 3 stages provided questions on plain paper, and this stage's needle image could have easily been printed, yet it is displayed on a computer screen, indicating that this computer serves a distinct purpose. After all, the cost of a computer far exceeds that of a sheet of paper. Similarly, the previous rooms lacked cameras, yet you could observe their actions in real time, even if it were via hidden miniature cameras. The fourth stage can utilize the same principle, but the camera in this makeshift room is a conspicuous household model, positioned to afford a view outside through the window. Therefore, the key to this stage lies in disassembling the camera, extracting the memory card, and reviewing the footage to ascertain where the silver needle fell, thus efficiently advancing through the challenge. However, the most crucial aspect is to start realizing that one is not in reality. For only then can they dare to dismantle the camera. This notion is utterly unfathomable for ordinary individuals. One must possess sufficient self-confidence in their judgment and a strong, resolute heart. The girl's reasoning was sound and clear, prompting Teacher Ming to nod slightly, indicating that her assertions were indeed correct. Xiaoyang, Lu Xingzhan, Kong Yitian, and Shunimo all employed the girl's suggested method, utilizing the surveillance video to discover that a drone had dropped the needle onto the football field. After noting its approximate location, the 4 swiftly progressed to the 5th stage. At this moment, several other students entering the 4th stage began waving their hands at the camera. Teacher Ming activated the microphone and asked, "Classmate, do you have a question?" One student inquired, "Teacher, may I dismantle the camera in the makeshift room?" Teacher Ming responded, "As long as there are no prohibitions in the rules, you may do as you wish." Other students raising their hands posed similar questions, and Teacher Ming provided the same answer. Just as the girl prepared to observe Xiaoyang and the others as they entered the 5th stage. One student's actions drew her attention once more. It was Li Yu. He glanced at the camera, displaying a look of hesitation, and after a moment of contemplation, he exited the makeshift room and strolled onto the football field. A few steps later, he spotted the silver needle at his feet, picked it up with delight, returned to the makeshift room, and placed it into the slot, advancing to the 5th stage. Chapter 12. Student number. The girl chuckled softly at his luck. It was quite extraordinary. Teacher Ming, however, appeared unfazed, his expression unchanged. After a minute or two, many students began waving their hands again in frustration. What the heck? Is this ball knotted? How did they get it wrong again? Damn it! If this continues, my mother will scold me again. I truly want to smash this water tank. Teacher, can I quit? It's too difficult. I can't figure it out. While some students advanced to the 5th stage, Others remained stuck on the second stage's river crossing problem and the third stage's small ball issue, their patience wearing thin, contemplating giving up. Teacher Ming patiently encouraged these unsettled students. Do not lose heart. Give it another try. There is still ample time. Luo Xun Hu Mingyu, please remain calm. Your method is sound, and you are close to finding the correct answer. Do not rush. Yuan Yang. Try to consider it from a different angle. The girl stood behind Teacher Ming, observing the gentlemanly teacher as he attentively addressed each student's inquiries, her impression of him continuously improving. Regardless of how many students asked questions or how often, Teacher Ming displayed no signs of impatience, consistently offering encouragement and remaining composed. He hadn't even sighed once. He diligently remembered each student's name, treating everyone equally, regardless of their pace, comprehension, or attitude, and he genuinely respected them. Furthermore, once the assessment commenced, as long as the girl did not pose questions, he would not initiate guidance. Even when she did ask, Teacher Ming did not provide direct answers, but rather offered hints and guidance, allowing her to grasp the concepts independently. A good teacher refrains from being overbearing, frequently nudging rather than lecturing, which is a virtue of a great educator. As Teacher Ming grew increasingly occupied, the girl decided not to burden him further. Rising to her feet and softly saying, "Teacher, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Teacher Ming waved his hand lightly, replying, "All right." After the girl departed, Teacher Ming continued to patiently guide the students struggling with their mental states. Upon entering the fifth stage, Xiao Yang could not help but mutter to himself. What the to his astonishment, he found himself in a hospital building. The entrance was the side door on the first floor. The hospital was brightly lit, yet devoid of any personnel, creating a slightly eerie atmosphere. Just a few steps inside, there was a table displaying the test questions, with a small screen in the upper right corner that remained unlit. Please identify an unreasonable or inappropriate item within the hospital and place it on the table. Xiaoyang scanned his surroundings and walked into the waiting area of the General Internal Medicine Clinic. Upon entering, his brow furrowed as he looked down at the carpeted floor that covered the entire corridor of the clinic. He crouched down, pulled up a section of the carpet, and returned it to the table. In no time, a green light scanned across the carpet, and a line of green text appeared on the upper right screen of the table. Challenge successful. Please proceed to the next stage through the door at the end of the third floor corridor. Hospitals require frequent disinfection, so places like outpatient rooms and operating rooms would never have carpet. It is inconvenient to clean and can easily harbor or conceal viruses, posing risks for allergic patients. Lu Xingjian ventured into the MRI examination room, taking a metallic watch left on the equipment. Metal objects are prohibited in the MRI machine due to its powerful magnetic field. Kong Etian entered the operating room, retrieving a set of white coats from beside the operating table. Doctors in the operating room often deal with red blood for extended periods. To avoid desensitization to red, they wear green, which is the complementary color. Furthermore, if they wore white coats, they would appear gruesome when stained with blood, while green clothing merely turns black or brown when in contact with blood, resulting in less visual shock. Shinimo's choice was rather peculiar. After reviewing the test questions, he headed directly to the morgue. He opened the drawers of the body cabinets, revealing actual corpses within, yet Shun Mo exhibited no fear. He examined the bodies carefully and removed the tags from a corpse's foot, placing it on the table, successfully passing the challenge. Bodies in the morgue are typically covered with a white cloth, and a tag displaying the deceased's information is hung at the feet, usually adhering to the principle of male left, female right. However, this particular body was reversed. After finishing the test questions, Liu approached the inquiry desk in the first floor lobby, casually opening a drawer to find a sash reading "Welcome." Another drawer nearby bore the inscription "We look forward to your next visit." Liu decisively placed both items on the table, undoubtedly passing the challenge. The sixth stage presented an even more absurd scenario, transporting the participants to a forest blooming with various flowers, where the task remained to identify an unreasonable element. The solution was to recognize that it was summer, and plum blossoms would not be in bloom. Thus, removing a petal from the plum blossom and placing it on the table sufficed. The seventh stage took place by a small river, still requiring the identification of an unreasonable aspect, with the solution being to observe that sea fish had appeared in the river. The entrance examination consisted of a total of 10 stages, with the subsequent 8th and 9th stages featuring similar tasks focused on identifying unreasonable elements, though the scenes became increasingly exaggerated and the anomalies more cleverly concealed, making them harder to detect. The final stage, the 10th, differed slightly, returning to a white room where a screen on the central table presented 50 multiple-choice questions pertaining to various scenarios, akin to a personality test. Completion of these questions would suffice to pass. Some questions were quite direct and harsh, such as, when you discover a stranger committing a crime, such as the rape of a minor, intentional homicide, or drug trafficking, what would you choose? 1. Advise them to surrender. 2. Report them to the authorities. 3. Ignore it completely. 4. Assist in concealing it. After contemplating this question and making a choice, the next question immediately followed. When you discover a relative or friend committing a crime, such as the rape of a minor, intentional homicide, or drug trafficking, what would you choose? The options remain unchanged, yet they evoke indecision in many, prompting a profound introspection of their inner darkness. After much contemplation and a firm choice, the subsequent question arises. When you discover that you have inadvertently engaged in drug production and trafficking, or have unintentionally caused the death of another, what will your choice be? Among the 50 questions, there are numerous inquiries that test the essence of humanity. For instance, the renowned trolley problem, the ticking bomb dilemma, and so forth. Each question compels you to confront the depths of your own conscience. In the monitoring room, Mr. Ming has vanished, replaced by 3 other instructors. As the test progresses, an increasing number of students, beset by confusion or emotional turmoil, seek assistance, and he finds himself overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Mr. Ming has relocated to another space. This room is pure white, significantly larger than the previous 3, spanning over 300 square meters, with doors on either side. 12 grand walnut cabinets are arranged from left to right, each adorned with 108 drawers. Organized in 6 columns and 18 rows, each drawer numbered from 0001 to 1296. Mr. Ming sits in a high-backed chair beside a Zeatonwood table, hands resting on the surface, either meditating or awaiting something. Moments later, the left door creaks open, and Mr. Ming simultaneously opens his eyes. Upon seeing the person who has entered, he smiles faintly. Welcome, Xiaoyang. It's good to see you again. The newcomer is indeed Xiaoyang, who scans the room before calmly approaching the table, stating, you still haven't answered my 3rd question. Or is Bailu Academy simply a school that prohibits students from using the restroom? Mr. Ming replies with a gentle smile. You are already aware that this is not reality. There is no need to feign ignorance. You will understand what Bailu Academy truly is once you pass through that door, and you will transition from the virtual to the real Bailu Academy. With that, he gestures towards the door on the right. Xiaoyang glances at the door, his curiosity about the world beyond it intensified following the entrance examination. The prospect of utilizing virtual reality technology, especially in a multi-participant setting, presents an allure far greater than that of online games for a 16 or 17-year-old, even surpassing the appeal of a crush's contact information. This allure serves as a primary motivation for those students still navigating their challenges. Mr. Ming continues, however, do not rush in just yet. First, congratulations on completing the entrance exam. Please choose any cabinet to open. Inside, you will find a student card, and the drawer number corresponds to your student ID. Xiaoyang raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of leaving upon selection. Mr. Ming nods affirmatively, indeed, but I must caution you. The student card is bound to your ID number and cannot be changed once selected. As the first student to pass, ID number 0001 typically garners attention from seniors and various student organizations, and many teachers will take special notice, leading to certain advantages and prestige. Xiaoyang strides to the leftmost cabinet. Standing tall, his gaze fixed upon the 0001 drawer, his eyes alight with determination. He remains silent, exuding a serene and refreshing presence. Mr. Ming, too, remains quiet, hands clasped behind his back, observing Xiaoyang with a gentle and expectant gaze. A striking youth stands before him, brimming with vitality, akin to the first light of dawn, radiant and resplendent. Opposite him, a refined gentleman, profound and reserved, resembles a cold plum blossoming amidst a dense forest, exuding an enchanting fragrance. The expressions, forms, and postures of the two seem suspended in time, reminiscent of a world-renowned painting, an ostensibly mundane scene imbued with infinite charm. After a brief pause, Xiaoyang lowers his head with a wry smile, takes 3 steps to the right, and opens the 0299 drawer of the 3rd cabinet. He retrieves the student card and holds it to his chest, displaying a broad smile that reveals 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. I see no prestige or halo here, only burdens and troubles. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang select the 0299 card instead of the coveted 0001, Mr. Ming brings his hands from behind his back to the front, a more pronounced smile gracing his features, as if relieved and delighted. The freedom of choice belongs to each student. Now, you may enter. Xiao Yang approaches the right door, pushes it open, revealing an expanse of nothingness. With a flicker of light visible at the far end, just before stepping through, he turns, bows slightly, and respectfully states, "I'm leaving now, Mr. Ming." Mr. Ming nods in return. "Good luck, Xiao Yang." Chapter 13. An uncertain reality. A minute after Xiao Yang's departure, Mr. Ming welcomes the second student to complete the test. Entering is a strikingly handsome yet aloof youth, Lu Xingjian. Like Xiao Yang, he surveys the room before approaching the Zetonwood table, speaking with a modest tone and a slight nod. "Hello, Mr. Ming." His voice flows like a gentle stream, captivating and resonant. A presence that is both dignified and unmatched. Mr. Ming gestures towards the cabinets, smiling as he says, "Congratulations on completing the entrance exam, Lu Xingjian. Please choose a drawer. Inside, you will find your student card. The number will be your student ID. Each year's ID number 0001 receives considerable attention, and once selected, it cannot be altered, so choose wisely." "Understood," Lu Xingjian replies with a slight nod, moving towards the cabinets without even glancing at the 0001 drawer, opting instead for a drawer in the middle, retrieving the 0433 student card. Mr. Ming, observing Lu Xingjian's choice of 0433 instead of 0001, feels a swell of appreciation, though a flicker of regret crosses his eyes. As Lu Xingjian prepares to turn away, he catches a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. His expression shifting to one of concern. "Mr. Ming, it seems I am not the first to complete the test." Mr. Ming, intrigued, inquires, "What makes you say that?" "The pull rings," Lu Xingjian replies softly, pointing to the drawer. "Before I made my choice, the frequency of the pull rings movement on the 5th cabinet matched that of the 4th and 6th cabinets. After I retrieved the card and closed the drawer, the vibrations altered, and I noticed that the pull ring on the 3rd cabinet was also affected, aligning closely with the 5th cabinet, albeit with reduced amplitude. This indicates that someone opened the 3rd cabinet prior to me, and it could only have been one person. If 2 or more individuals had accessed the 3rd cabinet, the frequency would have changed but not synchronized with the 5th cabinet." Mr. Ming responds indifferently, "Your observational skills are commendable, but do you truly care about the order of completion?" Lu Xingjian shakes his head. "No, my concern lies not with my placement, but with the identity of the person who completed the test before me. He also did not select the 0001 card, Mr. Ming. I wish to meet him." Geniuses often walk the path of solitude, particularly one as exceptional as Lu Xingjian, whose demeanor is strikingly reserved. Throughout his life, he has never made a genuine friend. When he attempts to engage with others, they maintain a distance. When others approach him, they feel a sense of inadequacy. Now, with someone of similar age and intellect, he senses a lack of inferiority. Both share a disinterest in basking in glory, suggesting common ground that could bridge the gap between them. Mr. Ming gestures towards the door on the right, smiling. "Once you pass through that door, you will inevitably meet him. Go forth, and good luck." Lu Xingjian bows respectfully once more, softly saying, "Thank you, farewell, Mr. Ming." With that, he steps through the right door, entering the True by Lu Academy. After Lu Xingjian's exit, Mr. Ming raises his hand and lightly gestures, causing an invisible force to manifest, instantly stilling the pull rings on all 12 cabinets. He then resumes his seat, patiently awaiting the next student. The third to enter is Kong Etienne, arriving approximately 2 minutes after Lu Xingjian, his flaxen hair and bright red sports attire strikingly noticeable. Mr. Ming extends his congratulations and invites him to select a student card. Kong Etienne approaches the cabinets and remarks nonchalantly, "It appears I might be the first." Mr. Ming smiles subtly. "What leads you to that conclusion?" "The pull rings," Kong Etienne asserts confidently. "All of them are completely still, indicating that no one has opened any drawers prior to me." Mr. Ming raises an eyebrow. "So, do you intend to select the 0001 card?" Kong Etienne answers with action, reaching for the top left drawer marked 0001, pulling it open and retrieving the card within, declaring emphatically, "Yes." Mr. Ming's expression remains largely unchanged, as if he anticipated this decision, imparting gravely, "Whether you are the first to complete the test or hold the 0001 card is of little consequence. Thus, Your order of completion bears no significance, do you understand? Kong Etienne frowned slightly, thoughtfully considering the words, interpreting them as a reminder not to overestimate the importance of being first. Teacher, I understand, my selection of the 0001 card is not motivated by its added prestige. Those are merely burdens. I simply wish to excel and become the strongest. Regardless of whether Kong Etienne grasps the deeper meaning of Mr. Ming's words, Mr. Ming has conveyed his message and, with a smile, bids him farewell. Go forth. This explains why Mr. Ming introduced Kong Etienne to the dean earlier and not the others, as he was aware that Xiao Yang and Lu Xingzhan would not opt for the 0001 card, while Kong Etienne undoubtedly would. One seeks to bide their time in obscurity, while the other yearns to shine brilliantly. Thus, by promoting Kong Etienne, the desires of all three individuals can be fulfilled, ultimately benefiting each of them. After Kong Etienne departed, the next to complete the test was Shun Mo.as, the first candidate. Numbered 0001, had already been chosen. Teacher Ming simply instructed him to select a school card. Shinmo's voice was somewhat deep and hoarse. All right, Teacher Ming. He had no intention of selecting number 0001. Without even a glance, he proceeded to the far right wooden cabinet and retrieved the school card from the bottom drawer, which bore the number 1296. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. This was indeed the last student number. Regarding Shan Mo's choice, Teacher Ming appeared unfazed, offering a customary wish of good luck as he departed. The fifth to enter was Li Yu, who greeted cheerfully upon entering. Hello, Teacher Ming. Greetings, Li Yu. Please select your school card and student number. Teacher Ming responded warmly. Liu, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle, his eyes brimming with youth and innocence, glanced left and right before ultimately choosing the school card numbered 0444. The number 4, due to its inauspicious pronunciation, is often avoided by many. Teacher Ming gently inquired, "Why did you select this number?" Liu replied with a smile, "Because others might be reluctant to choose it. And by selecting it, they won't have to worry." Teacher Ming affectionately patted Liu's head, saying, "It is commendable to consider others, but do not sacrifice your own preferences for their sake. Now, please proceed inside." "I understand. I simply wish to choose this number. I don't believe in superstitions. Goodbye, Teacher Ming." Liu turned with a wave and stepped through the door on the right. As more individuals entered the room, the queue before Teacher Ming's rosewood desk began to lengthen. Teacher Ming decided to stand, using his left hand to support a clipboard while recording each student's selection and the completion time of their tasks with his right hand. The first 5 candidates had left a strong impression on him, so he did not need to note their choices. However, as the number of students grew, it became necessary to keep track. Those who arrived earlier had completed the test and should rightfully select first. Once they finished, the next could proceed. If everyone rushed to choose simultaneously, it would be unfair, necessitating a one-by-one approach. The new students, encountering one another for the first time, found the situation quite novel, seizing the opportunity while waiting in line. Some extroverted students began to engage in hushed conversations. "Hey, can we exchange contact information?" "I can't, my dude. There's no internet here." "Yeah, we've completed the test, yet they haven't activated the network. I haven't even secured my first victory today." "Hey, fellow students, doesn't Bailu Academy seem a bit peculiar? The myriad scenarios we just experienced felt rather absurd, don't you think?" "Who knows? We've completed the test, and we'll soon find out. The key is that some of the scenarios, when considering geographical structures, simply cannot connect. I still find it hard to believe." At that moment, a timid voice piped up, "We are indeed not in reality." This remark struck a chord with many students. They had all contemplated the possibility to varying degrees, yet it seemed too bizarre, too fantastical. Everything before them mirrored reality perfectly, the visuals, the tactile sensations, and some had even pinched themselves to verify, finding the pain indistinguishable. If this was not reality, then what was the difference? This encapsulates the famous brain and Avat paradox. When virtual and real sensations are indistinguishable, how does one discern if they exist in the virtual or the real? Consequently, many dismissed this thought as it first emerged. Stop joking. How could there be such a realistic virtual experience? Gradually, the room quieted, and all eyes turned towards the one who had spoken. He was a slight, pale youth with a somewhat malnourished appearance, now visibly uneasy as numerous gazes fell upon him. His face flushed a deep shade of purple, and he lowered his head, feeling trapped with nowhere to hide. "On what grounds do you say that?" a seemingly cheerful student suddenly queried. The boy, already anxious, spoke almost inaudibly, but the weight of expectation hung heavily in the air as many awaited his response. Reluctantly, he murmured, "The test has been underway for nearly 4 hours. I don't feel hungry or thirsty, nor do I have the urge to use the restroom," as his words hung in the air. Everyone around him appeared to suddenly awaken, eyes widening in realization. "Indeed, I've been so engrossed in the test that I didn't even notice," one student remarked, "while VR technology has existed for some time. In the VR games I've played at malls, it only engages vision. Other senses cannot be integrated into virtual reality. I still find it hard to believe. Modern technology isn't that advanced. It's true. I don't feel the need to use the restroom at all. I've been experiencing diarrhea these past few days." After the boy spoke, discussions erupted, growing increasingly loud, disrupting Teacher Ming as he guided students in selecting their school cards. Teacher Ming raised his voice, "Everyone, please quiet down." His authoritative call for order resonated like a gavel striking in a courtroom, and silence enveloped the room. Teacher Ming, smiling amiably, remarked in a light tone, "It seems you are conversing about something quite novel." Some individuals chuckled, surprised that the seemingly stern Teacher Ming could keep up with contemporary internet humor. As all eyes turned to him, Teacher Ming declared, "I previously mentioned that all your questions would be answered after you complete the entrance test. Once you select your school card and enter that door, all your inquiries will be addressed. However, if you continue to chatter, I will have to spend time restoring order, which ultimately affects everyone's time. So, I ask for your cooperation. I shall endeavor to be expedient, all right?" His words were delivered with grace, first using humorous internet references to engage attention and alleviate the students' inherent resistance towards authority, thus softening their preconceived notions. Then, in a gentle and calm tone, he articulated the stakes without imposing his authority to silence them. This approach not only reassured the students but also maintained order. Yet, the downside of this method was its fleeting effectiveness. Sure enough, moments later, whispers began to resurface. Just as Teacher Ming prepared to speak again, a chilling voice pierced the AI talking. With this proclamation, a frigid wind seemed to sweep through the room, laden with an aura of intimidation. Everyone froze, akin to startled chicks, their hairs standing on end, as they promptly straightened up, scarcely daring to breathe. The voice, though not loud and somewhat high-pitched, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Devoid of any warmth, it was both commanding and menacing. A group of 16 and 17-year-olds had never encountered such an oppressive presence. Many swallowed hard, averted their gazes, and lacked the courage to look directly at the voice's owner, opting instead to steal glances from the corners of their eyes. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man clad in an icy blue ensemble, his hair dark and tousled, contrary to the imposing figure one might envision to match such a voice. He was slender and appeared somewhat wiry, yet exuded an air of competence. His features were sharply defined, with a slightly pointed chin and a pale complexion, his eyes sharp and piercing. He approached Teacher Ming and spoke in a low, icy tone. "Until student numbers are confirmed, no conversations among new students are permitted." "You are too lenient," Teacher Ming replied with a smile. "Teacher Chui, there's no need to be so harsh. I've only just welcomed these students. If you frighten them away, it will be quite the loss." The man referred to as Teacher Chui responded, "There are not many left who are still testing. I've come to assist. You continue with your tasks while I stand guard." With that, Teacher Chui stationed himself by the wooden cabinet, silent as a statue, which deterred any student from speaking. A few bold students attempted to sneak a glance at Teacher Chui, only to quickly avert their eyes, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. This teacher, and no matter when I look at him, it feels as though his gaze is fixed on me. The atmosphere in the room grew tense and oppressive following Teacher Chui's arrival. As students selected their numbers, they quickened their pace when passing by him, eager to finish and escape his presence. Teacher Ming could only shake his head in a rueful smile, yet he had to concede that with Teacher Chui standing there, efficiency had indeed improved significantly. Those who had selected their numbers earlier and left were fortunate, having avoided the oppressive aura exuded by Teacher Chui. Upon stepping through the door that appeared to lead into nothingness, where a flickering light beckoned, Xiaoyang was immediately engulfed in darkness. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur. When the lighting shifts dramatically, whether dimming or brightening, one instinctively closes their eyes. just as Xiaoyang feared he would faint again. His awareness began to return. It felt akin to waking up just before entering a deep slumber, a peculiar sensation. Xiaoyang tentatively opened his eyes, only to find himself lying within an elongated, oval-shaped white simulation pod. The semi-transparent pinkish-purple door had swung open. He slowly sat up, a look of astonishment in his eyes, for he found himself surrounded by numerous identical simulation pods, arranged in a grid of 6 rows and 6 columns, totaling 36, all meticulously placed within a spacious room. Inside each pod, there was a bewildered boy or girl, just like him, who had recently awakened. The walls were adorned with a fresh coat of white paint interspersed with delicate lavender stripes, and a continuous row of control panels lined the walls, equipped with an array of buttons. From the loudspeakers on the ceiling, a mechanical voice repetitively announced, "The freshman entrance examination has concluded. Please rise and exit the room." Not long after he had sat up, Xiaoyang began to gradually feel a gnawing hunger in his stomach, his mouth parched, and an urgent need to relieve himself surged through him as he surveyed his surroundings. He began to think calmly. It seemed he had returned to reality. Teacher Ming had mentioned he was the first to complete the examination, so it must be that everyone would awaken together regardless of when they finished. He decided to leave the pod and figure it out from there. Upon stepping out of the simulation pod, Xiaoyang noticed he was still wearing the same clothes he had on before losing consciousness, save for a school ID card affixed to his chest. The card had a white background with a vividly printed plum blossom in the center, identical to the motif on the acceptance letter that Grandfather Qin had pressed into his hands before passing. As he made his way towards the door, Xiaoyang observed that the other students emerging from their pods appeared somewhat unwell, clutching their foreheads as if suffering from dizziness, stumbling as they walked. Some even squatted down, unable to stand, while a few in more severe distress leaned against the pod doors, retching. Xiaoyang, though not feeling dizzy himself, began to sway slightly as well, exclaiming, "Ah, my head feels so dizzy. Ugh." Once he exited the room, Xiaoyang felt his vision suddenly expand. The environment resembled the interior of an educational building, arranged in a circular layout with a high degree of modernity. He found himself on the 3rd floor, where several people had already emerged from their respective rooms, all precariously leaning against the glass partitions for support. As he gazed around, he noticed that the entire 3rd floor was filled with such rooms, numbering over 20. Turning to look at the nameplate beside the door, he discovered it read Room 309, Simulation Chamber. There were staircases at both ends and in the middle of the corridor, and in the central hall of the 1st floor. A woman was using a loudspeaker to announce, "Freshmen, please come down here and head towards the entrance." Feigning to lean against the wall, Xiaoyang cautiously descended the stairs to the 1st floor, where he saw that many students' dizziness was beginning to alleviate as they made their way towards the main entrance, and he blended in with the crowd. Upon exiting the building, he was greeted by a throng of individuals clad in red vests waiting outside. Before he could take in his surroundings, a young man and woman approached him. The woman sported voluminous waves in her hair, standing tall with a light makeup that complemented her pleasing features, her smile warm and sweet. The man had a square face with well-defined features, appearing somewhat earnest and honest, towering half a head above her. Both appeared to be a few years older than Xiaoyang. The woman waved and greeted him enthusiastically, saying, "Hello, Junior. Welcome to Bailu Academy. We are volunteer representatives from the Student Council. My name is Shi Yinxiu." The man added with a gentle smile, "Hello, Junior. I am Mengkuan." Xiaoyang beamed brightly, replying, "Hello, seniors. I am Xiaoyang." Shi Yinxiu then inquired softly, "Are you feeling unwell anywhere at the moment?" Xiaoyang, tapping into his acting skills, furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples. "Everything seems fine. Just a bit dizzy." Shi Yinxiu smiled reassuringly. "It's quite normal to feel dizzy after coming out of the simulation chamber for the first time. It will pass in a bit. Come on, Xiaoyang. We will take you to your dormitory and introduce you to the academy along the way." "Dormitory? But I don't know which one I'm assigned to," Xiaoyang replied, puzzled. With a cheerful smile, Shi Yinxiu pointed to the ID card affixed to his chest. Tearing it off, "Let me show you how to use it." Xiaoyang glanced down at his ID card, grasped a corner, and tore it off. Rolling up his sleeve to expose his wrist, he placed the card on it. "If you are right-handed, place it on your left wrist," Shi Yinxiu instructed. After following her instructions, something remarkable occurred. The solid ID card seemed to merge seamlessly into his left wrist, completely vanishing, leaving only a faint red glowing subtly. Xiao Yang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Noticing his surprised expression, Shi Yinxiu chuckled lightly. This is the integration technology. Now, press that red dot. Upon doing so, a blue, operable holographic projection window sprang forth from his wrist, roughly the size of a tablet, filled with various options and buttons. Shi Yinxiu began to explain methodically. Here, you can view some of your personal information. Your student ID is 00, and this year marks the 72nd anniversary of Bailu Academy. The academic years are organized according to the Chinese zodiac, and this year is the second year of the Gengzi cycle since the Academy's founding, placing you in the Gengzi cohort. Meng Kuan and I are from the Wushu cohort. 2 years your senior. Class designations follow the 12 earthly branches, with each branch accommodating 3 classes, totaling 36 classes, each with 36 students, making a fixed annual intake of 1296 students. When you selected your student ID, you essentially chose your class as well, so your ID number 0299 corresponds to the Gengzi cohort. In Class 3.in the Academy, you will need to utilize your ID card for numerous aspects of daily life and studies, such as communications, purchases, and more. A true all-in-one card. Here is the mail feature, typically used for announcements from the school and student organizations. Freshmen with newly activated ID cards will receive 2 emails, so go ahead and check. Xiao Yang tapped the mail section and indeed found 2 unread messages in his inbox. Point 1 was titled Bailu Academy Student Code of Conduct, and the other freshman enrollment instructions. Upon opening the latter, he read the following. 1. Please practice using all functions of the ID card and memorize information regarding your class, classroom, and dormitory. Point 2. Collect your personal items in front of the dormitory building. Organize your belongings once you find your dorm, and gather in the classroom by 7:30 p.m. You may roam the campus during this time to familiarize yourself with the environment. Note: certain areas of the campus have restricted access. If access is granted upon swiping the ID card, you may enter. If not, it means you do not have permission to enter. Point 3. If you encounter any issues on campus, feel free to ask a volunteer or contact your homeroom teacher. After reading, Shi Yinxiu smiled and said, "Shall we add each other as friends?" Xiao Yang hesitated, scratching his head. "I'm sorry, but I didn't bring my phone." Shi Yinxiu extended her right wrist, which also bore a small red dot. With a light laugh, she explained, "At Bailu Academy, we don't use phones. We use ID cards. Just open the friend section, tap on add friend face-to-face, then bring your wrist close." Xiao Yang followed her instructions, placing his wrist near hers. With a beep, a notification appeared indicating a successful friend addition. Shi Yinxiu continued, "Now we can chat. You can send messages, voice notes, photos, videos, and even conduct real-time voice and video calls. The functionalities are abundant. You can also search for friends by student ID, though that requires their consent. As she demonstrated, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, his clear and bright gaze fixated on the screen. Wow, this is so advanced. The integration technology, the holographic projection, and that lovely little red dot. Lovely little red dot. Shi Yinxiu paused, then burst into laughter. "You mean the simulation pod from the simulation chamber? It has a more elegant name, Linglong Xiang." Realizing he may have overstated his excitement, Xiao Yang composed himself and chuckled. "I feel as if I've stepped into a world of wonder, much like Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden." With a hint of pride, Shi Yinxiu replied, "You will encounter many more astonishing aspects of the academy in the future. You can view your dormitory and classroom here. You are assigned to the male dormitory number 2.511. Let's go." Xiao Yang quickly added, Wait, Meng Kuan. Let's add each other as friends too." Meng Kuan smiled faintly, extending his hand. "Seeing your current state reminds me of how we felt when we first entered the academy. Everything was so novel." After completing the friend addition, Shi Yinxiu and Meng Kuan led the way ahead. Before they departed, Xiao Yang glanced back at the educational building where 4 bold characters were inscribed, Exorcism Center. Hastening to catch up, he inquired, "Yinxiu, I noticed that the building is labeled Exorcism Center. What exactly does exorcism refer to?" At his question, Shi Yinxiu and Meng Kuan abruptly halted, exchanging serious glances. After a moment, Shi Yinxiu turned back, her expression now grave. "This is something we cannot divulge at present. Your homeroom teacher will explain it during the class gathering tonight." Meng Kuan echoed her sentiment, his tone serious. "That's correct. It's part of the welcoming protocols. We apologize." Xiao Yang couldn't help but smile wryly inwardly. Why were all the teachers and students at this academy so cryptic? Yet, this realization helped him understand teacher Meng better. If one person is cryptic, It could be mere theatrics, but if an entire group is, it must be a genuine secret, or simply not the right time to reveal it. Moreover, observing the expressions of Meng Kuan and Shi Yinxiu upon hearing the word Jiu, one could sense that it was indeed of considerable significance. Noting their reactions, Xiaoyang refrained from further inquiries. "All right, that's perfectly understandable," he remarked with a smile, then quietly followed behind them at a short distance, taking in the campus surroundings while exploring the various functions of the campus card. Much like a child who has just received a new toy, his eyes sparkling with wonder, he specifically clicked on the section for the homeroom teacher's information, only to find that the name, avatar, and other details were represented by question marks, with only an employee number visible. Presumably a contact number, which he chose not to add, thinking he would meet them later that evening. After walking for a few minutes, Xiaoyang spoke up. "Senior Meng Kuan, there's SA number 1000 at the upper right corner of this campus card interface," accompanied by the words Ku Dian. "What does that signify?" Meng Kuan replied with a faint smile. "Your observation is keen. Ku Dian is akin to the popular currency within the academy. Each freshman starts with 1000 Ku Dian, which serves many purposes. You'll gradually learn more about it." "Oh, I see," Xiaoyang said, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Senior Meng Kuan, your taste is commendable as well. You found such an outstanding girlfriend in Yinxiu." Meng Kuan was momentarily taken aback. While Shi Yinxiu turned around, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks, her eyes filled with surprise. "How did you know we were a couple?" she inquired. Xiaoyang teased. "Senior Yinxiu, the way you look at Senior Meng Kuan, your eyes are so full of affection. It's quite evident, and you both are wearing matching couple rings." Shi Yinxiu glanced at Meng Kuan, and since their secret was out, she confidently wrapped her arm around Meng Kuan's. Smiling brightly, "Your observational skills are quite impressive. You seem to have great potential. Those big eyes of yours, the more one looks, the more charming you become. I reckon you'll attract quite a few admirers among the female students." Xiaoyang flashed an innocent, youthful smile, feigning shyness as he scratched his head. "I hadn't thought of that. I just want to focus on my studies. Is it all right if I call you Sister Chiu?" he asked. "What does our academy specialize in?" This was the point of greatest curiosity for Xiaoyang. With such high-tech and costly investments, it surely couldn't be the same theoretical subjects as an ordinary high school. Shi Yinxiu let out a melodious laugh. "Haha, that's perfectly fine. Referring to us as seniors can feel a bit distant. Just call him Kuan Guan Michio Jia. Our academy offers a multitude of subjects, but I can't divulge specifics just yet. You'll find out tonight." Xiaoyang pouted, nodding. "All right then." However, even without Shi Yinxiu's clarification, he could surmise it must be related to that Jiu. As he pondered, he was astonished to discover a bridge ahead, spanning over a clear, sparkling stream. "There's a stream within the academy?" he exclaimed. Meng Kuan explained. "This is the Yu Creek. Our academy is divided by it. The west side is the work and study area, while the east side is the living area. There are 3 bridges in total. This is the central bridge, along with the south bridge and north bridge." The trio had departed from the Jiu Center, passing by the library and administrative building, encountering numerous other welcoming volunteers guiding the new students. After crossing the central bridge and entering the living area, Xiaoyang quickly spotted the Life Center and the Teacher-Student Activity Center, with the teachers' apartments and the second cafeteria to the left. Adjacent to the second cafeteria was a large pond adorned with lotus leaves, and further in the distance, a lush green mountain loomed. That's the Lotus Pond. It's quite deep, and behind it lies our academy's back mountain, Xiangling Mountain. It seems every academy has its own back mountain. What do you think of the scenery here?" Shi Yinxiu explained warmly. As Shi Yinxiu continued her enthusiastic narration, Xiaoyang gazed at the back mountain, his expression growing contemplative as he murmured, "Xiangling, fallen to dust, crushed into remnants, yet the fragrance remains unchanged. The mountain must be filled with plum trees. They must be exquisite when in bloom." Both Shi Yinxiu and Meng Kuan exchanged surprised glances. Shi Yinxiu praised, "Xiaoyang, your literary talent is quite impressive." Xiaoyang blushed modestly. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely associated it with the plum blossom pattern on the admission notice and campus card. I have no knowledge whatsoever. I'm just an empty vessel." Meng Kuan smiled. "Don't be so humble. The fact that you could quickly derive the origin of Xiangling Mountain's name shows your sharp mind. What was your rank in the entrance exam?" "Me? I think I was around 400 or 500. The questions were rather difficult. I struggled to answer them." Xiaoyang replied earnestly, his clear eyes filled with sincerity. Meng Kuan patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder, encouraging him. The true learning experience hasn't even begun. Keep it up. As they chatted, the trio found themselves unknowingly standing in front of the open area near the second male dormitory. Shi Yinxiu pointed towards a cluster of tents beside the first-floor hall of the dormitory, where many were queuing. That's the materials distribution point. They provide blankets, pillows, and sheets. If you need other personal items, you can purchase them at the life center we just passed by. Simply swipe your Kudian. Xiaoyang felt a tinge of embarrassment, whispering, Sister Chiu, Kuringu, where do I pay my tuition? With all these high-tech facilities, the tuition must be rather steep, and I don't have much money on me. Shi Yinxiu and Meng Kuan exchanged smiles, nostalgia washing over them, their eyes glimmering with warmth. Shi Yinxiu spoke gently. Xiaoyang, our academy does not charge tuition. New students are not required to pay for accommodation, textbooks, utilities, or any other expenses. You can consider Bailu Academy your home. It will surely not disappoint you. Xiaoyang felt a stirring within. He could genuinely sense the sincerity in Shi Yinxiu's tone and the profound sense of belonging she conveyed. Typically, students have little praise for their schools, often expressing lukewarm sentiments, especially as they progress to higher grades, voicing complaints. However, students rarely allow others to speak ill of their schools. Yet now, both Shi Yinxiu and Meng Kuan spoke of Bailu Academy with heartfelt admiration, which was indeed rare. While not charging tuition is undoubtedly a positive thing, the more affordable something is, the less likely it is to be cherished, often leading to the detrimental mindset of since there's no cost. I won't suffer any loss by not studying. But as Xiaoyang passed the library, he noticed through the glass that the expansive first-floor reading room was nearly full, with students diligently studying at the window seats from the second to fifth floors. It was noon, a time typically reserved for lunch or a break. The saying goes, to gauge a school's quality, observe its library, and Bailu Academy's academic atmosphere was evidently commendable. Moreover, throughout their walk, every volunteer wore a welcoming smile. Xiaoyang did not perceive any negative expressions of arrogance, disdain, or contempt from the upperclassmen on campus who weren't donning red vests towards the new students. Xiaoyang was a person attuned to his surroundings. He had been captivated by the series of extraordinary technologies since waking up. However, after Shi Yinxiu's remarks, he truly felt the profound cultural depth and positive atmosphere permeating the campus. It was akin to the solemnity one feels upon entering a temple or a Taoist shrine, or the eerie chill that envelopes one in a graveyard. Here, one could swiftly sense the weighty and upright academic spirit, subtly present yet pervasive. This atmosphere was not stifling like that of high school, but rather gently enveloping, devoid of burdens and pressures, akin to a gentle spring breeze awakening the scholarly spirit within one's soul. What made Bailu Academy so enchanting? How could it inspire all its students to study diligently and speak of it fondly? Treating it as their home? Xiaoyang smiled faintly, his tone ambiguous, leaving one unsure whether he was serious or jesting. I genuinely feel that our academy possesses something remarkable, and I have evidence to support my certainty. Meng Kuan chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Once you've settled your dormitory matters, feel free to explore the academy, but you can only roam the living area today. New students are unable to return to the study area. We must go welcome other new students now, so we'll take our leave. If you have any questions, you can message either me or Yinxiu. Xiaoyang nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. Goodbye. After Meng Kuan and Shi Yinxiu departed, Xiaoyang approached the materials distribution point, where a long queue had already formed, bustling with activity. Fortunately, some additional volunteers arrived to assist, and after a brief wait of about 10 minutes, Xiaoyang successfully obtained his bedding. The dormitory was not particularly tall, only 6 stories high, yet quite spacious, with each floor housing about 90 rooms. Xiaoyang took the elevator to the 5th floor, and as he searched for his dormitory, he noticed some doors along the corridor ajar and peered inside hastily. The dormitories were quadruple occupancy, featuring lofted beds with desks below, and the environment appeared quite pleasant, with new furniture. After a short stroll, Xiaoyang reached the entrance of room 511, where the door was closed and he could hear voices inside. Have my roommates already arrived? I wonder what they're like. He pondered, taking a deep breath before pushing open the door. The floor gleamed with a cleanliness that almost reflected light, and 3 boys with distinct appearances were seated on 3 brand-new chairs, engaged in conversation. Upon seeing the door open, All three turned their attention towards him. In a male dormitory, the atmosphere can often be most awkward during this initial meeting, but familiarity typically grows quickly, erasing any sense of awkwardness over time. Fortunately, Xiaoyang had already prepared an opening line before entering. He revealed his signature innocent and cheerful smile, waving his hand out high. Everyone. I'm a personal trainee with 2.5 years of practice. The three individuals appeared utterly bewildered, like statues frozen in place, rendering the atmosphere even more awkward. However, deep within Xiaoyang's gaze, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual flashed momentarily. He then cast a sweeping glance, imprinting the appearances of the trio into his mind. The occupant of bed number 2 was tall, with dark skin and strikingly rugged features, full lips and thick eyebrows. His upper body was clad in a loose black t-shirt and sweatpants, which did little to obscure his well-defined muscles and imposing stature, standing at least 6 feet tall. The boy in bed 3 was approximately 5 feet 7, extremely slender, sporting thick black-framed glasses with noticeable prescription lenses. His cheekbones jutted slightly, and his complexion was somewhat pallid. He exuded a frail, delicate aura, making Xiaoyang feel as if he could scarcely extract a few pounds of flesh from his entire being. The occupant of bed 4 was diminutive, short, and slender, measuring around 5 feet 3. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, and dark circles marred his eyes, likely due to a lack of rest. His bangs were cut low, nearly obscuring his eyes, and while his features were petite and delicate, he seemed rather timid, resting his feet on the chair, chin upon his knees, arms wrapped around his legs. Animals tend to curl up when they lack a sense of security, and it was apparent that this boy was somewhat intimidated. Xiaoyang discerned a peculiar expression on his face, as if he were desperately yearning for companionship yet struggling to muster the courage to engage in conversation. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of surprise in his heart. Could social anxiety reach such extremes? Despite a profound desire for friendship, he seemed at a loss for words. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for him. The tall, dark-skinned boy from bed 2 spoke up in a booming voice. So, you're the new trainee? Welcome, welcome. Now our dormitory is complete. Shall we sit together and chat? Coming right up. Xiaoyang promptly tossed his belongings onto the vacant bed 1 and hurried over. Spinning the 4th chair around and sitting backward, resting his arms on the backrest, the tall boy chuckled heartily. Perfect. We just arrived not long ago and we're about to introduce ourselves. Xiaoyang feigned surprise. Oh, how wonderful. I made it just in time. Who shall go first? The most handsome among us should start, right? Classmate, it's your turn. He turned to the small boy with his head resting on his knees, while the other two also looked in his direction. The small boy immediately lowered his head further, nearly burying it in his knees, and in a barely audible voice murmured, I am Ao Bei. Xiaoyang instantly smiled. What a coincidence. My name is Ao Yi. He then subtly gestured towards the slender boy in bed 3 and the tall boy in bed 2. The slender boy was the first to react. Responding, I am Ao Bei. The tall boy in bed 2, slightly slower to respond, stammered, I am Ao Te Man. The small boy broke into laughter, lifting his head slightly, appearing more relaxed. Xiaoyang spoke gently. Little Bei, you need not worry. We shall all be dormitory mates from now on. If you ever find yourself in danger or someone bullying you, these two will protect you. Exactly. Who dares to bully you? Just. The imposing boy with dark skin was about to flex his biceps when he abruptly sensed something amiss. Huh? Why are we two protecting little Bei? What are you going to do? Xiaoyang feigned seriousness. I will carry little Bei to safety. Ao Bei smiled faintly. I am not afraid of danger. I merely tend to feel nervous in front of strangers I don't know how to converse. No worries, silence can be golden, remarked the bespectacled slender boy, adjusting his glasses with a finger. I am Gui Kai. Xiaoyang glanced at Gui Kai's bony arm, which seemed so fragile it could snap with a mere pinch. Wow, you're incredibly thin. Perhaps you should learn some fitness tips from this big guy? Gui Kai frowned. I wish I could gain some weight, but no matter how much I eat, I remain thin. Exercising is too exhausting, and I have to watch my diet. I just can't keep it up. The robust boy clapped his chest. Don't worry. If you want to work out, I'll handle the equipment and methods for you. My surname is Sieburo. Upon hearing that name, Xiaoyang nearly burst into laughter, struggling to contain himself. Sieburo noticed Xiaoyang's peculiar expression and shot him a puzzled glance. Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at your name. It just reminded me of something amusing. Siebu Ro is a wonderful name, brimming with masculine vigor. Gu Ikai and Aobe remained expressionless upon hearing the name Siebu Ro, while a flicker of something unusual crossed Xiao Yang's eyes once more. Siebu Ro chuckled innocently. My grandfather named me, hoping I would be strong and fierce. A robust body leads to a robust spirit. Self-improvement is key, indeed, absolutely correct. Xiao Yang enthusiastically chimed in. I am Xiao Yang, the Xiao from Xiao Tiao and Yang from Sui Yang Di. With Xiao Yang's introduction, the four engaged in a lively conversation, transitioning from discussions about their hometowns to their hobbies. Siebu Ro hailed from northeast China and enjoyed fitness and sports. Gu Kai was from central Hunan, with a passion for reading. Anything from ancient to modern literature. Aobe came from Sichuan, reveling in anime and comics. Xiao Yang, from Hunan, delighted in helping others. As the conversation flowed, Xiao Yang realized he shared two hobbies, one of which aligned closely with Gu Kai's interest in classical Chinese literature and art, which he adored. It wasn't that he had always been fond of it. During elementary school, his Chinese grades had been mediocre. However, upon entering middle school, he felt as if he had awakened a latent passion for classical literature, obsessively devouring texts on history and poetry. Yet, his understanding remained at an amateur level, as he was merely 16. His second hobby was traveling. A true man should aspire to explore the world. Xiao Yang relished experiencing new things, walking untraveled paths and witnessing unseen landscapes. Since we're all dorm mates now, shall we add each other as friends? Xiao Yang suggested, rolling up his sleeves and opening the friend-adding feature. After they exchanged friend requests, Xiao Yang created a group chat named after 4 identical dog emoji. Though the 4 roommates had different interests, they shared one commonality. They were all single. All right, the group is set up from now on. May we share both joys and burdens, Xiao Yang declared. Chapter 18. I have a nickname. Xiao Yang often astonished his companions with his wit, eliciting laughter from all, creating a harmonious ambience. Gu Ikai gazed at the holographic projection on his wrist, exclaiming in wonder, our academy is truly remarkable. And that simulation pod. How were these innovations developed? During my entrance exam, I could hardly fathom not being in reality. Siebu Ro replied, I had considered it, but couldn't believe it. Little Bei is impressive. He was certain about it. Xiao Yang was taken aback. How did you know Little Bei was certain? Siebu Ro explained, while we were in line for our student numbers. His room was set up in a spiral formation. I was not far from Little Bei. He mentioned he felt neither the urge to use the restroom nor hunger. Many people suddenly realized that I tried it myself and felt no urge whatsoever. Like my body was well all right. All right. Let us not delve into that, Gu Kai interjected, looking disgusted. Xiao Yang regarded Aobe with a newfound admiration and glanced at Siebu Ro with a hint of distaste. Gu Kai adjusted his glasses, praising Aobe, Little Bei, you are remarkably clever. Did you finish your entrance exam swiftly? Aobe murmured. Not really, there were so many people ahead of me. Over 100. I think that I was too frightened to move during the hospital segment. Gu Kai nodded in agreement. Yes, it was truly unnerving. I heard the person completing the exam 10th took less than 2 hours. Just imagine how fast the first person must have been. I can't fathom how many candidates there were. Wait, Xiao Yang, why do you look unwell? Are you feeling all right? Xiao Yang supported his forehead. I'm fine, just a slight headache. Siebu Ro patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. I felt unwell coming out of the simulation pod as well. It will pass soon. I need to enhance my physical fitness and become a robust man. Xiao Yang chuckled. Ha ha ha. Just be careful not to overdo it in the gym and turn into a clumsy brute. A rugged, clumsy brute. I'll change your nickname to that. Hey, I'm not clumsy. Siebu Ro scratched his head. How about I give you a nickname? What do you go by? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, a spark of cleverness lighting up his eyes. You can call me Little Sample, or you could use another nickname, but I'm a bit embarrassed to say it. The other 3 became intrigued. And Gu Kai pressed, what is the other nickname? Oh well, Xiao Yang appeared somewhat troubled. Maybe it's best left unsaid. It's a bit difficult to articulate. Just call me Little Sample. Gu Kai urged, come on, don't hold back. We want to mock you. Xiao Yang frowned slightly, gazing at Gu Kai. After much contemplation, he finally resolved, all right, I'll share it, but in return, I'll give you both nicknames too. Fair is fair. Right? Plus, I can give you a nickname related to your slenderness. That way, if you wish to shed the nickname, you'll be motivated to grow stronger, and no one will call you that anymore. It has been tested and proven effective. Gu Itsai sensed a slight unease, yet remained uncertain, voicing his skepticism. Have you truly tested its effectiveness? He inquired further. Were you once slender as well? Xiaoyang pressed his lips together and replied, Not exactly. I have bestowed nicknames upon other slender individuals, and ultimately, he transformed into a shot-put athlete. Gu Itsai feigned anger, exclaiming, Get lost. So that's your idea of a personal trial. Trust me, it will undoubtedly motivate and encourage you. Xiaoyang asserted with unwavering conviction. Gu Itsai pondered for a moment and cautiously asked, What nickname? Skinny dog. What nonsense is that? I refuse. The more you resist, the better the effect. In a way, ultimately, after Gu Itsai's fervent arguments, the nickname was changed to Bean Sprout. Thus, on the very first day of school, Gu Itsai resolved to engage in fitness, vowing to shed the moniker of Bean Sprout. Having secured Gu Itsai's agreement, Xiaoyang turned his attention to Xiaoboru, whose skin was notably as dark as coal. If you don't want to be called Iron Fool, henceforth, your name shall be Old Black. Old Black? Why does that sound akin to calling someone black? Xiaoboru frowned slightly, seemingly reluctant. Xiaoyang placed his hand on her shoulder, asserting earnestly, That's not quite right. Think about it. Don't you sometimes feel irritable and unable to control your temper? Old signifies maturity, while black represents steadiness. Calling you Old Black will serve as a constant reminder, wouldn't you agree? Through emotional appeal and logical reasoning, Xiaoboru nodded thoughtfully, as if conceding. Noticing her agreement, Gu Itsai hurriedly interjected, All right, we've settled on our nicknames. Now you can share yours. Xiaoyang still appeared hesitant, gesturing for the three to lean in closer. His bashful demeanor piqued their curiosity about what absurd and embarrassing nickname he might reveal. Even prompting the socially anxious Aobe to lean in slightly, Xiaoyang cupped his hands around his mouth, whispering, My other nickname is Father. Damn. Get out of here. Laughter erupted. Such is the nature of male camaraderie. Once one begins to call another son, it signifies a deepening bond. Xiaoyang chuckled heartily. I'm not as robust as Old Black, nor as talented as Bean Sprout, and I'm certainly not as clever as Xiao Bei. So I can only gain the upper hand verbally. Ha ha Aobe, half sitting and half squatting on his chair, softly remarked, I'm not particularly clever. I can assure you it's not intelligence. It's merely that whenever I'm nervous, I feel the urge to use the restroom. This time, however, I was hidden away in the hospital for too long without feeling anything, so it's just my luck combined with being timid. Not clever at all. Xiaoyang laughed lightly. That's still quite impressive, don't you think? Xiaoboru slightly nodded, saying indeed, that's quite clever. The imagery was too vivid. Who would dare imagine it? Even if one did, who would believe it? It felt as if one were experiencing it firsthand. Utterly unbelievable. Gu Itsai then composed himself, stating earnestly, Everyone, I've noticed that some novels feature schools that specifically cultivate or train exceptional talents. Could Bailu Academy be one of those? Otherwise, why all the mystery? At the age of 16 or 17, one is most prone to fantasizing and dreaming. Everyone harbors a desire or speculation about being exceptionally unique, aspiring to be the chosen one, only to discover later that we are all but ordinary folk. Xiaoboru spoke solemnly. I too find it strange. The final question was excessively ruthless. Are they not attempting to mold us into agents or assassins? Gu Itsai gently rubbed his chin with his thumb and forefinger, pondering. I understand that cutting-edge technology is likely more advanced than what we ordinary people can grasp, but I believe it shouldn't be so drastically different. Aobe huddled closer, whispering, I share that sentiment. It doesn't resemble the technology currently available on Earth. All three expressed their doubts, but then Xiaoyang's casual remark sent their heart rates soaring. What if we are not actually on Earth right now? Chapter 19. The Master Gu Itsai's eyes widened, his glasses slipping down to the tip of his nose. What do you mean? Are we on an alien planet? Xiaoyang's expression turned grave as he replied, Not an alien planet. It's still Earth, just not the Earth we originally inhabited. Are you familiar with parallel worlds? Aobe's eyes grew round with astonishment. Are you suggesting time travel? Xiaoyang's demeanor became serious as he slowly articulated. That's roughly the idea. Although the timeline nodes are close, all being modern, we may originate from different parallel worlds. Otherwise, the surreal technology here simply cannot be explained. Xiaoboru's face reflected disbelief. Are you implying that this technology is futuristic? Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, Speaking with profound significance, it's hard to say. It might either stem from a future parallel world or involve phenomena we are entirely unaware of. However, the existence of parallel worlds is a credible hypothesis. Do you recall what I said upon entering? Xiaoborov contemplated. Wasn't it something about being a trainee? Xiaoyang nodded, affirming, exactly. This phrase is known to nearly everyone in their teens, yet you all displayed no change in expression upon hearing it. Even your name, Old Black, bears a striking resemblance to a popular meme, yet you reacted not at all. This indicates a significant issue. I suspect that a parallel world doesn't simply refer to every node in the same timeline. It's not merely time travel. Even if this world and another parallel world differ by just a second, substantial changes could occur. The trajectory of historical development remains unalterable. We are all in modernity, yet not in the same modernity. Let us conduct a test. You all were knocked unconscious and woke up directly in that white room, correct? If I'm not mistaken, sharing the dates before we lost consciousness might yield surprises. I was August 280, Jiu Itsai recalled swiftly, eagerly adding, I was August 140, Aobe murmured. I was August 17 Dick. Xiaoboru exclaimed incredulously, no way. I was August 31 St. Xiaoyang spread his hands. See? We all woke up from the simulation chamber at the same time. Yet Bean Sprout was unconscious for over 10 days, longer than Old Black. If we were in the same world, being unconscious for such an extended period would have likely resulted in Bean Sprout's demise due to his physical constitution. Therefore, I believe Teacher Ming transported us from our respective worlds to this current one. For instance, Teacher Ming might have spent half an hour in my world, rendering me unconscious, and brought me here, while only a minute or even less elapsed in this world. Thus, with over 1,000 new students, it would equate to less than a day's time, which makes perfect sense. Jiu Itsai seemed to ponder something. Frowning, could it be that there exists some high-tech nutrient solution that allows us to maintain normal metabolism while unconscious? After all, they have simulation chambers. Xiaoyang nodded slightly. That's a possibility, but I consider it unlikely. If such a nutrient solution existed, capable of sustaining over 1,000 individuals for days or even longer, it would suggest low costs and high stability, negating the need for a cafeteria. Yet, on our way to the dormitory, countless people were entering and exiting the cafeteria. Of course, it's also plausible that the nutrient solution doesn't satisfy culinary cravings, making the cafeteria still somewhat justifiable. However, being unconscious for over 10 days, even with normal metabolism, would lead to muscle weakness due to lack of physical activity upon waking. Yet, after emerging from the simulation chamber, we only experience dizziness, with no other symptoms, which doesn't add up. Gu Itsai swallowed hard. Oh my, what have I been through these past 2 days? Xiaoyang chuckled lightly. If we're still uncertain, we can share some notable events from our respective worlds over the past decade or two. ILL start. 3 years ago, a novel coronavirus swept the globe, and just recently, our country relaxed its pandemic policies. Jiu Itsai interjected. Wasn't he that 2 years ago? Xiaoborf asked, what virus? I only know the World Cup was held last year. And France WO and Aobe remarked, I haven't heard of a coronavirus. World Cup? I recall Argentina winning, and a basketball star passed away a few years ago. No, he was still here for an event last year. Didn't a famous actor jump off a building back in 04? No, but a lead singer from a rock band unexpectedly passed away abroad in the 90s. He is perfectly fine. He even released a new album not long ago. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned still. Apart from Xiaoyang, the other three fell into silence, exchanging glances filled with realization. It seemed they had all come to recognize the absurd truth, their eyes betraying growing panic and fear. Gu Itsai's complexion grew increasingly pale, his lips slightly parted. Xiaobora's breathing became noticeably heavier and faster. Aobe curled up tighter, as if wishing to envelop himself, his fingers trembling slightly. Xiaoyang realized that the revelation of the parallel world concept had struck them with overwhelming force, pushing their mental states to the brink of collapse, and he felt a twinge of regret for having shared this hypothesis with them. Unlike the surreal technology of virtual reality, the impact of parallel worlds is entirely revolutionary. The former elicits mere wonder, while the latter instills a sense of panic. A normal individual, upon realizing that they have departed from their familiar world and entered an entirely strange and unknown realm, would inevitably lose a significant portion of their sense of security. The remaining fragment of comfort stems from the modern appearance of the teaching buildings and dormitories, as well as peers who share similar skin tones and language, elements that resonate with the characteristics of their original world. Serving as the last bastion of support for the three of them, preventing them from completely breaking down. Witnessing this last thread of stability begin to falter, Xiaoyang hastily shifted his tone. Speaking cheerfully, "Oh, don't be afraid. Just think about it. The seniors we saw on our way to the dormitory, they seemed so harmonious and friendly. The atmosphere on campus is quite warm, indicating that they are happy living and studying here. They too have traversed this stage we are now facing. What is there for us to worry about? If the academy intended to harm us, we would have perished long ago. Even if we were still in our original world, the end of summer break would have led us to an unfamiliar high school, residing in dorms, confronting the unknown. What is there to dread here? In fact, I believe this place far surpasses those ordinary high schools. With such advanced technology and countless novel experiences to explore, there is no cause for concern. Our arrival here is undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence." Upon hearing Xiaoyang's reassurances, Xiebu Rou and Gui Kai's expressions softened, and their emotions gradually settled. However, Ao Bei still appeared quite sensitive, trembling slightly. Xiaoyang shifted his chair closer to Ao Bei, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Think of it as visiting a new tourist attraction. It's perfectly fine." Ao Bei seemed to nod with great effort. Xiaoyang sighed inwardly, recognizing that Ao Bei still lacked the courage to face this reality. After all, he was socially anxious, and interacting with strangers was already a considerable challenge. Now confronting an entirely unfamiliar world was overwhelming. As his mind raced, an idea struck Xiaoyang. "Little Bei, consider this. It was Teacher Ming who brought us here. Don't you trust him? He is quite an extraordinary person." The term extraordinary originally denotes someone profound and unfathomable. In Xiaoyang's heart, he was actually referring to Dada Master of Enigmas. Chapter 20. Speculations. Upon hearing the name Teacher Ming, Ao Bei's demeanor finally shifted. His eyes ceased their flickering. Xiaoyang felt the tension in Ao Bei's body dissipate beneath his hand. Gui Kai eagerly chimed in. "Exactly. Teacher Ming is a good person. Both my aunt and uncle have great faith in him." Xiebu Rou nodded vigorously. Yes, my grandfather told me to follow Teacher Ming and study diligently at his school." "Indeed." Ao Bei finally revealed a faint smile. His legs, previously curled tightly beneath him on the chair, now relaxed, though they remained closely pressed together, still exuding a hint of awkwardness and truth. Xiaoyang harbored an even more outrageous conjecture. Yet he hesitated to voice it, lacking solid evidence and requiring further verification. When Xiaoyang first entered, he had intentionally introduced himself using a popular reference, aiming to test his theory about the parallel world. The lack of any reaction from the other three had deeply unsettled him. Having read countless novels about traversing worlds, he now found himself in such a situation, having crossed over in pristine condition, alongside over 1,000 others. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang's mental fortitude allowed him to accept this bizarre reality swiftly. Rather than fear, he felt a tinge of excitement. He relished new experiences, and what could be more alluring than an entirely new world? Moreover, there might be countless fresh worlds awaiting exploration. Just the thought of it sent a thrill through him, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to discover this new earth. Thus, the first step was to familiarize himself with Bailu Academy. With Ao Bei appearing significantly more at ease than before, his mindset stabilized, and his speech no longer a mere whisper. Xiaoyang teased. "You are quite observant. You should breeze through the entrance assessment, right?" "I was just a lucky cat stumbling upon a dead mouse," Xiaoyang replied with a wry smile. "I wasn't as adept as you all. I broke quite a few things and could barely pass the final stages, nearly dozing off by the time I reached that room. There were hardly any participants left, so I probably ranked near the bottom," Gui Kai exclaimed. "You can actually doze off? You must have some nerve." Xiaoyang chuckled. "Not only do I have a big heart, but I also have a hearty appetite. It's almost mealtime. Shall we tidy up and head out for some food and supplies? We can also explore the living area." The other three unanimously agreed, and they set about making their beds. Half an hour later, the four of them left the dormitory and headed straight for the dining hall. On their way, the picturesque and pleasant campus of Bailu Academy, coupled with a refreshing breeze, eased the weight of their thoughts regarding the parallel world. Upon entering the dining hall, the enticing aroma of food instantly awakened their appetites. The second dining hall, located within the living area, boasted 3 floors, with the third floor designated for faculty, inaccessible to students. Each floor featured nearly 20 service windows, offering a diverse array of cuisines: Hunan, Sichuan, Cantonese, Hangzhou, Northwestern, Northeastern, and even a halal window catering to minority students. Staples of rice and noodles were abundant, alongside clay pot rice, noodle stalls, spicy hot pot, milk tea, and hamburgers with fries. Xiaoyang took note of the price list above the service windows. The most expensive meal cost merely 3 coup points, while a standard 2-meat, 1-vegetable dish was priced just over 1 coup point. After a quick mental calculation, he concluded that 1 coup point roughly equated to 10 yuan. Wait a minute, does that mean every freshman received 10,000 yuan? Xiaoyang furrowed his brows, realizing this was not necessarily a good thing. A large allocation implied future expenses would similarly be substantial. Otherwise, if it were only for living and shopping, it would be impossible to exhaust it all within a semester on campus, indicating there must be other uses. After ordering their preferred dishes, the four of them sat together and began to eat. Xiaoyang and Xiebu Rou devoured their meals with gusto, while Gui Kai and Ao Bei chewed thoughtfully. With a mouthful of steamed bun, Xiebu Rou mumbled, "The food in this dining hall is genuinely delicious. Both in taste and presentation, it's incredibly affordable and of remarkable quality." Gui Kai took a bite of noodles and, after swallowing, remarked contentedly, "Indeed, this bowl of braised noodles surpasses any I've ever tasted. The noodles are so chewy, and the broth is exquisite. It seems I have hope for weight gain." After they finished their meals, the four of them left the dining hall, satisfied, and headed towards the living center. The first floor featured public bathing facilities, a laundry room, a barbershop, and a clothing store. Xiaoyang and Ao Bei, being from the south and unfamiliar with public baths, were driven by curiosity to pull aside the curtain and enter the men's bathhouse. Upon seeing the stark white interior, they hastily retreated within 10 seconds. Though the student dormitories were equipped with private restrooms and bathing areas, many still frequented the public bath, either out of habit or for the communal experience of scrubbing each other's backs. Not to mention the presence of sauna rooms. The second floor housed 2 large convenience stores, stocked with various everyday items like toothbrushes and towels, as well as stationery and snacks. After a round of shopping, Xiebu Rou, carrying a shopping basket, exclaimed in delight, "Are the meals inexpensive? So are the goods. A bottle of water costs only 0.2 coup points, and a toothbrush is just 1 coup point." Suddenly, Gui Kai nudged Xiaoyang with his shoulder, gesturing with a sidelong glance, and whispered, "Look." Xiaoyang followed Gui Kai's gaze to 2 girls clad in ultra-short shorts, their figures slender, skin fair as snow, and their hair still damp from the bath. Carrying their bathing supplies, likely just emerging from the first-floor bathhouse. Xiebu Rou shook her head slightly. "No way, they're too thin, lacking any curves." Xiaoyang retorted quietly, "They are quite attractive, you know. Be careful. Don't let yourself veer off course." Xiebu Rou hissed back, "I'm as straight as an arrow, stricter than alloy." After finishing their meals and shopping, the four returned to the dormitory just past 6 o'clock, with only an hour remaining before the 7:30 assembly time in the classroom. After quickly organizing their purchases, Xiaoyang lay back on his bed, one leg dangling off the edge, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Gui Kai passed by and lightly tapped Xiaoyang's leg. "What are you thinking about? Surely not those 2 seniors from the supermarket." Xiaoyang crossed his arms behind his head, speaking lazily. "I didn't bring my phone before I fainted. With nothing to do, I can only zone out." Gui Kai shrugged. "We wouldn't have done much with it anyway. There's no internet here, just a hunk of metal. It's nearly out of battery." With that, Gui Kai wandered to the balcony to enjoy the view. Although Xiaoyang appeared to be daydreaming, he was actually contemplating a theory he had not shared with the other 3. During their stroll through the living area, Xiaoyang had not spotted a single vehicle. No private cars, no trucks. He hadn't even seen a single parking space. Furthermore, the entire living area was paved with cobblestones, a surface prone to damage and ill-suited for car travel. Given the numerous supplies and meals required for the campus, what means were employed for transport? Additionally, regarding the internet and electricity, Bailu Academy was encircled by a 5-meter-high wall, and Xiaoyang had noticed no visible wiring or power lines on any of the buildings. Not a single power tower was in sight. Yet, streetlights illuminated the paths, and the dormitories were equipped with air conditioning. Where was this electricity sourced? Was it all underground cabling? Was the campus network a large local area network? Furthermore, there was the matter of deliveries. With thousands of students on campus, there were no points for receiving or dispatching parcels. nor a single delivery locker in sight. It was worth noting that even prisons could receive packages. Why not here? Were there magnetic levitation transport systems, some new form of energy, or perhaps even some whimsical wormholes at play? If one were to claim that the academy is nestled deep within the mountains, in a place so remote that even birds would refrain from leaving their droppings, Xiaoyang would find it even more perplexing. In such a secluded spot, one would expect that food supplies would arrive infrequently, frozen and thawed only when needed. Yet, the meal just consumed in the cafeteria was undeniably fresh. The stone-paved road devoid of deliveries, lacking internet cables, without electrical wires. What sort of place is this that possesses surreal technology yet exudes a primitive essence? Chapter 21. Destiny brings you here. Xiaoyang increasingly felt that his suspicions were justified. This parallel world housing the White Deer Academy, could it be? Just then, as Xiaoyang was lost in thought, Xiaoboru approached and gently patted his leg. It's 7:10. It's nearly time to gather in the classroom. Xiaoyang abruptly sat up, leapt from his bed, and exclaimed, "Let us go." There was no point in overthinking. He would learn everything upon meeting the homeroom teacher later that evening. According to the school card information, the classroom for the Gungzi cohort, Classine 3, was located in Building 326, directly facing the grand entrance of the White Deer Academy. A natural dirt road, 5 meters wide, stretched forth, impeccably clean, flanked by rows of camphor trees. A few dozen meters away, the path turned, obscuring any further scenery. The entrance, quite grand, resembled a towering archway supported by 4 octagonal columns, soaring 30 to 40 meters high, exuding a magnificent aura. Beside the archway, an elderly guard dozed in his post, seemingly unconcerned about anyone sneaking in or out. Between the comprehensive building and the archway lay a spacious plaza, at the center of which stood a massive statue. 5 meters tall. Xiaoyang had observed it a few times, but without any accompanying description, he could only deduce from its form that it depicted a formidable man, standing atop 9 tripods. The comprehensive building was the largest structure in the entire White Deer Academy, towering 12 stories high, with gray-white ceramic tiles adorning the floors. Each of the first 6 floors housed over a dozen ordinary classrooms, along with 4 large lecture halls capable of accommodating nearly 200 students. The 4 friends, uninterested in waiting for the elevator, opted for the stairs, arriving at the entrance of classroom 326, where 6 rows of 6 chairs were neatly arranged. The 2 columns formed a group, totaling 3 groups, and more than 10 individuals had already arrived, primarily gathered by dormitory units, with the 4 friends clustering together. Considering Albei's height, Xiaoyang suggested, "Xiaobei, how about I sit in front of you?" Upon entering such a populated environment, Albei appeared noticeably anxious, shaking her head and softly replying, "No, I prefer sitting at the back. My eyesight is fine. I have trouble seeing." Xiaoyang glanced back and noticed that the last 4 seats in the third group were vacant. So he subtly gestured with his chin, and the 4 of them moved in unison toward that direction. As they approached, they simultaneously noticed that a girl was already seated in the third row from the back of the second group. Their simultaneous awareness stemmed from the alarming sight of her left forehead and left eye, which were marred by a dense circle of blood-red streaks, even her pupils appearing crimson. Quite a terrifying sight. It became clear to Xiaoyang and his friends why no one had occupied the last 4 seats in the middle group. Even this girl's deskmate's seat remained unoccupied. Nevertheless, the 4 friends remained undeterred, their steps unwavering as Xiaoyang passed by. He even offered a smile to the girl. She had long, thick bangs that could not conceal the red marks, dressed in a green short-sleeve shirt, wearing glasses, and exuding a quiet demeanor. Gu Yizai and Xiaobork took the last seats in the third and fourth rows, while Albei and Xiaoyang sat in front of them. Once seated, Xiaoyang retrieved his pen and notebook from his pocket and began to survey the classroom. The chairs were somewhat worn, adorned with scratches, and the drawers were empty, lacking any contents. The blackboard at the front was divided into 3 sections, with regular blackboards on either side and a touchscreen in the middle. On the 3-foot podium rested several boxes of white and colored chalk, alongside a stylus. Above the blackboard fluttered a vibrant 5-star red flag, and 2 cameras were mounted in the upper left corner of the ceiling and the rear right corner, making the environment akin to an ordinary high school or university classroom. Suddenly, a girl walked through the classroom's front door, and Xiaoyang's attention, indeed the attention of every male in the room, was instantly captured. She wore a light blue floral dress that reached her knees, her hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, her complexion as smooth as jade, and her delicate feet adorned in white wedge sandals. Her slender hands were encased in sky-blue sheer gloves, embellished with snowflake patterns, emanating an ethereal, aloof grace. Not only was her demeanor striking, but her beauty was equally breathtaking. Her brows resembled emerald feathers. Her face appeared as if sculpted from ice, her deep-set eyes glimmering with a subtle radiance, and her lips, naturally red and delicate, bore no trace of makeup. As she gracefully glided forward, she embodied an otherworldly elegance. As if untouched by the mundane, Xiaoyang hastily grasped Albei's hand, as if he were experiencing a heart attack, and squeezed out the words through clenched teeth. Xiaobei, that I'm blind, and I'm blind. Gu Yizai and Xiaoboru behind him were equally mesmerized, rendered speechless, while Albei, concerned, asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "What do you mean you're blind?" Xiaoyang clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony as he declared, "I am blind. I feel like I will never see another girl again." Albei's expression froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Wherever the girl walked, the gazes of over a dozen boys in the classroom followed her. For the first time in his life, Xiaoyang felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Thump, 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 thump. It accelerated further, as if his heart were about to leap from his chest and explode. This was solely because the girl was slowly approaching him, ultimately stopping just 2 steps away from Xiaoyang's left front. The girl slightly leaned forward, pointing to the empty seat before Xiaoyang, and softly inquired of the girl with the alarming red marks. "Hello, may I sit here?" Her voice was cool and melodious, akin to a refreshing spring. The bespectacled girl with the red marks smiled and replied, "Of course." Thus, the stunning girl gracefully took her seat directly in front of Xiaoyang. At that moment, Xiaoyang felt as though he could scarcely breathe, or rather, had forgotten how to breathe. Seconds later, a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils, not the rich scent of perfume, but rather, the girl's natural fragrance. Xiaoyang swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a tickle in his nose. Achoo! A loud and satisfying sneeze jolted Xiaoyang from his dazed state. However, after sneezing, the tickling sensation in his nose persisted. Achoo! Achoo! A barrage of sneezes followed, seemingly unstoppable, awakening not only Xiaoyang but all the captivated boys around him. Gu Yizai patted Xiaoyang on the back. "Hey, are you all right? What's going on?" Achoo! Xiaoyang could scarcely speak, only able to wave his hand in response to Gu Yizai's inquiry. All eyes in the classroom were suddenly directed at Xiaoyang, transforming the atmosphere into a scene of social embarrassment. With no other recourse, Xiaoyang dashed out of the classroom, the itchy sensation gradually subsiding. After taking a few deep breaths and rubbing his nose, he returned inside. Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai wore mischievous grins, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Gu Yizai pulled Xiaoyang closer, whispering, "Wow, with such a beautiful girl sitting in front of you, you might lose all interest in studying from now on." Xiaoyang forced a smile, frowning at the prospect of having sneezed a dozen times. If he were to sit down again and sneeze, he might find himself unworthy of the experience. Xiaoboru grinned and said, "If you can't handle it, then let us switch seats." Gu Yizai quickly interjected, "If anyone switches, it should be me. You're too tall. Who would be able to see from the front?" Xiaoyang placed his hands on their shoulders, whispering, "Quiet down. I'll sit down first and see how it goes." Returning to his seat, Xiaoyang soon found that the delightful fragrance enveloped him once more, intensifying the itch in his nose. "Damn it!" he cursed inwardly, quickly tilting his head back and tapping Albei. "Xiaobei, tissue." Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai behind him were wide-eyed, eagerly awaiting Xiaoyang's impending sneeze. Albei promptly retrieved a tissue from her pocket. Xiaoyang took it, rolled it up, and stuffed it into one nostril, alleviating the itch considerably, making it bearable. He then turned back, lifting his chin with a smug expression. Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai simultaneously gave him the fingered. As the time approached 7:30, with only a few minutes remaining, Xiaoyang quietly asked, "Hey, has anyone added our homeroom teacher as a friend?" The other 3 shook their heads. Xiaoboru pouted. "I hope it's not some creepy old man or a fierce old lady." A hint of fear flickered in Gu Yizai's eyes. "Let us hope it's not the teacher Chui from the elective room." Upon hearing the name Chui, both Xiaoboru and Albei shuddered. Xiaoboru feigned anger. "Don't jinx it, do ya? Our homeroom teacher must be a gentle and beautiful female teacher. Xiaoyang, however, remained bewildered. Who is Teacher Cui? You don't know? Xiaoboru inquired, puzzled. It seems you arrived late for the entrance test. By the time you got here, she might have already left. Wow, the aura she exuded was genuinely terrifying. It made all my hairs stand on end. Just as they were speaking, the classroom suddenly fell silent. This was the unspoken agreement among all students, usually signaling that the teacher had arrived. The four of them looked up, speechless, exchanging glances. Ming. Teacher Ming? Chapter 22. Understandable with a square face and a gentle demeanor, Teacher Ming entered, carrying a stack of papers. The few students seated in the front row were pleasantly surprised to see him enter, greeting him with cheerful exclamations. Hello, Teacher Ming. Are you our homeroom teacher? Teacher Ming smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Sitting at the back of the classroom, Xiaoyang felt a sense of dismay wash over him. Even if, as Xiaoboru said, it had been a lecherous uncle or a fiery aunt, he wouldn't have minded. But it was this Teacher Ming who left him feeling slightly irked. It wasn't that Teacher Ming was unkind. In fact, it was quite the opposite. It was precisely because he was so amiable that Xiaoyang felt unable to conceal anything in his presence, his thoughts laid bare. This left Xiaoyang, who typically enjoyed keeping things hidden and manipulating others, with a sense of defeat, as if he were the one being controlled. There was also a feeling of helplessness, a realization that he could no longer indulge in secrets, nor could he remain within the crowd while simultaneously thinking ahead of them. Why did this class of 36 newcomers have to be mine? Aobai, Xiaoboru, and Gu Yicai, on the other hand, appeared quite jubilant, wearing expressions of sheer delight. After all, in their eyes, Teacher Ming was a kind and responsible educator. A sentiment Xiaoyang also agreed with, though it did little to alleviate his discontent. Teacher Ming approached the podium, neatly arranging a stack of A4 papers before beginning to survey the classroom. Occasionally exchanging pleasantries with the seated students, effortlessly recalling each of their names. As he reached Xiaoyang's side, noticing the tissue stuffed in his nostrils and glancing at the stunning girl seated before him. Teacher Ming chuckled lightly. Ah, the vigor of youth, understandable. Xiaoyang hastily yanked out the tissue, presenting it to Teacher Ming. No, I'm not bleeding. But as soon as he removed it, the alluring scent triggered an itch, compelling him to hastily reinsert the tissue. His actions appeared rather comical, prompting muffled laughter from Xiaoboru and Gu Yicai, whose expressions twisted in an effort to suppress their amusement. Teacher Ming simply smiled gently, refraining from further comment, and circled back to the podium as the melodious bell rang. All students settled into a quietude, their curiosity about the academy palpable, each harboring countless unanswered questions. Why was there such an abundance of surreal technology? What exactly was being taught at this institution? Was it truly a parallel world? If so, how had they crossed into it? All these queries would soon find resolution. With a warm smile gracing his lips, Teacher Ming addressed the eager gazes of more than 30 students, uttering a single phrase. I know you are all anxious, but please, do not rush. Laughter erupted in waves. Some laughed heartily, as they were familiar with the inside joke, while others chuckled softly, appreciating the humor of Teacher Ming's words in this context. Teacher Ming picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write a name on the blackboard, his strokes bold and vigorous. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ming Xiuxian. Ming as in Confucius, Xiu as in self-cultivation, and Xian as in aspiring to virtue. I am the homeroom teacher of class ENSAN. The coming years at Bailu Academy. We will learn and progress together. I am aware that many of you harbor numerous questions, so I must ask you to listen attentively to what I am about to say. The content will undoubtedly exceed your wildest imaginations, and you must be mentally prepared not to miss any crucial information due to surprise. The students below the podium straightened their posture, fully alert. First, let me explain why our academy possesses technologies that transcend your understanding. This is because you are not in your original world. Rather, you are in another parallel world. The expected gasps of astonishment did not arise. Instead, whispers of disbelief filled the air. Come on, Teacher Ming must be pulling our leg, right? How could that be possible? Do you believe it? I certainly don't. Ming Xiuxian seemed to anticipate this reaction, raising his voice. I understand that this is hard to believe at first. You may ask each other about significant events that have occurred in recent years to verify this, and you will soon find clarity. I will give you 5 minutes. As his words fell, many began to discuss animatedly. After a minute or two, some became increasingly agitated, questioning their peers. Have you had the virus? No, I'm Ling Hu Chong. Have you had the virus? I prefer Xiao Lung Nu. Have you had the virus? Impossible. If I had, I would have been taken away by an ambulance and quarantined. How could I possibly be here? As more students realized that their experiences were at odds with those of their classmates, some recalled hints during afternoon discussions in the dormitory, initially dismissing them as jokes or trivialities. Now, with the teacher's confirmation, aside from the 4 students in Xiao Yang's dorm who were already aware and in a normal state, the majority of the class was visibly shaken, their eyes clouded with confusion, clearly struggling to accept the revelation. Their voices grew louder, entirely oblivious to their own volume. Not only that, but the corridors echoed with commotion from various classrooms, likely ignited by the astonishing news. Seated in the penultimate row, Xiao Yang noticed a detail. The stunning girl in front of him displayed no signs of surprise, remaining remarkably composed. Had she sensed something beforehand? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, while he observed her lack of reaction, teacher Meng Xiuxian had also noted that the 4 individuals from dormitory 511 were exhibiting no unusual behavior. And he discreetly cast a glance toward Xiao Yang. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Bang bang. Meng Xiuxian lightly tapped the podium, restoring silence to the classroom. The atmosphere shifting from restlessness to solemnity. Students, there is no need for alarm. First, I would like to ask a question. Please raise your hand if you have never left your province. Nearly half the students raised their hands. All right, please lower your hands. Now, those who have never been abroad, please raise your hands. All 36 students in the classroom raised their hands. Good, please lower your hands. Meng Xiuxian chuckled softly. Students from the south prefer sweet tofu pudding, while those from the north favor savory. Southern students enjoy rice, whereas northern students prefer noodles. Even within the same province and country, regional differences can be significant. So, what distinguishes this place from outside your province or country? Moreover, by coming here, you will experience various novel things that you could never encounter in your original world. In the future, you can return to your original world as if you were studying abroad and come home during breaks. Remember, a parallel world is still a world. It has its sun and moon, mountains and rivers, and the 4 seasons. The earth remains the earth, and you are still you. Upon hearing these words, some students began to feel less anxious, their panic subsiding significantly, though their blinking rate was still somewhat rapid, and their breathing remained erratic, indicating their inner turmoil. The fear of the unfamiliar stems from the unknown. Once it is confirmed that the unknown poses no threat or danger, it gradually transforms into astonishment and curiosity. Therefore, what Meng Xiuxian needed to do next was to convert this unknown into known. Parallel worlds. Many of you may have encountered the concept in various films and television shows. Though perhaps not accurately, now, let me elucidate the notion of parallel worlds. Please focus your attention as I speak. Chapter 23. Parallel worlds. Meng Xiuxian picked up a piece of white chalk and turned to draw a straight horizontal line on the left side of the blackboard. On the far left, he wrote before Christ, and on the far right, now, marking a point in the middle labeled year 0. This line represented the timeline of your original world from antiquity to the present. In your understanding, this line could theoretically extend infinitely in both directions. However, the reality is that both ends are finite, or rather, they possess dynamic limitations. For humanity, when tracing back, the starting point of this line is 4.6 billion years ago, coinciding with the birth of the Earth. While it continues to stretch forward as time ticks away, it is important to note that there exists a present moment, which we refer to as the frontier of time. The parallel world cannot traverse beyond this point, which we call the end-day time. Meng Xiuxian erased the word now from the rightmost end of the line, replacing it with end-day time. The current end-day time is September 5, 2023, at 20:05, while the time in this world is August 31,940 AD, at 19:15. Which corresponds to what you would recognize as the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period in history. As his words resonated, gasps of astonishment filled the room. My goodness. In a way, the utterance came instinctively, while the latter part remained unvoiced out of decorum. After all, this was a classroom, and students aged 16 or 17 still held a degree of respect. Even Xieburu, Gu Yizai, and Ao Bei were taken aback. They had anticipated a time travel scenario, but they had not expected to be transported to the ancient past. Only Xiao Yang, inwardly amused, thought to himself. Just as I suspected, he had long surmised that the presence of surreal technology coupled with an air of primitivity indicated that this world must be set in ancient times. Additionally, the introduction of end-day time eliminated his previous speculation that the surreal technology stemmed from the future, leaving only one possibility, that this world harbored peculiarities unknown to all the new students. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward facade of astonishment, joining Aobe and the others in their exclamations, having grown accustomed to the act. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly observed the girl in front of him, noting that she remained devoid of emotional fluctuation, merely offering quiet reassurances to the girl next to her. Meng Xiuxian drew 2 additional points on that straight line with chalk, then connected them with an arc, continuing to speak. Any point on this line represents a parallel world, however, traversing from one time node to another on the same timeline. As in this instance, does not constitute a genuine crossing between parallel worlds. For instance, moving from your original timeline in the year 2023 to 221 BC is merely the action of a person on this timeline, which disrupts the timeline and creates one or more new parallel worlds, an act strictly forbidden. True crossings between parallel worlds should occur as follows. Meng Xiuxian produced 4 pieces of colored chalk in different hues, turned around and drew 4 horizontal lines of equal length above and below the previously drawn white line. These 5 lines represent 5 timelines, numbered from 1 to 5. Of course, there are infinitely many timelines and parallel worlds. I am merely providing a simple illustration. Subsequently, Meng Xiuxian used the white chalk to connect a point on the topmost line to a point on the bottom line. The laws of crossing between parallel worlds dictate that traversing from a specific time node on the first timeline to a specific time node on the 5th timeline constitutes a true crossing between parallel worlds. If executed properly, this will not cause confusion between the 2 timelines. Each parallel world develops along a different trajectory. While some significant historical events may coincide, certain random occurrences may not necessarily unfold in the same manner. For example, a species that has gone extinct in one world may still thrive in another parallel world. A celebrity who has passed away may be living well in yet another parallel world. There may even be instances where a parallel world suffers devastation from a meteor strike, resulting in complete destruction and no survivors. In simpler terms, you all may originate from different points on the same timeline, akin to 2 trains traveling in the same direction at identical speeds on the same track, moving forward yet remaining in perpetual stillness relative to one another. However, such instances are relatively rare. More commonly, individuals hail from different points on different timelines, much like cars traversing separate lanes on a multi-level interchange, operating independently without interference. Many students' concerns and anxieties stem from this, perceiving their surroundings as profoundly unfamiliar and distant from their original world. Instilling a sense of fear, at this juncture, Meng Xiuxian paused, walked to the far left of the blackboard, and stood beside the inscription before Common Era. Reflecting on this, consider that when we stand at the starting point of time and gaze forward, everything appears uncertain. How long after the Earth's formation did life emerge? When did the first humans appear? When did each dynasty transition? What will next year's harvest yield? Will it rain in a few days? Or, on a personal level, from childhood, we ponder our futures. What will adulthood bring? Will we perform well on final exams? When will we marry? The myriad uncertainties and queries arise because we consistently look from the past to the future. Let us attempt to shift our perspective. Meng Xiuxian took a few steps to the right side of the 5 lines, standing beside the phrase eternal time at 1/3 of the blackboard's width. When we look backward from the future, we find that everything transforms entirely. The transitions of dynasties, the evolution of species, the caprices of weather, and the vicissitudes of human fate appear to have been preordained. Since everything is predetermined, what is there to fear? For us as individuals, this very moment constitutes our eternal time. The past cannot be altered, and the future remains unseen. We should not allow lingering regrets and unfounded worries to mar our present experiences. Why live in constant trepidation, burdened by anxieties? This encapsulates the essence of eternal time. Hence, dear students, remember my words. When looking from the past to the future, all is variable. When looking from the future to the past, all is fixed. Understanding destiny breeds no fear. Renewing oneself daily is the attitude one ought to embrace in life. Meng Xiuxian's words, coupled with his magnetic voice, poured into the hearts of all students like a refreshing spring, instantly soothing their anxieties and unrest. Particularly the phrase understanding destiny breeds no fear renewing oneself daily, resonated deeply with Xiaoyang, who found it profoundly enlightening. For 16 or 17-year-olds, the rules governing the operation of parallel worlds can indeed be quite mind-bending. However, with Meng Xiuxian's elucidation, the concepts became clear and comprehensible, offering inspiration and insights, thereby alleviating the mental shock this situation had imposed on the students. An all-encompassing benefit, as expected of a teacher, his eloquence was commendable. Indeed, after Meng Xiuxian concluded, Xiaoyang sensed the atmosphere in the classroom becoming lively, dispelling the previous tension and gloom. Many students dared to engage in lighthearted banter. Yes, it's as if we are attending school in a foreign land. Indeed, everyone here is exceptionally talented, articulate, and I absolutely adore this place. It seems there is even a hint of anticipation. I have truly made progress. I have traversed realms, ha ha ha, observing the students' emotions stabilize and their spirits uplifted. Meng Xiuxian smiled once more and spoke again. Dear students, you may still be unaware of the rare talents you possess. What I am about to share pertains to how each of you was selected to be here. Chapter 24. Conditions for enrollment. This is a matter of considerable interest to many students, though not to Xiaoyang. He is unconcerned about how he was chosen. He merely wishes to know what he will learn here. He suspects it relates to the calamity, but that is the extent of his curiosity. Furthermore, Xiaoyang has questions regarding the nature of time in parallel worlds. If I traverse to this parallel world and remain for a semester, upon my return to my original world, will I return to the moment I fell unconscious, or to the point that has similarly elapsed a semester of time? If I return to the moment of my unconsciousness, has my body aged the equivalent of a semester? What principles govern the discrepancies in the passage of time during such traversals? Before Meng Xiuxian could clarify, he abruptly shifted to the topic of enrollment conditions. Xiaoyang surmised that this was not an oversight but rather a deliberate choice, so he refrained from raising his hand to inquire further and continued to listen intently. Meng Xiuxian, with a gentle smile, surveyed the classroom and began to speak. At White Deer Academy, during our summer recruitment, we search across various parallel worlds within the 2 months preceding eternal time, typically seeking students who have graduated from junior high and are at least 16 years of age. Of course, even within the 2-month window, there are countless parallel worlds. We accept students until we reach our quota of 1,296 each year, facilitating instruction and management. The age requirement of 16 is due to the fact that children under this age are generally more focused on the tone and emotions of the speaker rather than the content itself, which is detrimental to subsequent learning. Conversely, once they reach 16, they begin to comprehend deeper layers of meaning within language, which constitutes the first condition for your selection. Xiaoyang concurred with this point. Recalling how many of his classmates in junior high failed to grasp the nuances and implications of their teacher's words, lacking the maturity of thought for effective communication. A simple example illustrates this. When you wish to excuse yourself from class to attend to personal matters, if you approach the teacher and they respond with a furrowed brow, saying, "Well, this is generally not permissible," many students under 16 might interpret the teacher's frown as a definitive no. In reality, a statement like "generally not permissible" may imply that there is still a possibility. Conversely, if the teacher smiles and says, "This matter, well, is generally permissible," one should be wary, as it likely indicates a lack of feasibility. This illustrates the subtleties of communication. Of course, there are exceptions, as some children under 16 may possess keen insight, while some over 16 may lack understanding. However, the age of 16 serves as a balanced demarcation for this demographic. This also subtly implies that the curriculum at White Deer Academy is relatively profound, with a significant level of difficulty. The second condition stipulates that social relationships must be uncomplicated. As you are already aware, this world is set in ancient times, devoid of mobile, telecommunications, or any means of real-time communication with previous worlds. If social relationships are complex, the frequency and need for external contact during your studies will be heightened. However, everything concerning White Deer Academy and this world must be kept strictly confidential from your previous worlds. No one must mention it. Thus, this second condition facilitates the maintenance of confidentiality. Naturally, you may apply to return to your respective worlds during the holidays. It is crucial to emphasize that should you violate the confidentiality agreement in your previous world, you will face expulsion. Our Academy's teachers have taken measures to prepare for your arrival, advising parents to refrain from contacting you during weekdays under the pretext of submitting mobile phones, in the event of special circumstances requiring parental contact. We will have designated teachers to facilitate communication, You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately recalled the name Huashu Middle School on the acceptance letter. It seems it was a preparatory step taken by the teachers of White Deer Academy. He remembered that during previous conversations in the dormitory, Xiaburu and Gu Yizai had never mentioned their parents, only referring to relatives such as aunts and uncles or grandparents, at the time. He considered it a coincidence. Now, he realized it was a carefully curated selection. It seems the new students are either orphans or relatively independent left-behind children, thereby excluding those excessively coddled, such as mama's boys and spoiled princesses. Moreover, Xiaoyang sensed that this second condition was unlikely to be as straightforward as it appeared, suggesting that there were deeper implications beyond mere confidentiality. If one were to only recruit students with simple social connections, it would significantly narrow the pool of candidates, making the admissions process considerably more challenging. Given the ability to engage with parents actively seeking students, why create such a considerable inconvenience for oneself? Complex social ties typically imply numerous concerns. What kind of school disallows even the burden of such concerns? The moment one thinks of the endeavors undertaken by Grandpa Qin and his companions. Xiao Yang's gaze deepens contemplatively. Meng Xiuxian's explanation continues as he picks up a piece of white chalk and approaches the right side of the blackboard, writing as he speaks. The final condition, which is also the most challenging to fulfill, is introduced. As many of you may have heard, humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, the 3 souls being the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the life soul. The 7 spirits consist of the heavenly charged spirit, the spiritual wisdom spirit, the vitality spirit, the strength spirit, the central spirit, the essence spirit, and the heroic spirit. To traverse parallel worlds, the 3 souls and 7 spirits must solidify, and the heavenly charged spirit must be distinct from the ordinary. Upon hearing this, many classmates in the classroom appear bewildered. The 3 souls and 7 spirits have manifested. Could there also be golden pills? Primordial infants or ascensions from the ground? Am I destined to become an immortal? Meng Xiuxian seems to anticipate such reactions, turning to lean against the podium. Does it sound fantastical? You have been educated since childhood to believe in science. Matters such as the 3 souls and 7 spirits have always existed solely in imagination and legend. However, consider this. Parallel worlds are equally inconceivable, thus one must learn to accept phenomena that transcend conventional understanding. The frog in the well cannot discuss the ocean. It is confined by its limitations. The summer insect cannot speak of ice. It is bound by its time. Do not allow the knowledge you have acquired to become the well that obstructs your vision or the shackles that restrict your thoughts. Instead, let it serve as a telescope to explore this world and a weapon to break the chains. Meng Xiuxian turns again, encircling the words heavenly charged spirit with chalk. The heavenly charged spirit is extraordinarily powerful, a rarity among the myriad, an exceptionally rare talent. Why is the heavenly charged spirit unlike others? It is due to the occurrence of an extremely low probability event, resulting in your uniqueness across infinite parallel worlds. For instance, in Timeline 1, there exists a Zhang San, while in Timeline 2, there is also a Zhang San. Though these 2 Zhang Sans are the same individual, their fates may diverge completely or bear striking resemblance. However, you all exist solely within your original timeline. This means there is no alternate timeline featuring another version of you. Rather, there are infinitely many of you within the same timeline. Only by meeting the aforementioned 3 conditions might you be chosen to come here. And the probability of this happening is exceedingly low. So low, in fact, it can be illustrated by a vivid metaphor. Imagine disassembling an entire car into its individual parts, which are then swept away by a tornado, only to fall back together perfectly as a complete vehicle. The odds of that happening are akin to your chance of being selected. After conveying this, Meng Xiuxian pauses, silently observing the students below the podium, as if gazing at a particular individual or perhaps at each of them collectively. Many students, stirred by Meng Xiuxian's earlier words, cannot contain their excitement and whisper to their deskmates. What, am I truly the chosen one? I am going to excel. I'm going to soar. I always knew I possessed some special talent that just hasn't been discovered yet. While the classmates revel in their unique joy, Xiao Yang remains fixated on Meng Xiuxian at the podium. He notices that the usually gentle and amiable Meng Xiuxian's faint smile has quietly vanished. Students, Meng Xiuxian's voice, though not loud, carries a tone that is strikingly different, imbued with firmness and resolve. The classroom falls silent in an instant, the sound of a pin dropping audible. With an impassive expression, revealing no hint of emotion, he calmly states, "I have mentioned that each of you possesses an extraordinary talent, and I have also indicated that your selection is a matter of exceedingly low probability. However, I have never claimed that you are the chosen ones, nor have I suggested that attending Bailu Academy is an immensely significant achievement." Though his tone remains unembellished, every student feels as if they have been ensnared by an incantation, seated immobile, heads bowed, earnestly absorbing his admonition. Meng Xiuxian raises his gaze slightly, his eyes growing distant as if projecting his vision into the vastness of the galaxy, and speaks in a soft, resonant tone. In this vast world, every child possesses a rare talent. Each child has their moment of being chosen by fate, and they will shine with their own light at a specific moment in their lives, even if that light is as faint as a firefly. Still, it is neither humble nor ordinary. It is the most exquisite scenery within the boundless universe. Chapter 25. The exorcist Xiao Yang is momentarily stunned. It is only now that he comprehends why Meng Xiuxian expends such effort in elucidating their selection process. Once a person begins to perceive themselves as different, they inevitably transform into that distinction. Only when an individual recognizes themselves as part of the collective can they truly stand apart from it. Why does that feel peculiar? Regardless, I am neither part of the collective nor the distinction. I am simply myself. Following Meng Xiuxian's earnest counsel, the atmosphere in the classroom shifts from overly exuberant to a more reflective calm. Indeed, is being endowed with the heavenly charged spirit so remarkable? It is akin to someone merely being taller than others. It is merely a difference among individuals, and one must not become overly self-important. The burgeoning sense of self-importance that had arisen in many students' hearts is swiftly quelled by Meng Xiuxian. As if he has shut the door and locked it tight, Xiao Yang cannot help but mentally applaud Meng Xiuxian. "Darn it, you've done it again." A smile returns to Meng Xiuxian's lips as he moves to the left side of the blackboard, lightly tapping it twice before chuckling softly. "All right, students, what I shall now discuss is what you will actually learn at Bailu Academy." Finally, the crux of the matter has arrived. Xiao Yang leans in attentively, awaiting Meng Xiuxian's next words. It is quite simple, encapsulated in just 2 words. Meng Xiuxian takes up the chalk and turns, emphatically writing 2 characters on the right side of the blackboard. Upon exiting the building housing the simulation chamber, Xiao Yang had glimpsed the sign reading Exorcism Center. He had anticipated that Meng Xiuxian would inscribe the words exorcism, but he was mistaken. Meng Xiuxian wrote instead, "Being human, to study, to acquire knowledge, to cultivate oneself, to rectify one's heart, to nurture one's character. Ultimately, all of this is about learning how to be human. Only by mastering the essence of humanity can one excel in their endeavors." As he articulates this sentiment, Xiao Yang is struck by the impression that within the depths of Meng Xiuxian's eyes, there lies an intense fervor. Gazing at this sincere, fiery expression, Xiao Yang feels a stirring within. Is it possible that he holds such earnest hopes for us, whom he has just met? Perhaps having him as our homeroom teacher is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Meng Xiuxian continues, imparting his wisdom. In your previous world, achieving high scores, gaining admission to prestigious universities, and securing well-paying jobs seem to have become the ultimate objectives of schooling. However, this is misguided. Your true purpose should be to become the best version of yourselves. The crux lies in whether you can recognize what you genuinely wish to pursue and dedicate yourselves to that pursuit with unwavering perseverance. "Teacher, what I wish to pursue is wealth." A boy interjects suddenly, eliciting laughter from the entire class. Xiao Yang turns his head to see a chubby boy seated to his left, separated by an aisle. Clad in a yellow short-sleeve shirt and white shorts, with a garlic bulb nose, small eyes, and slightly curly hair, he appears quite comical. Meng Xiuxian does not exhibit any irritation at the interruption. Instead, he smiles gently and replies, "Of course, many have fantasized about sudden wealth. It simply depends on whether you pursue material gain or spiritual fulfillment. For instance, if you have a passion for painting, some may choose to hold exhibitions after mastering their craft, reaping both fame and fortune, aiming to improve their lives and those of their families, which is entirely acceptable. Conversely, others might excel in their art yet prefer to remain low-key, immersing themselves in the beauty of nature, seeking to enrich their souls through painting, which is also commendable. The former seeks material satisfaction, while the latter seeks spiritual freedom. Both are worthy of respect. The issue arises when some choose to adopt a lofty stance while still being concerned about societal perceptions. While others conform yet feign superiority, the root cause remains an unclear understanding of what they truly desire. This is not contingent upon one's profession. Even if one lives a humble life, they can still aspire for greatness. Work is simply a means of survival. The body may be dedicated to living, but the soul must be returned to dreams. I must apologize. At Bailu Academy, we cultivate students for only one vocation, the exorcist. The students, absorbed in Meng's eloquent discourse, exhibit expressions of confusion upon hearing this unfamiliar term, glancing left and right, realizing none of them know what this profession entails. Meng Xiuxian presses a button, illuminating the screen in the center of the blackboard. I understand that the term exorcist is unfamiliar to many of you. To explain this profession, we must first comprehend what exorcism entails. Having shared so much, I realize you may be fatigued. Let us take a moment to watch a video. Upon finishing, Meng Xiuxian taps the screen with a stylus, and the video begins to play. The visuals depict a chaotic blend of black and white. Gradually, the black forms the background while the white condenses into straight lines. A singular white line is magnified, and other colors begin to emerge within its confines. Blue transforms into water, green into trees, red into fire, and life begins to flourish, marking the inception of a parallel world. Just as everything becomes clear, a subtle gray hue unexpectedly appears, drifting aimlessly until it completely escapes the bounds of the white line. The image continues to zoom out, revealing a multitude of white lines, each with a small gray fragment emerging, coalescing into a single mass. The gray solidifies and re-enters one of the white lines. After a brief moment, a gray particle appeared in the center of the white line, rapidly spreading outward until it transformed the entire white straight line into a gray one. Subsequently, the gray line began to emit even finer shades of gray, gradually encroaching upon the distant or adjacent white lines, turning them all gray. The video concluded at this point. Meng Xiuxian restrained his smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, indicating that the matter to follow was of utmost seriousness, his voice notably subdued. Jiu, he explained, is an evil spirit born from the residual miasma left behind at the inception of each parallel world. Seeking to conquer all realms, the gray scene in the video represents Jiu. Jiu has existed for eons, having laid claim to countless parallel worlds throughout endless ages, leaving devastation in its wake, with corpses strewn across the land and the cries of the forsaken echoing. It wasn't until several hundred years ago in our present world that a meteorite fell from the cosmos, marking a turning point. This meteorite, known as Yuanjing, endowed humanity in this world with the ability to traverse parallel worlds, and those with exceptional talents could acquire formidable powers to resist Jiu's invasion. Such individuals were referred to as Yuzhou masters at that time. However, the number of Jiu was overwhelming, and the Yuzhou masters could only seek assistance from other parallel worlds. Locating equally gifted individuals to bring back to this world and cultivate them into Yuzhou masters, thereby strengthening their ranks. United, Yuzhou masters from various parallel worlds established an alliance to combat Jiu. Named the Jiuhuan Bureau, while designating our current world as Nanke and the original worlds of the Yuzhou masters as their respective Taoyuans, gradually formalizing the training of Yuzhou masters. Even so, Jiu remained astonishingly powerful. People could only defend against it but could not eradicate it, leading to increasingly dire circumstances. Until 102 years ago, a formidable individual known as Mr. Xia emerged, a prodigy who, in alliance with the Jiuhuan Bureau, succeeded in slaying the first Jiu, transforming Yuzhou masters into the true opposition to Jiu. That year became known as the first year of Nanke. Chapter 26. The mind-bending principles of traversal. As Meng Xiuxian concluded, the classroom erupted into a cacophony. What had I just heard? A science fiction tale? It seems we have been chosen to combat monsters. How does one eliminate Jiu? With a broom? No, I think it involves setting off firecrackers. Haven't you heard the legends of New Year's Eve? Amid the fervent discussions among classmates, Meng Xiuxian merely smiled in silence, allowing the dialogue to flow. Sometimes, it is essential to grant students the freedom to converse, especially when faced with such significant information laden with new terminology. This allows for better digestion and understanding. Xiao Yang, however, keenly captured several key phrases, furrowing his brow in thought. Yuanjing, Jiuhuan Bureau, Nanke, Taoyuan, Mr. Xia. Yuanjing. Xiao Yang surmised that this enigmatic entity was the very source of the surreal technologies.as for the Jiuhuan Bureau. The name itself suggests a close connection to traversing between parallel worlds. Nanke, he recalled the coup point on his student ID, evidently related to Nanke. Regarding Nanke, he pondered whether this world has always been referred to as such at any point in time. Taoyuan was relatively straightforward. Each traveler has their own Taoyuan, rendering the need to describe their original world unnecessary. Too cumbersome and verbose when Town sounds so melodious. Mr. Xia, he immediately thought of the statue in the plaza outside the administrative building. In Meng Xiuxian's description, Mr. Xia was a legendary figure akin to the dawn of creation for Nanke, making the erection of a statue entirely reasonable. Wait. Xiaoyang suddenly recalled that the statue was standing upon 9 tripods. Xia, ding. Could it be that this Xia refers to the Xia dynasty? As Xiaoyang pondered earnestly, Xie Buru tapped him on the shoulder. What are you thinking about? Xiaoyang smirked and replied, I was contemplating how to explain to my family when I returned to Taoyuan. Xie Buru's brows knitted in concern, murmuring, yes, how should I explain to my grandfather what I'm learning here? Mr. Meng just said we must keep it confidential. If I accidentally let something slip and get expelled, would that mean my memory would be erased? Then I wouldn't remember any of you. Jiu Yitzai suppressed a chuckle and remarked, You're being foolish. Why would they erase your memory? If you're expelled, you simply won't be able to traverse anymore. In your Taoyuan, you can say whatever you want. Who would believe you? You'll probably just be considered insane and locked away. Don't worry, we'll come to visit you often. Xie Buru scratched her head, seemingly convinced by his reasoning. Bang, Meng Xiuxian rapped the podium again. All right, class, we mentioned some concepts earlier that require further clarification. First, regarding Yuanjing, do you remember our initial question? Why does the Nanke world possess so much surreal technology? The answer lies here. The energy extracted from Yuanjing can achieve feats unattainable in previous eras. The very first individuals to encounter Yuanjing harnessed its energy to become Yuzhou masters. Next, concerning the Zhihuan Bureau, every time we traverse, we must obtain guidance and permission from the Zhihuan Bureau, and the largest Yuanjing is also stored within it. Furthermore, regarding our Nanke world, from the moment the Yuanjing fell, the timeline of Nanke has collapsed into a singular point moving forward. In other words, this timeline cannot undergo traversal. This involves one of the most perplexing aspects of parallel worlds and may be somewhat mind-bending, so allow me to illustrate. Meng Xiuxian glanced at the time displayed on the screen and continued. Currently, our Nanke world is at 2005 on August 31,940 AD. If you were to traverse to a certain parallel world on another timeline and spend half an hour there, upon returning to Nanke, would you arrive back half an hour later, or would only a minute have passed in Nanke? Xiaoyang had contemplated this question before. The discrepancies in the passage of time must be alterable. Otherwise, Meng Xiuxian would become bewildered after interviewing new students across 1296 worlds. Even if each student took only 10 minutes, it would require 9 days, and many would not endure physically. Indeed, Meng Xiuxian's response confirmed Xiaoyang's suspicions were correct. The answer is both. Spending half an hour in another parallel world means half an hour has also elapsed in Nanke, termed synchronous traversal, the simplest form of traversal. Conversely, if one were to spend half an hour in another world and return to Nanke, having only a minute or less pass, this is termed asynchronous traversal, necessitating the energy from Yuanjing to accomplish. The larger the time differential, the more energy is required. Having clarified this issue, a new question arises. If I were to remain in another parallel world for 10 years and return to Nanke after only a minute has passed, would my body age by 10 years? The answer is unequivocally yes. Regardless of how many worlds you traverse or how long you stay, the passage of time upon your body remains unchanged. Now, the truly perplexing part begins. Meng Xiuxian approached the 5 straight lines on the left side of the blackboard, pointing to the middle white line, stating, as I previously mentioned, your actions of traversal along your own timeline are forbidden, as they would cause timeline chaos and create new parallel worlds. Suppose I am a being from the 3rd timeline in a certain parallel world in 2023. I cannot directly traverse to 2022 on the same timeline. Would it be permissible if I first traverse to a certain parallel world on the 2nd timeline and then to the 3rd timeline's 2022? Clearly, that is also not allowed. The Zhihuan Bureau system would not approve. But what if I were to bring both the you from August 31, 2023, and the you from August 30, 2023, to the Nanke world? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, realizing this was a question he had never considered. Indeed, countless parallel worlds exist along a single timeline. Could one not bring countless versions of Xiaoyang over? However, he quickly deduced that this was not feasible. The reasoning is simple. If it were possible, the groundbreaking Mr. Xia could have summoned all his counterparts from other parallel worlds to combat you, Yet it was evident that such actions did not occur during the first year of Nanke. Ming Xiuxian smiled and stated, "The answer is no. Remember, true traversal between parallel worlds entails moving from one timeline to another. If handled correctly, it will not result in timeline chaos. That handling correctly is the crux of the matter. Each timeline has its natural trajectory of development. When we enter a parallel world on another timeline, logically, regardless of our actions, our mere presence creates causality, leading this world to deviate from its original trajectory. However, that's not the case. Each timeline possesses its tolerance for error, allowing it to self-correct minor deviations. Bringing you to Nanke is akin to directly removing an individual from your Taoyuan. Is this considered a severe deviation? Not at all. The reason is simple. Your presence at the White Deer Academy in Nanke means you have completely disappeared from your Taoyuan, akin to being marooned on a deserted island within your Taoyuan, equally isolated and vanishing from existence. Such minor deviations can be automatically rectified by the timeline, avoiding the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect denotes that a minor change can potentially cause a significant chain reaction. Note that it is possible, not certain, if both your 2023 and 2022 selves were to vanish without a trace, it would constitute a grievous deviation, potentially leading to the emergence of alternate dimensional counterparts, essentially, an encounter between you and another version of yourself, rendering the timeline irreparable and simultaneously birthing a new timeline. However, if I were to transport two distinct individuals, Zhang San from 2023 and Li Si from 2022, along the same timeline, this would be permissible, provided that these two individuals are unacquainted and bear no causal connections, thus preventing any turmoil within the timeline. But how, after traversing, is one to ascertain the severity of the deviation inflicted upon a parallel world? The criteria for such determinations are rather intricate and will be elucidated by the corresponding instructors in subsequent lessons. Chapter 27. The special Nanke world. At this juncture, some students displayed a look of bewilderment, evidently struggling to keep pace with the information. Ming Xiuxian smiled gently and remarked, "If any of you have delved into parallel worlds during your time in Taoyuan, you may have encountered a renowned paradox known as the grandfather paradox. This posits that should you traverse back in time to eliminate your grandfather, your existence would be negated, thereby preventing you from traveling back to commit the act in the first place, leading to your birth. As I have just explained, such occurrences are strictly prohibited. Even if they were attempted, the operational laws of parallel worlds dictate that should you eliminate your grandfather, the subsequent outcomes would remain unchanged, merely resulting in the creation of a new timeline." Ming Xiuxian proceeded to draw another white line at a 45-degree angle along the central white line. This newly generated timeline is entirely chaotic and disordered, most conducive to the growth and proliferation of calamities. Consequently, all parallel worlds along this timeline would soon be overtaken by misfortunes. Thus, I reiterate, your traversal between the various parallel worlds along your own timeline is unequivocally forbidden. Even requests for such crossings will be rejected by the Jiuhuan Bureau. Furthermore, in the Nanke world where we currently reside, the timeline has collapsed, rendering traversal impossible. Regardless of which timeline you originate from, you can only traverse back to the dynamic temporal point we currently inhabit. As for the specific reasons behind the collapse, scholars from the Jiuhuan Bureau have proposed the hypothesis of the primordial crystal's consumption, suggesting that it absorbed the energies of other parallel worlds along the Nanke timeline before descending into the Nanke world. Among the infinite timelines and parallel realities, the Nanke world holds a uniquely exceptional status. Due to the collapse of the timeline, no matter the magnitude of deviation incurred, a new timeline will not be spawned, thus allowing for your safe transition to live and study here. At this point, the majority of students were utterly confounded, including Xie Buru and Gu Yitsai, as the complex and mind-bending rules of parallel world traversal left them in a state of confusion. Xie Buru cradled her head, feigning distress. I feel like I need to grow a brain." Gu Yitsai slumped onto his desk, his eyes devoid of spirit. "You must be joking. It feels dreadful to have such knowledge flow through my mind without leaving a trace." Xiao Yang grasped the explanation with clarity, feeling not only comprehension but also immense intrigue. He was eager to embark on a genuine journey through time. Turning to his side, he noticed Aobai had begun to doze off. His eyelids heavy, caught in a struggle between slumber and wakefulness, his half-closed eyes were both adorable and amusing. Is it really that difficult to comprehend? Xiao Yang mused, convinced that Ming Xiuxian had articulated the complexities with remarkable clarity. The ability to delineate such convoluted matters effectively indicated a solid foundation as an educator. Simultaneously, Xiaoyang understood that not grasping everything immediately was not a significant issue. With practical experience or simulation opportunities later on, clarity would soon follow. Moreover, some matters, even if not fully understood, were inconsequential. Much like Xiaoyang's persistent bewilderment regarding why grooming Xiao Mei and assisting Uncle Tian with walnut cracking had led to trouble. Yet, this did not deter him from facing punishment, only to continue his reckless behavior. Noticing the classroom atmosphere had grown somber due to the majority's lack of understanding, Meng Xiuxian seemed to have anticipated this. Smiling lightly. It is perfectly fine if you cannot grasp everything for now. There's no need for concern. The materials in your school cards will provide detailed introductions, and you may take the opportunity to review them in your leisure time. Consult with classmates who understood, or feel free to message me directly, as the bell rang. All of you have already been exposed to a multitude of astonishing realities. You must learn to acclimate gradually. For many more shocking revelations await you. As his words trailed off, a spark of brilliance flickered in Meng Xiuxian's eyes. Subsequently, a gentle beige light shimmered around him, causing the chalk on the podium, as well as the books and stationery on the desks, to levitate gracefully into the air. All the lethargic students were instantly invigorated, their gazes fixated on the floating objects that danced throughout the classroom, eliciting exclamations of awe. Wow! Is this? Am I dreaming? Can I record this? Even Xiaoyang, who usually possessed formidable composure, was left dumbfounded, gazing upwards in disbelief as the fantastical unfolded before him. After several seconds, Meng Xiuxian waved his hand, and the luminous aura dissipated, returning all floating items to their original positions, with each piece of chalk neatly settling back into its box, unbroken and perfectly aligned. Meng Xiuxian chuckled softly. Once you graduate and become exorcists, you too will be able to perform the feats I just demonstrated, provided you diligently pursue your studies at Bailu Academy. From the inaugural year of Nanke to the present, spanning 102 years, the cultivation of exorcists has reached a high level of systematization. Today's Nanke is markedly different from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms of historical perception. The imperial authority is managed by the Jiuhuan Bureau, and ordinary citizens remain unaware of our existence. Meng Xiuxian pressed several buttons, causing a map to materialize in the center of the blackboard. The map of the Nanke world. This is the current map of Nanke, divided into 5 regions: the northwest Songyu, northeast Juyu, southwest Haoyu, southeast Youyu, with the Junyu at the center. Nanke comprises 4 exorcist training academies, our Bailu Academy located in Haoyu, and the others being Qihua Academy in Juyu, Qingwan Academy in Songyu, and Mahuang Academy in Youyu, with Junyu serving as the headquarters of the Jiuhuan Bureau. Our Bailu Academy offers 6 courses: National Studies, Calamity Studies, Martial Arts, Sorcery, Technology, and electives, collectively known as the 6 Arts of Exorcism. I am also the National Studies instructor for our class. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Upon hearing about martial arts, sorcery, and technology, many students could no longer contain their excitement. What does this mean? Can we become this extraordinary? Am I truly destined to become an immortal? Jiyu Itzai exclaimed with enthusiasm. After reading so many novels, I never expected to finally put this into practice today. Ha 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 ha. Xie Buru clenched her fist, declaring, I can already feel every cell in my body brimming with excitement. The classroom atmosphere once again surged with vitality, and Meng Xiuxian's tone lightened considerably. Exorcism is a daunting endeavor fraught with challenges and inherent risks. Students who have yet to graduate may only engage in simulated training within the simulation chamber, referred to as the Linglong Chamber. It is only upon graduation and becoming exorcists that you will be able to partake in genuine exorcism work. Given the associated dangers, we will not compel anyone. You may apply for withdrawal at any time during your studies. Are there any such requests now? After posing the question, students glanced around, and not a single hand was raised. Naturally, who would choose to withdraw? I am destined to become an immortal. Meng Xiuxian smiled with a hint of amusement. Fortunately, none have chosen to do so, or else you would miss out on experiences unattainable in Taoyuan. At Bailu Academy, from enrollment to graduation, we will not charge you any fees, and each new student will receive 1,000 Ku points. KE points serve as the universal virtual currency in Nanke, allowing students to spend freely. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted from the audience. The academy imposes no curfews. You may decide when to return to your dormitory. Oh yeah. Cheers resounded throughout the room. The academy has no requirements regarding attire or hairstyles. You may dress and style your hair as you please. That's wonderful. The applause grew louder. Students are permitted to engage in romantic relationships, regardless of gender. Chapter 28. Early bestowal of honors. Xiaoyang could not suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. For he knew he had made the right choice. Of course, it was not merely about romance. Rather, Bailu Academy afforded students the greatest degree of freedom, which was precisely what he desired. The overwhelming majority of students in the classroom brimmed with joy. The myriad of vexing rules that plagued schools in Taoyuan seemed to have vanished here, leaving them feeling like liberated children, akin to birds released from their cages. Only then did Xiaoyang comprehend why Bailu Academy sought students with uncomplicated social ties. Exorcism is an endeavor of considerable difficulty and inherent danger. If one's social connections are intricate, emotional attachments multiply, leading to greater troubles. An impure mindset hampers skill refinement, and when skills are not honed, the risks invariably increase. Given that exorcism entails unforeseen dangers, Xiaoyang surmised that Bailu Academy's seemingly lax management must be complemented by an exceedingly stringent evaluation system. Otherwise, a widespread phenomenon of apathy towards learning would undoubtedly arise. After all, human nature tends towards inertia, and not every child possesses exceptional self-discipline. Even without online gaming in the Nanke world, many would still prefer to languish in their dormitories, daydreaming or sleeping rather than studying. Meng Xiuxian raised his hand, signaling for quiet. Our academy comprises 6 grades, and to successfully advance to the next grade, you must complete the academy's assessments. Upon hearing the word assessment, many students' expressions immediately fell. Upon contemplating the towering stacks of examination papers, the dizzying array of formulas, and the obscure, perplexing concepts, they found themselves beset by an overwhelming sense of anxiety, their faces etched with concern. Meng Xiuxian smiled reassuringly and said, "Dear students, do not be so quick to sigh and lament. Among the 6 arts, it is worth noting that both national studies and the study of distress are purely theoretical courses, while the methods of practice, skills, and techniques are hands-on subjects. The elective courses encompass both theory and practice, depending on your individual choices. However, regardless of which course within the 6 arts you are engaged in, the assessment method does not confine you to a classroom filled with exams. We employ a novel assessment approach known as Julie. Julie is a simulated process of distress removal conducted within the Linglong chamber. Should one neglect their studies, they will find themselves unable to complete the Julie and will consequently be unable to advance to the next grade, necessitating a retake, which equates to being held back. Conversely, successfully completing the Julie will yield rewards in the form of coup points. Our academy comprises 6 grades, with the first 5 being conducted on campus, where students engage in simulated practical training through Julie. The 6th grade, however, involves real-world internships in distress removal under the guidance of a supervising teacher in addition to fulfilling various Julie tasks. Another graduation requirement is achieving a Ding level. Upon successful graduation, you will not yet be recognized as a genuine distress removal master. One must first receive acceptance from a recognized distress removal organization acknowledged by the Jiuhuan Bureau to register as a true distress removal master, thereby earning a title of honor. This title signifies not only the identity and glory of a distress removal master, but also serves to protect their true name from being discovered by those in distress, thereby preventing potential retaliation against their loved ones. Currently, there are over 100 distress removal organizations recognized by the Jiuhuan Bureau in the Nanke world, with the top 10 being the most illustrious: the Ancient Dynasty Society, Qinqiu Ci, Yuanyi Palace, Shenong Pavilion, Xianluk House, Yuyao Studio, Baihua Garden, Jieqi Hall, Qingqin Workshop, and Moke Tower. Each organization possesses its own unique characteristics. The Ancient Dynasty Society was founded by the esteemed Mr. Xia, whom I previously mentioned, and the statue outside the comprehensive building stands in his honor. These 10 organizations not only boast immense strength and profound heritage, but also possess a privilege known as early bestowal of honor. When members of these organizations encounter exceptionally gifted students, they can bestow a title of honor even before graduation or enrollment, allowing the student to directly join the organization upon completing their studies. Meng Xiuxian paused for a moment, a hint of intrigue dancing upon his lips as he glanced at a student in the classroom. This year, in our Bailu Academy's Gongzi session, there is a student who has been granted an early title of honor by MOK Tower. Coincidentally, She is in our class, and her name is Qing Isa. All the students followed Meng Xiuxian's gaze, murmuring in awe, "It's her. How impressive, isn't this akin to being guaranteed admission? How enviable. With such beauty and talent, what window did heaven close on her?" Xiaoyang was taken aback. Realizing that this girl was indeed extraordinary, in a wonder she had shown no signs of surprise at Meng Xiuxian's words. She was evidently well aware of the situation. However, something about her title felt peculiar. Qing Isa. Qing Isa. Could it be that MOK Tower is not merely a mahjong parlor? Before he could ponder further, Meng Xiuxian spoke again. "Today marks the first gathering of our class. And to facilitate future class management, we need to elect a class monitor. Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" Xiaoyang immediately recognized the underlying implication of Meng Xiuxian's question. Having introduced Qing Isa as a prodigy with an early title of honor, he was now subtly suggesting that she should take on the role of class monitor. Yet, he could not state it outright, so he first sought the opinions of all. At this moment, any astute individual would refrain from raising their hand. For who would stand a chance against Qing Isa in an election? Fortunately, half a minute passed without a single hand being raised, indicating that there were no overly forthright individuals in the class. Meng Xiuxian nodded slightly. "Well, since no one has expressed interest, I shall appoint someone. Qing Isa, would you be willing?" Upon hearing Meng Xiuxian's inquiry, Qing Isa stood up and softly replied, "I would be honored, teacher." At this moment, many boys in the class felt a flutter of excitement. The class monitor would have the opportunity to interact with every student, and which boy would not wish for such a beautiful classmate to assume the role? Qing Isa was the same girl who had stood behind Meng Xiuxian in the monitoring room, and the matter of being class monitor had been mentioned to her in advance by Meng Xiuxian. After all, having an outstanding class monitor would greatly benefit the entire class and ease the teacher's burden. In fact, when the class numbers were assigned, Meng Xiuxian already knew which students belonged to his San class and who would be best suited for the role of monitor. Just as Qing Isa was about to sit down after answering, she was suddenly called back by Meng Xiuxian. "Not so fast. Since you are now class monitor and have stood up, why not take a moment to share your thoughts and introduce yourself? Today is our first meeting. After all, later, everyone will take turns introducing themselves and writing their names on the blackboard." As he spoke, Meng Xiuxian began to erase the blackboard, leaving only his own name behind. Qing Isa's eyes flickered with surprise. The teacher had not previously mentioned that she would be addressing the class. Upon seeing the subtle smile on Meng Xiuxian's lips, she realized it was merely a playful jest. Reluctantly, she ascended the podium, her jade-like hand adorned with ice-blue gauze gloves grasping a piece of chalk, and turned to write her name, Qing Isa, in elegant, neat script beneath Meng Xiuxian's name. "Greetings, fellow classmates. My title is Qing Isa. I am 15 years old, and I will assist Teacher Meng in managing the class. I kindly ask for everyone's cooperation as we strive for mutual progress and cultivate a warm, welcoming classroom atmosphere. Thank you." Applause erupted throughout the room. Beauty often seems to grant an advantage in life, and many tend to exhibit greater favoritism and tolerance towards those of higher attractiveness. In this instance, no one questioned why Qing Isa, at the age of 15, was able to attend Bailu Academy. "What? You doubt it? Then you must be either envious or a contrarian." After Qing Isa returned to her seat, Meng Xiuxian continued, "In our academy, a class does not require an abundance of class officers. 2 will suffice. In addition to the class monitor, we require a liaison to handle the transmission of information and coordination of comprehensive affairs. Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" After several seconds, not a single hand was raised, and the students exchanged glances. A hint of amusement flickered in Meng Xiuxian's eyes. The liaison would also need to assist the class monitor with various tasks. In an instant, over a dozen boys raised their hands, including Xiaoyang. Meng Xiuxian smiled knowingly. "How curious that so many have suddenly emerged. Given the time constraints, we shall forego the election, and the first volunteer will take the position. Xiaoyang, as you were the quickest, you shall be the liaison." Chapter 29. Self-introduction. Xiaoyang instantly felt the weight of over a dozen malevolent gazes directed at him from the classroom. He had drawn ire. Why that guy? He thought, is he the fastest? He better be fast at everything. The expressions on the faces of Xiebu Rou and Gui Kai behind him were filled with mischief. "Nice reflexes there." Gui Kai clapped Xiaoyang on the back. Xiaoyang turned to raise his right hand, chuckling, "Hee, I train regularly, so my hand speed is naturally quicker." Meng Xiuxian proclaimed from the podium, "The roles of class monitor and liaison are vital for any class. In the case of significant events, If the monitor and liaison lack assertiveness and adaptability, it could lead to the class facing unforeseen disadvantages. Our class monitor is a girl, so the liaison must be prepared to work even harder. Xiaoyang's heart sank. It seemed the liaison would need to engage in a battle of wits with other classes, which might prove to be a thankless task. Upon lifting his head, he noticed Meng Xiuxian gazing at him, his smile seemingly gentle, yet Xiaoyang found it increasingly shifty. Great, I've been played, now officially announced. Xiaoyang had no choice but to accept this silent humiliation. Meng Xiuxian descended from the podium, smiling. Now, I invite Xiaoyang to come up and introduce himself, as well as share his thoughts. Xiaoyang hesitated for a few seconds, removed the tissue from his nose, and expressionless, walked up to the podium. He picked up a piece of chalk, bowed his head in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, with great force and swiftness, he inscribed his name, Xiaoyang, in bold strokes next to Qing Isa's name, causing the blackboard to resonate with a loud thud. He then turned around, his expression fierce and eyes resolute, and proclaimed, I am Xiaoyang. Xiao signifies arrogance, and Yang represents flamboyance. The unexpected display of assertiveness and bravado left the classmates astounded. Xiebu Rou and Gu Yikai exchanged bewildered glances. Jiu Yikai whispered, what has got into him? Is he trying to stir up more enmity? Xiebu Rou shook her head. I don't know. Did a sneeze knock his brain loose? Standing below, Meng Xiuxian clasped his hands before him, his demeanor calm and collected. He was all too aware of Xiaoyang's intentions. He even noticed how Xiaoyang's handwriting had transformed, with the strokes no longer hidden but rather boldly displayed. After Xiaoyang's exclamation, the classroom fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere growing slightly peculiar. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's expression shifted dramatically as he revealed his signature sunny and friendly smile, addressing the class in a buoyant voice. Hello, fellow students. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. As the liaison for Classine San, I merely wish to convey my unwavering determination to strive for greater benefits for our collective. Thus, when representing us externally, I shall adopt a resolute stance, refusing to yield an inch, ensuring our class does not suffer any losses. However, in our internal discussions, all matters are open for dialogue. That I am, in fact, quite easygoing in private, as my 3 roommates can attest. I also extend a warm invitation to the boys in our class to visit us in dormitory 511, and the girls are welcome too, provided we have the dorm supervisor's consent, though we may not yet be familiar with one another. The sweltering weather will surely hasten our acquaintance. His final remark elicited gentle laughter from many in the classroom. Haha, this person is rather amusing. The shift in demeanor was remarkably swift, yet his smile is quite charming. He certainly possesses a considerable presence. I was genuinely startled just now. Xiaoyang slightly bowed, speaking earnestly. It is a tremendous fortune for us to gather in this class amidst countless parallel worlds. Together with the class monitor, I will serve our class diligently and responsibly, while also welcoming your oversight. Should there be any shortcomings on my part, I kindly ask for your understanding, and I encourage each of you to offer suggestions so we may progress together and take flight towards our aspirations. Thank you all. Upon concluding his speech, Meng Xiuxian led the applause, and many students joined in, the sound not quite as thunderous as when Qing Isa had finished speaking, but certainly not lacking in enthusiasm. After Xiaoyang took his seat, Meng Xiuxian returned to the podium. If there are no objections, our class monitor and liaison will be assumed by classmates Qing Isa and Xiaoyang. Now, let us begin our self-introductions. Starting from the last row, in the final student IT, seemed that self-introductions were a customary rite during the first assembly of new students. The last student in the back row appeared somewhat flustered. Oh no, why me? Aren't the introductions usually initiated by the first student in the front row? Why is Teacher Ming deviating from the norm? The last student was a tall boy, standing at over 1.80 meters, only slightly shorter than Xiebu, and his physique was somewhat leaner. Upon approaching the stage, he hastily scribbled his name. Hello, everyone. I am Gu Yueya, 16 years old. His voice dwindled, and the students in the back row could not hear him clearly, merely observing his lips moving, resembling a silent film. After finishing, Gu Yueya hurried back to his seat. Meng Xiuxian chuckled lightly. It seems that Gu Yueya is a man of iron yet tender heart. However, please remember to project your voice a bit more next time. All right? Gu Yueya nodded resolutely from his seat. Next was his deskmate, a boy of average height, wearing glasses and bearing a number of acne scars on his face. He stepped onto the platform, not rushing to write his name but instead displaying a radiant smile, appearing far more extroverted than Gu Yueya. Hello, everyone. My surname is Tang, and my grandmother said that when I was born in spring, it suddenly rained that day, so my name is, someone interjected, Tang Chunyu? No, I am Tang Turin. Tang Turin turned and wrote his name on the blackboard, prompting a wave of laughter. Following him was the boy in front of Gu Yue. Slender and pale, his face adorned with makeup, walking with a slight awkwardness. Upon reaching the stage, he inscribed his name in elegant, slender characters. Yet, when he opened his mouth, many were taken aback. Dear classmates, hello, I am Dai Ming. My hobbies include binge-watching dramas and caring for pets. I hope to connect with fellow cat enthusiasts. His mannerisms were exceedingly effeminate, and his high-pitched voice elicited a wave of discomfort among several classmates. Dai Ming, however, seemed oblivious to the disdainful glances directed at him, confidently returning to his seat. Next was Dai Ming's deskmate, the chubby boy who had previously chimed in with his comment about wealth. Despite his size, he moved swiftly, seemingly in a hurry. My name is Huang Yuanji. Male, and I have a preference for females. To save everyone time, I shall invite the next person to speak. He spoke rapidly, like a machine gun, and upon returning to his seat, Dai Ming lightly punched his shoulder. You silly, why did you intentionally say male with a preference for females? Huang Yuanji laughed, though it was more of a grimace than a smile. Should I say female with a preference for males instead? Xiaoyang found the exchange amusing. Guessing that these four were from the same dormitory, the introductions that followed were rather mundane, and applause from classmates diminished as they could not keep clapping each time, lest their hands grow sore. Soon, Xie Buru and Gu Yizai had completed their introductions, and it was time for the socially anxious Aobei. Aobei kept his head down, taking small, timid steps to the podium, hastily uttering a phrase before retreating. Hello, I am Chuan Shu, from Aobei. Halfway down, Aobei sensed something amiss, quickly returning to the front, raising his voice in a hurried tone. I am Aobei, from Chuan Shu, amidst the uncontrollable laughter of his classmates. Aobei returned to his seat, his cheeks flushed and back damp with perspiration. After Aobei concluded his introduction, with Xiaoyang and Qing Isa having already introduced themselves, it was now time for Qing Isa's deskmate, a girl with large, red blemishes across her face. Xiaoyang noticed Qing Isa grasping her hand, gently patting her knuckles as if to encourage her. The girl with the red marks slowly ascended to the stage, and many students, upon seeing her daunting visage, despite their efforts to endure, could not help but avert their gaze. The girl was aware of the peculiar and fearful looks directed at her, yet she bore no ill will, attributing her appearance solely to the terrifying red marks that resembled claw marks, with her eyes stained a ghastly red, akin to a vengeful spirit from a horror film. Upon reaching the podium, she took a deep breath, turned to the blackboard, and wrote her name in neat, legible characters. Her voice was soft and refined as she spoke. My name is Yang Yue. The red marks on my face are called hemangiomas, which I was born with and are difficult to treat. As they are located around my eyes, they affect my vision. I understand that my appearance may be somewhat frightening, but I am not afraid. I hope to make more friends in this class. Thank you. Clap, clap, clap. The first classmate began to applaud, and many turned to see who it was. It was Xiaoyang. Once one person applauded, two followed, then 10. And soon the entire class joined in a fervent round of applause. Yang Yue cast a grateful glance at Xiaoyang as she prepared to leave the stage. Wait, Yang Yue. Meng Xiuxian suddenly called out to her, stepping onto the podium, standing opposite her. What happened next surprised everyone. He slowly raised his right hand, seemingly to lift Yang Yue's bangs. Many students were astonished. This was not typical behavior for a teacher who respected their students. Yang Yue instinctively recoiled, shielding her face with her hands. Teacher, please don't. Meng Xiuxian's hand hovered in midair, his smile radiating warmth. It's all right, trust me. Yang Yue furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment, but eventually lowered her hands. Meng Xiuxian moved gently, slowly parting Yang Yue's thick, long bangs, revealing the frightening red marks that nearly covered her entire forehead. Under the bewildered gazes of the class, Meng Xiuxian brought his thumb, index, and middle fingers together, delicately placing them on Yang Yue's brow as if grasping something. He then gradually closed his eyes, tilting his head slightly. Ding. Everyone seemed to hear a resounding sound akin to a brilliant flash of light. Meng Xiuxian suddenly opened his eyes wide, His gaze was unwavering, sharp as a sword. At the same moment, his fingers, previously resting on Yang Yue's brow, swept elegantly towards the ceiling of the classroom. Boom. A vast array of warm red light surged forth, slowly coalescing into characters that danced gracefully in the air like butterflies in a forest, vibrant and lively. A fragrant aura instantly enveloped the classroom, as if warmed by sunlight, opening the pores and radiating warmth. The students gazed upward, enraptured by this wondrous spectacle, their heads swaying in unison with the characters, lips slightly parted, lost in reverie. After a moment, all the characters began to swirl around Yang Yue, enveloping her entirely. Bathed in the warm red light, the terrifying red blemishes became invisible, and Yang Yue appeared like a noble princess under a red neon light, surrounded by a flurry of butterflies. Xiaoyang felt a sudden inspiration, activating his school card's camera function to capture this magical moment. Then, the red characters soared toward the blackboard, aligning in a single row, their edges gradually sharpening, revealing a poem. Yang Yue gazed at the lines, her eyes brimming with tears, covering her mouth as she wept silently. Heaven bestows a lovely visage, lightly concealing celestial beauty upon the mortal realm. Meng Xiuxian stood beside Yang Yue, quietly gazing at the poem, his emotions nearly spilling from his eyes. Xiaoyang felt profoundly moved, unable to quell the tumult within him. Those terrifying red blemishes were merely the red tassels bestowed upon her by fate, concealing her true beauty meant to be hidden from the eyes of mortals. What sort of teacher could be so gentle? Using his talent and abilities, he crafted an unforgettable romantic ceremony for his student. Meng Xiuxian gradually leaned down, whispering in Yang Yue's ear. Her eyes widened in surprise and delight as she bowed deeply before him. "Thank you, Teacher Meng," amidst the envious and astonished gazes of her classmates. Yang Yue returned to her seat, breaking down in tears in Qing Isa's embrace, having bottled up her emotions for far too long. During her middle school years, she faced relentless bullying due to her appearance. Enduring a myriad of unkind nicknames and insults, she was spat upon, ridiculed behind her back, and subjected to heartless mockery. Countless times, she contemplated escaping, even considering ending her own life. However, with her parents having passed away early, she was left to rely on her frail and ailing grandmother. The thought of leaving her grandmother alone, even more pitiful, kept her from acting on those dark thoughts. Thus, she chose to endure, encouraging herself to accept her circumstances, striving to live with greater confidence, diligently studying in hopes of earning the exorbitant medical fees required for her grandmother's care. It was this mindset and hope that prevented her from succumbing to despair. As she finally graduated from middle school, Yang Yue felt an even greater trepidation. She feared that the new school environment would be just as bleak and filled with disdain. She found herself questioning whether she could endure yet another trial, unsure of how much longer she could hold on. Fortunately, Bailu Academy did not disappoint her. There is a saying, how much sweetness is needed to fill the hearts of those who suffer? This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. For those in deep anguish, even a small amount of sweetness can suffice. What Meng Xiuxian offered Yang Yue today was not merely a hint of sweetness, but a cleansing rain for her soul, healing her heart and salvaging her nearly shattered spirit. The world may be riddled with imperfections, yet there are always those who mend its frayed edges. As a teacher, Meng Xiuxian exemplified the perfect role model. Xiaoyang thought to himself, no, as classmates, we must take action too. He leaned forward, offering a tissue with a smile, saying, hey, here, wipe your tears. Yang Yue was still lost in her sorrow when Qing Isa reached out to take it, only to suddenly change her expression. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Upon glancing down, he discovered a small stain of dried mucus on the tissue. Oops, I forgot to throw it away after switching. My apologies, please use this one instead. After awkwardly replacing it with a fresh tissue, Qing Isa gently said, thank you. Xiaoyang smiled and replied, we're classmates, it's the least I could do. This marked the first conversation between Xiaoyang and Qing Isa. Formal yet tentative. Yang Yue's vivid birthmark remained, but what Meng Xiuxian pinched was not merely the mark on her face but the nightmare within her heart. The words whispered in her ear served as a potent remedy to shatter that nightmare. After a few minutes, Yang Yue calmed down, and the warm, rosy atmosphere of the classroom faded, giving way to the next student's self-introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is... After several minutes, all the students had introduced themselves. Meng Xiuxian activated the photo function on his student card and captured an image of the 37 names of varying sizes written on the blackboard. Classmates, please open the group chat feature on your student card. 36 red screens lit up in the classroom as the group chat for Classine San was established. Meng Xiuxian uploaded the photo he had just taken and designated Qing Isa and Xiaoyang as administrators. Future class notifications would be shared in this group, and shortly, he would share some information about the academy. Students were encouraged to engage freely within it.at that moment. A student in the front row raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, do we start classes tomorrow? Where can we find the class schedule and daily timetable?" This question piqued the interest of many classmates. Meng Xiuxian smiled gently. "No need to rush. Have you all forgotten? There is an essential step for new students before classes commence." Some quick-witted students had already guessed and immediately looked despondent. "Teacher, you aren't referring to military training, are you?" Chapter 31. The levels of exorcism masters. Meng Xiuxian nodded. And a chorus of lamentations filled the classroom. Why does every parallel world have military training? It was impossible. Just hearing those two words drained them of strength. Meng Xiuxian raised his hand to signal for silence. Our academy's military training is different from the conventional ones you may be familiar with. It is not merely about standing at attention, turning left or right, or marching, but involves crucial tasks that must be accomplished. Pay careful attention. Upon hearing this, the students became intrigued, sitting up straight and focusing intently. The strength of an exorcism master lies in the possession of a remarkable force, elemental power. They elevate their capabilities by absorbing life force and elemental power. The floating objects in the classroom and the poem I wrote for Yang Yue were both manifestations of this elemental power. The origin of elemental power traces back to a crystal that fell hundreds of years ago, from which people extracted a faint yet extraordinary energy, unlocking their spiritual meridians and establishing a connection with the universe. This allowed them to draw energy from nature, transforming it into elemental power through their practices, which they could then wield and grow stronger. The process of an ordinary person harnessing the external elemental power to activate their meridians is known as elemental induction. The first step to becoming an exorcism master is to successfully induce elemental power. Unlock the first meridian and determine one's practice method. The practice method refers to how one acquires and enhances elemental power, while the techniques are the means of utilizing that power, and the timing and skill of these techniques are crucial. Meng Xiuxian pressed a button on the podium, and a map of Bailu Academy appeared on the central screen. The military training commencing tomorrow will last for 7 days, taking place at the sports field. Tomorrow morning, the chief instructor will guide you all through the elemental induction process, infusing you with elemental power. There are 2 methods to successfully induce elemental power and unlock your meridians. Point 1 method is to inherit a practice from the practice building, which you can reach via the south bridge from the sports field. Inside, there are countless practices passed down from previous exorcism masters, and you can find one that suits you at any time. With the guidance of these ancestral practices, you will quickly succeed in your elemental induction. The other method is to create your own practice. During these 7 days, you must devise a unique method for operating the elemental power to break through your meridians. The advantage of creating your own practice is its high compatibility with your personal abilities, offering limitless possibilities. However, the difficulty is substantial, requiring exceptional insight and continuous refinement. Otherwise, progress will stagnate. Both methods have their pros and cons. It is not to say that creating your own practice is inherently superior. Many immensely powerful exorcism masters have also utilized ancestral practices. Students may attempt to create their own practices in the first few days. But if it proves unfeasible, they should inherit from the practice building and not force it. If the elemental power remains uninduced after 7 days, it will dissipate, resulting in the irrevocable loss of the qualification to become an exorcism master. Even if you attempt to infuse elemental power again, your body will develop a tolerance, significantly diminishing its effectiveness, almost to the point of being rendered useless. In that unfortunate case, you will have to be sent back to your previous life. It is important to remind everyone that anyone who successfully induces elemental power can assist another ordinary person in their induction. However, as exorcism students, you are strictly prohibited from aiding others, and any violation will result in the forfeiture of your practice and expulsion from the academy. Besides the 6 essential skills, there is one other crucial element for exorcism masters: the life treasure. The life treasure was pioneered by Mr. Xia. Students who have carefully observed the statue in front of the comprehensive building will notice that Mr. Xia stands atop 9 tripods. These tripods represent his life treasure. Tianqi.it was with this that he eliminated the first curse, subsequently establishing the ancient dynasty society and working with the Jihuan Bureau to refine the training system for exorcism masters. Introducing the concept of the 6 essential skills. The life treasure, as its name suggests, is as precious as life itself for an exorcism master, irreplaceable and only discoverable through personal endeavor. Many individuals, after determining their practices, will intuitively sense what their life treasure might be, and by binding it with their elemental power, they will experience an intimate connection, signifying a successful discovery. By continuously nurturing the life treasure with elemental power, it will grow alongside the exorcism master, developing special functions to assist in battles. There is no rush to determine your life treasure during military training. First, ensure the success of your elemental induction and confirm your practice. After 7 days, there will be time for each of you to seek out your life treasure. At this moment, a student raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, if we succeed, can we be as powerful as you? Making everything float?" Meng Xiuxian smiled softly. Upon successfully inducing elemental power, you will have merely unlocked your first meridian, the Baihui meridian. However, the human body comprises a total of 810 meridians, with each additional meridian unlocked. The capacity, recovery speed, and strength of your elemental power will increase. The ranks of exorcism masters are categorized according to the heavenly stems, ranging from strongest to weakest: Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, Geng, Xian, Ran, and Gue. 10 ranks in total, with each rank further divided into 9 tiers. Successfully inducing elemental power and unlocking 1 meridian places you at the Gue rank, first tier. Unlocking 9 meridians marks the limit of the Gue rank, and upon unlocking a 10th meridian, you will ascend to the Gue rank, second tier, and so forth. To control objects and make them float, one must reach the Xian rank. If everyone diligently studies and practices, you will achieve this in no time. Exorcism masters of the Jiao rank can effortlessly move mountains and fill seas, soaring through the skies or burrowing into the earth. The eyes of every student sparkled with anticipation, filled with a sense of excitement that their dreams were about to come true. A student in the front row spoke up again. "Teacher, what is your current rank? This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading." Xiaoyang was quite curious about this question, glancing over to see that everyone else was also eager for the answer. Meng Xiuxian smiled. "I am at the Wei rank." The students looked puzzled. "Wei rank? That's not one of the 10 heavenly stems, is it?" Meng Xiuxian opened his school card and unlocked the personal information within. The students hurriedly checked and discovered that the previously obscured information regarding their homeroom teacher was now fully revealed. Among the details was a particular entry: energy level, level 5 of the self grade. Meng Xiuxian explained, due to the homophonic nature of self and level, to avoid awkwardness and confusion in address, I refer to the self grade as the Wei grade, with Wei derived from an alternate name for the heavenly stem Ji, 2 Wei. The self grade is the 6th level among the heavenly stems. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that Meng Xiuxian would at least be at the E grade or the Bing grade, given his stature as a formidable figure. However, upon reflection, he felt reassured. Meng Xiuxian was still in his 30s, quite young, and served as a teacher of traditional Chinese studies, a theoretical discipline where a lower energy level seemed reasonable. As practical combat skills were not paramount, a student in the front row chimed in, "Wow, Teacher Ming, being at the Wei grade is already impressive. I can't wait to see how powerful a Jia grade exorcist is." Meng Xiuxian slowly elaborated. "In our academy, the instructors for the 3 practical courses, Gongfa, Shufa, and Jifa, are all at least at the Bing grade, with many at the E grade. If you're eager to see a Jia grade, you will have the opportunity tomorrow. We are fortunate to have invited a powerful exorcist known as Qing Yian from Qiankisi, the second-ranked organization among the top 10, to serve as the chief instructor for this new student military training. He is at the 3rd stage of the Jia grade. Many exorcists from Qiankisi utilize the same type of cultivation technique, Ma Kong, and their titles are all derived from poetic forms." Xiaoyang raised his eyebrows in intrigue. "Poetic forms? How artistic. I like it." Chapter 32. The fair-faced one Meng Xiuxian glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. "All right, students, our introduction to the new semester is almost complete for this evening. Do any of you have questions?" A student raised their hand and stood up to ask, "Teacher, when can we return to Taoyuan?" Meng Xiuxian smiled. "As new students, unless there are special circumstances, You may only leave the academy during the winter and summer breaks in your first year. Whether you return to Taoyuan or venture outside the academy is entirely up to you. After reaching the second year, you will be able to return to Taoyuan on weekends, but for excursions outside the academy, it will still be limited to the winter and summer breaks. Subsequently, Meng Xiuxian addressed several students' inquiries regarding daily student management within the academy. He particularly emphasized the prohibition against entering the depths of Xiangling Mountain, stating that it is a restricted area of the academy. Students are encouraged to familiarize themselves with the Baishu Academy student code found in their school card emails, which clearly outlines permissible and prohibited actions. Along with the consequences for violations. As the class neared its conclusion, he prepared for the final item, distributing some welcome gifts. Upon hearing this, the students' eyes sparkled with excitement. Moments later, ding, Minnie noticed a new red envelope in the class group chat for Classine San and quickly opened it. Wow, thank you, teacher. You're so generous. Thank you, teacher. Wishing you great wealth soon. I got 0.5 K points. How about you? I received 1.3 K points. How much did teacher Ming send? Xiao Yang claimed 0.9 K points, estimating that Meng Xiuxian had distributed 36 K points, equivalent to 360 renminbi, quite a substantial amount. Meng Xiuxian chuckled softly. Which student has the best luck? Everyone turned to check the receipt records, and Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a particular name. He turned with a mischievous grin. Good job, do ya? Treat me to a drink later. It was Gu Yitsai, who had snatched up 3.2 K points. Gu Yitsai beamed. Ha ha ha, no problem, it's a deal. Meng Xiuxian smiled lightly. Then it seems I'll have to trouble the four of you from the dormitory to take care of cleaning duties, rotating daily among your group. The expressions of the four students from dorm 511 froze instantly. The others burst into laughter. Meng Xiuxian looked at Xiao Yang and said with a gentle smile, after class, the liaison officer will need to go to the sports center to collect the military training uniforms and school uniforms for the class. Xiao Yang immediately replied, then I won't have to clean. No rush, finish the cleaning first before you go collect, Meng Xiuxian replied nonchalantly. Xiao Yang's intentions were seen through in an instant. Then, Meng Xiuxian turned to the blackboard filled with names and sincerely stated, I hoped that by the time we graduate, our class will still consist of these 36 individuals, with not a single one missing. Tomorrow morning at 8, wear your military training uniforms and gather on the sports field. Class dismissed. After Meng Xiuxian left the classroom, some students engaged in casual conversation while others prepared to return to their dorms. Xiao Yang moved closer to Qing Isa, intending to speak, but was momentarily stunned by her breathtaking beauty, particularly her profile, which was simply enchanting. How could someone be so stunning? Xiao Yang felt his heart race, momentarily frozen in place. It was Qing Isa who turned to him with a gentle smile. Is there something you need, liaison officer? Oh no, she looks even more beautiful when she smiles. Xiao Yang cleared his throat and composed himself. Would you like to add me as a friend? It would be more convenient for future communication. Qing Isa smiled warmly. Sure. Their wrists brushed together, successfully adding each other as friends. Xiao Yang felt elated while maintaining a facade of calm. Once I collect the uniforms, I'll contact you at the girls' dormitory. Qing Isa stood up, linking arms with Yang Yue. All right, thank you for your help. Goodbye. Xiao Yang also rose, waving farewell, but his gaze lingered until Qing Isa left the classroom. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual atmosphere behind him. Turning around, he saw Xie Buru and Gu Yitsai standing side by side. Xie Buru holding a mop and Gu Yitsai wielding a broom, both glaring at Xiao Yang with a disgruntled expression. Gu Yitsai mimicked Xiao Yang's earlier words in a dramatic tone. After I collect the uniforms, I'll bring them down for you, Xie Buru, with a high-pitched voice and delicate hand gestures. Added, then I'll be counting on you. Goodbye. Xiao Yang yanked the tissue from his nose, baring his teeth as he lunged toward the two with a bucket of water. You two weirdos. Get lost. Aobe, who was wiping the blackboard, recorded the entire scene with his school card and posted it in the 511 dorm group chat. Doing foolish things isn't terrifying. What's truly dreadful is having someone document them. After finishing their cleaning duties and securing the windows and lights, the four left the classroom and arrived at the hall of the sports center. Due to the delay from cleaning, it was now nearly 10 o'clock at night. The students from the student council responsible for distributing uniforms were inexperienced at maintaining order, and many classes formed chaotic clusters, creating a disorderly scene. We were here first. Don't crowd. Why are you pushing me? Don't touch me. The senior distributing the uniforms reached the limit of his patience and shouted at the top of his lungs, Quiet down, one at a time. The noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang dashed forward while calling out, "That's right. Make way, one at a time." Hearing his authoritative tone, the others mistakenly assumed Xiaoyang was also part of the student council and parted to create a path. Xiaoyang approached the senior with a slight smile. "Thank you for your hard work. Class San, 26 boys and 10 girls." The crowd erupted in discontent. "What? He's also a new student. Line up. Do you not know the order?" The senior, facing this situation, was infuriated and bellowed, "Shut up." The new students felt a powerful aura emanating from the senior, akin to being hit by a gust of wind, causing them to step back several paces before regaining their footing. A few lost their balance and fell to the ground. The senior frowned tightly. "Is the quality of this year's new students so poor? Don't you know where you rank in line? Each class should send only one representative to line up properly. If you continue to make noise, no one will receive their uniforms. You'll have to wait until tomorrow morning." Seeing the senior genuinely angry, the new students began to comply, with each class leaving only one person to form a straight line. Xiaoyang exchanged glances with Xiebu Ru and the others, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. There was no choice but to wait a little longer. Yes, he walked to the back of the line. He suddenly noticed an extraordinary boy in the front. With an indifferent expression, his skin was as pale as jade, his features exquisitely refined, and his demeanor simply elegant. So handsome and so fair-skinned, he has the potential to be a pretty boy. But he seems a bit aloof, not quite fitting the pretty boy stereotype. Perhaps a fair-faced one would be more appropriate. After lingering on him for a few seconds, Xiaoyang resumed his walk to the end of the line. Just as he was about to reach the end, a male student entered the sports center from outside, clearly just arriving. Upon seeing Xiaoyang returning from the front of the line, he quickened his pace. Evidently trying to cut in, Xiaoyang reacted swiftly, stepping in front of him. "Hey, what are you doing?" the boy challenged Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang replied casually, waiting in line. "Of course, it's first come, first served. I was here first." "You're cutting in line," the boy retorted with a hostile tone. Xiaoyang slightly frowned, choosing to ignore him. As Xiaoyang remained silent, the boy raised his voice, pointing behind him. "Are you even listening? I'm from Class CE. The top class, you know. Be smart and move to the back." Xiaoyang raised his hand and called out loudly, "Senior, someone is trying to cut in line." The senior glanced at the boy at the back and sternly said, "Behave and line up properly, or you'll be kicked out." The boy had no choice but to remain silent, glaring daggers at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang turned to meet the boy's gaze expressionlessly for a few seconds before breaking into a grin. "Class CE? Huh? As in Sun's class? You?" The boy gritted his teeth. "Just wait. When we register for the uniforms later, you'll see which class I'm from. Just wait and see." "Cut it out." Xiaoyang disdainfully spat. A threat devoid of strength sounded as ridiculous as a whimpering child. In Chapter 33, Dreams as Horses, when he turned back, Xiaoyang secretly noted the appearance of the boy behind him. A small face with high cheekbones, and the most striking feature was a standard aquiline nose. He clearly did not seem like a reputable person. While queuing, Xiaoyang took special notice of a very handsome and fair boy and vaguely overheard that he belonged to Class Chang'e, which he made a mental note of. It was not out of any inclination towards him, but Xiaoyang felt that this person was quite extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed particularly attentive to individuals with a cool and aloof demeanor. Just like Qing Isa, and this handsome boy as well. Soon, it was Xiaoyang's turn. After receiving the clothing, he went outside with Xiebu Ro and the others to sort and classify them in the square. Gui Tsai inquired, "Hey, I saw you arguing with that guy behind you earlier. Is there a conflict?" Xiaoyang shook his head. "It's nothing, just a whimpering fool." A few minutes later, Xiaoyang, carrying a large box of female military training uniforms and school uniforms, walked towards the girls' dormitory, while the boys' uniforms were carried back by Xiebu Ro and the others. Upon reaching the base of the girls' dormitory, Xiaoyang, panting, sent a message to Qing Isa. "Your school uniform delivery has arrived. Please come down to sign for it. Soon." Qing Isa replied, "On my way," followed by a smiling emoji. Within minutes, Qing Isa emerged from the dormitory, her eyes widening in surprise. Such a big box. At that moment, Qing Isa had changed into a light blue camisole robe, revealing an expanse of snow-white skin, and wearing a white headband, she looked breathtakingly beautiful under the moonlight. Xiaoyang was momentarily mesmerized, muttering absent-mindedly, "Yes, do you want me to help you carry it upstairs?" Qing Isa's expression changed slightly, suspecting she had misheard, and softly replied, "Do you dare to go in?" Only then did Xiaoyang realize he was at the girls' dormitory and was about to respond when a stern voice interrupted. "You better not think about it." A short, plump, middle-aged woman rushed out from the dormitory towards Qing Isa, coldly addressing Xiaoyang. "Boys are strictly prohibited from entering the girls' dormitory." Xiaoyang felt a bit of a ringing in his ears. How could this woman speak with such a booming effect? "Annie, I mean, sister, look at how heavy this clothing is. The girls can't carry it." The woman shot him a sideways glance, her eyes filled with suspicion and disdain. Xiaoyang, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Sister, why do I feel like you're looking at a scoundrel?" The woman pointed an accusatory finger at Xiaoyang, fuming. "Let me tell you, boys your age are the worst. Always thinking of causing trouble for girls." Xiaoyang groaned internally, wondering how he had become such a villain. Helpless, he turned to Qing Isa, his eyes filled with grievance, subtly signaling to the fierce woman, hoping she would intervene. Qing Isa smiled gently. "Sister E, let's just let it go. He came all this way and must be tired." Sister E's expression softened as she earnestly advised, "Young lady, you must not be deceived. Look at this boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He seems honest enough, yet he wants to enter the girls' dormitory on the first day of school. Sister E will help you carry it. Just ignore him." With that, Sister E glared at Xiaoyang, instantly transforming into a fearsome figure. "Get out of here." Qing Isa appeared helpless, following Sister E as she waved goodbye to Xiaoyang. He shrugged and waved back, then turned to leave. Back in the dormitory, the other three were trying on their uniforms. The military training uniforms at Bailu Academy were simply standard camouflage outfits, of decent quality and fitting well. Each student received 2 sets of school uniforms, one for summer and one for winter. The summer outfit consisted of a white short-sleeved shirt, while the winter attire comprised a white jacket, both adorned with a light red collar and a plum blossom emblem on the chest. After donning the school uniform, Xiaoyang noticed that Xiaobu and the others were all staring at him. "What's wrong? Is it ill-fitting?" Guizai adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Hey, I didn't realize you'd make such a good clothes rack." Xiaobu nodded in agreement. "Yes, you look quite handsome." Xiaoyang, already strikingly handsome, appeared even more youthful in the white outfit paired with the light red collar and plum blossom design. "Heh, just a casual appearance." Xiaobu sat on a chair, beginning to sway side to side, seemingly feeling uneasy. Aobe asked, "What's the matter?" Xiaobu pouted, "I didn't exercise today. I feel all out of sorts." She then removed her shirt, exposing her upper body, and began doing push-ups on the floor. Aobe admired Xiaobu's determination and decided to head for a shower. While Xiaoyang was tidying up the clothes, a notification pinged on his school card. Upon opening it, he discovered he had been added to the communication group of the new class leaders for the Gengzi cohort, led by a senior from the student council, who reminded everyone about the military training schedule and precautions for the next day. Xiaoyang forwarded the message to his class group, pondered for a moment, and opened the member list to begin searching. He aimed to find that exceedingly handsome boy from earlier, found him, Class Chinese Liaison Officer, Lu Xingjian. What a pleasant name. Recalling that stunning appearance and demeanor, Xiaoyang couldn't help but think, what a face made for living off others. He then found the liaison officer from the row behind, who had argued earlier. His name was Hu Mingyu. That whimpering fool. I will definitely flatten that aquiline nose one day. When Aobe emerged from the shower, he saw Xiaobu just finishing her 100 push-ups, panting heavily. He gave her a thumbs up, praising, "Wow, you're amazing." Xiaobu gulped down a large mouthful of water, smacking her lips while slightly frowning. "Little master, this chapter has more to offer. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." "No way, I'm still not satisfied. Didn't teacher Ming say we could return to the dormitory at any time?" She then huffed and puffed her way out of the dormitory. Xiaoyang and Gu Yizai were left dumbfounded. Tomorrow was military training. Was she a masochist? Gu Yizai looked shocked. Xiaoyang scoffed, "Eventually, she'll turn into a tough nut." By the time all four had turned off the lights to rest, it was already past 11 at night. Lying in bed, Xiaoyang gazed at the ceiling, feeling ripples of thoughts stirring within him. Parallel worlds, exquisite chambers, the southern orchard, the peach blossom spring, exorcists, the 10 great organizations, cultivation techniques, spells, skills, life treasures. So many wondrous things flooded his mind for the first time. It was likely that very few freshmen could fall asleep that night. Xiao Yang thought of the three relatives at the fruit shop. Grandpa Qi knew teacher Meng. Did that mean they were connected to the exorcists? Should he return to the Peach Blossom Spring during the winter break? What did the exorcist look like? Was Qing Isa asleep yet? The other three in the dormitory were similarly unable to sleep, lying in bed and starting to chat. Jiu Itzai asked, "Hey, do you think we'll really become as powerful as characters in novels in the future?" Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. "I suppose so," Jiu Itzai, with a face full of longing, said, "You must have martial arts novels in your Peach Blossom Spring, right? When the time comes, hand Huang Feihong over to me." "What about you, Old Black?" Xiaoburou replied. "I'll intercept Xiaofeng." "What about you, Xiaobei?" Aobei said. I don't know many martial arts figures. Does Zhang Sanfeng count?" Gu Itzai laughed. "Haha, that one is a cultivator." "Not in the same category," Xiaoburou remarked. "Who knows, since we have parallel worlds now." Jiu Itzai nodded. "True. What about you, Xiaoyang?" Xiaoyang replied, "Me. I'll just go and turn off all their speakers." Gu Itzai joked, "Damn, you're harsh." The four of them talked for a long time, covering topics from soaring through the skies to demons and monsters, from wealth and prosperity to saving the world. Their conversation was childish yet pure. Every youth has had such naive dreams that might even seem a bit silly, but that should not be mocked. It is the very embodiment of youthful innocence. It is like the tender, shy heart of a flower revealed after peeling away its layers. It is the ambitious sprout just breaking through the soil. It is a small dish to share and laugh over in the future. At Bailu Academy, in a room within the faculty dormitory, with the window open, the late August breeze blew in a few green leaves from the plum blossom tree, bringing a hint of coolness. At the desk, a solitary lamp shone brightly. Meng Xiuxian, draped in a thin jacket, gazed at the photograph of 37 names on his school card, a slight smile unconsciously curving his lips. What kind of remarkable stories will these little ones weave? He then took up his pen and wrote a poem titled Qing Ping Lu. White walls and dark tiles, the southern wind scatters green plums. The dragon and phoenix chicks have just finished their light play. How can we allow ants to trample upon them, boldly waving gold like sand, wishing to drink morning dew as tea? The youth rides on dreams as horses, wielding the whip as they leap over cliffs. Chapter 34. The deadly trio in the 511 dormitory. The four chatted until past midnight, sleepiness gradually overtaking them as they prepared to rest. Just as Xiao Yang was about to drift off, he vaguely sensed a message arriving on his school card. Who could it be at this hour? Upon opening it, he found a friend request from a group chat for Classine San. His classmates? Looking closer, he realized it was Huang Yuanji from the opposite 512 dormitory. Xiaoyang recalled him as the plump boy who sat next to him in class, quite well-fed and eager to become wealthy. After accepting the request, the other party sent a message. "Liaison officer, are you there?" Xiaoyang replied, "I'm here, what's up?" But then there was silence as Xiaoyang's eyelids grew heavier, just as he was about to fall asleep. Huang Yuanji's reply came through. "Are you still there?" Xiaoyang felt a bit exasperated. However, thinking that there might be something urgent for him to add a friend at this hour, he replied, "I'm here." "What do you want?" Then silence ensued again. "I'm so annoyed. I might as well delete him, but I'm just too tired," and soon closed his eyes, ready to enter the realm of dreams. Ding! "Liaison officer, are you still there? What the hell did I ask this never-ending?" Xiaoyang thought about getting out of bed and storming to the opposite dormitory to bang on the door. The weariness had been extinguished by anger. And suppressing his fury, Xiaoyang still typed a reply, "If all goes as expected, I shall remain here for the next few decades. If there's anything, just speak directly." Xiaoyang vowed that if he were to vanish again, he would certainly block this insufferable fatso. Fortunately, the response came rather promptly. "My apologies, but I urgently need to find the homeroom teacher. He may be asleep, and my friend request has been left unapproved, so I could only turn to you." A flicker of concern crossed Xiaoyang's mind. Was there truly a matter at hand? "What is it? Are you unwell?" He recalled that the school infirmary was located on the first floor of the Student Activity Center. "No, it's not that. While taking a shower, the shampoo cap fell into the toilet, and I can't retrieve it. Damn it." Xiaoyang felt an overwhelming urge to rush across and deliver a punch to that face. He promptly muted the conversation and attempted to sleep. Yet, mere minutes later, another faint voice penetrated his ears. Please, it was Aobei's voice. Xiaoyang turned his head to see Aobei tossing and turning in bed number 4. His brow furrowed, muttering incessantly, "Is he having a nightmare?" Xiao Yang sighed deeply. This child was truly pitiable, evidently having been bullied previously. After a while, a creaking sound once again tormented Xiao Yang's senses. This time it was Gu Yitzai. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Yang pulled the blanket over his head, feeling increasingly irritable. This is truly maddening. The electric saw-like snoring of Xiaoboru shattered the last vestige of Xiao Yang's patience. Bang! Xiao Yang shot up, seizing his pillow and flinging it with force. Xiaoboru was struck and groggily rolled over, pressing the pillow beneath her thigh, continuing her thunderous snores. Damn it, who will rescue me from this predicament? It is all that fatso's fault, I swear. The next morning, Xiao Yang emerged with 2 pronounced dark circles under his eyes, as if his very essence had been drained. After changing into his clothes, the spirited Xiaoboru inquired, "Hey, what happened to you? Didn't he sleep well?" Xiao Yang, with a dazed expression, glanced at Xiaoboru. "Have you ever pondered why my pillow is on your bed?" Xiaoboru feigned innocence. "I don't know." Aobe, with an apologetic tone, quietly suggested, "Did I disturb you with my sleep talking last night?" Finally hearing a coherent sentence, Xiao Yang's bloodshot eyes flared with anger. One snorer, one teeth grinder, one sleep talker. I endured an entire night of this cacophony. Gu Yitzai scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Haha, sorry about that, but why didn't you fall asleep with us last night? Were you awakened? Xiao Yang recalled the eccentricities of the opposite dormitory and rolled his eyes. Don't even get me started. There's a ghost in the class. Upon hearing the word ghost, Aobe shuddered, a flicker of profound fear dancing in his eyes. Assuming Aobe felt overly guilty due to his loud remarks, Xiao Yang wrapped an arm around Aobe's shoulders, smiling as he said, "It's all right. What father would blame his son? Let us hurry, or we'll be late." The 4 of them casually grabbed breakfast in the cafeteria before heading to the sports field. Upon locating their Class S formation, they discovered the instructor had already arrived, a middle-aged man in his 40s. Strangely, the instructor was not donned in military attire, but rather wore an ancient robe adorned with ink wash patterns. Standing tall and exuding authority, "Hurry and assemble, stand in order of height." After the instructor organized the ranks, Xiao Yang noticed one person was missing. There were only 35 present. She didn't come? How did Xiao Yang notice so quickly? Because that individual was Qing Isa. The instructor proclaimed with a commanding voice, "I am your class's instructor, Nanke from Kiankisi. You all understand your tasks, correct? Within 7 days, determine your cultivation method and successfully harness your yuan. If you wish to create your own, persist until the 7th day. If you cannot, report to the cultivation method building. If there are questions, shout report. Now, we will begin roll call." It seemed this instructor was summoned from Kiankisi, indicating a good relationship between Bailu Academy and Qingxi. As the roll call commenced, an unexpected incident arose. Hu Huahua, Ye, Nanke, unable to believe his ears, became mildly irritated and reiterated, "Who is that? I called your name." He repeated it once more. Hu Huahua, Ye, Nanke, exasperated, crumpled the list in his hand and summoned the jubilant student forward. Upon seeing this student, the others from Class San struggled to contain their laughter. Their expressions contorted. Nanke was utterly perplexed. "Hu Huahua?" The student stood at attention, shouting, "Yay!" Nanke was furious. "What are you yelling for? I said to respond when your name is called." At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the formation. "Instructor, his name is Gu Yueya." Nanke's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the roster in his hands. "What sort of absurdity is this? The spacing in your name is so wide. The formatting is a mess." Gu Yueya felt quite embarrassed. Meng Xiuxian had told him to speak more loudly, and he certainly had. The others laughed even harder. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Nanke's face. "Ahem, fall in. Your class is quite special. There's a student who has been granted early recognition for achieving yuan before enrollment, so she wants to partake in military training. I hope you all can learn from her." Wow, how enviable that is this the treatment reserved for protagonists in novels. Numerous classmates whispered in envy and jealousy. "All right, heed the command. Stand at attention," Nanke barked. The 35 students of Class San straightened, standing tall like pines. At that moment, Meng Xiuxian approached, exchanged a brief greeting with Nanke, and began to inspect each student's demeanor. When he reached Xiao Yang, he raised an eyebrow, gently adjusting Xiao Yang's collar while softly advising, "Don't stay up late tonight. Rest early." Xiaoyang felt a myriad of unspeakable grievances, nodding with tears in his eyes. Respected leaders, esteemed instructors, and fellow students, good morning. A middle-aged male teacher, whom Xiaoyang did not recognize, ascended the high platform, his resonant voice echoing throughout the gathering. Remarkably, there was no amplification device. It seemed as if an invisible force carried his voice, clear and powerful, reaching every student's ears. The military training initiation ceremony for the Gengzi cohort of Bailu Academy begins now. First, we invite Dean Peng Qinxian to address the assembly. Applause erupted like thunder. Wow! Look, my heavens! What am I witnessing? Gasps arose as all students looked up in unison. An elderly man in a white robe, with a beard like a halberd, descended from the heavens. Though he took but a single step, he traversed hundreds of meters, appearing before the high platform in the blink of an eye. He then floated down, his robes billowing gracefully, exuding an ethereal presence. The elder smiled gently and pronounced, "Good morning, students. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to all new students on behalf of Bailu Academy. The sun blazes fiercely, and the heat is unbearable. I shall not belabor the point. I hereby declare. The military training initiation ceremony for the Gengzi cohort of Bailu Academy commences now." Chapter 35. A rain of stars among the trees once again. Applause thundered, this time even more fervent than before. This enthusiasm stemmed not only from the students' genuine appreciation for such succinct leaders, but also from the sheer spectacle of witnessing someone seemingly traversing the clouds, shrinking distances with effortless grace. One moment he stood far away, and the next, he was right before them. And then there was the name, Peng Qinxian, a divinely ordained immortal, majestic and imposing. Who could rival him? In such sweltering heat, clad in a long robe with a beard cascading to his waist, he moved with an air of serenity, as if unfazed by the climate. Knowing you possess an immortal spirit, unburdened by the scorching heat, I declare our meeting is a moment to cherish. After Peng Qinxian delivered his address and descended from the platform, the students remained entranced by his celestial demeanor. Their hearts soaring with admiration. It was not until the presiding male teacher spoke again that they returned to reality. Thank you, Dean Peng. We shall now proceed to the second item of the military training initiation ceremony, the collective viewing of the video on maleficence. Please note, all footage depicts events that have genuinely transpired. As the words fell, a massive screen on the platform illuminated, commencing the playback of a video. The footage revealed a modestly dressed mother removing her apron, leading a young boy and girl as they prepared to step outside, presumably to send the children off to school. The mother appeared unwell, her complexion pallid, and as she crossed the threshold, a gray aura seeped from the void into her being. Moments later, with a smile, she closed the door, instructing the boy and girl to lie down in their rooms. However, as she turned back to the living room, her demeanor shifted to one of stark indifference. A stark contrast to her previous gentle and gracious self. She approached the kitchen, turned on the gas, and deceitfully offered the children 2 sleeping pills mixed in their drinks. Once she completed this grim task, she sat motionless in the dining chair, devoid of any expression, resembling a marionette. The footage fast-forwarded as the mother entered the room, and the 2 children, now deprived of oxygen, were in dire straits. The mother's expression transformed into one of malevolent fervor as she reached for the children's heads, drawing in a faint white light that was absorbed into her body. In an instant, the children ceased to breathe. The mother's face reflected a look of satisfaction akin to that of a drug addict. Subsequently, she took a fruit knife and slashed her wrist, a gray mist erupting from her being as she collapsed to the floor, unconscious, blood pouring forth, her life ebbing away quietly as the video played. Numerous students gasped, evidently unprepared to witness such a horror show so early in the morning. It was clear that the gray aura represented maleficence, which had latched onto the mother, resulting in the demise of the 2 children, siphoning their life force, later masquerading as a mother suffering from severe depression, leading to a tragic gas poisoning incident alongside a suicide. The subsequent 2 tales revolve around an elderly couple who have steadfastly supported each other for decades, and a devoted son who has cared for his ailing mother for over 10 years. Those afflicted by misfortune seem to have entirely lost their capacity for human emotion and ethical conduct, draining the vitality of their closest kin. The final video transports us to ancient times, where atop a towering edifice, a man clad in imperial robes embraces two graceful women. As the camera pans out, we observe thousands of soldiers standing motionless below. Suddenly, a gray aura erupts from their bodies and surges toward the Emperor, who, upon absorbing this spectral energy, descends into a frenzy, seizing the heads of the two women beside him and, within moments, draining them of life. He discards their lifeless forms from the height, and with a mere wave of his hand, transforms the thousands of corpses into dust, scattering them to the winds. Such a gruesome spectacle chills even the hearts of 16-year-old students who have not witnessed it firsthand. Even with Xiao Yang's formidable mental fortitude, he is left with goosebumps, astonished by the rapid disappearance of so many lives. Many students in the athletic field are filled with trepidation. Are we truly to engage in battle against such monsters in the future? It is utterly terrifying. Does this not imply that anyone could be cursed? Just as the murmurs of anxiety grow louder and the students' nerves fray, the male instructor takes the stage once more, his voice swiftly silencing the crowd. Now, we shall proceed to the final segment of the military training initiation ceremony. I present to you the chief instructor for this session, a top-tier exorcist from Qinqiu CI, Qing Yuan, who will lead you all in the initiation. In the aftermath of the disturbing video, the applause is tepid as a middle-aged man in a dark green robe ascends the platform in contrast to the grand entrance of Dean Pang. Qing Yuan's arrival is somewhat understated. Greetings, students of Bailu Academy. Each time I gather for this collective initiation, my heart swells with excitement. Should any of you become unparalleled masters in the future, please do not forget me. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupts from the audience. After a brief jest, Qing Yuan adopts a serious demeanor and commands. All stand at attention. His voice reverberates through the athletic field, echoing like thunder. All instructors immediately turn to their respective squads, barking orders. Do not move, stand firm. Qing Yuan raises his arms to shoulder level, tilting his head slightly back as he closes his eyes. A green luminescence envelopes him, and a tempest begins to swirl within the field, forcing many to shield their eyes. Simultaneously, the daylight fades rapidly, plunging the area into a twilight haze. All students are engulfed in trepidation. What a sight this is! The atmosphere shifts dramatically. Is this the power of a top-tier exorcist? As their heartbeats quicken, Qing Yuan maintains his pose, slowly ascending into the sky, soaring over 100 meters above the ground. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberates through the air. With his eyes still shut, Qing Yuan speaks softly, yet his words resonate like a hammer in each student's mind. Thousand trees, star rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark sky begins to glimmer with starlight. 1, 2, 3 and more, growing increasingly bright. Countless beams of white light, as thick as arms, streak across the night sky, descending from the horizon and illuminating the athletic field as if it were day. Remarkably, each beam of light seems to be guided, striking precisely at each student and merging into their being, as if a meteor shower bestows blessings upon them. Minutes later, Qing Yuan gently opens his eyes, the green glow dissipating as he descends back to the ground. The sky is clear, and a sense of tranquility prevails. In a corner, two instructors lean against the wall, engaged in casual conversation. In the east wind, flowers bloom on 1,000 trees, while stars fall like rain. Every time I witness Qing Yuan's 1,000 trees, star rain, I am left in awe. If only you could behold the full spectacle of his exorcism, that would be truly astonishing. What we witnessed now was merely a whisper of power, a mere show for these young minds. Regardless, the act was indeed impressive. Xiao Yang, like all the other newcomers, is utterly astounded by the display put forth by Qing Yuan and Dean Pang. First, Dean Pang stirred the students' aspirations, then showcased the severity of exorcism through the disturbing video, and finally, Qing Yuan swept away the shadows of despair with his grand display. While the curse is indeed brutal, there is no need for fear. The skills of the exorcists are formidable, with a strategy of raising hope, then instilling caution, and finally elevating spirits again. Qing Yuan's 1,000 trees, star rain not only infused each new student with a glimmer of power, but also planted the seeds of a determined heart to combat curses, nurturing dreams of becoming strong. Qing Yuan strides forward a few steps, proclaiming, "May you witness the unrefined winds and embrace the fortuitous path of martial prowess. I wish for each of you to succeed in your initiation, soaring to great heights and walking the path of prosperity." Applause erupts, a cacophony that seems to shake the very ground of the athletic field, now mixed with cheers. The instructors quickly call for silence. Is mere applause insufficient to convey your excitement? Must you resort to wild shouts? Qingyu bellows once more. Instructors, disperse, begin training. Clearly, these exuberant students remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Xiaoyang, however, recognizes the impending seriousness as he spots numerous upperclassmen from the student council constructing medical tents, dozens in number. Chapter 36. Devilish training. After the instructors disperse their respective squads, the first command echoes. About face. This turn reveals a shocking sight. What on earth? When did all this equipment appear behind us? What is this? Surely, we are not expected to train with these, are we? Behind the athletic field lies an array of barbed wire, wooden walls, weighted gear, and other militarized training apparatuses. Nanke shouts. If you wish to feel the slightest trace of the power that Chief Instructor Qingyu has instilled within you, you must push both your body and resolve to their limits. Otherwise, success in initiation is utterly impossible. Now, allow me to outline the training regimen. First, 500 push-ups at your station, then low crawl through 50 meters of barbed wire. Repeating this 20 times, followed by a 5,000-meter run with a 20-kilogram weight, and finally, 20 obstacle courses with weights, reaching the finish line. For the girls, the standard is multiplied by 0.8. Completing these 4 tasks constitutes 1 cycle. To be completed daily, if you fail to finish during the day, you will train again at night. You will sleep only when you complete the requirements. What the hell? Is this not the training regimen of special forces? What do they take us for? Complaints ripple through the ranks, reaching Nanke's ears. Silence. Nanke's thunderous command casts an invisible weight upon the students of Classine San, rendering them speechless and their bodies seemingly heavier. Is this all the spirit you possess? If you wish to wield extraordinary abilities, you must endure inhuman trials. To complain without even attempting is unacceptable. I dare anyone to utter a word. Down. 500 push-ups. Begin. Though reluctant, the students, under the instructor's fierce reprimand, reluctantly position themselves on the ground and commence their push-ups. Many falter after 2 or 3 dozen, their arms shaking uncontrollably. Even someone as physically capable as Sieburo cannot complete 500 push-ups in one go. Those with improper form are dragged out by Nanke for solitary practice, with barely a minute's rest before being ordered to continue. Within half an hour, some succumb to exhaustion and collapse. Keep going, keep going. Nanke's merciless taunts relentlessly challenge the students' physical and mental limits. Why now? It is nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, the gentle warmth of the morning sun giving way to the searing heat of midday. Beads of sweat cascade onto the verdant grass, soaking the backs of the students' military training uniforms. Xiaoyang grits his teeth, persevering. After more than an hour, he has barely reached 200 up beside him. Gu Itzai gasps for air. Whispering as he supports himself, "This is meant to break us." Xiaoyang forces the words through clenched teeth. "Don't worry. We won't die from this." Someone has fainted. A shout emerges from an unknown squad, drawing everyone's attention. Given the intensity of the training, it is not surprising that some students with weaker constitutions, or those who skipped breakfast and are suffering from low blood sugar collapse. Just as the students expect the instructors to show restraint in response to the situation, Nanke's eyes narrow, and he bellows. "What are you looking at? Continue." The pressure mounts again, and the students of Classine San find it impossible to lift their heads. Completely pinned to the ground, Xiaoyang catches a glimpse of the fainted student being carried into a medical tent, only to emerge moments later, looking composed and revitalized. How did they recover so quickly? What miraculous remedy do they have in that tent? With questions lingering in his mind, Xiaoyang persists in his push-ups. The robust Sieburo is the first to complete her 500 push-ups. Moving on to the next task, low crawling through the barbed wire. While it may appear simple, those who have experienced it know how excruciating low crawling can be. A moment's inattention could lead to painful cuts from the wire. Time ticks by, and more students are carried into the medical tent. Some fainting, others suffering from heat exhaustion, and some vomiting. A few cases are more severe, leading to rhabdomyolysis, which can potentially cause acute kidney injury, arrhythmias, and even life-threatening conditions. Yet, without exception, those carried into the medical tent emerge within 10 minutes, brimming with vitality. After resting 7 or 8 times and completing nearly 300 push-ups, Xiaoyang felt his hands lose all sensation. Dizziness overwhelming him, and an utter sense of exhaustion washed over him, accompanied by waves of nausea that rendered him immobile. A few volunteers approached and carried Xiaoyang onto a stretcher, making their way towards the medical tent. Lying on the stretcher, Xiao Yang's vision blurred into darkness, yet he suddenly sensed a silken, cool energy within him, flowing swiftly around his limbs and body, completing a circuit in mere breaths. Could this be the Yuan power? Xiao Yang attempted to control this energy, but found it utterly impossible, akin to trying to govern the flow of one's own blood. Before he could further attune to this thread of Yuan power, he was already lifted into the medical tent. Upon entering the tent, he was enveloped by the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, with several large pots of herbal concoctions steaming in the corner. A man in his 60s, clad in a short cotton and linen shirt, sat on a rattan chair. Crossing his legs, he cast a glance at Xiao Yang and murmured, exhausted, administer Sanshin Peilon decoction with Xinhe grass. After speaking, the old man exited the tent and proceeded to the next room. A senior nodded, understood, teacher Ni.ina days. Xiao Yang discerned that the old man was surnamed Ni. The senior then gently lifted Xiao Yang's head and fed him a small bowl of herbal medicine. Likely the Sanshin Peilon decoction with Xinhe grass mentioned by the elder. Miraculously, within a couple of minutes, Xiao Yang felt a wave of comfort wash over him, the fatigue dissipating entirely, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. The senior inquired, "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" Xiao Yang nodded, "Yes, thank you, senior." Subsequently, he exited the tent, but regrettably, his connection to the Yuan power had vanished. It seemed that to truly sense the Yuan power, one must endure to the extent he had just experienced. Back at the training ground, Xiao Yang resumed doing push-ups, still needing to complete nearly 200 more. The training ground had transformed into a scene of torment, with students fainting, vomiting, or collapsing at intervals. Yet, the miraculous medical tent appeared capable of healing all ailments, rendering the notion of a sickbay non-existent. Some students feigned exhaustion merely to shirk their responsibilities, only to be reprimanded by instructors, who intensified the training. To his annoyance, some seniors had purchased watermelons, ice cream, and chilled beverages, lounging outside the training ground, munching away while observing the spectacle. Even more frustrating was the fact that instructors and teachers did not intervene, and some even joined the seniors in their indulgence. Finally, at noon, the instructor announced the end of the session. Xiao Yang had no appetite for a meal, but knowing he had to return for afternoon training, he compelled himself to order a bowl of noodles at the cafeteria, struggling to lift the chopsticks. After forcing down the meal, he returned to the dormitory, disregarding the sweat-soaked state of his attire, and collapsed onto the bed. Unwilling to move, he dozed off, catching up on the sleep he had missed the previous night. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he hurried back to the training ground to continue with the second exercise. The low crawl. After enduring multiple abrasions and drenched in sweat, Xiao Yang ultimately could not hold on any longer and was once again carried into the medical tent. It was still teacher Ni, who calmly stated, "Heat stroke, administer Huaxiang Zhengqi water with ghost needle grass, and apply Shengji ointment for the wounds." At that moment, in a semi-conscious state, with a pallid complexion, Xiao Yang suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone in the tent. "Do not feed me!" The senior holding the bowl looked startled and glanced at teacher Ni. The latter paused, turned back to look at Xiao Yang, and chuckled lightly, "Let him be. He won't die. He can drink once he faints." On a sweltering afternoon in early September, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees, Xiao Yang felt a wave of nausea and dizziness. The reason he resisted being fed medicine was simple. He wished to immerse himself further in the faint sensation of Yuan power. Chapter 37. Unrivaled national art. After his first exit from the medical tent, Xiao Yang resolved not to squander the precious opportunity to sense the Yuan power that had come at the cost of his physical endurance. Regardless of how uncomfortable his body felt, with such miraculous medical skills at hand, he had no need to worry about any ailments or aftereffects. Why rush to take medicine? He decided to endure. His stomach roiled, but he held his breath, disregarding the contorted expression on his face, as a chill coursed through him, curling into a ball. To this point, he had no concern for appearances, with the remaining fragments of his focus. He observed the rapid circulation of that thread of Yuan power within him. Upon the second attempt to perceive it, the texture and traces of the Yuan power were markedly easier to capture. It was akin to staring intently at the rapidly spinning blades of a fan, the trajectory becoming increasingly clear in his vision. Dizziness enveloped him. His stomach churned violently, his face as pale as paper. Transitioning from cold to burning hot, his entire being aflame. The seniors in the tent displayed expressions of concern. "Isn't it time to feed him? We don't want him to suffer permanent damage. Just a little longer." He hasn't fainted yet. A few minutes passed, but Xiaoyang could no longer endure. Having suffered from heat stroke for too long, he lost consciousness. However, in that fleeting moment before he succumbed, he successfully locked onto that thread of yuan power. His attention fully capable of keeping pace with its rapid circulation. If any teachers were to learn of this, they would likely be astounded, for this was indeed the first step towards creating a unique cultivation method, a feat that most students take 7 days to achieve. Time slipped away, and when Xiaoyang awoke, he felt a profound sense of comfort. Turning his head, he noticed that even the wounds on his back had nearly healed, the scabs gone and fresh skin emerging. Wasn't Huaxiang Zhengqi water a common remedy for heat stroke? Even if it contained a few additional herbal ingredients, its effects should not be this miraculous. What secrets did Teacher and I possess? Could it be attributed to yuan power? Before he could further marvel at Teacher Ni's remarkable medical skills, a familiar figure caught his eye. "What are you doing here?" he exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Qing Isa, dressed in a white floral dress, seated in a corner on a rattan chair, holding a bottle of water. "Just passing by, thought I would check in, and coincidentally saw you lying here." "Are you all right?" Xiaoyang's heart sank. Had she witnessed his embarrassing state? Forcing a wry smile, he replied, "I was on the verge of losing my life." "After hardship comes sweetness," Qing Isa said softly. She then stood and walked to Xiaoyang, extending the bottle of water towards him. Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. "You brought me water?" He reached out eagerly, but in his excitement, his hand brushed against Qing Isa's fingertips. She wore a pair of sky-blue sheer gloves, and at the instant their fingers touched, she recoiled as if shocked. "I actually bought this for Yi-Wei. I didn't know she had brought her OW and IT wasn't specifically for you." Xiaoyang offered an apologetic smile. "It's all right, I don't mind." Qing Isa embraced her right hand with her left, tucking it against her chest, her head slightly bowed, her expression neither displeased nor shy, and she turned to leave the tent. Xiaoyang stared at the bottle of water, a sweet sensation blooming in his heart. A senior approached and patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder, smiling. "Not bad, Junior. On the first day of military training, a beautiful senior comes to bring you water. You must be quite fortunate," with a bitter smile. Xiaoyang replied, "Don't mention it, Senior. I just made a fool of myself, completely lost my dignity." He jumped off the stretcher, unscrewed the cap, and drank deeply. "Damn, this is invigorating." Renewed with energy, Xiaoyang re-entered training and completed half of the fourth exercise before 5:30, leaving the remainder for the evening. With no appetite for dinner and another training session looming, he didn't wish to return to the dormitory so soon to shower, so he decided to pay a visit to the library. After carrying a 20-kilogram load for 5 kilometers, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, nearly causing him to kneel with each step, with 4 or 5 blisters on his feet. Each friction brought a sharp pain that made him gasp. Upon reaching the library, Xiaoyang realized he was the only freshman in camouflage attire, and many seniors cast him curious glances, aware of his own sweat-stained odor. He chose a secluded corner. He had come to the library to understand this world better. During last night's study session, Meng Xiuxian's introduction had only scratched the surface of his curiosity, and he yearned to learn everything about this world. He initially intended to find a book like a comprehensive history of the Nanke world, but after searching for a while without success, he stumbled upon a book titled Introduction to the 10 Major Organizations. Resolute, he decided to read it as any new information would be refreshing. Upon opening it, he found that the first chapter was about the ancient dynasty society. A shocking revelation caught his eye. The current membership was only 2 people? Stunned, he remained frozen in place. Only 2 individuals could be the leading organization? They must be extraordinarily formidable. Fueled by intense curiosity, Xiaoyang began to delve deeper into the text. The ancient dynasty society was founded by Mr. Xia, renowned for its name, reflecting the ancient dynasties of Huaxia. With an exceedingly low membership, it had existed for 102 years, comprising only 7 members. The reason for this rarity was the extremely stringent admission criteria. To join the ancient dynasty society, the first requirement was to possess an emperor's fate in one's birth chart, an innate talent that could not be compelled. Of course, Possessing an emperor's fate did not necessarily mean one had to be an emperor. One could also be a dominant figure or a person who excels in a specific domain. The second requirement was to create a unique cultivation method with a vision for the world. Upon meeting these criteria, one could wield the ability to manipulate a nation's fortune, commanding unparalleled prowess in national arts. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim in his heart, "No wonder, those who meet these two conditions are indeed exceedingly rare." Akin to phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, the following section detailed the introductions of the 7 members. The first was the founder and a monumental figure of epic-making significance in the Nanke world, Mr. Xia, Grade A, 9th Order, with the cultivation method Tianqi Gong, endowed with the destiny treasure Tianqi, whose might could suppress all things, ranked first in historical combat power. He had already passed away. There was even a ranking for historical combat power? How fascinating, however, there was a note indicating that only the top 15 were included. The second member of the Ancient Dynasty Society was a female exorcist from the same era as Mr. Xia, Ms. Yin, Grade A, 9th Order, with the cultivation method Wooding Ju, endowed with the destiny treasure Suilai, ranked 4th in historical combat power. The following depicts a formidable bronze pillar capable of incinerating all malevolent spirits and conjuring an inferno in an instant. Xiao Yang recognized it immediately. Is this not the pillar used in the punishment of cauldrons? Indeed, it hails from the Yin and Shang dynasties, evidently belonging to a woman of fiery temperament. Next is Mr. Zhou, male, practitioner of the Gongfa Chengjingju, holding a rank of A Class 9, with his life treasure being a jade axe, historically ranked 6th in combat prowess. The axe is undoubtedly a symbol of royal authority. Yet the name .mr.zhou.it sounds akin to that of a jeweler. The fourth individual is Qin Han, male, also A Class 9, practicing the Wanjing Gong, with his life treasure being the Jojo seal, historically ranked 9th in combat strength. Notably, he is referred to not by the honorifics of Mr. or MS, but instead bears the names of 2 dynasties, suggesting that he must have been quite formidable in his lifetime. As Xiao Yang perused the accompanying illustration, he was struck by the man's striking appearance. Clad in a long black and red robe, this middle-aged figure stood defiantly upon the city walls, facing legions of encroaching malevolence, his right hand outstretched, holding a jade seal that radiated a brilliant crimson light. There was an aura of indomitable spirit and tragic grandeur, yet regrettably, only a silhouette remained. The Qin dynasty revered the color black, making the black and red combination quite fitting. That jade seal must surely be his life treasure, perhaps even the legendary He Shurbai. Next is Mr. Jin. Why has he reverted to being called Mr.? Again, there is scant documentation regarding Mr. Jin, with his martial arts, elemental power level, and life treasure all marked as unspecified. There are no illustrations, merely a notation of his gender as male, with the rest of the information hurriedly glossed over. The 6th entry is Tang Song. Male, A Class 8, historically ranked 13th in combat strength. The Tang and Song dynasties are renowned as the 2 most economically prosperous feudal dynasties, long coveted by literati. Remarkably, according to the latest edition of Introduction to the 10 Major Organizations published by Zhuan Bureau, Tang Song is the foremost exorcist in the Nanke world and the current leader of the Ancient Dynasty Society. His practice is known as Kaiyuan Gong, and his life treasure is the Shangfeng sword, capable of cleaving the heavens above and shattering the depths below, vanquishing malevolence throughout the realm. Quite impressive. Regrettably, there is no illustration, and Xiao Yang lamented the missed opportunity to witness his grandeur. The 7th entry is Yuan Mingqing. Female, A Class 7, practicing the Yongle Ju, with her life treasure being the sun and moon flag, capable of summoning wind and rain, commanding thunder and lightning, and harnessing the forces of nature. Another female exorcist, extraordinarily, she embodies the names of 3 dynasties. Although 2 of these are not Han dynasties, they nonetheless represent the true lineage of Huaxia. Astonishingly, Yuan Mingqing is the wife of Tang Song. My goodness, this must be the most formidable couple in history. Chapter 38. The 10 Major Organizations in examining the 7 members of the Ancient Dynasty Society. Apart from the largely undocumented Mr. Jin, the majority are A Class 9 powerhouses. Although Tang Song and Yuan Mingqing hold ranks of A Class 8 and 7 respectively, they remain active and thus possess significant potential for advancement. Xiao Yang could not help but exclaim, "Such few individuals, yet their strength is truly remarkable." their martial arts all bear the names of prosperous eras from various dynasties. With 4 of the top 10 in historical combat strength represented, it cannot be denied that the top organization is indeed deserving of its reputation. The next entry pertains to the second-ranking organization, Chinchio CI, which mandates a strict requirement for membership, a high level of literary talent. Consequently, the majority of its martial arts are based on literary prowess, characterized by a vigorous literary spirit that enhances one's cultivation speed. With all accolades bearing the names of poetic forms, the founder is Qinyuan Chun, male, A Class 9, historically ranked 7th in combat prowess. Oh my! What a name! In Xiao Yang's Paradise, the 2 most renowned compositions of Qinyuan Chun also originate from a groundbreaking figure. The martial art associated with Qinyuan Chun is ink art, and his life treasure is the lantern green, capable of dispelling various malevolences and activating all potential when fused with the lantern green, resulting in a dramatic surge in combat strength. Chinchio CI boasts a considerable membership, once peaking at over 400 individuals, thus only a few representative figures are introduced. Following Qinyuan Chun is the second-ranking figure in Chinchio CI. Linjiang Xian, male, A Class 9, historically ranked 10th in combat prowess. The very name suggests a rather dashing individual. Yet, the introduction of Linjiang Xian's martial arts left Xiaoyang utterly astounded. His technique, Ru Yi Si Wu Gong, is hailed as the supreme martial art, with his life treasure being the Jade Chain. Ru Yi Si Wu Gong transcends all techniques. Astonishing. Xiao Yang's heart raced. The notion that it transcends all techniques is astounding. Last night, Meng Xiuxian mentioned that martial arts and techniques must be complementary and suited to the individual. For instance, if your martial art is fire-based, employing a water-related technique would drastically diminish its effectiveness. Yet, Ru Yi Si Wu Gong, astonishingly, does not discriminate against any technique, meaning that upon mastering it, one can seamlessly apply any technique with maximum efficacy based on their current strength. Xiaoyang also noted that Linjiang Xian's representative technique is called Xian Zhangyu Ming, also known as Xiaoyao San Shou, Baiyu Shou, with mastery of its essence allowing one to mobilize the great forces of heaven and earth. With both martial arts and techniques of such caliber, how could he only be ranked 10th? Perhaps it is due to his personality, lacking a competitive spirit. What a pity. Both Qinyuan Chun and Linjiang Xian have passed on, and Xian Zhangyu Ming has been lost to time, with only a fragment of Ru Yi Si Wu Gong surviving. The practitioner of the remaining fragment is the third-ranking individual in Chinchio CI, Ding Fengbo, the foremost combatant currently active in Chinchio CI. Male, A Class 8, historically ranked 15th, practicing the incomplete Ru Yi Si Wu Gong, with his life treasure being Yinyu, a staff adorned with patterns of mist and rain. The accompanying illustration also depicts only a silhouette, traversing against a light rain, donned in a raincoat, barefoot in straw sandals, wielding a bamboo staff, and crowned with a wide-brimmed hat. Xiaoyang was instantly reminded of Su Dongpa as timeless poem Ding Fengbo. With bamboo staff and straw sandals, who fears? A raincoat amidst smoke and rain. I embrace life as it comes. Though they have never met, Xiaoyang sensed that Ding Fengbo must be a person of broad-minded disposition. Often, those who appear ordinary are the most unfathomable. Following Ding Fengbo and Chinchio CI is Pei Zhanzi, male, practicing ink art, A Class 7, garbed in white armor, wielding a life treasure known as Ju Yi, a silver spear. The accompanying illustration features a gallant general in white, mounted on a steed, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Trailing behind Pei Zhanzi is the current leader of Chinchio CI, Zhang Chengzi, practicing ink art, A Class 7, with his life treasure being the full moon, a bow. The illustration presents a reassuring elder with a goatee. Beyond this point, Xiaoyang did not delve deeper, as numerous names followed, such as Bu Xuanzi, Chou Nuer, Zurei Hua Yin, Ru Mingling, Dian Jiangchun, Dailian Hua, Qing Yuan, Shui Long Yin, among others. Among these, Xiaoyang lingered a moment longer on Ru Mingling, for it included the phrase, the most beautiful woman in the 10 major organizations. Upon turning the page, he encountered the third-ranking organization, Yuan Yi Gong, boasting over 300 active members. It is characterized by a wealth of ancient secret arts, with techniques of immense power and inscrutable mystery, requiring exceptional talent for membership, known as the dual harmony phenomenon. The explanation below states, the phenomenon where the life treasure and martial art share the same name is termed dual harmony. When one successfully draws upon a specific object, That object simultaneously becomes their life treasure, facilitating a perfect synergy between the life treasure and martial art. The esteemed names of Yuan Igong are derived from the 4 ancient surnames plus 1 bestowed character. The 4 ancient surnames originally comprised 8, but as the matriarchal society waned, gradually fell into obscurity, leaving only Ji, Jiang, Ying, and Yao. Each of the 4 surnames excels in different domains: Jiang in wisdom, Ji in arts, Yao in skills, and Ying in martial prowess. What kind of organization is this that requires one to change their surname upon joining? Xiao Yang's initial impression of this organization was not particularly favorable, leading him to glance only briefly at the representative figures. The first was the founder, Ji Hao, male, A Class 9, historically ranked 8th, practicing Ziwei Gong, with his life treasure being Ziwei, a hammer. The second was Jiang Su, A Class 9, historically ranked 12th, practicing Qi Xiu Ju, with his life treasure being Qi Xiu, a compass, indicating a strategist role. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In the company of ancient dynasties such as the Ming and Qing, the leader of the Yuan Palace, Ying Cheng, stands at the prestigious 7th tier, a level that invariably draws considerable attention. Xiao Yang cast several glances in his direction. The treasure of the palace master is an ancient zither named Qianlai. Notable figures associated with this palace include Ms. Shang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yu, Diamadin, and Qingyi, among others. The 6th organization, Yuyazai, boasts over 200 active members, renowned for enlisting practitioners of various unique techniques to serve as exorcists. The requirement for joining is a passion for diverse culinary delights, with titles inspired by various food names or elegant appellations. The founder, Jiaozi, is an esteemed figure of the 6th tier, currently living. Representative figures include Tofu, Yu Tiao, Nian Gao, Tang Yuan, Mooncake, and Zhengzi. Goodness! Are they all food enthusiasts? While the preceding organizations bore grand or elegantly resonant names, this one seems to take a humorous turn, showcasing a rather jovial atmosphere. The 7th organization, by Huiyuan, has over 100 active members and specializes in techniques that require feminine prowess for membership. Their titles are derived from various plant and flower names. The founder, Ms. Zhu, is a living 6th-tier practitioner. Representative figures include Peony, Rose, Julie Xiang, Narcissus, Han Dan, and Fu Rong. Wow, it's an all-female organization. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang is visually impaired. The 8th organization, Jechitang, also has over 100 active members and excels in harnessing natural powers through Yuan energy. The requirement for joining is the ability to manipulate natural elements through one's techniques, with titles reflecting seasonal terms. The founder, Gu Yu, is a living 6th-tier practitioner. Representative figures include Mr. Qing Yang, Jing Zhe, Xiaoman, Meng Zhong, and Han Lu. The 9th organization, Qing Jinfeng, comprises over 100 active members and is adept at concealing weapons within clothing and utilizing hidden armaments in battle. The requirement for membership is a fondness for traditional attire. With titles named after historical costumes, the founder, Fei Yu, is a living 6th-tier practitioner. Representative figures include Ma Mian, De Qiu, Bai Ji, Sanjian, Ba Pe, Hua Jian, and Yu Hua. The 10th organization, Mok Lu, has just over 100 active members. Finally, Xiao Yang eagerly awaits to scrutinize this organization. Mok Lu is famed for its unpredictable and intricate techniques, with a requirement for exceptional perception. Their titles are inspired by Mahjong nomenclature. The founder, Yitong, a male of the 9th tier, possesses undisclosed techniques and treasures, and ranks 2nd in historical combat prowess, having passed away. Chapter 39. The stronger, the freer. Previously, Xiao Yang found it curious that, having reviewed 9 organizations, he had not encountered the 2nd and 3rd in historical combat rankings, nor the 11th and 14th. Now, the 2nd has emerged, bearing a name associated with Mahjong. Yitong. It has a somewhat amusing ring to it. Moreover, he is shrouded in mystery, with both his techniques and treasures remaining undisclosed. The introduction merely states that Mok Lu is an organization with a long history, contemporaneous with the ancient dynasties. Thus, it seems that Yitong also existed in the same era as Ard. Xia.as he continued to explore. The 2nd representative figure was revealed to be Si Tiao, the current leader of Mok Lu, a 5th-tier practitioner with the technique Hao Ji Ju and a treasure named Kuyu, which is a ruler. Other representatives include Qitong, Wu Wang, Dongfeng, Nanfeng, Bai Ban, and Yao Ji. Si Tiao, with a 4-character name, Qitong, with a 7-character name, Wu Wang with a 5-character name? How intriguing that they can alter their titles. Yet, why do Bai Ban and Yao Ji remain unchanged? Upon reflecting, Xiao Yang realized why Mok Lu, once home to a powerful figure like Yi Tong, has fallen to the last position among the top 10 organizations. There exists a stark disparity in strength, with no successors. An organization founded by a 9th-tier practitioner now sees its second representative only at the 5th tier. It appears that either there was little legacy left behind, or the techniques of Mok Lu are exceedingly challenging to master, making it difficult to produce top-tier experts. No wonder the requirement is for exceptional perception. Flipping through the pages, he encountered several lesser-known organizations, many of which lacked even a single exorcist of the highest tier. This seemed reasonable. Xiao Yang recalled Meng Xiuxian stating that to graduate from the Bailu Academy, one must not only complete various exorcist tasks but also achieve the Ding level. Above Ding is the Bing level, then the E level, and only then the Jia level. Ascending to the tier of a Jia level exorcist cannot merely be achieved through effort. Talent, opportunity, and disposition are all indispensable. Pondering the whereabouts of the 3rd, 11th, and 14th in the historical combat rankings, Xiao Yang had no choice but to return the book as the military training assembly approached. Resolving to return at a later time to continue his search, upon exiting, he trudged toward the sports field, his legs heavy with fatigue, yet he now possessed a preliminary understanding of the top 10 organizations. The Ancient Dynasty Association, impressive. Qinqiu Ci, a group of thoughtful intellectuals. Yuanyi Palace, quite intriguing. Shinnong Pavilion, a clinic. Could they conduct nucleic acid tests? Xianlug Fu, performers. Do they have DJs and rappers? Yuyazai, a restaurant, a merry gathering of food enthusiasts. Might someone there be named after snail noodles? Bai Huiyuan, a botanical garden, filled with plants and beauties? Alas, I cannot see. Jechitang, a meteorological bureau. Qingjin Fong, a haven for cosplay enthusiasts. Might they have black stockings and JK uniforms? Mok Lu, a mahjong parlor. Upon arriving at the sports field, Xiao Yang continued with the 4th activity, the weighted obstacle run. Not a single freshman completed a full cycle during the day. Under the bright lights of the evening, fresh newcomers in camouflage uniforms continued to sweat profusely. The medical tent remained bustling with activity, as each newcomer had developed blisters on their feet. However, Teacher Ni's healing ointment proved remarkably effective for such injuries. After application, one could recover to near normalcy in less than half an hour. By 8 o'clock that evening, the first individual to complete a cycle emerged. Wow, that person is incredible. I heard from a senior that this individual is the first in our entrance examination. Kong Etienne from Class C. First in the entrance examination as well? How frightening. He must be capable of creating his own techniques. Xiao Yang, glancing with his peripheral vision, observed a blonde-haired youth slowly exiting the sports field, his chest heaving, with numerous scratches adorning his tan skin. His physique was not particularly robust, yet a fierce determination emanated from him. After making a mental note of the boy's appearance and name, Xiao Yang turned his gaze away. Xiebu Rou was the 7th to complete the cycle, and as it approached 9 o'clock, she waved to Xiao Yang, Gui Tsai, and Ao Bei before heading back to the dormitory for a shower. Ao Bei was still engaged in the 3rd activity, the 5-kilometer weighted run. Earlier in the afternoon, Xiao Yang's legs had felt nearly immobilized, and now, after resting, he found it even harder to muster the strength. As his muscles were severely strained and had yet to recover, but he had to run. After witnessing the legendary figures of the top 10 organizations, Xiao Yang yearned even more to become an exorcist. It was not merely a desire to grow powerful, nor to exorcise numerous evils, but rather a passion to explore diverse worlds. Becoming an exorcist would allow him to traverse any parallel realm. A prospect too marvelous to imagine. Should he become stronger still, that would be even better. The stronger he became, the freer he would be. The weight upon Xiao Yang's back felt akin to a mountain, pressing down upon him and making it difficult to breathe. Yet he yearned for the unknown landscapes and cultures, regardless of their nature, whether good or ill. What mattered to him was the experience. The journey. At long last, after gritting his teeth and completing the 4th activity, Xiao Yang collapsed at the finish line. Being carried into the medical tent for the 3rd time. It was now 10 o'clock at night. As usual, Xiao Yang refused medication, feeling as if his entire skeleton might crumble beneath him as he lay on the stretcher. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the flow of Yuan energy. This time, in contrast to the previous 2 instances, there was a noticeable difference. The trajectory of the yuan energy seemed readily lockable. But what comes after locking it? Xiaoyang recalled Meng Xiuxian's words, suggesting that one must devise a method for operating the yuan energy to break through the first acupoint. Breaking through the acupoint was the third step, and now that he had achieved the first step of locking the yuan energy, he pondered how to proceed with its operation. Observing and controlling are entirely different matters. Can you really manipulate the rapidly spinning blades of a fan after identifying their trajectory? After that, it was time to manipulate the 120. Furthermore, with the yuan energy circulating within him, extending his hand was out of the question. Regardless of how intensely Xiaoyang concentrated, attempting to control even a single thread of yuan energy proved futile. He could only watch helplessly as it darted around within his body. Since he could not control it, he resolved to observe. With unwavering focus, Xiaoyang locked onto that sliver of yuan energy, following its flow wherever it reached his arms, then his feet, then his chest, then his head. The discomfort throughout his body persisted, and Xiaoyang retched repeatedly as a senior attempted to offer him medication, only to be gently declined by a raised hand. Gradually, he seemed to perceive a faint, almost imperceptible white thread. Could this be yuan energy? Xiaoyang felt a glimmer of hope. At least there was a change. From merely sensing an intangible flow, it now began to take form, indicating that he was on the right path. That thin white thread gradually aligned with the trajectory of the yuan energy within him. And as Xiaoyang closed his eyes, the white began to solidify, no longer flickering in and out of visibility. This sensation was wondrous. Imagine, on a scorching summer day, drinking a large gulp of ice water. That icy sensation spreads from your throat to your stomach in mere seconds, unmistakably vivid. If you pay close attention, you can even experience the texture of the ice water sliding down your digestive tract. Transferring that sensation to his limbs and various parts of his body was precisely how Xiaoyang felt at that moment. It was akin to receiving intravenous fluids in the depths of winter. The icy infusion would flow through your veins, gradually chilling your entire arm. In such moments, one does not feel the presence of foreign substances, as if that thread of yuan energy were an intrinsic part of him. While the yuan energy was not as frigid as ice water, it flowed with an exquisite smoothness. The white thread grew increasingly distinct in Xiaoyang's perception. When you stare at something for too long, its details become magnified. Xiaoyang perceived that the thread bore some irregularities. He could not discern whether they were tiny holes, protrusions, or some other structure. Just as he sought to focus more intently to clarify his observations, a sudden blackout occurred, like a computer screen going dark at a critical moment. Xiaoyang lost consciousness. Chapter 40. The Dog Food Forest. Upon awakening, Xiaoyang glanced at the time. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed. Even the most miraculous herbs of teacher and I could not alleviate the physical and mental exhaustion experienced by Xiaoyang after an entire day of grueling training. Having completed a cycle, he was free to return to his dormitory for rest, and given that it was already past 10 in the evening, time was of the essence. Rising from his position, Xiaoyang pondered deeply. After a brief moment, he arrived at a decision. He would not return to his dormitory. Instead, he would continue his training. He had just begun to grasp the mysteries of the primordial energy, and should he return now to sleep, it might take him a considerable amount of time to rediscover that feeling the following morning. Strike while the iron is hot. He dashed toward the dining hall. What a jest! He hadn't even had dinner yet. The cafeteria of Bailu Academy, along with the infirmary, public bathhouse, and library, remained open throughout the night. From 8 to 12 in the evening, the cafeteria offered a sumptuous array of late-night snacks, including barbecue dishes, fried rice, various noodle soups, dumplings, and more. After midnight, they served steamed dishes and pastries until breakfast resumed at 7 in the morning. Xiaoyang quickly slurped down a bowl of noodles, not heading for the sports field but rather preparing to seek a hidden corner on campus for self-training. Training at the sports field would undoubtedly attract attention, and Xiaoyang wished to avoid such scrutiny. Moreover, he believed he was not the only one who would be training extra. For instance, there was the flaxen-haired Kong Etienne from Class CE. Xiaoyang was certain that this individual would be at the sports field practicing as well. Sure enough, the sports field was already bustling with spectators. After completing his cycle in the evening, Kong Etienne had also gone to eat before returning to the field, laden with weights, and began running laps. Wow! What's with this guy's fervor? Who knows, perhaps he's just putting on an act. Some fellow freshmen, seeing Kong Etienne's extra training, were utterly perplexed. This was the stark difference. Ordinary individuals would have long returned to their dormitories for rest after completing a cycle. Even those with determination and the stamina to train extra did not comprehend the significance of such efforts. To soar like a dragon, one must not swim with fish. Kong Etienne completely disregarded the whispers around him, focusing intently on pushing the limits of his physical capabilities. Among the onlookers were several upperclassmen, whose words were filled with admiration. This year's number 0001 is quite remarkable. Just based on this willpower alone, he is extraordinary. It seems we must find an opportunity to recruit him into our club. Many clubs have been eyeing him for some time, and it's likely that some have already approached him. Does your club have enough charm? If not, perhaps a beauty trap or some enticing promises would suffice. After leaving the cafeteria, Xiaoyang crossed the southern bridge and arrived at the study and work area. He recalled that there was a bamboo grove beside the martial arts building, which might provide sufficient secrecy. However, upon arriving, Xiaoyang was taken aback. Indeed, the light was dim, and the bamboo leaves were lush, rendering visibility quite poor. Yet, a short distance away, there was a couple, either holding hands, embracing, or sitting on the ground with the woman leaning against the man. To make matters worse, some couples were engaged in passionate kisses, resembling zombies feasting on one another. Is this truly a bamboo grove? Surely, it cannot be a forest of dog food. Xiaoyang had no desire to witness such provocative scenes and quickly made his escape. Since this location would not suffice, his next thought was to head to the back mountain, as the depths of Xiangling Mountain were forbidden and thus should have fewer people. Upon reaching the outskirts of Xiangling Mountain, he indeed found it nearly deserted. While there were couples meandering, their numbers were significantly sparse compared to the previous location. Xiaoyang found a patch of open space and began his 50-meter shuttle runs. After completing 20 iterations of shuttle runs, he proceeded to do jumping jacks. Both of these exercises were immensely taxing on one's stamina. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, in other hidden corners of the campus, 3 others were also engaged in extra training. Alongside Kong Etienne at the training ground, there were a total of 5 freshmen. Under the moonlight, Xiaoyang seemed to sweat profusely without fatigue. The sweat he produced today likely surpassed that of the previous month combined. His camouflage uniform had long since experienced numerous cycles of wet and dry at the training ground. The number of individuals completing their cycles was steadily increasing, while those remaining dwindled. By 11:30 at night, only Kong Etienne remained. After completing a jumping jack, Xiaoyang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his heart racing. It's coming. It's here. Xiaoyang quickly shut his eyes. The sensation of inner vision allowing him to perceive the primordial energy was astonishing. For an ordinary person, closing their eyes would only result in a void. However, upon closing his eyes, Xiaoyang could distinctly see a thread of white energy flowing within him. Focusing intently, he fixated on that white thread. Soon enough, the details were magnified, and he gradually discerned that the irregularities on this white thread were not small holes or indentations, but rather dot hairs. Much like human facial hair, it was more akin to antennae. As the ends were not pointed but rounded, it was these tiny, densely packed antennae surrounding the primordial energy that provided the propulsion necessary for its flow within his body. However, this density sent shivers down Xiaoyang's spine, causing a spasm in his stomach. Lying on the ground, Xiaoyang turned to the side and expelled the contents of his earlier meal. Following this, he sprawled out in a starfish position, resembling a heap of flesh. Ignoring the foul odor of the vomit, he continued his inner vision. After a while, he keenly sensed that the frequency of these antennae-s movements seemed to follow a pattern. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Could it beat up the same as the frequency of breathing? No wonder. The speed of flow is so rapid. This is because everyone experiences an accelerated heartbeat after intense exercise, which naturally leads to faster breathing. Xiaoyang held his breath, and indeed, the flow of primordial energy gradually slowed. However, it did not stop. It merely became extremely sluggish. Could this be considered a form of control? Soon, Xiaoyang could no longer hold his breath. After intense exercise, holding one's breath can easily lead to cerebral hypoxia. As soon as he began to gasp for air, the flow of primordial energy quickened once more. This won't do. It's still ineffective. Xiaoyang turned to the other side and began to vomit again. With nothing left in his stomach, even bile spilled forth, Xiaoyang realized that time was running short. He could feel his consciousness starting to blur, and he was on the verge of fainting at this moment. It was already past midnight. If he were to lose consciousness here and no one discovered him, would he simply perish? Choosing to train in a secluded corner instead of the training ground was indeed a reckless decision. He was taking a gamble, since Bailu Academy dared not impose a curfew. There must be teachers on duty at night. Moreover, during this special period of freshman military training, it was improbable that there were no security measures in place on campus. Xiaoyang had considered this long ago. But the pressing question now was, how exactly could he control the primordial energy? He struggled to recall Meng Xiuxian's words from the night before. Oh, it is already past midnight. Strictly speaking, it was the night before last. Within these 7 days, you must independently discover a method for the operation of primordial energy, allowing it to break through the acupoints within your body. Discover independently a method for the operation of primordial energy. Since it was a personal exploration, the techniques created by each individual would undoubtedly differ. This implied that one must utilize their own characteristics, traits, and strengths to unearth the connection between primordial energy and oneself. In a daze, Xiaoyang felt he had grasped the key. He had sensed the primordial energy 4 times, and each discovery was essentially a commonality. Locking onto the flow of primordial energy, perceiving tangible energy, and discovering the antennae on the energy, these 3 steps were merely foundational work for creating one's own technique. In other words, anyone wishing to develop their own technique would undergo these 3 steps. What followed would no longer be the study of commonalities, but rather the expression of individuality. Realizing this, Xiaoyang abandoned the idea of locking onto the primordial energy and began to reflect deeply on what he excelled at. Throughout his life, the one aspect he felt slightly different from others was his keen eyesight and observational skills. He was highly sensitive to the superficial characteristics of materials. This was also the primary reason he could swiftly discern which fruits were problematic at the fruit store. Observing materials, wasn't everything around him composed of materials? With this thought, Xiaoyang decisively opened his eyes. Chapter 41. Enjoying a bun at midnight on Xiangling Mountain, with a gentle breeze and a starry sky. Xiaoyang gazed at the night sky, his breathing gradually evening out. He suddenly realized that the ground he lay upon was one he had never rested on before. The sky he looked up at was also not the same as the one he had previously admired. This was another Earth, or perhaps an Earth from over 1,000 years ago. Xiaoyang felt a profound clarity in his heart, a sense of openness. There was still so much awaiting him to experience and discover. Sometimes, in pursuit of a goal, one exhausts themselves, running about, yet forgets to pause and appreciate the scenery beneath their feet, and along the way a faint, serene smile appeared at the corner of Xiaoyang's mouth as he turned his head to gaze at the scenery on his right. A puddle of stomach acid-laden noodles. Turning to the left, he saw a puddle of bile. Like a caterpillar, Xiaoyang summoned his last ounce of strength and inched forward half a body length. He had initially intended to take a deep breath of the fresh air in this new world, but thankfully he refrained. Glancing to the right again, he beheld the lush plum blossom grove, with grass swaying in the breeze, occasionally welcoming a few falling leaves. Turning his head back to the left, he could see the distant lotus pond, where the moon reflected on the water as brilliantly as in the sky. The lotus leaves undulated, creating ripples that rendered the moon's reflection mottled, transforming memories into a haze. Xiaoyang felt his eyelids growing heavier. Even if the world were to crumble, he had no desire to move. Gradually succumbing to slumber. Just before Xiaoyang closed his eyes, the surrounding air, moonlight, trees, grass, flowers, and stones all emitted an imperceptible, intangible essence, quietly merging into his being. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiaoyang, this was occurring 0.5 minutes after Xiaoyang had fainted. A figure emerged slowly from the depths of the plum blossom grove. It was Meng Xiuxian. He looked at the unconscious Xiaoyang with a faint smile, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and disappeared into the night. Xiaoyang opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by the sight of LED lights on the ceiling. This was no dormitory. The dormitory was illuminated by fluorescent tubes. Then, a rich scent of medicinal herbs invaded his nostrils. Sitting up, Xiaoyang realized he was lying on a wooden sickbed. It was evident he was in the infirmary of Bailu Academy. Not far ahead, there was a rattan chair, where teacher and I, whom he had met twice during the day, lay resting. Teacher and I. Hello. Xiaoyang hastily greeted. Teacher and I did not rise, but with the gentle sway of the chair, spoke languidly. Do you know who brought you here? Xiaoyang pondered for a moment. It should be my homeroom teacher. Teacher and I nodded slightly. Quite clever of you, remembering to appreciate the kindness of others, especially after you vomited all over them. Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had vomited while unconscious? How could he not recall a single moment? Yes, thank you, teacher and I will head back to the dormitory now. Wait, teacher and I suddenly called out. Xiaoyang halted and turned around. Teacher and I lazily remarked. You're Xiaoyang, right? In the second column from the left, fifth drawer, take 6 pills, and make sure to take one every night before practice, so you won't disturb me at odd hours. There was a long row of medicine cabinets against the wall of the infirmary, and Xiaoyang felt a surge of joy as he approached and opened the drawer. Just as he was about to take the pills, a thought struck him, and he turned back with a smile. Teacher and I, may I take one extra? Teacher and I lazily opened one eye and replied. No, Xiaoyang wanted to press further. Teacher and I, it's not for myself. It's for a friend who also practices late into the night. Teacher and I slowly opened both eyes, his expression indifferent. Are you attempting to fabricate friendships? Xiaoyang felt exposed and quickly deflected. No, I just remembered. My friend has a sensitive stomach and shouldn't eat at night. Teacher and I scoffed. I knew you would practice late after refusing to take medicine during the day in the tent. Only students like you would receive the Huanchendan. Besides, for someone at your level, 1 Huanchendan is more than sufficient. Taking more would be detrimental rather than beneficial. Xiaoyang nodded. Understood. Teacher and I, thank you. Farewell. With that, he exited the room. After leaving, Xiaoyang noticed a row of boiling medicine pots in the opposite room, and upon seeing one of the lids open, he kindly went in to cover it. A small gesture of gratitude towards teacher and I. A couple of minutes after Xiaoyang stepped out, teacher and I leisurely rose. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a whiff of something amiss, inhaling deeply, his expression changing drastically. He quickly darted to the row of medicine pots outside the room and saw all the lids properly covered. Cursing, oh dear, that little brat, ruined a whole pot of medicine. Fuming over having lost 6 pills and a large pot of medicine, teacher and I could only despairingly dispose of the concoction and start anew. Meanwhile, the selfless Xiaoyang was blissfully making his way to the dining hall. After covering the lid, he had noticed the sign at the infirmary door bearing Teacher Ni's name. And I Paran, director of the infirmary at Bailu Academy. He also caught a particular detail from Teacher Ni's words. So I want to be disturbed at odd hours. This implied that Xiaoyang was not the only one who had fainted here from late-night practice. The use of 1 by 1 suggested there were at least 3 others. Seemed there were indeed many striving to create their own techniques and making progress. The clock struck 1 in the morning. Upon exiting the infirmary, Xiaoyang felt a hollow sensation in his stomach and casually bought 2 buns at the dining hall, intending to save them for breakfast in the morning so he could sleep a little longer. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Upon returning to the dormitory and opening the door, he found Sieboru and Gu Itzai already fast asleep. Aobe, however, stood alone on the balcony. It's past 1, and you're still awake? As Xiaoyang approached, he noticed something was amiss with her. He hurried over and softly asked, What's wrong, Xiaobei? Has someone bullied you? Aobe's face was pale, her efforts to hold back tears evident as she remained silent. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and said, Is it that the military training is too exhausting? Squatting down, Aobe hugged her knees, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyang sat down beside her on the balcony, pulling out one of the buns he had just bought and offering it to her. Here, have a bun. Aobe, unable to refuse Xiaoyang's kindness, took the bun but did not eat it. Exhausted, Xiaoyang forced a smile. Did you have a nightmare last night? I know you might have had many unhappy experiences before. But being here is a new beginning. Life cannot always be bitter, just like this bun. The outer layer may be bland, but the filling inside is sweet. Aobe nodded earnestly, biting into the bun with tears in her eyes. Chewing vigorously. Suddenly realizing something was off, she choked out, But this seems like a steamed bun. What the heck? Xiaoyang quickly tore the bun apart, discovering it had no filling. Indeed, it was just a steamed bun. It appeared he had been too hasty and grabbed the wrong one. Suddenly inspired, he smiled again and said, Even a steamed bun is the same. At first, it may be dry in your mouth, But if you chew a little longer, you'll find the sweetness. With that, Xiaoyang took a large bite of the bun, and the two of them laughed like fools on the balcony. After Aobai went to bed, Xiaoyang quickly washed up and lay down. To this point, nothing could prevent him from snoring or grinding his teeth. He was utterly exhausted and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 42. Show off in my mouth. Xiaoyang slept soundly until 7:40, with the gathering time set for 8:00. After rising, he spent 5 minutes washing up, grabbed his new camouflage uniform from the wardrobe, and hurried downstairs. While running as he neared the stairs, he heard a cacophony of strange sounds. Ouch! Hiss! Turning the corner, he saw a group of people descending the stairs like crabs, seemingly unable to lift their legs. This was the result of the intense physical exertion from the previous day, causing their cells to undergo anaerobic respiration, leading to an accumulation of lactic acid and resulting in muscle soreness all over. Especially when descending the stairs, the sensation was something only those who experienced it would understand, painfully exhilarating. Strangely, Xiaoyang did not feel any soreness. Had he been cured overnight in the infirmary, pretending to limp as if in pain? He made his way down the stairs and arrived at the sports field. The instructor, Nanke, had the same demands as yesterday. Complete one cycle and then return to the dormitory. Many complained and wailed. It hurts so much, instructor. We can barely move. Some girls' eyes were brimming with tears, looking pitiful. However, the military training instructors showed no sympathy. With a loud bark, they commanded everyone to obediently continue training. Gritting his teeth, Xiaoyang dropped down and began doing push-ups. Yet not everyone had the courage to follow suit. Most students had visited the medical tent multiple times the previous day. While physical injuries could be healed, the psychological scars were much harder to mend. Each time they emerged from the medical tent, the thought of having to return to that hellish training ground caused many students resolve to waver. Some sought out their homeroom teacher to request withdrawal from the academy. After a heartfelt plea from the teacher, some students returned to endure, while others still could not bear it. The teacher, feeling helpless, pointed out a possible way out: the techniques building. Crossing the southern bridge, the tower-like structure was quite eye-catching. If you can't continue, go there to inherit a technique. Once you sense the elemental force again, you will easily succeed in drawing upon it, and with that power, completing these trainings will be much easier. The students contemplating withdrawal were swayed. The prospect of attaining vast powers and abilities was tantalizingly close. After much deliberation, they opted to head to the techniques building. There was no other choice. This training was beyond human endurance. Least it wasn't something suitable for someone their age. A portion of the new students who went to the techniques building, along with many others on the sports field, experienced a subtle shift in mindset. Hey, some are going to inherit techniques. Should we go too? Aren't you going to try to create your own? What if I die trying? Even though the homeroom teacher had mentioned on the first night that there was no absolute superiority or inferiority between creating one's own techniques and inheriting them, the vast majority of students believed that creating one's own was superior to merely inheriting. It was akin to many preferring to buy new homes over second-hand ones. If one could afford a new home, who would choose to live in a second-hand one? It was just a matter of being forced into it in the face of harsh reality. Many students compromised. If inheriting is what it comes to, so be it. After all, the teacher said it's difficult to create one's own techniques, and I won't be overly ambitious. This training is too brutal. I can't be blamed for this. The students going to the techniques building were mostly driven by these two lines of thought. This was understandable, as very few could withstand such torment. By 11 in the morning, Xiaoyang was once again carried into the medical tent. Before he had succumbed to sleep the previous night, he had figured out the key to creating his own technique. One must establish a connection with the elemental force using their strengths. However, not long after realizing this, he had become so engrossed that he had fainted at the foot of Xiangling Mountain. Now, as he sought to sense the elemental force again, Xiaoyang first closed his eyes to look inward. There it was, that familiar white thread. Wait, something seemed different. Xiaoyang keenly observed that among those white tendrils, a very small portion, perhaps a dozen or 20, were glowing from within. The rest of the tendrils were merely smooth on the surface, devoid of radiance. What could this mean? Had something happened while I slept last night? Or was it the result of my observations of the scenery yesterday? Surely not. Is it really this straightforward? With a mindset of mere experimentation? Xiaoyang opened his eyes once more to observe his surroundings. The beige tint, the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, the crimson short-sleeved shirt worn by a senior, the sunlight streaming through the tent entrance, and a pair of hands laden with wrinkles. Something seems amiss. Why are those hands growing larger? Slap! Xiaoyang was suddenly struck, letting out a pained cry. Ouch! Immediately after, a familiar voice thundered within the tent. Caught you. Little rascal! Last night, you made me spill a jar of medicine and then I had to toil for 2 hours before I could sleep. Do you realize you're wasting both resources and patience? Xiaoyang, shielding his face like an aggrieved victim, replied innocently, Teacher and I merely noticed that the medicine jar was not tightly sealed and wanted to help. I had no idea. The one who struck Xiaoyang was none other than the school doctor. Enigmatic, who glared at him furiously. Suddenly, Enigmatic sensed that the atmosphere in the tent was somewhat off. Lying on the stretcher, Xiaoyang was drenched in sweat, his lips almost devoid of color, curled up in pain. Yet, as the school doctor, Enigmatic had just rushed in to deliver a light slap to Xiaoyang's head, which, while not heavy, seemed excessively harsh. Several upperclassmen witnessed the entire scene. Their expressions a mix of confusion. Enigmatic felt a bit embarrassed and, upon reflecting that Xiaoyang's actions were indeed unintentional, took the initiative to grasp Xiaoyang's hand and check his pulse. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more thrilling. He then personally poured a bowl of medicine, added some medicinal powder, and brought it to Xiaoyang's lips. Get up, Xiaoyang, appearing utterly feeble, was about to protest that he would not drink it, but Enigmatic leaned in closer and whispered, Stop pretending. You're not really that unwell. IVE added something to the medicine that will allow you to perceive your inner power while conscious for 10 minutes, and it can also treat exhaustion and dehydration. Once you drink it, you'll feel perfectly fine. Don't push your luck. Thank you, teacher and I, for administering the medicine. Xiaoyang raised the bowl and gulped it down in one go. Enigmatic was taken aback by the swiftness of Xiaoyang's consumption, growing increasingly suspicious that Xiaoyang had intentionally left the lid off the jar last night to provoke him, hoping to gain some advantage. Could this little rascal truly be so cunning? With narrowed eyes and a dismissive huff, Enigmatic exited the tent. Was Xiaoyang's action deliberate last night? Certainly not. Whether one labels it as a good intention gone awry or meddling in affairs that do not concern him. His initial motive was commendable as for the outcome. That would depend on fate. Lying in bed, Xiaoyang found his body growing more comfortable, the sensations of heat and dizziness significantly diminishing. Yet, the perception of his inner power had not vanished. Teacher in medicine is truly remarkable. After thoroughly observing the items within the tent, Xiaoyang turned his attention inward to examine his inner power once more, discovering that the number of glowing tendrils had not increased. Why was that? Was my method of observation flawed? I had looked this way last night. Xiaoyang continued to fixate on the tent for a full 3 minutes, only realizing his surroundings when reminded by a senior. Junior, if you're better, don't linger here. Otherwise, the instructor will come and take you back. Reluctantly, Xiaoyang departed the tent and made his way to the sports field. Having observed the tent for 3 minutes, the luminous tendrils still showed no signs of increasing. Where could the issue lie? Time? Location? Or perhaps the method? Chapter 43. The gaze of truth. Upon returning to the sports field, Xiaoyang began to crawl low to the ground. Undeterred by the challenges ahead, sensing his inner power while scrutinizing the grass below, he noted where the grass was sparse, where it was dense, and where litter lay hidden beneath the blades, perceiving everything with clarity. The 10-minute effect of the medicine given by Enigmatic was nearing its end. Xiaoyang checked again, but the number of glowing tendrils remained unchanged. How frustrating, after striking the ground in anger. The 10 minutes concluded. Xiaoyang felt a pang of regret, contemplating ways to procure more of that medicine from teacher and I. However, he merely entertained the thought, knowing that if such a remedy could be mass-produced and repeatedly consumed, Bailu Academy would have long since done so. As he crawled, he pondered the reason behind his inability to make the tendrils glow. Soon, noon arrived. After dispersing, Xiaoyang suddenly considered whether he should inquire with teacher Ming about what transpired after he fainted last night. Yet, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. Since he had devised his own technique, he must not rely on others for guidance. Others' opinions might not suit his situation. Only he could comprehend his own circumstances, and the knowledge he had painstakingly developed belonged solely to him. Moreover, it was possible that Teacher Ming was unaware of what had occurred. Perhaps the changes in those tendrils had already been present before he arrived. With no clear direction, Xiaoyang decided to first indulge in a hearty meal. He went to the cafeteria, ordered a bowl of claypot rice, and after satisfying his hunger, returned to his dormitory to wash and dry the camouflage uniform that had been soaked in sweat the previous day. Lying in bed and chatting, he learned that the other 3 dormmates had no immediate plans to visit the technique building, as it was only the second day, and many still harbored hopes. What if I could? After a long, rejuvenating nap, he felt invigorated. At 2 in the afternoon, he resumed his practice, completing the low crawl in a short span of time. Halfway through a 5-kilometer run with added weight, Xiaoyang once again reached the limits of his physical endurance. This time, he did not waste a second, lying on the stretcher and gazing up at the sun. They say that the sun and the human heart are the most difficult to gaze upon. Xiaoyang aimed to confront that which is most daunting. If, after this, he still could not succeed, it would indicate that this path was unviable and that he must change his approach. The afternoon sun blazed like a colossal fireball, and Xiaoyang braved the harsh light for a minute. Xiaoyang shielded his eyes and cried out in pain, startling the senior carrying the stretcher, who quickened his pace into the tent. "Quick, call Teacher Inai." Inai Paran entered the tent and, upon seeing Xiaoyang again, initially intended to scold him. However, upon noticing Xiaoyang's anguish as he covered his eyes, his brow furrowed. He took a swift step forward, pried open Xiaoyang's hands, and examined his eyelids, discovering a crimson hue. "This foolish boy has severely burned his cornea. Rinse it with clean water. I'll make a quick trip to the infirmary." Half a minute later, Inai Paran returned with a vial of medicinal powder, repositioned Xiaoyang onto the stretcher, covered his eyes with one hand, and his palm emitted a faint green glow. Xiaoyang immediately felt a sense of relief. But a slight stinging sensation began to emerge around his eyes, akin to being pricked by needles. In fact, he was being pricked, and Inai Paran produced 6 silver needles, inserting them into 3 acupoints around Xiaoyang's eyes. Then pried open his eyelids to mix the medicinal powder with water before administering it. After completing these tasks, Inai Paran nodded slightly and walked aside. Previously, many students had been disgruntled by Inai Paran's seemingly carefree demeanor. "We are all suffering. Why does he appear so indifferent? Indeed, it feels as though he cares not at all." Whenever someone expressed such sentiments, Xiaoyang would roll his eyes inwardly. Are they foolish? If a doctor is relaxed, doesn't he that indicate your condition is not serious? If they were frantic and anxious, then you would truly be in trouble. Inai Paran clasped his hands behind his back and remarked coolly. Had he been brought in a moment later, this boy's bright, large eyes might have sustained permanent damage. Let him keep his eyes closed for 5 minutes before reopening them, and all will be well. Xiaoyang, eyes shut, called out loudly, "Thank you, Teacher Inai." During those 5 minutes, Xiaoyang could only focus inwardly on his inner power, unable to do anything else. What purpose do those 10 or 20 glowing tendrils serve? Xiaoyang wished to observe those tendrils from all angles, yet several were obstructed from view. He thought, can't they move even a little? Just as Xiaoyang pondered this, those few tendrils truly did shift. They relocated to an unobstructed position. Xiaoyang felt a surge of excitement and attempted to control the tendrils, making them sway back and forth and rotate in place. He succeeded, the movements as agile as controlling his fingers. It seems that as long as those tendrils emit light, he can control them. However, now that the path to seeing was blocked, how could he make them glow? It appeared that he would have to return to that place from last night to investigate further. As the remaining hours of the afternoon passed, Xiaoyang continued to hasten his progress, striving to complete a cycle as soon as possible. After dispersing at 5:30, he was still left with several obstacle courses. After dinner, Xiaoyang rested briefly before returning to the sports field, gritting his teeth and pushing through the remaining obstacle courses. Subsequently, he dragged his weary body, nearing the brink of exhaustion, back to the clearing at the foot of Xiangling Mountain where he had been the previous night. He first retrieved the cleansing pill given by Inai Paran and swallowed one. Then, leveraging the momentum from his recent training, he ran back and forth for several minutes before collapsing onto the ground. Xiaoyang intentionally chose to fall in the same spot as last night, gazing at the night sky, trees, grass, lotus leaves, and moonlight. Closing his eyes to inspect his inner power, he found that the glowing tendrils still numbered only a few. Damn it! Where could the problem lie? The location was correct, and he was present. Time? Last night, Xiaoyang had fainted just past midnight. It was now only close to 9 o'clock. Was it necessary for the transition between day and night to occur at the witching hour? No, that thought was quickly dismissed. If it were only possible at that time, then in just 6 or 7 days, he could not possibly illuminate all the tendrils of inner power. This time constraint must be unreasonable. Did it require him to faint? But if he did, he would be unaware of what transpired. Xiaoyang turned to look around. Could it be that he had not vomited the 2 puddles? Surely, he could not resort to inducing vomiting now. Just as Xiaoyang began to feel a bit deranged, a drop of water fell on his face. It had started to rain. Instantly, a torrential downpour drenched the ground. Xiaoyang did not wish to move. He was unable to. Lying on the ground, drenched by the rain, I gazed at the droplets cascading from the sky, resembling pearls strung on a broken thread. The summer rain, unlike the gentle, persistent drizzle of spring, fell with the precision of flower needles and delicate threads, weaving tightly and silently nourishing everything around. It was not akin to the mournful autumn rain that weeps and laments, slicing through the heart with its cold winds, sending shivers to the soul. The summer rain is bold, invigorating, and embodies the longing of all beings that have been scorched by the sun. Xiaoyang seemed to sense that everything around him was greedily drinking in the rain, including himself. This downpour shattered the mirror-like surface of the lake, disheveled the jade-like leaves, and broke the shackles within Xiaoyang's heart. In that moment, Xiaoyang understood it was not merely about seeing, but about feeling. When observing a tree, one must not only see the tree itself, but also the colors and textures of its leaves, the graceful sway of its branches in the wind, and the rough bark of its sturdy trunk, thus perceiving the inner vitality of its roots below. When gazing at a river, one must not only see the river itself, but also its meandering course, whether the water is clear or murky, whether it flows rapidly or gently, and how many creatures it nurtures within, thus feeling the unceasing flow from its source upstream. This was Xiaoyang's forte, perceiving the essence of matter through observation. He named this method of observation Diguan. Only by entering the state of Diguan could one illuminate the tendrils of primal energy through the surrounding matter. Soaked to the skin, Xiaoyang lay beneath Xiangling Mountain, feeling the increasing number of luminous tendrils within him, and he laughed aloud. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware that he was laughing too soon. Chapter 44. The Secret of Aobai. After about 10 minutes of rain, Xiaoyang began to feel comfortable as his fatigue and dizziness subsided, though he sensed the waning of his primal energy and the gradual disappearance of the Diguan state. Xiaoyang was aware that the Huanshinden was taking effect. How remarkable, it could even delay its efficacy. Why now? It was 10 o'clock at night, and the rain had intensified, preventing Xiaoyang from pushing his limits again. He recalled Enigmatic had told him that one could only take 1 Huanshinden a day. Before the Diguan state concluded, Xiaoyang glanced at the number of luminous tendrils, which had already surpassed 100, constituting nearly 1/10 of that faint white primal energy. Satisfied, he jogged back to the dormitory, where Xieburu was seated on a chair, looking at some unknown materials on her school card after finishing her shower. Just as Xiaoyang completed his own shower and laundry, Gu Yizai returned, presumably having just finished a cycle. Upon entering, Gu Yizai appeared as though he had lost his spirit, drenched and slumped in his chair, filled with resentment as he lamented. Oh my god, if I had known. I wouldn't have come here. I'd rather return to Taoyuan and study diligently. Perhaps I could even get into a 211 university. Xiaoyang teased. 211 seems unlikely, but the bar dance might be a possibility. Xieburu turned off the school card screen and inquired, by the way, Xiaoyang, why were you so late returning last night? Xiaoyang had already prepared his excuse. I went to the library to read and lost track of time. Gu Yizai perked up, sitting up straight, and asked excitedly. So, what did you find interesting? Xiaoyang shrugged. Just some introductions to the top 10 organizations. You might find it intriguing too. Gu Yizai chuckled weakly. Sure, I'll go after military training if I survive. Seeing Gu Yizai, who appeared gaunt and utterly exhausted from the trials of the past few days, Xiaoyang felt a stirring in his heart. He understood all too well the difficulty of creating one's own martial arts, and with compassion, he said, Bean Sprout, your literary talent is remarkable. I believe you could try inheriting a martial art. such as Gong. Many of the individuals in Chinchou CI practice this, including its founder, who is at the top tier, 9 levels. Gu Yitzai frowned slightly, as if wavering internally. Let's see how it goes. If things remain unchanged in a couple of days, I might give it a shot. Xiaobu turned to Xiaoyang and asked, what about you? Do you have any leads on creating your own martial art? Xiaoyang shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. I threw up all the yellow ball yesterday. Xiaoyang did not intend to deceive them. Rather, this matter was one that could only be intuitively grasped. Much like how he refrained from asking Meng Xiuxian about what transpired after he fainted the previous night. Each person's journey is distinct. By the time it approached 11:30, nearly midnight, and the three had settled into their beds, Aobai returned to the dormitory. Already small in stature, he appeared even more hunched over, perhaps due to the weight he bore, and his legs exhibited a distinctly deformed gait. Blood from a burst blister stained his shoes. Clearly visible, and like Gu Yitzai upon his return, he was completely soaked from the rain. Xiaoyang wanted to say something, but Aobai, too exhausted to utter a word, headed straight for the shower. The three exchanged glances, each reflecting the pain in their hearts, and they shook their heads in resignation. There was little anyone could do to help die in the deep of night, as Xiaoyang slept soundly. He sensed some movement in the dormitory. He slightly opened his eyes to survey the surroundings. Outside, the rain continued to pour, Xiaobu snored softly, and Gu Yitzai ground his teeth in sleep. Aobai. Due to the air conditioning, each person had a thin blanket over them. With his slight frame, Aobai often seemed to vanish beneath the covers. Xiaoyang glanced at bed 4, where the blanket lay flat and undisturbed. It seemed he was simply too thin. There was no discernible bulge. Just as Xiaoyang intended to drift back to sleep, the moment his head touched the pillow, he jolted upright as if struck by lightning. Good heavens! No matter how thin he is, he can't have lost his head. The pillow on bed 4 is headless. Surely, he wouldn't have buried his head beneath the blanket. Wouldn't that suffocate him? Where could Xiaobai have gone? Upon getting out of bed, Xiaoyang finally spotted Aobai. His gaze shifting, Aobai was curled up like a ball on the balcony, hugging his knees and trembling uncontrollably. Glancing at the time, it was 3 in the morning. Xiaoyang slipped on his slippers, opened the balcony door and softly asked, "What's wrong, Xiaobai?" Aobei's eyes brimmed with fear. In the face of Xiaoyang's concern, he appeared somewhat resistant. Curling up even tighter, Xiaoyang quickly sat down on the floor, matching Aobei's height, as standing could create an oppressive feeling. Observing Aobai in such a state, Xiaoyang recognized the severity of his psychological condition. Crying alone on the balcony every night, if not addressed properly, Xiaoyang genuinely worried that Aobai might leap off in despair. Leaning against the balcony wall, without making any physical contact, Xiaoyang comforted. "Xiaobai, though you appear small and slight, I can sense that you are a strong person. We are classmates, and moreover, roommates. We will be sharing a room for the next 5 or 6 years, a rare experience in life. I don't know what you have been through, but as I mentioned last night, this is an entirely new world. Some of your past shadows or nightmares may find transformation here, and that is part of the significance of experiencing new things. So, perhaps you could boldly express your feelings. A rainy night is perfect for sharing one's heart." Outside on the balcony, the rain continued to pour relentlessly. Aobai did not respond immediately, staring intently at Xiaoyang for a long while before seemingly gathering immense courage to speak. His voice choked with tears. "If I tell you, will you believe me? The chapter does not end here. Please click to continue reading." Xiaoyang smiled and replied, "As long as you share, I will believe." Aobai shifted himself against the corner, seeking a semblance of safety from the 2 sturdy walls. "Do you believe in ghosts?" Upon hearing this question, Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon turned serious as he replied, "I have always firmly believed that everything in existence holds uncertainty. Just like various physical laws, I think they could potentially be overturned one day in the future. Ancients believed in a flat earth, and no matter how much you argue, they would never accept that as false. Perhaps 1,000 years from now, all our current theories will collapse, overshadowed by a grander or higher dimensional theoretical framework. Only through my own perceptions, analyses, and reflections can I transform these uncertainties into certainties. Even if I'm wrong, it simply means my judgment was flawed, which grants me the opportunity to change and improve. Therefore, I never doubt any decision I make, such as at this moment. I originally didn't believe in ghosts, but now I am beginning to accept the possibility, not because I believe in their existence, but because I believe in you. Aobai lifted his gaze slightly, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoyang. Thank you, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled warmly and said, please, tell me your story. I'm quite eager to hear it. Aobai sniffled, wiped away his tears, and spoke softly. Since I can remember, around the age of 5 or 6, I often saw things that others could not. At first, they were merely vague shadows. Then they became clusters, and eventually, they grew clearer, only to reveal themselves as people, various souls who had passed away. Some were disfigured from accidents, others swollen from drowning, and some had lost their heads. I have witnessed all manners of tragic fates. They do not harm me nor speak to me, as if deliberately maintaining their distance, yet they linger around my life, appearing from time to time. My parents passed away when I was very young, and I have been living with my uncle's family since then. They regarded me as a burden, calling me neurotic, and had me change my name to Aobai. They usually provided me with a small room and did not allow me to eat at the table. I secretly went to the hospital for an examination, and my head was perfectly fine. I know this sounds like a plot from a movie or a novel, something akin to having a third eye, but I truly can see them. Chapter 45. The thrill in the downpour. Xiaoyang listened intently, nodding occasionally, and after Aobai finished, he let out a deep sigh from the depths of his heart. No wonder Xiaobai always appears to be in a state of distress. On the very first night, he was plagued by nightmares and would often sneak out to the balcony to weep in the dead of night. It turns out this is the reason. Xiaoyang said earnestly, Xiaobai, I believe you can see these things, but I have one question. Logically, since you have been seeing such entities since childhood, you should have long since become accustomed to them. Even if you might still be startled occasionally, it should only last for a brief moment. Why are your emotions so unstable today? Aobai glanced around cautiously. Lowering his voice, I originally thought that upon arriving in this world, those things would no longer follow me. However, last night, I saw a bloodied infant crawling on the ceiling. When he realized I had spotted him, he crawled away from the door. Tonight, he actually crawled under my covers. This has never happened before. Xiaoyang couldn't suppress a shiver. What the hell? Isn't there a human ghost bed safety protocol? This ghost is definitely in breach of contract, crawling into the bed. How outrageous. Aobai nodded. Yes, I lifted the covers halfway through my sleep and saw him, and I was too frightened to stay in bed. So I came to hide on the balcony. Xiaoyang's gaze wavered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. Where is he now? Aobai pointed to the window next to the dormitory entrance, just like yesterday. He crawled out from there. You believe me now, right? Xiaoyang placed his hand on Aobei's shoulder, smiling. If time travel is real, what is a ghost? Of course, I believe you. Aobai finally smiled. Having someone to confide in who was willing to believe him made the pent-up frustration and grievances he had endured for years feel as if they had been released. After a moment's thought, Xiaoyang proposed, Xiaobai, how about this? You can sleep on my bed. We can squeeze together, you on the inside and I on the outside. Aobai shook his head, smiling. No need. Just saying it out loud makes me feel much better. Yes, you said. I've actually gotten used to it. It was just a bit sudden to have such close contact with them today. It's late now, and I have training after waking up. I'm fine, thank you. Xiaoyang, no need to be so polite. If that guy comes back, just call me, I want to see it for myself. As Xiaoyang spoke, he gently helped Aobai up. Just as they stood, a shudder coursed through them, as if struck by lightning, leaving them frozen in place. Aobai murmured, Xiaoyang, he seems to be coming again. And he is not alone. Xiaoyang's eyes widened, dazed. I see him too. Aobai abruptly turned to look at Xiaoyang, astonished and puzzled. You see him too? Xiaoyang inched closer to Aobai. His expression stiffed. I think I see his grandmother. At 3 in the morning, amidst torrential rain at Bailu Academy, the night stretched deep and empty, illuminated only by a few streetlights. From the balcony of the male dormitory, one could clearly see an elderly woman by the distant lotus pond, pushing a baby carriage forward under a bright red umbrella, seemingly undeterred by the downpour. The eerie scene, coupled with what Aobai had just described, sent chills racing down Xiaoyang's spine. Just then, the old woman halted, tilting her umbrella slightly to reveal her face, her silver hair framing a fierce expression as she glared menacingly at Xiaoyang and Aobai. Ah, what the hell? Xiaoyang and Aobai completely broke down, scrambling back into the dormitory, in his panic. Xiaoyang turned to lock the balcony door and drew the curtains shut before diving under the covers. Trembling uncontrollably, fervently chanting Umitba. That glance had been terrifying. Could she see us from so far away? What kind of cursed school is this? How is Xiao Bei doing now? He must be feeling a little better after getting used to it. Right? This spine-chilling scene left Xiaoyang's heart unsettled for a long time. The next morning, Xiaoyang awoke feeling quite unwell, unable to even recall how he had fallen asleep the previous night. Perhaps he had fainted from fright. Upon getting out of bed and seeing Aobai, they exchanged glances and went to the balcony to wash up while engaging in light conversation. Xiaoyang asked, "Was there anything unusual after last night?" Aobai, with toothpaste foam in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly, "No, that is good." Xiaoyang sighed with relief. "I meant to experience it, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly." Aobai grinned, appearing significantly more cheerful than before. After a whole night of torrential rain, the sky cleared, revealing bright sunshine. The freshmen gathered on the sports field for their usual grueling training. Only 4 days left. "Help me. My hands and feet are covered in blisters. They're all ruined. Go to the infirmary for some medicine, like skin healing ointment. It works wonders, but it does cost a bit." "What? The school infirmary charges money?" That's a ripoff, in stark contrast to the complaints echoing from the sports field. Another place was filled with laughter and joy. The office of the freshman's homeroom teacher, AT by Lu Academy. The teachers' offices are mostly located on the 7th floor and above of the comprehensive building. AT this moment, in one office, several teachers were chatting together. One female teacher whispered, "Did you know? A student from my class added me as a friend on the first day and told me the dormitory stairs were too high for him to climb. My goodness, and he's a boy, haha." A male teacher chuckled. "Boys can at least be scolded a bit, but girls are too shy to even mention it. I had a girl from my class message me late last night, saying she was too tired to wash her clothes and asked if I could help her. When I asked if she wanted me to come pick them up or if she would bring them, she said, 'If it's convenient for you, could you please come and get them?' I didn't even know how to respond." Laughter erupted among the other teachers in the office. "So what happened next?" The male teacher took a sip of hot water and sighed, "Just follow the rules. If they don't wear military training uniforms, they'll have extra practice today. Student self-reliance has been declining every year. I think our academy really needs to consider raising the admission age to 18. I suggested this at the teachers' meeting this year." "Hey, Teacher Ming, I'm not saying your batch of students is bad. I didn't mean that. There are still some outstanding students, like Kong Etienne from Class 1. He's quite impressive. I think his self-created martial arts have potential." "Kong Etienne? I've heard students from my club mention him. He is quite the popular figure among many clubs right now." Meng Xiuxian, sitting quietly in his office chair organizing materials for Class 3, smiled faintly and said, "Kong Etienne is indeed a promising talent. During the entrance exam, I recommended him to Dean Peng." Another female teacher inquired with a gentle smile, "Teacher Meng, do you have any interesting stories from your class? Please share." Meng Xiuxian recalled the night before when Xiaoyang fainted at the foot of Xiangling Mountain, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he slowly shook his head. "Nothing much. Hardly anyone even added me as a friend." Just as he finished speaking, the office door swung open and a deep, stern voice resonated. "Oh really? Teacher Ming, are you unaware that there are students in your class crying on the balcony at midnight?" Upon hearing this voice, the previously jovial teachers in the office changed their expressions, hastily greeting the newcomer before returning to their seats, sitting up straight. "Director Tao, good morning, Director Tao." The woman referred to as Director Tao was an elderly lady in her 60s or 70s, her silver hair framing a face lined with wrinkles that spoke of a life full of trials. She wore a light green blouse, her back slightly hunched, and her hands clasped behind her as she walked in slowly, exuding an unspoken authority. Meng Xiuxian stood up, calmly responding, "Director Tao, I truly was unaware. It is my oversight. I will address it immediately." Director Tao remained silent, hands still clasped behind her back, while the other teachers sat stiffly, not daring to utter a word, feigning busyness and no need. "I will handle it personally." "What are the names of the students in dormitory 511, beds 1 and 4? Meng Xiuxian's heart stirred as he reported the names. "Bed 1 is Xiaoyang, and bed 4 is Aobai." Director Tao's expression remained impassive as she stated coldly, "Have them come to my office immediately." Without waiting for Meng Xiuxian's response, she turned and left. Meng Xiuxian nodded slightly at her retreating figure, Understood. After Director Tao departed, the other teachers cast sympathetic glances at Meng Xiuxian, who wore a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly on the sports field. Xiaoyang reached his physical limits and entered a state of deep observation. Sprouting dozens of glowing tendrils, upon returning, he heard a chorus of exclamations. Wow! Look, wow! So beautiful! What is she holding? Xiaoyang turned to see. A smile unconsciously forming on his lips. It was Qing Isa, clad in a light blue fitted short-sleeve top and beige jeans paired with athletic shoes, exuding youthful vitality while accentuating her curvaceous figure. Yet, what captured the most attention was her snow-white skin and stunning beauty, causing many boys to remain transfixed since her arrival. Qing Isa approached Nanjizi, still wearing her sheer gloves, carrying 2 large bags. Instructor, thank you for your hard work. Nanjizi smiled as she opened the bags, revealing boxes of neatly sliced watermelon. Class 3, everyone pause for a moment and come over. Your class representative has brought you treats. Come and have a taste. The students of Class 3, under the envious gazes of other classes, merrily enjoyed the watermelon slices, skewered with toothpicks. What kind of extraordinary class representative is this? Such beauty, coupled with such thoughtfulness. Why does she not participate in military training? Do you not recognize her? She is the only genius girl in our cohort to receive accolades in advance, Qing Isa. The watermelon is exceedingly sweet, slightly chilled, and Xiaoyang devours several pieces while deep in contemplation. He understands the purpose behind Qing Isa's actions. Military training is the first collective activity for the new students. As the class monitor, her absence from military training means that if she does not make an appearance, she risks losing any sense of participation and may become disconnected from the class. By purchasing watermelon to share with everyone, she can quickly bridge the gap with her classmates and, to a certain extent, alleviate any feelings of imbalance among them. Beyond this, Xiaoyang is pondering another matter. Those boxes filled with watermelon weigh at least 2 to 3 jin each, and Qing Isa brought 10 boxes. The distance from the student center to the sports field is no less than 700 to 800 meters. How can she, a girl, carry them so effortlessly? It is known that a girl with a 16-kilogram load struggles to run even 200 meters. Xiaoyang speculates that it must be due to her self-created technique, having successfully broken through the first acupoint, indicating that she is at least at the first level of the Gui rank. Does strength increase so significantly? Xiaoyang's anticipation for the successful initiation of Yuan grows stronger. Just then, a few senior boys approach, smiling at Qing Isa. Hello, classmate. Qing Isa turns to glance back and replies coolly, Hello, what is it? One of the boys takes a small step forward, grinning broadly. I'm from the Ji-Hai cohort and also a member of the photography club. I noticed you were quite beautiful and would like to invite you to be a model for our club. The Ji-Hai cohort is 1 year ahead of the Gengzi cohort. Thus they are sophomores. Qing Isa responds indifferently, Sorry, I'm not interested. The boy, somewhat persistent, retorts, Classmate, please consider it. We offer points as compensation each month, or we could add each other as friends and chat gradually. This time, without waiting for Qing Isa to respond, Xiaoyang's expression darkens as he throws the toothpick from his watermelon onto the ground and strides forward, loudly declaring, Did you not hear her say she is not interested? The boy's face shows a hint of displeasure as he retorts, Who are you to her? Xiaoyang shoots back, What does it matter to you who I am? Our class monitor is being harassed. Whether it's a classmate or a stranger, it's our duty to step in and put a stop to it. How shameless can you be? Several boys behind him advance, seemingly attempting to intimidate Xiaoyang. Who are you calling shameless? We are simply recruiting for our club. You, a new student avoiding military training, should not meddle in our affairs. Xiaoyang swiftly shifts to stand in front of Qing Isa, mocking. Recruitment is not the same as coercion. She has stated her disinterest. Do you have a hearing impairment or a lack of intelligence? Besides, who knows if you are truly from a club? Which class are you from? The boy snorts. Remember this. You can verify my affiliation with the club. I'm from the Ji-Hai cohort, Class Zhou Air. Xiaoyang immediately interjects, cutting the boy off. All right, I got it. From the Zhou class, now hurry along. Behind them, numerous onlookers from Class Yin San munch on watermelon, observing the commotion. Xiaoyang is so brave. Indeed, daring to confront a senior like that. It seems his words from that night were genuine. Not at all cowardly. If they continue to be relentless, we'll step in. The noise escalates, catching the attention of Nanke, who approaches and sees Xiaoyang standing off against several seniors, asking, What is going on? Xiao Yang gestures towards the boys. They want to recruit Qing Isa into their club, but she has refused, yet they persist in bothering her. Nanke frowns slightly, coldly stating, "When did such things happen at Bailu Academy?" The boys are intimidated by the faint aura emanating from Nanke, quickly waving their hands. No, instructor, we merely wanted to make one last attempt. We'll leave now." After confirming the boys' departure, Nanke returns to his watermelon. While Xiao Yang stands firm against the boys, Qing Isa remains behind him. When Xiao Yang turns around, Qing Isa hastily lowers her head, and he seems to catch a glimpse of a glimmering tear at the corner of her eye. "Could it be?" Xiao Yang gently asks. "You don't mind me intervening, do you?" Qing Isa keeps her head down, her expression obscured. "Why did you stand up when everyone was eating watermelon?" Xiao Yang replies with a smile. "Teacher Ming said our class monitor is a girl. And as the liaison, being male, it is my duty to protect her. Besides, didn't I enjoy a complimentary bottle of water from you yesterday?" Qing Isa falls silent for a moment, murmuring, "So it was because of Teacher Ming and that bottle of water." Xiao Yang is taken aback. "What? Never mind, it's nothing. Thank you." Qing Isa speaks rapidly before hurrying away. Suddenly, Xiao Yang has a thought and takes several deep breaths. How strange that itchy sensation has vanished. It seems I haven't sensed it since that day with the water in the tent. Standing still, Xiao Yang gazes at Qing Isa's diminishing silhouette, his expression growing increasingly complex. Until a voice behind him breaks the silence. "Is it beautiful?" "It is. Would you like to see more?" "I would." Xiao Yang suddenly realizes that this voice is amiss. He quickly turns around to find Meng Xiuxian smiling at him, with Ao Bei beside her. "Why is Xiao Bei here too? Did you discuss what happened last night with Teacher Ming?" Even if Meng Xiuxian were to share, Xiao Yang would find it normal. However, he also wishes to advise Ao Bei to mention it to Meng Xiuxian. With a grin, Xiao Yang greets, "Teacher Ming." "Hey, what brings you here?" Meng Xiuxian gently nudges Ao Bei towards Xiao Yang, stating earnestly, "You and Ao Bei are to go to Administrative Building 404 now." Xiao Yang, perplexed, inquires, "What is that place?" Meng Xiuxian regards him with an enigmatic gaze. The Office of the Disciplinary Director. Chapter 47, Taking a Disciple. Both Xiao Yang and Ao Bei are taken aback. The term disciplinary director evokes a sense of intrinsic pressure for any student in junior or senior high school. With a starkly negative stereotype, fierce, strict, and pedantic. Before they leave, Meng Xiuxian specifically advises Xiao Yang. The disciplinary director's surname is Tao. Upon your arrival, do not attempt any clever tricks in her presence, or you will only bring trouble upon yourself. Honesty is the best policy. Xiao Yang nods earnestly. From Meng Xiuxian's words, he gathers that this disciplinary director is certainly not a benign figure. As they walk, both Xiao Yang and Ao Bei contemplate the reason behind their summons. It cannot be due to their recent altercation with those boys from the Cho class. Otherwise, Ao Bei would not have been called. Could it be last night? Soon, the two arrive at the door of Administrative Building 404, exchanging glances before Ao Bei steps behind Xiao Yang. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang is about to knock when a cold voice emanates from within. "No need to knock. Just come in." Both Xiao Yang and Ao Bei shudder at the sound. Indeed, no matter the parallel world, the disciplinary director is always so stern. Upon entering, Ao Bei's eyes widen in shock, while Xiao Yang, having anticipated this, maintains a relatively composed demeanor. The disciplinary director, also known as Director Tao, is the same elderly lady who had sheltered under an umbrella during the downpour last night. Her office resembles that of an ordinary administrator's, featuring a large wooden desk on the right, with Director Tao seated on a swivel chair, a row of filing cabinets behind her, and a set of sofas with a coffee table nearby. The only distinction is a square wooden table draped with yellow silk on the left, adorned with various objects resembling ritual implements, such as talismans and bells. The two approached the desk cautiously, greeting in unison. "Hello, Director Tao." With an impassive expression, Director Tao coldly remarks, "Did you mistake me for a ghost last night?" Meng Xiuxian had instructed them not to engage in cleverness, but to be forthright. How should they respond? "Yes, we did mistake you for a ghost." Xiao Yang, eager to prolong his life, quickly thinks on his feet, respectfully saying, No, the academy is peaceful. How could there be ghosts?" A cold glint flashes in Director Tao's eyes. Then why were you two up on the balcony late at night? For 2 consecutive nights?" Xiao Yang silently wonders. "Isn't there no curfew at the academy?" What's wrong with us being awake on the balcony? Wait a minute. 2 consecutive nights. She knew about the previous night as well? After a brief contemplation, Xiaoyang softly replies, We had nightmares, so we got up to chat and share our feelings, right, Xiaobei? No one answers. Xiaoyang turns to see Aobei with his head lowered, gripping his pants tightly, his legs trembling slightly, clearly terrified. What on earth? Is he this frightened of Director Tao? At that moment, Xiaoyang feels as if something looms above the filing cabinet and quickly looks up, only to find nothing. Director Tao observes this, and a hint of something inscrutable flickers in her eyes. It seems your talent is quite remarkable, Xiaoyang. This seemingly nonsensical comment leaves Xiaoyang bewildered. I do not understand your meaning. Director Tao rises slowly, walking towards them. Due to her slight hunch, she stands nearly at the same height as Aobei. Just over 1.5 meters, a full head shorter than Xiaoyang. Yet, her presence utterly overwhelms the two. You do not comprehend. But Aobei beside you does. Aobei, tell him why you are so afraid. Called out, Aobei's gaze flits about, his lips part slightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly, yet he cannot bring himself to look up, speak. Director Tao's thunderous voice echoed through the office, causing Xiaoyang to feel as though the entire space trembled. Aobei, seemingly struck by lightning, appeared to abandon all restraint, pointing at the top of the wooden cabinet with closed eyes, shouting, That blood-soaked baby is over there. Xiaoyang was taken aback, his gaze fixated on the cabinet above. Was that what I sensed just now? After Aobei's outcry, he seemed to be on the verge of collapse, gasping for breath as he shuffled closer to Xiaoyang. At the same moment Aobei shouted. Director Tao revealed a faint smile, his tone considerably gentler. Indeed, even before successfully drawing upon the source, one could witness the manifestation of soul tribulations. I never expected to encounter such a gifted individual before returning to the source. Aobei, would you be willing to accept me as your master? A stir of emotions welled within Xiaoyang. To be a disciple. He understood the distinction between a teacher and a master. Both impart knowledge and skills. Yet the bond with a master encompasses a deeper, more personal connection. Students learn in school from teachers who, regardless of tuition, are employed for their expertise, creating a transactional relationship. Once outside the academic sphere, however, the obligation between teacher and student ceases. Conversely, the relationship with a master is entirely voluntary, devoid of any profit motive. Master not only imparts skills but also assumes responsibility for the disciple's well-being. Even after the disciple has graduated, their bond remains a lifelong covenant. Aobei, still in a state of shock, could hardly process the offer. Noticing this, Xiaoyang promptly nudged him with his foot. Aobei, awakening from his stupor, hesitated, biting his lip before softly uttering. Director Tao, observing Aobei's stammering, Director Tao immediately recalled the reason, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems my eagerness has led me to overstep. It was indeed inappropriate to pose such a question upon our first meeting. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. As he spoke, Director Tao waved his hand, and Xiaoyang and Aobei felt a flash of golden light. In the next moment, the three found themselves at the base of the cliff beside a small bamboo grove. A stick resembling a club appeared in Director Tao's hand, evenly marked with grooves, which he then hurled. Boom! The wooden stick struck the cliff, and the towering rock face erupted in a shower of debris. Startled, Xiaoyang and Aobei instinctively prepared to flee, but Director Tao stamped his foot, causing the ground to shift rapidly like a conveyor belt. Xiaoyang and Aobei found themselves running in place, their legs moving tirelessly while making no progress. Just as the falling debris threatened to crush them, numerous stone plates emerged from the earth, intercepting the rocks and sending dust swirling into the air, leaving the area beside the bamboo grove in chaos. Still shaken, Xiaoyang and Aobei barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief before witnessing Director Tao rapidly forming intricate hand seals, conjuring a remarkably complex golden sigil in the air. Go! The golden sigil soared towards the pile of rubble, exploding with a resounding crack. A miraculous scene unfolded as the stones and ground seemed to gain consciousness, gathering back together in mere moments, restoring the cliff to its original state as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Xiaoyang perceived the subtle discrepancies. Certain rocks and patches of grass had shifted positions, indicating that this was not a reversal of time but rather a reassembly after destruction. Director Tao waved his hand once more, and Xiao Yang and Ao Bei felt a gust of wind sweep past them, returning them to the office on the fourth floor of the administrative building. The two stumbled, leaning on each other to regain their balance. Director Tao, still holding the club, regarded them with a serious expression and spoke with utmost gravity. I am Tao Lianji, the current director of Bailu Academy, a grade B, level 9 practitioner of the Qigong, wielding the soul-binding demon rod known as Zhu Xia. Ao Bei, I shall ask you once more, are you willing to accept me as your master? Chapter 48. Qigong. The thunderous sound of the cliff being shattered and restored resonated throughout Bailu Academy, prompting a flurry of discussions among the students. The instructors bellowed, stay focused, concentrate on your training. In the 401 office of Bailu Academy, Dean Peng, clad in a white robe, had been engrossed in writing when he suddenly paused, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face as he murmured to himself, what a commotion! Director Tao is indeed fortunate. Meanwhile, in the adjacent 404 office, Ao Bei and Xiao Yang sat in a daze, still processing the events that had just unfolded. Xiao Yang, regaining his senses first, nudged Ao Bei again. Are you kidding? You wouldn't want this? A grade B, level 9 master. That astonishing display we just witnessed is proof of immense skill. Plus, being the director of Bailu Academy, even if he seems a bit intimidating, his character is undoubtedly reliable. With such integrity and expertise, what do we have to fear? Most importantly, if you become Tao Lianji's disciple, the ghostly disturbances that have plagued you for over a decade will surely be resolved. Ao Bei pressed his lips together, seemingly coming to a realization, and softly replied, I am willing. But what must I do? Tao Lianji retracted the demon rod with a gentle smile. You have yet to successfully draw upon the source. And I am aging, soon to return to the source myself. Let us keep it simple. Kneel and bow 3 times, and present a cup of tea. Ao Bei bent his knees and knelt on the office floor. Thump, thump, thump. He bowed 3 times with a resounding echo. Xiao Yang quickly retrieved a disposable cup from beneath the water dispenser, filled it with hot water, and handed it to Ao Bei before quietly stepping aside. Tao Lianji glanced at Xiao Yang with a hint of amusement at his quick thinking. Ao Bei accepted the cup, offering it with both hands. Master, please have some water. Tao Lianji took a sip from the cup, placed it on the desk, and said, all right, you may rise. Approaching, Tao Lianji gently tousled Ao Bei's hair. Noticing how much he had withered under the strain of military training, his eyes sunken, with concern, he remarked, such a powerful soul must have endured considerable hardships since childhood. Please sit on the sofa and allow me to speak with you. Xiao Yang and Ao Bei settled onto the left side of the 2-person sofa, while Tao Lianji sat across from them, beginning to explain. Ghosts are a form of tribulation known as soul tribulations, which vary greatly in strength. Since you have yet to study the intricacies of tribulations, I won't elaborate further. The blood-soaked baby you encountered these past 2 nights is a tribulation I subdued using my techniques a few years ago. I had assigned it to patrol the new student dormitories. The information it relayed to me the night before last indicated that a new student could see it. I was initially skeptical until last night, when I instructed it to identify the student. Noting their appearance in dormitory, T got too close in its curiosity, which might have startled you. I apologize for that. Ao Bei quickly waved his hands, saying, Tao Master, it's all right. I've grown accustomed to it. Xiao Yang was intrigued. It turned out that ghosts were indeed a type of tribulation, and there was one present within the academy. Tao Lianji continued, as I mentioned earlier, I practice Qigong, a discipline shared by all Taoist practitioners, which encompasses 5 arts, mountain, medicine, destiny, divination, and spirit. My primary focus is on mountain arts. The restoration of the cliff using the earth's energy is merely the tip of the iceberg. Once you study under me, you need not worry about those unpredictable soul tribulations any longer. Ao Bei blinked and inquired, Master, what did you mean by returning to the source? Since proposing to take Ao Bei as a disciple, Tao Lianji's demeanor had softened considerably, his expression no longer stern. Returning to the source refers to returning to the peach blossom spring. There are several scenarios. The first is when male exorcists reach the age of 70 and female exorcists 65. They may apply to the Jiuhuan Bureau for normal retirement, receiving a substantial pension while possibly continuing to serve if their health permits. The second is voluntary resignation, as being an exorcist carries life-threatening risks. If you choose to withdraw from school, That 2 counts as returning to the source, albeit without a pension. The third is being forcibly retired for violating exorcist regulations. All 3 methods require the abandonment of one's practice. Forever severing the ability to traverse realms, though memories will be retained. I am 63 this year, and in 2 years, I will return to the source. I have 3 sons and 1 daughter, along with a host of grandchildren eagerly awaiting my embrace. However, meeting you before my return is a stroke of good fortune. I will impart all that I have learned over the next 2 years, ensuring a legacy. Aobe lowered his head, whispering, Master, I fear I might be too slow to learn. Tao Lianji reassured him gently. Prior to your arrival, I reviewed your entrance exam and pre-admission records. Your soul is powerful and your intellect sharp, making you a natural candidate for mountain arts. Though you have been troubled by soul tribulations for over a decade, you have maintained a pure disposition, showing no disdain for the world or resentment towards others, qualities that are rare indeed. However, your timidity is a flaw. As my disciple, should anyone dare to bully you within the academy, you need not invoke my name. I will know and ensure justice. Thus, you must hold your head high and not succumb to self-doubt. You need not visit the techniques building. I will personally teach you Qigong, and within a day, you shall successfully draw upon the source, freeing you from those mindless soul tribulations. Aobe could hardly contain his excitement. The long-standing issue that had plagued him was finally on the brink of resolution. Thank you, Master. Tao Lianji rose and approached the desk. Come here, close your eyes, and clear your mind. Aobe stood up and obediently walked to stand before Tao Lianji. Shutting his eyes, Tao Lianji placed his hands atop Aobe's head, also closing his eyes. Gradually, a golden light enveloped the two. Half a minute passed without movement, and a curious Xiao Yang stood to the side. Eager to observe more closely, little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. Little Bei is so fortunate. The director's prized disciple. Have I just latched onto a great opportunity? After observing for 5 minutes, Xiao Yang noticed that both individuals seemed to have entered a state of complete absorption, oblivious to their surroundings. In a moment of boredom, Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon a wooden table draped with yellow silk, where various implements such as bells, tokens, and ritual rulers lay scattered. He dared not touch them, fearing that any noise might disrupt Tao Lianji and Aobe. However, a particularly large talisman paper, measuring nearly half a meter in length, caught his attention. The paper was adorned with an intricate array of red symbols, so complex that it left Xiao Yang dizzy and perplexed. The symbols twisted and turned, almost covering the entire sheet. Yet, it appeared that one final stroke was missing from the bottom of the talisman. Approaching the table, Xiao Yang picked up a vermilion brush nearby, intending to assist in completing this last stroke. Just as he was about to begin, he hesitated, glancing back at Tao Lianji. The two remained unresponsive. Given that she was Xiao Bei's master and had aided him greatly, it seemed only fitting that he extend a small gesture of help. Moreover, drawing the talisman would not produce any sound. Having studied brush techniques for a while, Xiao Yang resolved not to hesitate any longer. With a swift motion, he carefully added the final stroke to the talisman. After placing the brush back down, he gazed at the complete symbols with satisfaction and returned to his seat. 5 minutes later, the golden light enveloping Tao Lianji and Aobe faded, and they gradually opened their eyes. Tao Lianji remarked, Indeed, the soul of destiny surpasses my expectations in strength, almost rivaling that of a junior student. Once we return to military training, I shall continue to sense the elemental force, and upon successfully channeling it according to your master's teachings, the intensity of military training will become trivial. Aobe nodded enthusiastically, his demeanor more confident as he declared, I understand. Thank you, master. Tao Lianji smiled with approval, saying, Very well, you may return now. Should anything arise, I will contact you. Aobe cast a glance at Xiao Yang, and Tao Lianji added coolly, I have other matters to discuss with him, so you may leave. Exchanging looks with Xiao Yang, Aobe turned and departed. Once Aobe was gone, Xiao Yang felt a sudden chill in the office's atmosphere. Upon glancing back, he saw Tao Lianji had resumed her stern demeanor, her voice indifferent as she inquired, Are you the top scorer of this year's entrance examination? Chapter 49. The cowardly rodent. Xiao Yang understood that while he could deceive students, he could not deceive teachers. He nodded in affirmation. It should be, I suppose. Tao Lianji regarded him with a cold gaze, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. I've heard that your surname Xiao means arrogant. I dare not deny it. It also conveys a sense of passivity. I've heard that your name Yang means to flaunt. Not at all. It signifies a gentle sheep. Tao Lianji exuded an intimidating presence, while Xiao Yang appeared as meek as a quail, nodding and bowing. Yet, he found it peculiar that the words he used during his self-introduction had been known by Director Tao. Meng Xiuxian did not seem like the type to gossip. Tao Lianji's voice turned sharp. You're quite glib. I must ask, since you were the first to pass the entrance examination, why did you not choose number 0001? Xiao Yang suppressed his earlier levity, pondering for a moment before responding calmly. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled. You, being an experienced teacher, should understand the principle of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Leaning back in her chair, Tao Lianji rested her hands on the armrests and replied slowly, You fear that by choosing number 0001, you would often hear whispers behind your back that envious individuals would conspire against you, leading to a myriad of troubles. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight. If you can't face these challenges, then you are merely a cowardly rodent seeking comfort, without a moment's hesitation. Xiao Yang shook his head. It is not a matter of courage but of choice. I have never aspired to wear any crown. Our pursuits differ. I do not seek eternal prominence atop a mountain. For such a position is exhausting and constraining. I prefer to drift freely among the hills, where I can admire flowers in the valleys or gaze at clouds from the peaks. Every word Xiao Yang spoke was sincere. He was unaware of the extent to which a grade B 9th tier exorcist could operate. He only remembered Meng Xiuxian's advice to speak the truth. Tao Lianji observed him quietly. Her clouded eyes, marked by wrinkles as if carved by time, made Xiao Yang feel uneasy. So you believe that number 0001 is a burden you cannot shed, a pedestal you cannot descend from, akin to Kong Eg's long gown that he cannot remove. You do not wish to bear such immense pressure, thus even in failure or decline, no one would blame or look down upon you. Consequently, you remain a person of little ambition, a cowardly rodent. Xiao Yang frowned slightly, pursing his lips in contemplation. With an air of resignation, he replied, You seem to have misunderstood. The burden that comes with selecting number 0001 far outweighs its perceived value. It is a matter of trade-offs. The time and energy expended to manage those troubles could yield greater benefits than choosing number 0001. Tao Lianji's eyes narrowed, deepening with meaning as she remarked, So you are a meticulous egoist, considering problems solely from your own perspective. In times of difficulty, you prioritize self-preservation, willing to sacrifice the interests of the team. When the team requires your support, you weigh the pros and cons. Evading responsibility. Such selfishness is no different from that of a cowardly rodent. Xiao Yang internally rolled his eyes. What was up with Director Tao? Why did she seem to jump to conclusions? It was reminiscent of extreme personalities one encounters in life. Hey, don't overeat. It's bad for your health. Then I want to eat. Be quick. You'll be late. Then I want to go. His words were hardly severe, yet Director Tao always seemed to interpret them excessively, as if deliberately so. Wait, deliberately? A glimmer of realization sparked in Xiao Yang's eyes as he raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly, responding candidly, Indeed, I am a cowardly rodent. Upon hearing this, Tao Lianji's expression gradually softened. Her tension easing as a faint smile graced her lips. Understanding when to advance and retreat is crucial. Misjudging this can easily turn one into a fickle individual. Achieving the right balance requires immense effort. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Director Tao. Xiao Yang's earlier epiphany revealed that Tao Lianji was, in fact, offering him a reminder. It is acceptable to remain low-key, but one must not lose courage. It is permissible to endure, yet one must not lose ambition. Freedom is attainable, but one must not lose integrity. Regardless of how Xiao Yang explained himself, explanations inherently sought validation from others. Only when one is indifferent to external perceptions can they truly pursue their path with unwavering determination. When one is resolute, the focus shifts from proving oneself to pursuing one's desires. Others may gaze at flowers, but they do not concern you. Others may toil, but their struggles do not affect your journey. A strong wind may topple a phoenix tree, yet others will always speak of it, regardless. Xiao Yang further speculated that the reason Tao Lianji had summoned him to her office today was to gauge the character of this true top scorer of the entrance examination. After all, it was not the spotlight-grabbing Kong Etienne, whose integrity would be monitored by the masses. Instead, For a student like Xiao Yang, who understood the value of discretion, failing to manage him could result in either a zhuge or a sima yi. Tao Lianji chuckled lightly, to conceal skill within clumsiness, to use obscurity to express clarity, to find purity within murkiness, and to yield for growth. This top scorer of the entrance examination is quite intriguing. Do keep a watchful eye on my disciple. While I can impart skills to him, my duties are overwhelming, preventing me from being by his side to guide him in self-cultivation. As I prepare to return to my true essence, I fear I will harbor some guilt. That a glint of cunning sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes as he remarked, your feelings of guilt likely extend beyond this matter. Wouldn't you agree? Tao Lianji raised an eyebrow in surprise, her smile deepening. Oh? What do you mean? Xiao Yang replied unhurriedly, that infant drenched in blood, the so-called Soul Jiao, was not dispatched by you to patrol the campus. Was it? Rather, it seems you misplaced it. Tao Lianji leaned in with keen interest, urging, continue. Xiao Yang surveyed the office, noting that the earlier subtle sensations had vanished. I am uncertain whether that Soul Jiao remains in this office. However, if it does, it has surely been temporarily subdued by you. You claim to have sent it to patrol the campus, yet with your ability to shatter and restore cliffs in the blink of an eye. You had no need to personally brave the rain to oversee its patrol last night. Even if you were diligent, there would be no necessity to push a stroller at 3 in the morning. That red umbrella rests upon the yellow silk-covered table, surrounded by ritual tools, further validating my point. Moreover, your lie has a significant flaw. If you sent a Jiao to patrol the campus, new students cannot see it. But upperclassmen certainly can. At the very least, you would have disguised its appearance, for a blood-soaked infant appearing suddenly at 3 in the morning would startle anyone. I surmise that although the Soul Jiao has escaped your control, it poses no threat and lacks offensive capabilities. You mentioned Aobe's strong soul. Aside from truly appreciating talent, it seems you also wish to alleviate the guilt of having allowed the Soul Jiao to frighten him, thereby taking him as your disciple. Of course, these are merely my speculations, and I could be mistaken. If I have erred, please consider it a mere jest. Tao Lianji retorted playfully, you rascal, your mind is quite sharp. You are correct. That Soul Jiao escaped from me 3 days ago when the first layer of its seal deteriorated, hence its terrifying appearance. However, the second layer of the seal is permanent, stripping it of its elemental force and rendering it harmless. It simply possesses a strong ability to conceal itself. I possess a technique known as Thousand Threads Listening. Within the confines of the Bailu Academy, apart from the dean's office, I can hear any sound from other locations. Should I wish to, last night, as torrents of rain poured down, the soul torment could not hide once exposed to the elements. I could instantly pinpoint its location. Thus, I ventured out with a baby carriage, sheltered by a red umbrella in search. The baby carriage piqued its curiosity, while the red umbrella concealed my presence. It dared not approach areas inhabited by others, yet a soul with formidable power, devoid of spiritual energy, naturally draws the soul torment like pollen attracts butterflies. Consequently, it found Aobe 2 nights in a row. When I cast a glance upwards last night, it was not you or Aobe I was glaring at, but rather the soul torment that was perched upon the outer wall of your dormitory balcony. Chapter 50. Cafeteria Conflict. Xiao Yang felt a shiver of trepidation course through him. Last night, while engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Xiao Bei, a ghost had been lurking just a wall away. Moreover, Director Tao possessed such a remarkable technique as Thousand Threads Listening, a name quite pleasing to the ear, which explained how she knew my self-introduction. Tao Lianji continued, after I reclaimed it last night, I wanted to ascertain who among you two attracted it, while also extending my apologies for my oversight. Upon reviewing your files, I discovered you had topped the entrance examination. I had initially assumed you would be the one to attract the soul torment, which would allow me to reprimand you accordingly. However, I was taken aback to find that Aobe possessed an extraordinary spirit. Witnessing his resilience and exceptional talent, I felt compelled to take him on as my apprentice, not only to alleviate my guilt, but also out of genuine admiration. Xiao Yang mused, Xiao Bei is finally on the verge of a reversal of fortune. Director Tao, with her profound understanding and remarkable demeanor, commanded the respect of her students. After taking on an apprentice, Tao Lianji had offered an apology to Aobe, an act of humility from an elder and academy leader, willing to set aside her pride to apologize to a newcomer. This was something Xiaoyang could not help but silently commend. Many parents, elders, and teachers, despite being in the wrong, hesitate to apologize to their juniors or children due to their seniority in age. Yet a mistake is a mistake. To boldly acknowledge it is not shameful. It is the cover-up that brings true disgrace. Tao Lianji shot a sidelong glance at Xiaoyang and said coolly, "Do not indulge in your sarcasm. The reason I did not mention that the soul torment had escaped is that I feared Aobai might think I took him on as an apprentice out of guilt. Furthermore, I have already recaptured it and it will not run amok again. I am nearing completion of the resealing talisman." Seeing the runes on the table, Tao Lianji's expression changed dramatically. "What on earth?" she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in fury. "You imbecile! I spent 3 days and nights crafting that sealing talisman, and I was just a few strokes away from completion. What did you touch?" The aura radiating from Tao Lianji was so intense that it rendered Xiaoyang breathless. "Director Tao, I merely wished to lend a hand." With gritted teeth, Tao Lianji braced herself against the edge of the table, her eyes seemingly ablaze with anger. "Before I expel you, get out of my sight." "Director, leave, now." Xiaoyang fled the office in haste. By the time the clock struck 12, Xiaoyang made his way to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon returning to the dormitory at noon, he found Xiebu Rou and Gu Yikai gathered around Aobai. Their laughter and joy palpable, particularly Aobai, whose eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, radiating a brighter aura. Upon Xiaoyang's arrival, Xiebu Rou playfully punched his chest, feigning angered at "So? You and Xiaobei have been secretly scheming without us knowing." Xiaoyang chuckled ruefully as he clutched his chest. "What could I do? You both sleep like the dead. I couldn't wake you even if I threw pillows at you." Jiu Yikai expressed his envy. "Xiaobei is impressive. He has even become the apprentice of the director." Xiaoyang's expression turned serious as he replied, "Old He, Douya, this matter must remain confidential. It would not bode well for either Xiaobei or Director Tao." Xiebu Rou patted her chest, assuring him, "Don't worry, we understand." In the afternoon, training resumed, pushing them to their limits once more. The luminous tendrils of spiritual energy within Xiaoyang had increased to approximately 1/5. He attempted to control those tendrils, managing to induce a slight deceleration or acceleration of the energy, though the results were not particularly distinct. Tio maneuver with agility remained beyond his grasp. He required additional luminous tendrils. At dinner, Xiaoyang, Xiebu Rou, and Gu Yikai queued together for their meals, while Aobai, pressed for time, returned to wash his clothes and opted for instant noodles instead. Xiaoyang had fully embraced the cafeteria's offerings, which were not only affordable but also delicious, with an abundance of choices. While enjoying his noodles at the table, he suddenly heard a commotion erupt from the queue where Gu Yikai stood. Xiaoyang's demeanor shifted as he recognized the individual arguing with Gu Yikai, the hawk-nosed boy he had clashed with on the first night of enrollment, Hu Mingyu, the liaison for Class CE. It was evident that trouble had found its way back to him. Xiaoyang exchanged a glance with Xiebu Rou, and they promptly approached Gu Yikai. "Douya, what is going on?" Gu Yikai, visibly agitated, pointed at Hu Mingyu, declaring, "This guy cut in line, and he has the audacity to act all high and mighty about it." Hu Mingyu replied, brimming with arrogance, "Who cut in line?" "It's clearly my turn." Xiaoyang retorted sarcastically, "Oh, look who it is again. Have you grown accustomed to cutting in line?" Hu Mingyu, recalling Xiaoyang, shot back coldly, "Xiaoyang, liaison of Classine San. I remember you. It appears you all belong to the same uncouth lot." Xiebu Rou stepped forward, her tone fierce. "What did you just say?" Seeing the imposing figure of Xiebu Rou, Hu Mingyu appeared slightly apprehensive, but behind him, 2 other boys approached, seemingly his classmates or roommates. "What's this? Planning to gang up on us, are you?" Xiaoyang gently placed a hand on Xiebu Rou, signaling her to step back. Having frequently engaged in altercations with students from other classes in middle school, he was well versed in the rules of such disputes. In any campus brawl, the instigator would face severe consequences. Xiaoyang regarded Hu Mingyu with disdain, saying, "Where does your unfounded sense of superiority come from to label us as an inferior class? Did you cut in line and win the lottery? It's not superiority. It's simply your lack of ambition." A deep, resonant voice interjected from nearby. Xiaoyang turned his gaze to see a striking young man with yellow hair standing beside Hu Mingyu, Kong Yitian, the class leader of ZE. Upon seeing Kong Yitian, Hu Mingyu's face lit up with excitement. Class leader, with Kong Yitian's arrival, a crowd quickly gathered. As it was mealtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with students. Oh, Kong Etion is having a spat with someone. This is going to be interesting. Nothing pairs better with a meal than the spectacle of drama unfolding. Jiui Kai, sensing the situation escalating, discreetly tugged at Xiao Yang's sleeve and whispered, "How about we just let it go?" Xiao Yang turned back. Whispering, backing down only invites further provocation. The more you endure, the more infuriating it becomes. Why should we concede to such individuals? Don't worry, I've got this. He then lightly patted Gu Ikai's shoulder, signaling him to remain still, and fixed his expression on Kong Etion, asking coolly, "And you are?" Kong Etion replied, "My surname is Kong." The absence of a no offense phrase indicated that Kong Etion was indeed a descendant of Confucius, a lineage that afforded him certain privileges in addition to the Kong surname. The Zhang surname also received similar exemptions, said to be the name of the Jade Emperor. Moreover, the surnames of emperors throughout history were also exempt from such formalities. Xiao Yang smirked sarcastically. "Ah, I remember now, a celebrity. Are you here to defend your little brother? We're not buying it. This fellow cut in line before, and he had the audacity to insult our class as inferior. He needs to apologize and return to the back of the line." Kong Etion furrowed his brows, casting a disapproving glance at Hu Mingyu, clearly displeased with the latter's previous comment regarding inferior classes. Realizing his blunder, Hu Mingyu lowered his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Kong Etion regarded Xiao Yang with indifference. "There's no proof that he cut in line. You two have spoken out of turn. You apologize, and I will have him apologize." "Ridiculous," Xiao Yang scoffed. "What's wrong with calling him out? I witnessed him cut in line with my own eyes. What a disgraceful lack of manners." Hu Mingyu could no longer contain his anger, his eyes ablaze, and he raised his hand to push Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang stifled a laugh internally. His intention was to provoke Hu Mingyu, inciting him to strike first, allowing Xiao Yang to fall dramatically and perform an exaggerated display. Kong Etion noticed the shift in Xiao Yang's gaze and reached out to intervene but was a moment too late. Simultaneously, Xiao Yang's expression changed as he saw Xiebu Rou. Her muscles tense, raising her hands to push Hu Mingyu in retaliation. This was a disaster. Xiao Yang realized that this would mean both Xiebu Rou and Hu Mingyu would engage simultaneously. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Yang swiftly moved in front of Xiebu Rou, using his back to block her hands while pushing Hu Mingyu's hand aside. "Stop! Stop!" The simultaneous cries echoed, and the entire cafeteria fell silent. Chapter 51. Disqualification. One of the stop commands was familiar to Xiao Yang. It belonged to Meng Xiuxian. The other command, however, was delivered with authority and an icy tone. A man clad in a blue uniform swiftly positioned himself beside Kong Etion. Xiebu Rou and Gui Kai exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of fear upon recognizing the teacher. Meng Xiuxian quickly approached Xiao Yang, speaking softly to the male instructor, Teacher Cui. Xiao Yang immediately recalled the earlier conversation between Xiebu Rou and Gui Kai regarding the formidable Teacher Cui during the selection of student IDs. It appeared that this very individual stood before him now. Teacher Cui coldly remarked, "Meng Laoshi, you are here as well." Just as Meng Xiuxian was about to speak, both he and Teacher Cui's school cards chimed simultaneously. Upon opening them, their expressions subtly shifted. Each took their respective troublemaking students to the administrative building's office 404. Meng Xiuxian stood on the left alongside Xiao Yang, Xiebu Rou, and Gui Kai, while Teacher Cui was on the right with Kong Etion, Hu Mingyu, and two other students. Tao Lianji stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze piercingly sharp, creating an atmosphere in the office that was stifling to the point of suffocation. Xiao Yang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, every drop of blood in his body seemingly frozen. He had not anticipated being summoned to this place twice in a single day. How outrageous! After merely a few days of school, they had the audacity to engage in a public brawl in the cafeteria. What gall they possessed! If you do not wish to study, then leave. Tao Lianji's thunderous roar made all 7 students tremble, their heads bowing even lower. Meng Xiuxian gently interjected, "Director Tao, the students must have had their reasons for arguing. Let us investigate the matter first. I have already had the technical department send the cafeteria surveillance footage to your school card." Tao Lianji shot a fierce glare at the students before clicking on her school card to display the footage. It was evident that Gui Kai had indeed been in line first, but when it was his turn, he stepped aside to fetch chopsticks, allowing Hu Mingyu to step forward. The dialogue and physical altercation during the dispute were laid bare for all to see. Xiaoyang marveled internally. What impeccable camera quality! How could it capture such comprehensive clarity? Even the sound was crystal clear. Smack! Tao Lianji slammed her palm on the table, erupting in fury. Nonsense! One of you insulted a classmate, while the other resorted to violence. According to the student code of conduct, Xiaoyang and Hu Mingyu are to be expelled, while the rest will be placed under observation for a year. Our Bailu Academy has no need for students like you. Hearing the threat of expulsion, Hu Mingyu was on the verge of tears. Xiaoyang remained silent, feigning fear on the surface while maintaining his composure internally. He understood that this was merely a performance by the three teachers, and the punishment would not be as severe as expulsion. They simply intended to intimidate them. Subsequently, Teacher Cui and Ming Xiuxian would persuade, offering a way out, and Tao Lianji would likely follow suit, saying a few words about considering their first offense and granting them one last chance, warning that if they dared to offend again, there would be no mercy. This approach would serve to instill fear without leading to actual expulsion. However, some form of punishment was inevitable. This was a well-known tactic among teachers, and Xiaoyang had long since figured it out. Sure enough, Teacher Cui and Ming Xiuxian quickly voiced their opposition. Teacher Cui calmly stated, "Director Tao, they are all freshmen. Is this punishment perhaps a bit too severe? Could we not show some leniency?" Ming Xiuxian slightly furrowed his brows and added, "Yes, Director Tao, both Gui Kai and Hu Mingyu acted out of misunderstanding, and the others merely stood up for their classmates who were being bullied. Their intentions were understandable. They are just young and misguided in their methods. To remain indifferent and merely spectate does not align with the Academy's spirit of unity and friendship." Tao Lianji coldly retorted. Unity and friendship, yet they resorted to fighting. Unity and friendship are not to be confused with gang loyalty. The fact remains that Xiaoyang and Hu Mingyu insulted their classmates and engaged in physical violence. There were numerous witnesses, and the negative impact is severe. They must be severely punished. You two homeroom teachers have also failed in your duties, Ming Xiuxian replied. Indeed, I shall reflect on this, and I assure you that similar incidents will not occur again. Teacher Cui concurred. I too assure you that I will emphasize discipline to them, ensuring that they do not violate the code of conduct again. Tao Lianji's expression was fierce as she slowly approached Xiaoyang, her formidable presence causing him to feel a chill run down his spine, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. After glaring at Xiaoyang for a moment, she moved to stand before Hu Mingyu, who was so frightened that he began to cry, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry, Director Tao, I won't do it again. Please don't expel me." Tao Lianji walked a full circle back to her desk, casting a knife-like glare at the 7 students, her voice stern. "In light of this being your first offense, you are being granted one last opportunity. Should you dare to offend again, there will be no mercy." Xiaoyang and Hu Mingyu, for insulting classmates and resorting to violence, will remain under school observation for a year, while the others will receive a demerit. If it were not for your homeroom teachers vouching for you today, I would have expelled you. It is currently military training season, and other students are diligently training to achieve success in their elemental awakening as soon as possible. Yet you still have the audacity to stir up trouble. And among you is student number 0001. Do not let your slight talents lead you to arrogance, or you will find yourself in grave peril. As Tao Lianji spoke, Xiaoyang felt a jolt within. He understood that her words were a double entendre, directed at both Kong Etian and himself. After the reprimand, the 2 teachers escorted their respective students out of the administrative building. On the way, Gui Kai proactively apologized. I'm really sorry, Meng Laoshi, for causing you to be scolded. Xiebu Rou also lowered her head, apologizing bashfully. I'm sorry, Meng Laoshi. Ming Xiuxian walked ahead, waving his hand dismissively. As long as you recognize your mistakes, there is no need for excessive scrutiny among classmates. You two may return first. Xiaoyang, come with me. Xiaoyang shrugged at Gui Kai and Xiebu Rou before following Ming Xiuxian. The two arrived at a bench by the Yuxi River, where Ming Xiuxian sat down first and patted the empty space beside him. Sit. Xiaoyang slowly took a seat and softly said, Thank you, Ming Laoshi. Ming Xiuxian replied nonchalantly, Both of them apologized to me. Why do you say thank you? Xiaoyang lowered his voice. I am both grateful and apologetic. That night, I vomited all over you. And had you not carried me to the infirmary, I might have had to spend the night out in the wild. Ming Xiuxian waved his hand lightly. That incident was nothing. It is the responsibility of a homeroom teacher. Regarding today's matter, Do you believe you were in the right? Xiaoyang pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. It was Hu Mingyu who first insulted us, which prompted my retort. I only acted in self-defense when he attacked first. Meng Xiaoxian spoke earnestly. All 7 of you have yet to achieve elemental awakening. If one of you had already mastered a technique today, what would have happened? If you were to reach a higher level of elemental power in the future, what would occur then? Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had indeed not considered this. Meng Xiaoxian bent down to pick up a small stone from the ground and tossed it into the Yushi River. Splash! The stone hit the water, creating a small splash. Meng Xiaoxian continued, you are still ordinary people. Quarreling and fighting is akin to tossing a small stone into the river. It will not cause significant impact. However, should you one day become a mighty boulder or mountain and cast it into this river, it would lead to devastation and countless casualties. As those possessing extraordinary abilities, you must exhibit greater self-control. You must learn to restrain yourselves, or it will result in catastrophe, I can assure you. In the 102nd year of our South World's history, there have been cases of exorcists who, after eliminating calamities in other parallel worlds, lost their sanity, refusing to return to South Ku while indulging in tyranny and lawlessness in those worlds. Such behavior is deemed disqualified. Chapter 52. Time is of the essence, Xiaoyang. Perplexed, inquired, but wouldn't the Jiuhuan Bureau intervene or dispatch stronger exorcists to eliminate them? Meng Xiaoxian chuckled softly and shook his head. Calamities of a certain magnitude can traverse multiple parallel worlds freely. If exorcists had to seek approval from the Jiuhuan Bureau for every crossing, the calamities would have escaped long ago. Thus, those dispatched to eliminate these formidable calamities possess a privilege of visa-free travel during their crossings. If an exorcist were to travel to a parallel world that the Jiuhuan Bureau cannot track and remove their identity markers, the Bureau would have no way of identifying which parallel world they have entered. And how could they send someone to eliminate them? The more Xiaoyang contemplated, the greater his fear grew. He envisioned a Class A exorcist arriving in ancient times. Wouldn't that lead to lawlessness? Such an individual would essentially become a local despot. In fact, it would be trivial for someone in that position to aspire to become an emperor. What? Rebellion. One spell could teach them a lesson. Such overwhelming power would be on an entirely different scale. Meng Xiaoxian continued to counsel Xiaoyang. Thus, our 4 esteemed academies maintain exceedingly stringent requirements regarding student character. Do not assume that today's incident was merely a performance by Director Tao and us teachers. She has dealt with fighting and brawling countless times, and the outcome has typically been expulsion. The main reason you were spared today was that both parties were genuinely in misunderstanding, and due to the timely intervention of Teacher Cui and myself, a larger conflict was averted. Otherwise, we would not have been able to protect you. If you doubt this, feel free to test it again. Fight in the morning, and by afternoon, you'll be selling fruit in Taoyuan. Xiaoyang lowered his head in silence. He had not contemplated this aspect. With extraordinary abilities came greater temptations. If every conflict were to be met with equal retaliation, it would be easy to lose control. Once their elemental power reached a certain level, even the slightest motion could possess the strength to move mountains and split stones. If personal grievances were to result in innocent casualties, it would be a grave sin. What Meng Xiaoxian wished to impart to him was not to refrain from retaliation when a classmate was bullied, nor to remain silent when insulted. He understood that Xiaoyang was not that kind of person. He aimed to teach Xiaoyang that in future conflicts, he must learn to handle situations with greater rationality. He recognized that Xiaoyang possessed a sharp mind, capable of discerning the intricacies of situations and devising better solutions. The influence of the exorcist extends far beyond a single city, nation, or world. It permeates countless parallel realms. Should one encounter any grievance, the immediate reaction is to retaliate with unyielding fervor. Once this habit takes root, the propensity to misuse one's abilities becomes alarmingly easy, gradually morphing into a diluted notion of being impressively formidable, a mindless dragon soaring in a virtual fantasy. This may indeed reflect the style of Kong Yiqian, yet it is not characteristic of Xiaoyang. Meng Xiaoxian gently patted Xiaoyang's shoulder and chuckled softly. I understand that the incident today was not initiated by you. I admire your willingness to stand up for Gui Tsai. But your subsequent handling of the matter was misguided. A gentleman avenges, but not hastily. 10 years is not too late. Xiaoyang, appearing earnest and sincere, with clear, unclouded eyes, replied, I understand, Teacher Ming. Really understand? A gentleman avenges, but not hastily. However, I am no gentleman. I am but a common man. For a common man, revenge cannot be delayed. Ha ha ha. I'm off. Ming Xiuxian shook his head and smiled wryly as he watched Xiaoyang's retreating figure. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, Xiaoboru hurriedly approached, her face filled with remorse. I'm so sorry, Xiaoyang. If you hadn't stepped in front of me earlier, I would have been the one under probation, and you wouldn't have had to bear such a severe penalty. Xiaoyang, with a light-hearted smile, replied, What's the big deal? It's just a penalty. It's not as if I'm losing a piece of flesh. Gu Yizai, equally regretful, lamented, This is all my fault. If only I hadn't argued with him, none of this would have happened. Xiaoyang feigned anger. Hey, do ya? That is simply unreasonable. Don't be timid. We shouldn't have to cover our ears against such people. They deserve to be torn apart for their vile words. Bang. Xiaoboru clenched her fist and struck the dormitory bed frame, producing a resounding clang. Exactly. That hawk-nosed fool is infuriating, saying we're from a lower class. Gu Yizai adjusted his glasses, his eyes brimming with anger. Such petty individuals, careless with their words. They have their comeuppance. Aobe, having overheard Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai discussing the matter, spoke softly, In the future, if I encounter such ruffians, I'll directly inform my master. I can't fathom why they're so arrogant. Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around both Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai, declaring, in any case, we must not be bullied. The first step is to strengthen ourselves. Charge. That night, the rigorous training continued, and Xiaoyang returned to the dormitory well past 11. When questioned by Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai, he continued the routine of saying he had been in the library. Lying on his bed, he suddenly received a message on his school card. Xiaoyang swore that if it was from that fatso Huang Yuanji in the neighboring dormitory, he wouldn't respond. Upon opening it, he found it was from Qing Isa. You've been placed on probation, he promptly replied. Yes, Sai. How did you know? The homeroom teacher asked me to prepare a disciplinary report. You need to handwrite a reflection for me, and I'll help you with the other materials. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a meal later. The fight you had with the students from Class 1 has already spread among the freshmen. How did it spread? Qing Isa pushed over an account named Bailu Chong. This is a private account created by the students to collect submissions and publish news. The chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. After adding the account, Xiaoyang was instantly approved. Then, upon checking the updates, he found the very first post was a video of the confrontation he had with Hu Mingyu and the others earlier that afternoon. Returning to the chat window with Qing Isa, he remarked, the person filming had terrible skills. The angle makes me look hideous. You still have the mood for jokes? Being on probation for a year is the highest punishment outside of expulsion. And after a year, you'll need to face penalties to be released. 3 days into school and already facing a reverse graduation. No matter how it ends. We'll see what happens then. After a moment, Qing Isa replied, I don't want you to leave. Xiaoyang's heart began to race. What? Is love in the air? But Qing Isa's next sentence extinguished the flickering flame of hope within him. If you leave, no one will help me with my work. All right, for the sake of helping you, I'll try to delay my expulsion as long as possible. Laughs and cries. Good night. Sleep well? Good night. After a restful sleep, Xiaoyang awoke to the 4th day of military training. On this day, notable changes occurred on the sports field. By the 2nd day of military training, several individuals had successfully inherited techniques from the Gongfa building, with at least one in each class. Upon reaching the first level of the Gue grade, both strength and endurance had significantly improved. Completing a cycle, though tiring, was no longer as burdensome as before. An increasing number of students chose to inherit techniques rather than create their own. Meanwhile, the 511 dormitory saw its first successful inheritor, Aobe. He achieved this success in the afternoon of the 4th day, mastering the Qi technique, and was promptly called over by Tao Lianji. Xiaoboru and Gu Yizai also visited the Gongfa building on the 4th day. As Xiaoyang had predicted, Gu Yizai chose the Mo technique, while Xiaoboru opted for a method called the Qian Junju, focusing on cultivating vitality through strength. Xiaoyang was not in a hurry. By the end of the afternoon, the luminous tendrils of his inner energy were nearly halfway to completion. He estimated that, given the current rate of growth, he would have all tendrils glowing by the 6th day, just in time. Later that night, around 10, Xiaoyang returned to the familiar spot at the foot of Xiangling Mountain, consuming a Huanshan Danjian and pushing himself to the limits of exhaustion before collapsing onto the ground. He quickly entered a state of contemplation, but within a minute, the increase in luminous tendrils halted. What is going on? The Huanchendanjian shouldn't take effect this quickly, should it? Xiaoyang concentrated once more, maintaining his contemplative state. Yet there was still no response, until 10 minutes later that the Huanchendanjian began to take effect. Rising to his feet, Xiaoyang furrowed his brow tightly, pondering the cause. What's wrong? Classmate, are you encountering a problem? The sudden voice startled Xiaoyang. Who is it? A figure gradually emerged from the plum blossom grove under the night sky, causing Xiaoyang's eyes to widen in disbelief. General Instructor, hello. The newcomer was Qing Yuan, a Class A, third-tier exorcist. Chapter 53. In literature, the way is carried. Dressed in a dark green robe, Qing Yuan approached Xiaoyang with a gentle smile, remarking, still practicing at this late hour? Quite diligent indeed. If you're feeling perplexed, feel free to share. Perhaps I can assist in resolving it. Xiaoyang awkwardly chuckled. Oh, no need to trouble yourself, General Instructor. It's just a minor issue. I can handle it myself. Qing Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is it that your luminous tendrils are no longer increasing? Xiaoyang was taken aback. You know that. Seeing Xiaoyang's astonishment, Qing Yuan smiled slightly. Don't forget, that strand of inner energy within you was infused by me. I'm aware of the state of all new students' inner energies. I came to see you tonight because your progress in creating your own technique is the fastest among all newcomers. Upon hearing that he was indeed the fastest, Xiaoyang appeared incredulous. General Instructor, you flatter me. I'm merely fortunate to have stumbled upon the right method, nearly blinding myself in the process. Qing Yuan glanced around, noticing a few couples wandering nearby, and waved his hand. Whoosh! He transported Xiaoyang to the summit of a small peak on Xiangling Mountain, where the surroundings were utterly deserted, peaceful, and serene. Qing Yuan lifted his green robe and sat down on the ground. Xiaoyang, recognizing the moment, seated himself a respectful distance away. Qing Yuan, with a serious demeanor, stated, Do you think that simply having all tendrils glowing and filling your inner energy will guarantee success? You may be underestimating the complexity of creating your own technique. While it certainly requires personal exploration, don't shut yourself off completely. It could lead to missed opportunities. 7 days is neither long nor short. It can pass in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyang nodded attentively, understanding that this was a rare opportunity to receive guidance from a master. Qing Yuan turned to him. You say you can handle it. What are your thoughts on resolving the issue of the stagnant luminous tendrils? Xiaoyang frowned slightly. The mind of a person is finite. Repeatedly observing the same place can lead to mental fatigue. I believe the inner energy has entered a fatigue phase, so I intend to change my environment. A new setting might yield new insights. Qing Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with a hint of embarrassment. This fellow. How can his comprehension be so sharp? He let you finish speaking. What more can I add? Ahem, indeed, necessity provokes change. You're quick to react. Once all tendrils glow, you can begin to control the inner energy to strike at the acupoints. The primary challenge then becomes locating these acupoints. That part isn't difficult. The real challenge lies in breaking through. When you reach this bottleneck, remember my words. In the mountains, shrouded in mist, it seems there is no path. Suddenly, 1,000 sails appear in the distance. Xiaoyang solemnly nodded, committing the phrase to memory, words of the poet Lin Chuan. Qing Yuan was slightly taken aback. This is a poem by Wang Engshi. Xiaoyang not only knew it, but also recognized Wang Engshi as Mr. Lin Chuan. Your literary talent is commendable. Let me ask you one more question. Do you know the context behind this poem's creation? After pondering for a moment, Xiaoyang replied, I can't quite recall. I believe it was written after a failed reform when he resigned from his position and retreated to Jinling, while traveling along the Yangtze River. Qing Yuan's gaze sharpened, as if pondering something, and pointed toward the plum blossom tree behind him. When it comes to poetry or verses on plum blossoms, which one first comes to your mind? Luyu Esbu Swanzi: falling into mud and crushed to dust. Only the fragrance remains as before. This is Xiangling Mountain, so it's not surprising. Anything else? There's also a famous Bu Swanzi by a great figure. When the mountain flowers bloom in splendor, she smiles amidst the crowd. Continue. Mr. Lin Chuan has a poem titled Plum Blossom, which conveys the sentiment that one knows it is not snow because of the subtle fragrance that wafts through the air. Don't stop. Keep speaking. There is a poem I particularly cherish, albeit it is relatively obscure. Snow fills the mountains where the noble reclines, The moon shines brightly as the beauty approaches in the woods. The sparse shadows stretch across the shallow water. The delicate fragrance drifts in the moonlit dusk. Do not seek praise for splendid colors. Let the pure essence fill the universe. Xiaoyang recited over a dozen poems in succession until his repertoire was exhausted. Qingyuan observed the subtle change in Xiaoyang's demeanor and slowly rose to his feet. Xiaoyang immediately followed suit, brushing off the dust from his trousers. Qingyuan solemnly inquired, Xiaoyang, should you successfully create a unique cultivation method, I wish to petition the organization to grant you an early commendation with a 2-year evaluation period. Would you be willing? Xiaoyang's eyes widened in astonishment. An early commendation? Am I truly that exceptional? He scratched his head and replied, but is Inscientio Ci primarily about ink techniques? Qingyuan clarified, that is merely the majority, as ink techniques mobilize the original force through literary energy. However, our organization's members have a passion for literature, though there are exceptions, such as Busuanzi, whose cultivation method is not an ink technique but rather a qi technique. Allow me to share a secret. He is the husband of your Academy's director. What? This is quite the revelation. Xiaoyang was taken aback, leaning backward in disbelief. Director Taoist of husband? No wonder. No wonder Qinqiu Ci maintains such a good relationship with Bailu Academy, managing to invite over 30 instructors each year. It turns out there is this connection. What do you think? Qingyuan asked, if you succeed in creating your own cultivation method, we will revisit Bailu Academy in 2 years. If you meet all the organizational requirements, an early commendation will be granted. Xiaoyang hesitated, lowering his head in contemplation. Noticing Xiaoyang's indecision, Qingyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. They, as the second largest organization of Qinqiu Ci, were teeming with formidable individuals, while countless students from the 4 major academies struggled to gain entry. And here he was, an A-class dispeller, proactively inviting an ordinary child who had yet to succeed in drawing upon the original force. And the boy was still pondering it. Qingyuan decided to stoke the flames further, gently asking, Xiaoyang, do you know why Qinqiu Ci exclusively recruits those with literary talent? Xiaoyang shook his head. Uncertain, though make friends through literature? Qingyuan replied nonchalantly, that is certainly part of the reason. But you have just arrived in Nanke and have yet to develop an awareness of the dimensional disparities. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. Dimensional disparities? Qingyuan slowly elucidated, the information discrepancies among parallel worlds are termed dimensional disparities. You will learn about this in due course, a simple nudge, and you shall comprehend. At this juncture, Qingyuan fixed his gaze upon Xiaoyang's clear eyes, his tone grave. Among the poems you recited earlier, there is one I have never encountered. Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned. Then suddenly enlightened, he understood why Qinqiu Ci needed to recruit individuals with literary talent. Due to the differences among parallel worlds, verses that are prevalent in this world may not exist in others. And conversely, other worlds may have masterpieces unknown to this one. Thus, attracting individuals with a passion for literature from various parallel worlds enables the appreciation of the boundless beauty of literature across the cosmos. Have you yet to realize how romantic this is? Imagine a talented individual, overlooked and melancholic throughout his life, with countless masterpieces unrecognized, his gems gathering dust, lamenting the unfairness of fate, yet departing with unfulfilled desires. Meanwhile, in another parallel world, he has triumphed, shining brilliantly, his talent renowned, his legacy enduring through the ages. Without this world, who would know of his decades of bitterness and sorrow? Or consider a master of poetry, whose peak work has unfortunately been lost to the sands of time, forgotten for centuries. In another world, however, this masterpiece remains preserved, becoming yet another emblem of his artistry. The existence of Qinqiu Ci allows for the transcendence of time and space through poetry, even transcending the cycles of cause and effect, facilitating communication with countless great literary souls. We resonate with their emotions as they created, experiencing their joys and sorrows, loves and hatreds, transforming their dreams into reality, fulfilling their lifelong obsessions, and allowing the regrets wrought by time to dissipate like the wind. Qingyuan raised his hand to point at the moon, beckoning Xiaoyang to gaze at the heavens. Then softly reflected, from antiquity to the present, countless poems celebrate the moon. Yet we gaze not at the same moon, sharing identical sentiments nonetheless. I can see that you possess an intrinsic fondness for traditional literature. Thus, I invite you to join us, to engage in literary discussions, to revel in the elegance of words, to convey ideals through literature. To be candid, Xiaoyang felt a stirring in his heart. The literary bloodline that had inexplicably awakened during his middle school years surged within him, bubbling with fervor. For any lover of classical literature, this allure was irresistible. Qing Yuan noticed the growing longing in Xiaoyang's eyes as he gazed at the moon and smiled triumphantly, thinking, he has indeed been moved. Moments later, Xiaoyang murmured, I apologize, Chief Instructor, but I do not wish to join Qianqiu Ci. Chapter 54. Knowing its virtue, guarding its simplicity. This response caught Qing Yuan off guard, leaving him incredulous as he stared at Xiaoyang for an extended period before finally chuckling. I must ask, why? Xiaoyang pursed his lips and replied, I acknowledge my deep admiration for traditional literature, and the prospect of experiencing the magnificent works and literary treasures from each parallel world is indeed tempting. However, my aspirations do not lie solely here. Literature may be my passion, but it cannot become my lifelong pursuit. Qing Yuan inquired, what do you pursue then? Xiaoyang gazed ahead, his eyes filled with unwavering determination, freedom. Qing Yuan was momentarily taken aback, for he had witnessed an intense radiance emanating from the 16-year-old boy. Xiaoyang continued, as I behold the lush plum blossom grove below, I am reminded of countless poems celebrating the plum blossom, yet I wish to pluck its leaves and inhale its fragrance. When I see the solitary moon in the sky, I recall innumerable verses about the moon, but I yearn to bask in its light, and if possible I wish to gaze upon the moon up close. Qing Yuan studied Xiaoyang, his gaze shifting numerous times. After a long pause, he finally came to terms with it, no longer focusing on Xiaoyang but instead gazing forward, speaking softly. Among the 10 major organizations, aside from Qianqiu Ci, there are also Xian Yufu and Qingqinfeng, both pursuing the wonders brought about by dimensional disparities. We focus on literature, while they delve into melodies and attire. Since your heart does not lie here, I shall not press further. Besides you, there are 4 other new students making rapid progress. I shall converse with them and wish you success in creating your own cultivation method. Xiaoyang nodded. All right, thank you, Chief Instructor. As they rose to depart, Xiaoyang suddenly recalled something. How do I get down? Qing Yuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since you do not wish to join Qianqiu Ci, why should I concern myself with how you descend? Aren't you fond of extra practice? Climb down yourself. Whoosh! With that, Qing Yuan vanished into thin air. Xiaoyang was left dumbfounded. What the heck? He's really gone? Looking down at the steep slope and dense forest below, Xiaoyang couldn't help but grumble again. This guy is so petty. Attempting to descend using hands and feet, he had barely begun when a figure suddenly appeared before him. You'll fall and hurt yourself like that. What the heck? Who was that? Xiaoyang was startled once more by the unexpected voice. It wasn't Qing Yuan's voice. He looked up to see a middle-aged man in a yellow and white hanfu crouching in front of him. His appearance unfamiliar. The man extended a hand to help Xiaoyang up, smiling warmly. Hello, Xiaoyang, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Nian Gao, from Yuyao Zhai. Nian Gao. Xiaoyang recalled seeing this name in the introductions of the 10 major organizations. He was one of the representatives from Yuyao Zhai, but why would someone from Yuyao Zhai come here? With curiosity, Xiaoyang greeted him. Hello? Nian Gao had a kind face, and his smile was inviting. Time is of the essence, so I will be direct. I have come to observe the students from Bailu Academy who show the most promise in creating their own cultivation methods. Chief Instructor Qing Yuan provided me with a list of names, and you are among them. May I ask how you managed to illuminate your original force? Xiaoyang thought to himself. No wonder the Chief Instructor disappeared. He must have known someone else would come looking for me. It's simply about observing things, gazing at mountains, water, the moon, flowers, trees, and stones, while engaging my mind during the process. Nian Gao pondered for a moment, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Are you suggesting that you invoke the original force through observing the essence of materials? That sounds promising. You must have had keen eyesight since childhood, correct? Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly. It's just average. I'm merely sensitive to changes and differences. Nian Gao surveyed the surroundings, picked up a leaf, and handed it to Xiaoyang. Take a close look at this leaf. Xiaoyang accepted it, studying it intently before flipping it over. After a while, he returned it to Nian Gao. I finished examining it. Did you memorize everything? About that. Nian Gao, still skeptical, turned away and moved a few steps back, then gestured in front of himself before returning the leaf to Xiaoyang. Now, Tell me what is different. Xiaoyang received the leaf, raised it above his head, and under the illumination of the moonlight. The intricate patterns and veins of the leaf became distinctly visible. After approximately a minute, Xiaoyang stated bluntly, "There is no difference." Nian Gao looked surprised. "Are you certain?" Xiaoyang nodded. "With my current observational abilities, this leaf indeed shows no difference." Nian Gao's gaze towards Xiaoyang grew increasingly complex, forming an assessment of the young man in his heart, courageous and resolute. Xiaoyang had not manipulated the leaf in any way. He merely gestured at the air with his fingers a couple of times before returning the leaf to Xiaoyang. Observing things and discerning differences is not a difficult task. Recognizing the absence of differences is also not particularly challenging. What is truly commendable is the unwavering certainty in one's observational conclusions within such a brief time frame. This is the rare quality. Meng Xiuxian shared the same view regarding Xiaoyang. Imagine an ordinary person in this situation. They would likely spend half the day looking, and if they ultimately found no differences, they would simply say, "I cannot find any." Or they might cautiously state, "Perhaps there is a difference, but I cannot identify it." Or "It seems there is no difference." In contrast, Xiaoyang's response was unequivocal. There is no difference, and no hesitation, no doubt, no perhaps. This was not blind confidence, but rather a clear understanding of one's own abilities. Even if there were differences, they would be beyond my current capacity to observe. It is not a matter of carelessness or negligence on my part. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Nian Gao remarked meaningfully, "To know one's strengths and guard one's weaknesses, to have a clear understanding of one's own limits." Xiaoyang, you possess something noteworthy. Xiaoyang forced a smile, perhaps, but not much. Nian Gao squinted slightly and inquired, "Did Qing Yuan say anything to you earlier?" Xiaoyang shook his head. "No, he just had me memorize a few poems." "Did he not discuss the matter of early commendation with you?" After a brief hesitation, Xiaoyang responded. No. Nian Gao's lips curled into a slight smile. "Not very honest. It seems you did not agree to him. Would you be interested in joining Yu Yaozhai? The probation period is 1 year. Another one. Xiaoyang did not outright refuse. After a moment's thought, he said, "May I ask a question first?" Nian Gao nodded. "Go ahead." Xiaoyang furrowed his brow slightly. "Qian Xiuxi was invited for military training by our academy. Why is Yu Yaozhai also involved? Or do other organizations participate as well?" Nian Gao smiled faintly. "You may not yet comprehend the rarity of self-created martial arts. Every successful student in self-creation must possess extraordinary innate qualities, and all 10 major organizations will surely vie for such promising talents. It is akin to prestigious schools in Taoyuan going to high schools for early admission, all striving to attract the best students. However, each of the 4 major academies has its own well-connected organizations. For instance, Bailu Academy is closely associated with Qin Xiuxi and Ru Yaozhai, Qihu Academy with Yuan Yi Palace and Jieqi Hall, Qing Wan Academy with Shinnong Pavilion and Baihua Garden, and Mokuan Academy with Xianyu Fu and Qingqin Workshop. This does not imply that students from each academy will only receive early commendations or be recruited by their connected organizations. It is merely that proximity grants advantage. Whether one secures a position still depends on the student's own aspirations. Everyone has their own ambitions, and one cannot impose restrictions. Xiaoyang nodded slightly and continued to inquire. "What about Gu Zhaohui and Mok Lu?" Nian Gao patiently explained. Gu Zhaohui is elusive, while Mok Lu tends to be low-key and seldom engages in activities. However, this year, Mok Lu did grant early commendation to a student from your Bailu Academy who has not yet enrolled, which is quite rare, suggesting they must have discovered a gem. Having finished his inquiries, Nian Gao asked, "So, what do you think? Do you need time to consider?" Xiaoyang, feeling apologetic, smiled awkwardly. "No need. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to join Yu Yaozhai." "Thank you for your invitation." Nian Gao showed no sign of anger and shrugged. "I guessed as much. You were hoping for me to answer that question. Since that's the case, I shall take my leave. Would you like me to escort you down?" Xiaoyang sighed inwardly, thinking, what a good person. Far better than the petty Qing Yuan. "Yes, thank you very much." This left Xiaoyang feeling a bit guilty, having asked questions and yet declined the offer, while the others still offered to escort him down the mountain. When he first read the introductions of the 10 major organizations, Xiaoyang had sensed that Yu Yaozhai was different. Now it seemed the members were indeed quite friendly and approachable. Nian Gao waved gently, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared at the foot of the mountain. This sensation of instantaneous movement was something Xiaoyang had experienced 3 or 4 times over the past few days. And he found it quite extraordinary. Nian Gao lightly patted Xiao Yang's shoulder. I'm off. Until we meet again. Before the words even left his mouth, Nian Gao vanished from sight. Xiao Yang looked around, uncertain of his exact location on Xiangling Mountain, but he noticed a small path leading to a lotus pond and proceeded along it. After a while, he came across a stone about half his height by the roadside. As he passed, a figure suddenly appeared on the stone. Damn, tonight is truly bizarre. Why does someone keep appearing out of nowhere? The night was dark, and the stone was conveniently situated beneath a tree, obscuring the identity of the person sitting atop it, though their posture appeared quite relaxed, with their head lowered. The figure jumped down from the stone and slowly spoke, their voice resonant and imbued with an air of authority. I am Tang Song. Chapter 55. Creating Order Amidst Chaos. What the? Xiao Yang was taken aback, his pupils dilating, and his lips parted slightly. Tang Song, the foremost exorcist in the present Nanke world, the leader of Gu Zhaohui, the only grade A 8-stage master. Bathed in moonlight, Xiao Yang finally discerned the appearance of this unparalleled figure. He was clad in a golden-yellow flowing cloud robe, with a deep purple dragon-patterned belt around his waist. His long hair was styled in a bun secured by a white jade crown, with 2 strands of black hair cascading down beside his forehead, adding a touch of nonchalance. Beneath his arched brows, a pair of fierce tiger-like eyes gazed forth, his demeanor dignified and imposing. Having encountered 3 middle-aged men in ancient attire, Xiao Yang found himself most impressed by Tang Song in terms of both temperament and appearance. It is worth noting that in ancient times, wearing gold and purple was not something just anyone dared to do, nor could just anyone pull it off. Xiao Yang raised a hand, his movement somewhat stiff. Hello, I am Xiao Yang. Tang Song towered half a head taller than Xiao Yang, stepping closer with an overwhelming presence. This was not merely a physical intimidation but a crushing aura. Yet Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. Refusing to yield even a step, Tang Song halted a step away from Xiao Yang, his expression impassive, and spoke in a deep voice. Join my Gu Zhaohui. Your name coincidentally contains the character Yang, so I shall bestow upon you the title of Master Sui. Xiao Yang's heart raced anxiously. Such a commanding approach? Not even a question before issuing a command. Xiao Yang replied coolly, I refuse. Tang Song's face remained indifferent, but a flicker of anger crossed his features. Refuse? Then I shall chop you up. As his words fell, Xiao Yang felt as if a great mountain were descending upon him, making it difficult to maintain his footing. He chose instead to fall backward onto the ground. Lying in a star-shaped Go ahead, chop me up then. Tang Song let out a cold snort, and Xiao Yang felt the ground tremble, the pressure making it hard to breathe as his limbs pressed firmly against the earth. 3 seconds later, the pressure dissipated. Tang Song broke into a grin, helping Xiao Yang to his feet and brushing the dust off his back with great cordiality. Ha ha ha, my apologies. I occasionally wish to show off before you young folks. Indulging in the thrill of being a peerless master, Xiao Yang was left utterly bewildered. In just 3 seconds, the demeanor shifted from that of an unparalleled powerhouse to that of a casual, unpretentious uncle. The contrast was simply too swift. No, I can manage myself. Xiao Yang quickly stepped back, attempting to shake off the dust himself, saying as he did, Aren't you a peerless master? No, Tang Song replied nonchalantly. Perhaps in your eyes, but in my view, someone like Master Xia is what I would deem a peerless master, and at best, just a skilled practitioner. Xiao Yang's lips twitched. Was this humility or self-aggrandizement? Tang Song draped an arm over Xiao Yang's shoulder, as if discussing matters with a younger brother, the gesture quite amiable. I came all this way to give you face. Why not join our Gu Zhaohui? Xiao Yang smiled wryly, but I haven't even successfully created my martial art yet. Tang Song shrugged nonchalantly. So what? As long as you agree, I can offer a few pointers, and you'll be successful in no time. That's not quite right. I prefer to do it myself. I know can do. Time is of the essence. I have to embark on a mission tomorrow. Embark on a mission? Xiao Yang queried, puzzled. Tang Song grimaced, its exorcist terminology, meaning to carry out tasks in other parallel worlds. That aside, you must agree today. Among the new students of the 4 major academies with potential for self-created martial arts, I've observed you alone possess an emperor's fate. I can't do it. I'm just a timid coward. You faced me without retreating a step just now. Stop pretending. My temperament is poor, restless, and careless. Young man, A bit of recklessness is normal. I am lazy and aimless. Only wanting to lie down all day. Who doesn't want to lie down? I want to lie down too. I am frail and sickly, plagued with hemorrhoids. After uttering this, both Xiaoyang and Tang Song widened their eyes in disbelief. One could not believe their own words, while the other could hardly believe their ears. Then show me. Let me see for myself. With that, Tang Song reached for Xiaoyang's pants. Xiaoyang clutched his waistband tightly. Looking distressed. No. Why are you so adamant about me joining Gu Zhaohui? Tang Song sighed lightly, returning to sit on the large stone, saying with a hint of resignation, isn't it because the entry rules set by a few seniors are too stringent? I haven't found a single person for myself and my wife. Now that you have appeared, I certainly can't let you slip away easily. Xiaoyang shrugged his shoulders in resignation and said, I apologize, but I truly have no desire to join the ancient dynasty society. Such an arrogant and domineering demeanor is simply not suited for me. Tang Song raised an eyebrow and inquired, then where do you wish to go? Just moments ago, that fellow from the green jade table invited you, and you seemed intrigued, yet you declined. You also turned down the invitation from Yao Zhai. Now that I have come personally to invite you, will you refuse again? What is it? Do you intend to establish your own sect? Xiaoyang was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Tang Song had overheard their earlier conversation. He understood that despite Tang Song's seemingly carefree and casual demeanor, his thoughts were undoubtedly as meticulous as fine thread. Such a formidable individual could not possibly be careless or hasty. Thus, Xiaoyang opted for honesty. I wish to join MOK Tower. Upon hearing this response, Tang Song's expression shifted subtly, and a hint of concealed meaning flickered in his eyes. Why? Have you taken a liking to the beautiful young lady? Qingyi Sei, from Bailu Academy, who has been favored by MOK Tower. Do you wish to follow her? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Please, we've only known each other for a few days. Then what is the reason? Do you enjoy playing mahjong? Tang Song relentlessly pursued the matter, seemingly intent on getting to the bottom of it. Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone becoming gravely serious as he uttered a classic saying. Playing mahjong is to create order amidst chaos and to adhere to rules within freedom. Tang Song fell silent, his gaze becoming profoundly distant as he quietly regarded Xiaoyang, lost in thought. Xiaoyang cherished freedom and the thrill of novelty. However, a fondness for the new did not equate to a disdain for the old. Enjoying freedom did not imply a lack of boundaries. True freedom exists only within certain rules. Without constraints, it ceases to be freedom and becomes mere indulgence. OK Tower, therefore, stood as an organization where freedom and rules coexisted. Of course, perhaps, just perhaps, there was a slight inclination towards joining because Qingyi Sei was also part of that organization. The two remained silent under the night sky for a considerable time. Heh! Tang Song seemed to chuckle in self-mockery, breaking the silence. To articulate the concept of mahjong so refreshingly, I have never witnessed such a thing before. Very well, I shall leave it to you. Xiaoyang exclaimed excitedly. You're not going to insist? Tang Song reappeared beside Xiaoyang, gently poking his forehead with a finger. Let me tell you, had you mentioned any other organization today, I would not have let you off the hook. What I, Tang Song, desire to do cannot be obstructed by anyone. Only by mentioning MOK Tower can I return and report to my wife. Xiaoyang was astonished. How could the last of the 10 great organizations still be able to give a report? What secrets did MOK Tower hold? Xiaoyang inquired. Why is that? Tang Song smiled with a hint of mischief. Wanna know? I shan't tell you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Xiaoyang alone, feeling as though he had been abandoned by a heartless lover. Having experienced such abrupt disappearances 3 times in a row, the feeling of emptiness grew within him, akin to a jilted lover. Xiaoyang longed to let out a loud cry, to vent the frustration and melancholy that welled up inside him. Do you think I can't teleport? Yet, Xiaoyang did not rush to leave. Instead, he stood still, contemplating. Tang Song's final remarks had ignited a stronger curiosity about MOK Tower within him. Glancing at the time, it was 11:30, and he still had time. Xiaoyang set off toward the library. After Xiaoyang departed, another figure materialized on the stone path. Tang Song stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Quietly observing Xiaoyang's retreating figure, his expression complex, he retrieved a file folder from his pocket and opened it, revealing the profiles of all the students from the 4 major academies who were hopeful of creating their own techniques. Without exception, beside the fate analysis column, There was a line of small text. No emperor's fate. Including Xiao Yang, a flash of golden light emanated from Tang Song's hand, and the folder was instantly obliterated, disappearing as though nothing had ever transpired here. Chapter 56. Humble greetings. Xiao Yang arrived at the library, which was still brightly lit. The number of readers had dwindled since the daytime, but a few senior students were scattered throughout the seats, quietly engrossed in their reading. Having realized the significance of MOK Tower during his last visit when he perused the introduction to the 10 major organizations, Xiao Yang was aware that there was more to it than met the eye. The mysterious founder, Yi Tong, must harbor even more astonishing secrets and captivating stories. Additionally, he had yet to uncover the historical power rankings for 3rd, 11th, and 14th places. Xiao Yang resolved to uncover these mysteries tonight. Making his way to the literature and history section, he meticulously searched each bookshelf, seeking those somewhat antiquated tomes rather than mass-produced editions, as the former held the unembellished truths of history. After rummaging through several rows of bookshelves, Xiao Yang finally stumbled upon a copy of The Secret History of Nanke tucked away in a corner. The cover and pages were tattered and worn, exuding an undeniable sense of age. This is it. Xiao Yang reached for the book, only to have another hand extend beside him simultaneously. The two hands nearly grasped the book at the same time. Turning his head, Xiao Yang recognized the figure clad in green camouflage. Could there be another freshman here at such a late hour? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Xingjian, the liaison officer from Class 1, who had caught Xiao Yang's attention on the first night due to his strikingly handsome appearance. Isn't this the pretty boy? Xiao Yang grasped the upper side of the book while Lu Xingjian held the lower side. Their eyes met, and a spark seemed to ignite in the air between them. Xiao Yang spoke first. Classmate, it's getting late, and we have training tomorrow. You should head back to rest. Lu Xingjian countered. Why haven't you returned? There are more copies of this book on the shelf nearby. You should go look. Why don't you go look? This book is old and tattered. There's not much worth seeing. You might as well not bother. Then why are you still interested in it? Xiao Yang gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Let go. Lu Xingjian frowned, refusing to budge. Release it. The book, already in poor condition, began to show signs of tearing as they both tugged at it with increasing force. Crack, crack. Both Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian suddenly felt a sharp pain as something struck the backs of their hands, causing them to recoil and retreat several steps. They both clutched their injured hands, which were now red and sore. A male teacher, dressed in a brown long robe and wearing a fur hat, appeared between them, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. He held The Secret History of Nanke in one hand and a brown ruler in the other. His expression was stern, and his brows were slightly furrowed, clearly displeased. You two new students nearly tore a library book. How unruly. Get out. Both Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian bowed respectfully, sincerity etched on their faces. Teacher, my apologies. The teacher shot them a glare, his eyes filled with ire. Yet, Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian did not leave. They maintained their bowed posture, fully aware that if they did not read the book tonight, it might not be available tomorrow. The three stood in silence for a moment, and noticing the time was nearing midnight, the teacher's expression shifted slightly. During this intense military training period, it was rare to find new students still in the library at such a late hour. The teacher glanced at Xiao Yang, then at Lu Xingjian. Although he had scolded them to leave, they remained, which indicated their strong desire to read The Secret History of Nanke. This suggested that they were both diligent students. As the teacher's anger dissipated, he spoke gently. So, you both wish to read this book? Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian nodded in unison. The teacher's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued. However, this book is a unique copy. There isn't another in the entire library. What shall we do? The two handsome young men exchanged looks of concern, both reluctant to relinquish their desire to read. Falling into silence, recognizing their stubbornness, the teacher proposed, how about this? You two can play rock, paper, scissors. Best 2 out of 3. The winner reads first. Otherwise, neither of you will get to read tonight. Xiao Yang nodded eagerly. No problem. Lu Xingjian, expressionless, replied, fine. The teacher stepped back beside the bookshelf, watching with an amused expression. Let the games begin. The two faced each other, standing a meter apart. Xiao Yang locked eyes with Lu Xingjian, raised his right hand, and quickly declared, I will play paper. Lu Xingjian slightly lifted his head to glance at Xiao Yang, a look of disdain in his eyes. He found such psychological tactics childish. 3, 2, 1. Xiaoyang played scissors against Lu Xingjian's rock. In the first round, Lu Xingjian emerged victorious. Xiaoyang was taken aback. He had anticipated that his declaration of playing paper would lead his opponent to avoid playing scissors. Typically, opponents would play paper in response to such a declaration. So Xiaoyang had chosen scissors, which usually yielded a high success rate. Yet today, he had miscalculated. Xiaoyang couldn't believe that Lu Xingjian was merely lucky. He could tell that this person was not just a pretty face. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaoyang said gravely, "This time, I will still play paper." Lu Xingjian remained impassive. 3, 2, 1. Xiaoyang played rock against Lu Xingjian's scissors. In the second round. Xiaoyang won. Lu Xingjian looked at the rock he had played. A flicker of realization dawning upon him. He had seen through Xiaoyang's strategy in the first round, and in the second round, he had anticipated that Xiaoyang would change his tactic and truly play paper. To his surprise, Xiaoyang had predicted his prediction. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more exciting. Xiaoyang smiled faintly, ready for the third round when the teacher interjected. For the third round, you will stand back to back, raise your hands above your heads, and refrain from speaking. The two individuals followed suit, turning around to press their backs together. 3, 2, 1. They simultaneously raised their respective gestures above their heads. Xiaoyang displayed a stone, while Lu Xingjian revealed a cloth. The teacher pressed down both of their arms and said to Lu Xingjian, "All right, you win. This book is for you." Lu Xingjian accepted the book, casting a fleeting glance at Xiaoyang, his eyes laced with contempt. Xiaoyang felt a surge of frustration. How infuriating! Just as he was mentally cursing Lu Xingjian, the teacher suddenly produced another book and handed it to him. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyang realized that it was also a copy of The Secret History of Nanke, its cover and pages worn and tattered. However, with his keen eyesight, he could easily discern that it was not the same edition as the one given to Lu Xingjian. Surprised, Xiaoyang exclaimed, "Teacher, what is this?" The teacher smiled knowingly. "This book has 2 hidden copies. I happen to take this one for restoration today. Since we are all book lovers, let us not ruin books over petty squabbles. It is essential for students to be more accommodating towards one another. I can overlook today's incident, where the books nearly faced destruction, but you must promise me that in the future, when you come to the library, you will abide by the rules and treat the books with respect." Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian glanced at their hands, still stained with dirt from their military training. They understood why the teacher had asked them to play rock, paper, scissors. Such situations among classmates could indeed be handled in a more civilized manner. They both nodded earnestly. "Yes, teacher." The teacher looked at them with approval and softly said, "You may take the book or read it here. The choice is yours." He then turned to leave. Suddenly, Xiaoyang recalled something and inquired, "Teacher, how should I address you?" The teacher paused, turned back, and replied, "My surname is Sun. I am the librarian of the academy." Chapter 57. The Secret History of Nanke. After teacher Sun departed, Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian stood facing each other. Xiaoyang calmly asked, "Will you borrow it or read it here?" Lu Xingjian replied with an even tone, "If you leave, I will stay. If you stay, I will leave." Xiaoyang scoffed, dismissively sitting down on the ground. Lu Xingjian walked away indifferently. "What are you so proud of, you pale-faced fool?" Xiaoyang, unwilling to waste any more time, collected himself and began to peruse the book. This edition of The Secret History of Nanke was notably smaller than ordinary books, with text arranged vertically, exuding a strong historical ambience. Centuries ago, a colossal crystal fell into the Nanke world, enabling humanity to traverse parallel realms while wielding formidable powers to repel the invasions of calamities. Those endowed with such abilities were known as Calamity Masters. At that time, all-powerful Calamity Masters formed an alliance called the Jihuan Bureau, with the Gongsun family at the helm, elected by the members. The preceding content had been recounted by Meng Xiuxian on the first night of school, yet it was Xiaoyang's first encounter with the Gongsun family. 102 years prior. In the inaugural year of Nanke, Mr. Xia, a prodigy of extraordinary talent, emerged and vanquished the first calamity, transforming Calamity Masters into Calamity Exterminators. He subsequently established the Ancient Dynasty Society, proposing classifications of martial arts and vigorously promoting national martial arts and calamity studies, elevating the society's prestige to unparalleled heights. Concurrently, a mysterious powerhouse known as Yitong founded the Moke Tower, making it one of the 2 oldest calamity exterminator organizations in the Nanke world alongside the Ancient Dynasty Society. As the official alliance of calamity exterminators, the Jiuhuan Bureau also boasted its own formidable figures, a couple named Fu Guang and Wang Shu, discovered and nurtured by the Gongsun family, tasked with maintaining order among the calamity exterminators. Both were Class A, 9th-tier experts, with Fu Guang's combat prowess rivaling that of Mr. Xia and Yi Tong. Eureka! Xiao Yang speculated that Fu Guang and Wang Shu were most likely the 3rd and 11th entries on the historical power rankings. As the 13th, Tang Song, was a Class A, 8th-tier expert. Goodness gracious. This implies that the most formidable couple was not Tang Song and Yuan Mingqing, but Fu Guang and Wang Shu. However, this secret history was not a mere summary. It lacked information regarding Fu Guang and Wang Shu's techniques and treasures. With the rise of the ancient dynasty society and Moke Tower, and the just and fair maintenance of order by Fu Guang and Wang Shu, an increasing number of calamities were eradicated. In the 37th year of Nanke, the most powerful calamity ancestor, opened a spatial transmission portal, leading a multitude of formidable calamities in a full-scale assault on the Nanke world. Mr. Xia, Yi Tong, Fu Guang, Wang Shu, and Ms. Yin, who joined the ancient dynasty society a few years later as the 5 most powerful calamity exterminators of the time, engaged in a grand battle against the calamities under the auspices of the Jiuhuan Bureau. This conflict became known as the First Calamity Extermination War. The war persisted for over half a year, resulting in rivers of blood and immense suffering, with countless lives lost. Ultimately, the Calamity Exterminator faction achieved a Pyrrhic victory, but at the cost of the lives of Mr. Xia, Yi Tong, Fu Guang, and Ms. Yin, leaving only Wang Shu alive. While the Calamity Ancestor was repelled, vast areas were restored to peace, yet remnants of calamities still lingered in the Nanke world. From the 37th to the 47th year of Nanke, this decade of chaos saw the remaining calamities sporadically causing harm. Though the people of Nanke were spared from the ravages of war, they remained engulfed in fear and trepidation. Fortunately, the emergence of 2 powerful figures altered the situation. A member of the ancient dynasty society, Mr. Zhou, personally appointed by Mr. Xia and Ms. Yin as his successor, and the Knightless Marquis. During this tumultuous decade, the 2 collaborated to eliminate the majority of the remaining calamities. Concurrently, the Knightless Marquis established the Shinnong Pavilion, healing the sick and saving lives, earning the renowned title. In the 10 years of Nanke, there were no corpses, for the Knightless Marquis descended from the heavens. The Knightless Marquis also collaborated with the Jiuhuan Bureau to develop a barrier capable of repelling calamities using the power of the crystal, serving as a protective measure for towns and vital human locations, while also preventing the spread of viruses. In honor of the Knightless Marquis' contributions, the Jiuhuan Bureau entrusted him with the naming rights for this barrier. The Knightless Marquis left a phrase: "Tea cleanses the troubled heart. Wine is for the carefree soul. Let it be called the heart-cleansing barrier. May those who enter this barrier cleanse their body and mind, never again suffering from fear and anxiety." As Xiao Yang read this, his admiration for the Knightless Marquis deepened. Truly, he was a benefactor of humanity. After the First Calamity Extermination War, although Wang Shu survived, she was severely injured, her strength diminished, and she took to recuperating within the Jiuhuan Bureau, continuing to uphold the order of the Calamity Exterminators and promoting the establishment of the 4 great academies. Both the Knightless Marquis and Mr. Zhou, over years of toil, eventually succumbed to illness, with their burial places remaining unknown. In the 47th year of Nanke, with the widespread implementation of the heart-cleansing barrier, various towns, villages, and the 4 great academies were enveloped in its protection, and the few remaining calamities could not enter, relegated to hiding in the wilderness, unable to pose a threat. The Nanke world regained order, flourishing in peace and harmony. Between the 50th and 60th years of Nanke, 2 organizations, Qiangqixi and Yuaniagong, began to rise, producing numerous powerful individuals. From the 60th to the 80th year, the Nanke world blossomed with diversity, and the influence of the Calamity Exterminators expanded rapidly, leading to the establishment of organizations such as Xinyufu, Yuyazai, Baihuiyuan, Jiekatang, and Qingqin Fong. In the 86th year of Nanke, the Calamity Ancestor returned, colluding with a special group of humans to sabotage the heart-cleansing barrier's hub, igniting the Second Calamity Extermination War, led by Qin Han of the Ancient Dynasty Society, alongside Qiangqixi's Qinyuanqin and Linjiangxian, and Yuaniagong's Jihao and Jiangzi. The 5 Class A, ninth-tier experts once again united all Calamity exterminators under the command of the Jihuan Bureau to resist the Calamity Ancestor and his Calamity Army. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The battle raged on for over half a year, and the 5 Class A ninth-tier experts nearly trapped the Calamity Ancestor in a parallel world, yet they ultimately failed to kill him, as the wounded Calamity Ancestor managed to escape. Lin Jiangxian perished in battle, while the remaining 4 were gravely injured and succumbed shortly thereafter, with the majority of the calamities being eradicated. The Second Calamity Extermination War ended in victory, and the Nanke world, under the guidance of the Jihuan Bureau, began to restore itself to order. The group that conspired with the Calamity Ancestor, having committed heinous acts, became the target of public scorn and condemnation, relegated to the lower echelons of society, struggling to survive. This group was known as the Zhuli tribe, characterized by their brown skin and unique physiques. To punish the Zhuli tribe, the Jihuan Bureau decreed that no member of the Zhuli tribe could become a Calamity Exterminator, nor could any Calamity Exterminator provide them with energy. Otherwise, their techniques would be revoked, and they would be sent back to the Peach Blossom source. After the restoration of the heart-cleansing barrier's hub, the Nanke world has maintained a stable and peaceful existence. Although calamities may still occasionally emerge in the wild, they are generally not formidable, and travel between towns is always safeguarded by Calamity Exterminators. Following Wang Shu's passing, the Jihuan Bureau took some time to cultivate a new powerhouse, Yin Wujia. Since the Second Calamity Extermination War, he has been responsible for maintaining the order of the Calamity Exterminators, and like Fu Guang and Wang Shu, he is a formidable figure, just and fair. This must be him. Xiao Yang realized that Yin Wujia was likely the 14th entry on the historical power rankings, positioned right behind Tang Song. Could it be that he is currently the second most powerful figure in the world? As it turns out, the previously elusive 3rd, 11th, and 14th entries on the historical power rankings were all individuals from the Jihuan Bureau. The Gongsun family, the Calamity Ancestor, the 2 Calamity Extermination Wars, Fu Guang, Wang Shu, the Heart-Cleansing Barrier, the Zhuli tribe, Yin Wujia. Xiao Yang uncovered numerous secrets, yet the records concerning Moke Tower and the enigmatic figure Yitong remained scarce. He only knew that he had participated in the First Calamity Extermination War alongside Mr. Xia and others, earning significant merit, while all other personal information was shrouded in mystery. What special connection did Yitong and Moke Tower have? Xiao Yang was not one to obsess over such matters. Having discovered so much tonight, he felt immensely satisfied. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was already past midnight. He decided to borrow the book and return to his dormitory to rest, planning to read it at a leisurely pace later. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found that the other 3 had already fallen asleep. Xiao Yang noticed that Aobai was not having nightmares and was sleeping soundly and peacefully. He smiled slightly, lying down on his bed, and within 5 minutes, he drifted into a tranquil slumber. Chapter 58. The Versailles Technique, Day 5 of Military Training. After an arduous day of training, Xiao Yang had successfully increased the number of his luminous tentacles to around 70 to 80% and could now control the flow of a trace of primordial energy. However, a new issue arose. By the 5th day, more than half of the freshmen had successfully drawn their primordial energy and inherited their respective techniques, including Gu Yizai and Xie Buru. Xie Buru, who previously could bench press a maximum weight of around 120 to 130 kilograms, astonishingly managed to lift 150 kilograms with ease after successfully drawing her primordial energy. Gu Yizai, who had previously taken nearly 2 hours to run 5 kilometers with a 20-kilogram load, now completed the distance in just under an hour and a half. Although he was still exhausted, it was a significant improvement compared to his prior struggles. As time progressed, the urgency among those who had yet to draw their primordial energy intensified. Among the freshmen, few had yet to visit the technique building. Thus Xiao Yang understood that to create his own technique, he would need an even stronger resolve. Whispers of doubt surrounded him during training. Look at those few. They obviously haven't drawn their primordial energy yet. Are they still clinging to the delusion of creating their own technique? Perhaps they've inherited it, but have yet to comprehend it. Their aptitude must be lacking. These murmurs had a profound impact on Xiao Yang. Rather than disturbing his mindset, they spurred him to train even harder, distancing himself from such foolishness. Upon returning to the dormitory in the afternoon, Xiao Yang found Xie Buru and Gu Yizai animatedly sharing their experiences with primordial energy, their joy palpable. Old He, How do you cultivate this Chinjunju? It's quite simple. Just lift weights and build strength. It's perfectly to my taste. What about you? Me too. Reading and writing, carving phrases and polishing sentences. This calligraphic skill is truly my top choice. I feel like I'm destined to become a great hero. Aobe, who had successfully drawn his primordial energy a day earlier, sat back comfortably in a chair, smiling at the excitement of the two and nodding in encouragement. Upon seeing Xiaoyang enter, Guizai inquired, "Hey, you've successfully drawn your primordial energy, right? Which technique did you inherit?" They all assumed Xiaoyang had already visited the technique building. Xiaoyang could only smile wryly and shake his head. No. Xiebura draped an arm over Xiaoyang's shoulder and said, "Which technique could possibly be so difficult?" Xiaoyang's mind raced, and he quickly fabricated a response, stammering, "It's called the Versailles technique." Versailles? Gu Itzai frowned, finding the name of the technique rather peculiar. How does one practice it? What does the technique say about its operation? Xiaoyang's brain was almost smoking from the strain as he earnestly replied, "It's quite complex. First, one must have an exceptionally thick skin. One must shout and slice simultaneously, using this voice to bewilder the enemy." The three listened, utterly bewildered yet impressed. So complicated. You'll need to put in some serious effort. Guizai reassured him. I remember that before drawing primordial energy, techniques can be swapped if it doesn't work. Just choose another one that suits you. Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Yes, I'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, I'll just return to Taoyuan to sell fruits. Aobe quickly stood up, concerned. That won't happen. I remember my master saying you have great talent, don't rush it. Maybe tomorrow will be your day. Xiaoyang knew Aobe had taken his joke seriously and chuckled. Don't worry, I have a plan. Speaking of your master, now that you've drawn your primordial energy, what impressive treasure has she prepared for you? Aobe pouted. Nothing. My master said that once a life treasure is chosen, it cannot be altered. I have to find my own. Anything she gives me would only limit me. Xiaoyang silently nodded, realizing that Director Tao was indeed a wise mentor. The decision not to provide a life treasure for Aobe did not signify neglect. Rather, it demonstrated her deep care and responsibility, allowing Aobe to discover his own treasure, which would be the most beneficial choice for his future development. That evening, after finishing his training, Xiaoyang returned to the dormitory, his luminous tentacles nearly at 100%. He was confident he could complete it all by the next morning. With only 2 Huanqing pills remaining, he felt assured. Lying in bed, he intended to peruse the book The Secret History of Nanke, when suddenly a message from the school card arrived, a friend request from the freshman class leader liaison group. Upon opening it, his brows furrowed slightly. It was Lu Xingjian. Last night in the library, they had not introduced themselves, indicating that Lu Xingjian, like Xiaoyang, had known each other's appearance and names beforehand. Xiaoyang offered a few mental salutations before accepting the request. Hey, what's up, pale face? After sending the message, Xiaoyang changed Lu Xingjian's nickname to Pale Face. Lu Xingjian quickly responded, Don't give people random nicknames. Is there a missing page in that book of yours? Missing pages? Xiaoyang had not flipped that far back yet. He jumped out of bed to check and indeed found that several pages in the latter half of the book were conspicuously torn out. Without a second thought, he typed back, Nope, mine is intact. Bring it to the sports field tomorrow for me to see. I finished the earlier parts. Why should I? Otherwise, you can call me Dad. After a moment, Lu Xingjian replied, Yours is missing pages too, right? Xiaoyang was taken aback. That guy, he's quite clever. Believe it or not, the content is extremely explosive, boring. I'm going to sleep. Xiaoyang realized his hopes of teasing Lu Xingjian were dashed. However, Lu Xingjian's mention of missing pages piqued Xiaoyang's interest. And just as he was about to flip through the earlier content, ding, another friend request appeared. What now? Upon opening it, he found it was from young Aiwei, a classmate from Classine San, the girl with the large red birthmark on her face who sat in front of Aobe. The desk mate of Qing Isa. Why is she adding me? After clicking agree, Yang Yiwei was the first to initiate conversation. Liaison officer, hello, you're still awake, right? I hope I'm not bothering you. Her cautious tone revealed a long-standing habit of insecurity, fearing to offend others and ruin the little respect and sympathy she had left, and no need to be so polite. Just call me little guy. We're all classmates. Even if I'm asleep, you can always reach out to me. It's no trouble, as long as you don't send me any creepy videos. Ha ha ha. I won't. I just wanted to ask, on the first night of school when Teacher Ming showed us those red characters. I think I saw you taking a picture, right? Xiaoyang thought for a moment and recalled that indeed, this had happened. Yes, I apologize for taking the photo without permission. Dio, you need me to delete it? No, it's fine. I just wanted to ask if you could send me that photo? Sure. After replying, Xiaoyang sent the picture, capturing young Yiwei under the warm red light, where her birthmark was less noticeable, revealing a graceful demeanor. Following that, he added, "What suddenly made you want this photo?" Ha ha ha, it's nothing. Thank you, liaison officer. No problem. I'm going to sleep now, good night. From his brief chat with young Yiwei, Xiaoyang sensed her unusually good mood. As she seemed to be smiling throughout, to be honest, during military training, he had not seen many girls smile, except for Qing Isa. Reflecting on this, Xiaoyang clicked on Qing Isa's profile. The school card's communication interface had a similar feature to a personal space or a friend circle. It was called Elegant Gathering Record, signifying a place where ancient literati gathered to share thoughts and joy. Qing Isa had only posted once, sharing several photos of their class enjoying watermelon a few days prior. Captioned, "Ice-cold watermelon is sweeter in summer." Xiaoyang instinctively liked the post but then wondered, would she misunderstand if he liked it so late? He quickly retracted his like. Then, he opened the chat window with Qing Isa and typed, "Are you asleep?" Just as he was about to hit send, he realized he didn't know what to say next, so he deleted it. Finally, he opened his own Elegant Gathering Record and posted a status update. The image was of the night sky, with a bright moon and twinkling stars, captioned, "Feeling emo." After shutting the school card down, he prepared to sleep. Within half a minute, Xiaoyang reopened his Elegant Gathering Record to delete the status he just posted. Ah! He silently screamed in frustration as emotions ran high late at night. Chapter 59. You'd better be. After a well-rested night, Xiaoyang embarked on the 6th day of military training. By 10 in the morning. Xiaoyang had illuminated all his tentacles in the medical tent and could freely control the flow of primordial energy. He could easily rotate it counterclockwise, clockwise, stop, reverse, and accelerate. And now, Xiaoyang recalled that the next step was the final one, opening the acupoint. He was to begin directing this thread of primordial energy to strike the first crucial acupoint, Bai Hui, located at the crown of his head. The head is an area of heightened sensitivity in the human body, and any misstep could lead to significant issues. Thus, Xiaoyang initially controlled the speed of his primordial energy very slowly. After 5 minutes of painstakingly slow movement, he sensed a small area at the Bai Hui acupoint that indeed felt different from the surrounding regions. Akin to a thin, rigid sheet. Relatively thin and brittle, Xiaoyang attempted to withdraw the primordial energy slightly and then thrust it forward with force. Bang! Hiss! The first sound was the impact against the acupoint. And the second was Xiaoyang inhaling sharply. It hurt. It truly hurt. It felt as if a nerve in his brain had been violently tugged, sending pain throughout his entire nervous system. It took Xiaoyang a while to recover before the pain subsided. Simultaneously, the fatigue limit had been reached, and his connection to the primordial energy faded. Reflecting on his ambitious aspirations from the previous night, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed that creating his own technique was far more challenging than he had anticipated. In the afternoon, over 90% of the freshmen had successfully drawn their primordial energy, and the lamentations echoing across the sports field had significantly diminished. About an hour into training, the instructor of Class C publicly announced a sensational piece of news that sparked widespread discussion among the freshmen and throughout the academy. The first individual to successfully create a unique martial art has emerged. It is none other than Kong Etienne. This news promptly ignited a frenzy across the Bailu Academy and among the leaders of various student organizations. A sensation, the first student of the Gengzi cohort to develop an original martial art has appeared. With the top score in the entrance examination and now the first in self-created martial arts. How high will the potential of this prodigious newcomer, Kong Etienne, soar? The first-year sensation, Kong Etienne, has developed the 7 cuts technique. It is said that within Kong Etienne's paradise, a certain martial arts superstar surnamed did not unexpectedly die, but rather left a profound impact on the world. It was under the influence of this kung fu icon's Jeet Kune Do that he forged his own technique. The prodigious newcomer Kong Etienne's 7 cuts technique and his famed 7 cuts blade. Will he be prematurely honored by the Yuan Palace? Such news circulated wildly, and the name Kong Etienne flooded every information channel in Bailu Academy, skyrocketing to trending status. Amidst this, Xiaoyang, who was focused on his afternoon training, caught wind of it but paid little heed. He was pushing himself to the limits of fatigue for the second time that day. Around 4 o'clock, completely exhausted, he began to sense the Yuan force. Slowly directing the Yuan force towards the Baihui point at the crown of his head, he hesitated when passing through the cranial region. Bang! Hiss! Despite having mentally prepared himself, the pain was excruciating. This approach was futile. Xiaoyang realized that this method was flawed. It could not be overcome merely by repetitive impacts or quantitative accumulation. What then should he do? Should he not slow down while passing through the cranial area and instead charge through at full speed? But what if he ended up brain damaged? His mind warned him against such reckless abandon. He recalled a line from a poem he had encountered 2 nights prior. The green mountains entwined, doubt there is no path, suddenly 1,000 sails are seen emerging, while there indeed was a path. He could not seem to break through. After 2 attempts to breach the Baihui point, each time causing him pain to the bone, he found no sign of loosening. This meaningless physical torment was not something Xiaoyang would foolishly engage in for mere self-encouragement. Doubt there is no path. Doubt there is no path. Could it mean that the path was not wrong, but simply misaligned? Or perhaps there were alternative routes? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Suddenly 1,000 sails are seen emerging. Was there perhaps a hidden route? Xiaoyang concentrated his observational faculties to the utmost, controlling the Yuan force to advance slowly, like a snail, within his body. This process was lengthy. Minutes passed with no results. As fatigue waned, the sensation of Yuan force dissipated. Xiaoyang grimaced. Indeed, as the poem suggested, creating a unique martial art was not merely about illuminating every sensory tentacle. Before the afternoon training ended at 5 o'clock, another freshman emerged with a successful self-created martial art, Shinamo from class High San, who developed the decree of descent. This sparked yet another wave of excitement. Another formidable newcomer had succeeded in creating a martial art. Who was stronger, he or Kong Etian? The fearsome newcomer Shinamo had even slept in a morgue during his childhood. The lethality of the decree of descent surpassed that of the 7 cuts technique, showcasing Shan Mo's astonishing potential. After the training session, Xiaoyang and the other 3 from his dormitory discussed over dinner. Jiu Yitsai wore a worried expression. I didn't expect Kong Etian to be so gifted. What if, given our past grievances, he targets us? Xia Burrow, taking a hearty bite of her steamed bun, reassured him. No worries, if we can't provoke him, we can certainly avoid him. Let's just focus on our own training. Gu Yitsai slurped his noodles, putting down his chopsticks. I've lost my appetite. Too many people know about that conflict in the cafeteria. Xiaoyang replied calmly. That yellow-haired featherweight? What is there to be afraid of? Gu Yitsai frowned. Kong Etian is now the big shot among the new students, and there's also that Hu Mingyu from his class. Just thinking about it makes me angry. He must be acting like a little tyrant now. And such people are often vengeful. Xiaoyang playfully pulled Albei, who was contentedly eating, closer and said, with our little Bei around, anyone who dares to touch the disciple of our instructor will have their share of trouble. Right, little Bei? Albei nodded enthusiastically. Yes, if they dare to bully us, Master will stand up for us. Seeing Gu Yitsai's anxious demeanor, Xiaoyang understood that his friend, having been slender since childhood and fearful of being bullied, had developed a timid disposition, only excelling in academics, radiating a scholarly aura. My friend, the greatest loss comes from fretting over events that have yet to transpire. The road is wide and varied. If trouble arises, face it without fear, and if not, avoid it entirely. Jiu Yitsai replied, yes, I just can't help but feel restless. My mental energy is too consumed. Xiaoyang pointed at Xie Burrow and mischievously said, let me teach you a method to alleviate mental strain and release pressure. Gu Yitsai asked curiously, what is it? Xiaoyang feigned mystery. Work out. Jiu Yitsai gasped in surprise. What kind of lewd talk is that? Xiaoyang, equally astonished, retorted, I meant to say to follow old He and hit the gym. What were you thinking? You better be talking about working out. Ha ha ha. That evening, Xiaoyang maintained his usual calm while training. After 6 days, the grueling regimen had become less daunting for most, yet for those who had not successfully guided their Yuan force, it remained torture. Xiaoyang sensed increasing unusual glances directed at him, frowning inwardly. This would not affect his mindset, merely serve as a distraction, akin to a fly buzzing incessantly in his ear. Just as he was nearing his fatigue limit, Another commotion erupted across the training ground. Someone else had successfully created a martial art. It seemed to be from Class Chan A. Hearing this, Xiao Yang's heart stirred, glancing sideways. Could it be that pale-faced fellow? Not quite. It was a charming young lad sporting a bowl haircut to Liu from Class Chun-Yi, had developed the Yuan Miao technique. In a single day, 3 freshmen had successfully created their own martial arts. And with one receiving an early honor, what other surprises awaited the Gengzi cohort? While the excitement surrounding Li Yu's success was not as intense as that of the 2 earlier, it nonetheless caused quite a stir. Many people's attention shifted, granting Xiao Yang a moment of peace. Before 10 o'clock, Xiao Yang once again found himself crawling under the low wire fence, being carried into the medical tent. Chapter 60. Indifference. Qing Yuan once told Xiao Yang that he was the fastest among the freshmen to develop a unique martial art. Now, with 3 individuals having succeeded, Xiao Yang was still at a loss for a solution. This realization filled him with joy. The more attention drawn elsewhere, the fewer rumors would intrude upon his focus. Hurry. Go watch that featherweight. Watch Shinamo, watch Li Yu, just don't bother me. After being carried into the medical tent, Xiao Yang controlled the Yuan force, continuing its slow movement within his body, sparing no detail. After more than 10 minutes, the Yuan force returned to its starting point, and his fatigue limit recovered. Sitting up, Xiao Yang frowned slightly. No discoveries, no alternative routes. Did he truly need to direct the Yuan force straight towards the crown of his head? The thought of that piercing pain and the potential of becoming mentally impaired made him hesitate. He was not afraid. He was simply cautious. Upon exiting the medical tent, it was already past 10, and the new students from the training ground were dispersing. Nanke approached Xiao Yang and softly said, "You're the only one left in the class who hasn't yet guided their Yuan force successfully. What's the matter? Are you facing difficulties?" Hearing this, Xiao Yang knew that Qing Yuan had not shared his progress with Nanke. Smiling and scratching his head, he replied, "I'm a bit slow. I've already chosen my technique. Just need a little more time. Tomorrow should do it." Nanke looked at him with some confusion. He sensed that Xiao Yang did not seem to possess poor aptitude. His eyes were lively and spirited, suggesting he should be quite clever. "All right, if you encounter any issues, just speak up. The military training is not meant to torment you but to strengthen your will. If you don't succeed by the last day, you'll be advised to return to the paradise. Don't waste this opportunity." Xiao Yang, filled with confidence, assured him, "Instructor, don't worry. I promise not to drag anyone down." After bidding farewell to Nanke, Xiao Yang found a corner beneath the fragrant Zero Mountain. He did not rush to resume extra training but instead sat down to contemplate. During that last session of extreme fatigue, he was certain he had meticulously searched every corner of his body's Yuan force pathway. Where else could there be a route? Suddenly, the thought of 1,000 sails emerging flashed in his mind. Emerging. Could it mean an invisible path? A subtle realization began to take shape in Xiao Yang's mind, which he needed to confirm. He began to jump and run back and forth. After 11 o'clock, lying on the grass, Xiao Yang swallowed a cleansing pill, panting heavily, and began to introspect. Within his body, if left unchecked, the Yuan force would autonomously flow through his limbs and organs. However, after illuminating all sensory tentacles, he could guide the Yuan force to his brain, which suggested that perhaps the Yuan force could travel elsewhere as well. The human body comprises not only limbs and organs but also countless tiny vessels and meridians. The route of the Yuan force's autonomous flow resembled a broad main road. What Xiao Yang needed to do next was to control the Yuan force to break through the barriers on the side and explore if there were any smaller paths outside. This certainly carried risks, yet he could freely choose the area, unlike charging directly toward the Baihui point, as the brain was still too fragile to withstand such force. Xiao Yang decided to target his left palm. Typically, the Yuan force would turn back upon reaching the palm center. Sacrificing one hand was preferable to risking brain damage. He was all in. Xiao Yang controlled the Yuan force to slowly approach his left palm, gritted his teeth, steeled his heart, and abruptly charged down a path he had never traversed before. Crack! It was as if a membrane had been breached, and the weight on Xiao Yang's heart lifted. His left hand still moved, and the Yuan force remained under control. Success. He discovered that beyond the main path of the Yuan force, numerous tiny side routes were available for its passage. Xiao Yang directed the Yuan force, weaving from his thumb to his ring finger, then back to the main road, to his right palm, shoulder, collarbone, and the sides of his waist. The human body is indeed vast and interconnected. Simultaneously, Xiaoyang keenly observed that a trace of primordial energy would slow uncontrollably as it traversed certain areas, while in others, it would accelerate. What could be the reason for this? Before he could fully contemplate it, his fatigue threshold was restored. Sitting up, Xiaoyang leaned against a tree, lost in thought. Creating a self-derived technique necessitates the exploration of a method for the flow of primordial energy. Observing is a means of communication with the external world, but how should it circulate within the body? This presents a significant challenge. Xiaoyang believed that the fluctuations in speed of the primordial energy through the intricate pathways within the body were indicative of individual differences. He needed to discover the route that was both smooth and swift, leading directly to the Baihui acupoint, to have any chance of successfully channeling the energy. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyang rose and made his way back to the dormitory. At this moment, he was unaware that he was exceedingly close. The circuit he thought was the main thoroughfare was, in fact, the small circulatory system of energy cultivation. What he was exploring was the larger circulatory system. Once the large system is established, the technique will be perfected. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other three had already retired for the night. After showering, Xiaoyang lay on his bed, with only one cleansing pill remaining. Tomorrow marked the final day of military training. Unlike the military training in Taoyuan, where the last day culminated in a grand parade, the White Deer Academy's energy channeling ceremony would merely host a summary meeting in the evening. This meant that Xiaoyang had to complete his preparations before nightfall. Over the past 6 days, he had come to a clear realization of the difficulties inherent in creating his own technique. Not only had he heard Meng Xiuxian's prior accounts, but also received guidance from Qing and nevertheless, whether he would succeed tomorrow remained uncertain. Xiaoyang couldn't help but think of Qing Isa. She had successfully channeled energy before even entering school. He wondered whether it was inherited or self-created. Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. Should I ask her? Perhaps I could gain some insights. Summoning his school card, he opened Qing Isa's chat window. Typing, "Are you asleep?" Xiaoyang hesitated, his finger hovering over the send button. This isn't really trying to get close, is it? Just as he was pondering, a notification chimed. Qing Isa had sent a message. "Are you asleep?" Xiaoyang was taken aback. What a coincidence! A flutter of excitement and nervousness stirred within him, prompting him to hastily delete his previous message. Prepared. What's the matter? You haven't succeeded in channeling energy yet. Yes. How did you know? I need to report the energy channeling status of the class to the instructor. Will you manage it by tomorrow? A man cannot afford to say he can't. Don't push yourself too hard. Perhaps consider switching techniques. Not everyone is as talented as you, class monitor. Could you offer me some guidance? First do this, then that, and you'll be set. You can provide guidance, right? I've been gathering data during military training. Hurry up, when classes officially start, you'll have to take on more responsibilities. All right, I promise to treat you to a meal in return for helping me with the disciplinary materials last time. Once military training is over, I'll fulfill that promise. You can choose between the 2 cafeterias. I'm heading to bed. Conversations with Qing Isa always ended unexpectedly. Xiaoyang closed the window and stared blankly at the ceiling. It was only at this moment that he began to contemplate a pressing issue. If he failed to create his own technique tomorrow, would he have time to rush to the technique building? Would he truly have to return to Taoyuan? Throughout these 6 days, he had never entertained the idea of failure, always approaching his exploration with the conviction that he would succeed. Yet now, this serious question loomed before him, demanding his attention. Soon, Xiaoyang arrived at an answered it mattered not. One must be able to accept both success and failure. One must be prepared for both gain and loss. Xiaoyang accepted that after achieving success, more wonders awaited his discovery, just as he accepted that after failure, he could return to Taoyuan to sell fruit. Everyone experiences fleeting moments of foolish hope and disillusionment. The former is to prevent being flustered when success unexpectedly arrives, while the latter is to maintain composure when failure inevitably comes. Life has always been thus, unaffected by human will. What matters is a clear conscience. Life cannot always align with one's desires. One can only hope for a modicum of satisfaction. Chapter 61. The banquet on the 7th and final day of military training. Xiaoyang arrived at the sports field in the morning, where the medical tents had been mostly dismantled, leaving only 2 or 3 behind. By 11 in the morning, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he was lifted onto a stretcher as they made their way toward the medical tent. A mocking voice reached his ears. Oh, still Haven T succeeded in channeling energy? How pitiful. It was Hu Mingyu from Class 1, struggling through a 5-kilometer weighted run, panting heavily, his face flushed. Having completed the previous 2 tasks swiftly, he had undoubtedly succeeded in channeling energy. Xiaoyang chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the urgent task of discerning the optimal pathway for his primordial energy. Unrelenting, Hu Mingyu followed alongside the stretcher. Taunting, "Why so quiet? Weren't you quite arrogant in the cafeteria?" As Xiaoyang turned inward to reflect, he felt the urge to retort that moment. A clear and melodious voice cut through the air, rendering Hu Mingyu speechless. After 5 days of inheriting a technique, how dare you still call yourself capable? Xiaoyang discreetly opened his eyes to see Qing Isa, a smile gracing his lips as he closed his eyes once more. Finding solace in her presence, upon seeing this prodigious girl who had already succeeded in channeling energy before even enrolling, Hu Mingyu instinctively prepared to respond but was silenced again by Qing Isa. "If you continue to disrupt my class's students, I'll inform the instructor of your lackadaisical training." Humiliated, Hu Mingyu huffed and left in disgrace. Xiaoyang entered the medical tent, controlling the flow of primordial energy through the intricate pathways within his body. Since his goal was to reach the top of his head, he needed to commence from the farthest point, the soles of his feet. This was not merely a matter of trial and error. With so many branches within his body, there simply wasn't enough time to test each one individually. Instead, he relied on his keen judgment to identify a route that was both smooth and complete. Surprisingly, as he continued to seek this path, his speed increased rather than diminished. It was as if an invisible force was guiding him. Standing at a crossroads with several paths before him, the primordial energy would indicate which route felt most comfortable. Should Xiaoyang stray from the correct path, an uncomfortable sensation would rise within him. Thus, within this limit of fatigue, Xiaoyang confirmed the optimal route for his lower body. More astonishingly, it seemed as if the primordial energy had imprinted this route in his mind. With only the upper body remaining, Xiaoyang would have to return in the afternoon. After exiting the medical tent, he sought out Nanke. "What's the matter?" Xiaoyang's face reflected distress, appearing somewhat dejected. "I feel that this technique may not be suitable for me. I wish to switch to another one this afternoon." Nanke nodded. "Then hurry. If you're quick, you still have time. Just don't delay, and I will register you for attendance as usual." "Thank you, instructor." Xiaoyang appeared on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by his predicament. Nanke patted him on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "Don't lose heart. You can do it." Xiaoyang pressed his lips together and slipped away. Crossing the South Bridge, he paused at the entrance of the technique building, gazing upward at the ancient tower-like structure before turning to leave. He took a long detour, arriving at the foot of Xiangling Mountain. Seeking a secluded spot, Xiaoyang sought this excuse to avoid disturbances. There were far too many like Hu Mingyu around the sports field. As noon approached, Xiaoyang decided to forego lunch. Should he succeed in creating his technique, he wouldn't just skip lunch. He would even forego dinner, or even 3 days' worth of meals. Battling against the midday sun, he sweated profusely. His actions were fraught with risk, as there were no volunteers or medical tents nearby. Soon, his body neared its limit, and he resolutely swallowed the last cleansing pill. Closing his eyes, he lay on the grass, continuing to explore the flow of primordial energy through his upper body. 10 minutes later, the primordial energy reached the area near his forehead. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, it finally arrived at the location of the Baihui acupoint. Xiaoyang's heart surged with exhilaration. The marvel of the human body was astounding. Regardless of the path taken or the branch chosen, would they all ultimately lead to the Baihui acupoint? At this moment, standing before the acupoint, Xiaoyang halted the flow of energy and retraced his path back to his feet. The effects of the cleansing pill were imminent. He needed to launch a decisive assault, which required a run-up from the farthest point. With full force, Xiaoyang directed all his glowing tendrils of energy to surge along the route he had just discovered. Racing towards the Baihui acupoint, success in creating his technique was finally within reach. Charge, boom. A muffled sound erupted, akin to running forward and colliding with a transparent glass wall, feeling the impact directly on his forehead. Ah! The pain coursed through his body, causing uncontrollable spasms, and he couldn't help but scream, feeling as though his forehead might split apart. The thin barrier at the Baihui acupoint remained utterly unscathed, not even a crack to show for it. Xiaoyang was drenched in cold sweat, curling up on the ground. It took 5 full minutes for the pain to gradually subside, and the sensation of energy dissipated. Lying on the ground, he gasped for fresh air. The preceding moment had been a dual torment of body and spirit. It felt like a confident last kick that struck the goalpost, injuring both the ball and his foot. Xiaoyang involuntarily uttered an elegant expletive to express his current sentiment. Damn! In the office on the 8th floor of the comprehensive building, Meng Xiuxian was engrossed in a biography. 2 male teachers entered, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Meng Xiuxian, they greeted him. Meng Laosher, how is your class faring? Meng Xiuxian picked up a leaf from the table, using it as a bookmark as he gently closed the book with a faint smile, saying, still one short. Could it be? It was already the last afternoon. And the summary meeting was imminent. If a student failed to draw upon their potential, they would have to write an explanation. Indeed, are you not anxious at all? Teacher Meng, you are quite composed. With a mind as clear as a mirror, Meng Xiuxian was aware that some teachers in the academy, in an effort to prevent student attrition, would personally escort students who struggled with understanding and were at risk of failure to the technique building, selecting appropriate methods tailored to each student's characteristics and guiding them through their training. Yet, he did not wish to follow this path, especially since the student in question was Xiaoyang. Meng Xiuxian chuckled softly, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling window. I believe in that student. He can succeed. At the foot of Xiangling Mountain, Xiaoyang washed his face outside the cafeteria before returning to the secluded corner where he had been earlier. The blazing sun bore down on the White Deer Academy in the early afternoon, and the air was thick with heat. The pain from his earlier attempt had only just faded after more than half an hour, and he was gradually recovering. Xiaoyang did not give up. He vowed never to set foot in the technique building. The path he chose would be completed, even if he had to crawl. Clenching his fists, he encouraged himself inwardly. One more time, the final attempt. He engaged in jumping jacks and shuttle runs. By 4 in the afternoon, Xiaoyang was utterly exhausted, and he had already depleted his supply of Huanchendans. This would be his last attempt. If he failed again, not only would there be the issue of being sent to the infirmary for emergency treatment, but even if he recovered, it would take until at least 7 in the evening to reach the point of utter fatigue again. By then, the summary meeting would have commenced, and the Qingyu platform would retrieve all the energy from those who failed to draw upon their potential. Xiaoyang could not control his energy to return to the starting line for another charge. He had already proven in the morning that this approach was futile. He was not someone who would repeatedly run into a wall without turning back, especially since he had already hit one, hard and immovable. Xiaoyang carefully directed his energy towards the Baihui acupoint, attempting to forcefully push open the thin barrier or allow his energy to seep through. There was no other option. If brute force would not work, he had to try a gentler approach. With all his might, he pressed his energy against the Baihui acupoint, but the thin layer remained utterly still, showing no signs of yielding. 5 minutes later, Xiaoyang was utterly spent. His head spinning, the attempt had failed. Reluctantly, he controlled his energy to strike the barrier a few times, as if venting his frustration. Then he surrendered, lying on the ground with a deep sigh. Alas, it still won't work. At this rate, not only would he fail to achieve enlightenment, he would soon be ready for dinner. Chapter 62. A sinister plot. Lying on the grass, Xiaoyang began to contemplate where to open a fruit shop upon returning to Taoyuan. Considering how to procure supplies and set prices, gazing up at the clear blue sky, under the blazing sun, he felt a twinge of reluctance. After enduring 7 days of grueling training, he was on the brink of experiencing countless new things. Yet was he truly about to leave? Xiaoyang yearned to leave something behind in this world before he found the courage to approach Meng Xiuxian to request withdrawal from the academy. He opened his student card, accessed his moments, took a photo of the sun, and captioned it. Though brief, it has been delightful. Just as he was about to hit send, an epiphany struck him. He had been staring at the sun for over half a minute and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Previously, he could barely withstand a minute of direct sunlight without risking damage to his corneas. Could it be? Xiaoyang quickly closed his eyes and turned inward, focusing on that thread of energy. 2 days prior, after allowing all his tendrils to glow, he had gained the ability to control his energy freely, but had not attempted to continue observing. However, just now, in a moment of clarity, he inadvertently entered a state of profound observation while gazing at the sun. And he realized he did not feel blinded. indicating that his state of observation could persist. Lying on the ground, he gazed at the azure sky, the sun high above, the golden halos no longer scorching. The white clouds like gauze, a gentle breeze stirring, and the warm sun bathing him in a comforting glow. The tendrils of energy within him shone brilliantly, projecting beams of light from within. The outer surface of his energy began to crack. And with a resounding pop, it shattered completely, dispersing into nothingness. In its place emerged a pure white glow, a vibrant new energy, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Remarkably, he did not need to control it. With just a thought, this new energy surged to his feet, racing towards the Baihui acupoint along the circuitous path of the Great Cycle. Upon contact, the thin barrier melted away like snowflakes meeting fire, offering no resistance whatsoever. Xiaoyang had succeeded. It turned out that the glowing tendrils were a result of the energy he had absorbed, which, after circulating through the Great Cycle, had taken on a unique essence. Thus, the energy infused by the Qingyu platform had become a shackle. Only by breaking it and releasing the true energy imbued with Xiaoyang's essence could he penetrate the acupoint and successfully draw upon his potential. Indeed, how could this final step of self-created techniques rely on the energy of others? Xiaoyang berated himself for being hopelessly foolish. He had thought that illuminating all the tendrils would eliminate the need for further observation. Yet the key lay here. Nonetheless, Xiaoyang believed that had he continued observing yesterday when the energy began to show signs of fragmentation, he would have immediately halted, too fearful to attempt again. Instead, it was at this critical juncture today that he could stake everything on this one last effort. Was this the feeling of being reborn from desperation? Xiaoyang deleted the unsent moment and looked up at the sky, beaming brightly. Without the Huanshindan, his utterly exhausted body began to recover gradually. His limbs regained strength, and he felt at peace. Was this the sensation of successfully drawing upon his potential through self-created techniques? Truly exhilarating. Once more, Xiaoyang turned inward. The slender white energy was no longer a mere fragment, but a complete circuit, flowing gently through his body's main pathways, a continuous stream. Glancing at the time, it was 4:56 in the afternoon. Xiaoyang rose unsteadily, feeling the air had become considerably fresher. He quickly opened his student card to notify Qing Isa. Class monitor, I no longer need to withdraw from the academy. Finally succeeded. You really timed that well. Hee, I'm going to take a shower and change clothes to prepare for the summary meeting. Xiaoyang paused for a moment before adding, I promise to treat you to a meal. Shall we go together later? Thump thump, thump thump. Xiaoyang seemed to hear his own heartbeat again. He had never felt this nervous even in front of Tang Song. Sure, yay. As Xiaoyang walked back to his dormitory, he beamed like a fool. He even made a special trip to the Life Center to buy 2 new outfits. Upon returning to the dorm, the other 3 had already gathered after their activities and quickly surrounded Xiaoyang. Gu Yizai asked with concern, how did it go? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Xiaoyang sighed softly. Alas. The 3 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Were they going to have to share a 4-person room? To their surprise, Xiaoyang changed his tone. I still can't bear to part with my 3 good friends. Get lost, to hell with you. Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyang dodged and weaved, escaping their playful assault. Gu Yizai curiously inquired, is it still that Versailles technique? Only then did Xiaoyang suddenly recall. He had yet to name his technique. Yes. That name doesn't sound very Eastern, Gu Yizai noted, a puzzled look crossing his face. Xiaoyang hurriedly strode toward the balcony, dismissing such details. Success was all that mattered, and he was ready to celebrate. After showering and freshening up, it was nearly 6 o'clock when Sieburu suggested, shall we go eat together? Xiaoyang was trying on clothes in front of the mirror and replied, I want to be joining you today. You all go ahead. Why not? Sieburu asked. Gu Yizai smirked. You big fool, can't you see Xiaoyang is changing clothes? It must be a date, right? Sieburu exclaimed. Oh ha ha ha, who is it? Suddenly, Gu Yizai's expression froze as he murmured, could it be Qing Isa? Sieburu was taken aback. Really? Xiaoyang, you're quite something. So fast. Xiaoyang waved his hand. It's not what you think. During military training, I, as the liaison, didn't gather any information. It was all thanks to her efforts, so I'm just treating her to a meal as a token of gratitude. Then why are you changing clothes? Would you prefer I wear my military training uniform? Let us go. With that, Xiaoyang stepped out of the dormitory under the envious gazes of his three friends. Dressed in a white casual short-sleeve shirt and khaki pants, with a pair of Martin boots, complemented by his sun-kissed, handsome features, he exuded both youthful vitality and mature composure, resembling a dashing young man. Using his student card, he contacted Qing Isa to meet on the second floor of the first cafeteria. After arriving, he casually found a seat, knowing that girls often upheld the fine tradition of being fashionably late. After about 10 minutes, he spotted a graceful figure at the staircase. His face lit up as he rose to greet her, but his smile suddenly froze. Qing Isa was accompanied by another girl. Linked arm in arm, it was Yang Yue. How did she end up here? Fortunately, Xiaoyang reacted quickly, restoring his expression to normal after a brief lapse. As he approached, he noticed that the bright red birthmarks on Yang Yue's face had vanished. Without those alarming blemishes, she had swept her thick bangs back, sporting a bun that made her appear confident and poised. With her naturally beautiful features, she seemed like a different person. Unfortunately, standing beside Qing Isa, Yang Yue still appeared somewhat overshadowed, yet she remained a vibrant and charming young lady. Qing Isa, holding Yang Yue's arm, said softly, during military training, "Yue helped me a lot, so I thought it would be fine to invite her along." Yang Yue smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Xiaoyang, for crashing your meal and being a third wheel." Xiaoyang smiled with a hint of mischief. "Fortunately, you have arrived. I was just worried that the class monitor might have ulterior motives towards me." Chapter 63. The Wind Rides on the Strength. Yang Yue chuckled, covering her mouth, while Qing Isa glared indignantly. "You?" She then raised her hand, intending to strike Xiaoyang, who dodged with a wicked grin. Qing Isa retracted her hand with a huff. "Yue, let us choose something expensive and give him a good beating." Xiaoyang laughed generously. "Ha ha ha, order whatever you like. Anything less than extravagant wouldn't adequately express my gratitude." Yang Yue ordered a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, while Qing Isa selected a scrambled egg fried rice, along with 0.5 cups of milk tea, a box of egg yolk pastries, a box of glutinous rice cakes, 2 boxes of mochi, 2 boxes of cream puffs, 2 boxes of cheese crisps, and 3 boxes of egg tarts, totaling 25 coup points. Xiaoyang returned to his seat with a plate of Sichuan fried rice and a glass of orange juice. A bitter smile creeping on his lips. "I always thought fairies were somewhat above the mundane world." Qing Isa softly remarked, feeling the pinch. Xiaoyang beamed. "Not at all. I was just concerned that you might overindulge and end up with a bloated stomach tonight." Yang Yue burst into laughter. Qing Isa's face flushed slightly as she replied coolly, "All of this is for my roommates and classmates from other dormitories. Can you take responsibility for bloating so many?" Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Qing Isa's quick wit in countering his jest. "Please, spare me. Just say it's your treat." He waved his hands in a hurry, then turned to Yang Yue, asking curiously, "How did you manage to treat that red birthmark on your face?" Yang Yue exhaled deeply, reflecting. "On the first night of school, Teacher Meng whispered to me that this ailment could be treated at the medical room. But I had to complete military training first. Essentially, once I successfully harnessed my yuan energy, I could utilize it for treatment. The day before yesterday, after I successfully inherited the technique, Teacher Meng kindly took me to find Nurse Ai, who helped me with acupuncture and applied some medicine. In less than an hour, it was completely healed. It was truly miraculous." Xiaoyang had an inkling of the answer. With Anai Peiron's medical skill, curing such an ailment was hardly a challenge. He raised his orange juice and sincerely declared, "Let us toast to the return of our fairy from Classine San." Qing Isa and Yang Yue laughed as they lifted their milk tea, and the three clinked their cups together. Yang Yue, in high spirits, smiled sweetly. "Previously, because of that ailment, I was too shy to take selfies, which is why I asked you for photos the other night. It was just for nostalgia." Xiaoyang scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth and chewed as he spoke. "But you can't really tell from the photos. If your heart is clear, then your face will reflect that, right?" Yang Yue smiled contentedly. "Yes, thank you." Xiaoyang did that moment. Xiaoyang noticed that Qing Isa was still wearing those blue sheer gloves, and he inquired, "It seems like you always wear those gloves? Even when eating, aren't you worried about them getting dirty?" Qing Isa explained softly, "My technique is rather special. It's somewhat inconvenient not to wear these gloves." "Special technique? What level are you at now?" Qing Isa replied nonchalantly, "3rd level of the Gue class." "Goodness! Already at the 3rd level. Is this what it means to start ahead of the game?" As they dined, passers-by occasionally whispered among themselves, "What a striking scene! Is that the genius girl Ching Isa who received accolades among this year's freshmen? Why is she dining with a boy and another girl? I don't know. That guy looks suspicious, definitely not someone respectable. Although Xiaoyang and the others couldn't hear the specifics, they inferred the topic was Ching Isa's beauty. Ching Isa remained unfazed, seemingly accustomed to such attention. Xiaoyang chuckled wryly, dining with beauties is certainly advantageous. Even a meal can attract a crowd, giving a taste of celebrity life. Yang Yue set down her chopsticks, teasingly remarked, "You have no idea, Xiaoyang. From the first day of school until now, Isa has had over 99 friend requests. She can't even keep up with the rejections." Ching Isa pursed her lips, frowning, "It's bothersome. I've already disabled the function to add by student ID." Xiaoyang quickly waved his hands. "No, please, don't reject them all. What if there's a charming girl among them? You can pass them to me. Just say I'm your agent." Yang Yue found conversing with Xiaoyang amusing, as he always infused humor and wit into their exchanges. Ching Isa shot him a glance and suddenly smiled brightly like a blooming lily. "Oh, I have one for you now." Ding! Xiaoyang opened the school card and was nearly knocked off his chair by what he saw. The name on the card pushed forth by Ching Isa read, Tao Lianji. "You really are something. Class monitor? This isn't just a pretty girl. This is a high-ranking official." Xiaoyang had initially thought to say big witch, but suddenly remembered the remarkable technique of Tao Lianji, thousand threads listening, and changed his words. Yang Yue and Ching Isa were both amused by Xiaoyang's comical expression. The three shared laughter and joy as they concluded their dinner, leaving together to attend the summary meeting. The training equipment on the sports field had been completely removed, and as they reflected on the past 7 days, each person felt a profound sense of emotion. From the initial shock of the opening ceremony to the cacophony of training, the miraculous medical tints, the inheritance of techniques, and gradually adapting to the intensity, it all culminated in a joyous finale. The more arduous the days, the more easily they are remembered. Military training would become an unforgettable memory for every student. Everyone chatted within their respective class formations. "Isn't it fascinating how we cultivate techniques? Which class has the most beautiful girls?" Many gathered around the instructors, urging them to showcase their abilities. Some instructors composed poetry effortlessly with yuan energy, while others sent their magical treasures soaring to the heavens, gathering starlight. Some instructors and students formed a circle, sharing extraordinary tales that captivated the audience, leaving them entranced. On a peak of Xiangling Mountain, two figures stood side by side under the moonlight. One, clad in a dark green robe, was the chief instructor, Qing Yuyin. The other, dressed in a yellow and white hanfu, was the glutinous rice cake. Observing the vibrant scene below on the sports field where instructors and students reveled in harmony, the glutinous rice cake chuckled lightly. "This summary meeting is delightful. It's far superior to a drill." Qing Yuyin, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied coolly, "Did those 5 little ones agree?" The glutinous rice cake chuckled. "Well, that little lad, namely you, agreed. It's a 3-year assessment period." "What about your side?" Qing Yuyin sighed. "Don't mention it. That Kong Etian was poached by the Yuan Palace, also under a 3-year assessment. And Shin Mo? He agreed to Qingqing Workshop, also for 3 years. What about Lu Xingjian?" Qing Yuyin shook his head. "He seems to share Xiaoyang's disinterest in this. Fortunately, I just received news that a student with a self-created technique from Qi Hu Academy has agreed to join. Otherwise, this year would have been a complete loss." The glutinous rice cake burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Then you and the Yuan Palace have balanced it out by each poaching one." Qing Yuyin retorted. "Every year, so many people are invited, and you all benefit from it. Next year, for the military training at Bailu Academy, you from Yu Yao Zhai shall come." The glutinous rice cake smile faltered. Feeling somewhat awkward, scratching his head, suddenly sensing something, and his expression shifted slightly. Director Pang is here." The two turned their gaze to the distance, where Pang Qinxian, clad in a white robe, descended through the night. Landing at the podium, all instructors and newcomers instantly halted their actions, raising their heads in quiet anticipation. Pang Qinxian gazed over the sports field, offering a faint smile and speaking in a voice like thunder. "Congratulations, students. All 1296 freshmen of the Gengzi class have successfully harnessed yuan energy. Over these 7 days, you have transcended yourselves, tempered your will. The sweat you shed will merge with the spirit of Bailu Academy, nurturing a more resilient soul. Each step you took on the verdant grass was not merely a few feet forward, but rather a stride towards your own youthful glory. Every shout you let out beneath the blazing sun was not just a few fleeting cries, but a declaration of the dreams that have long soared within your hearts. The wind rides on the strength, sending you to the azure heavens. I hereby declare the Gungzi-class military training yuan energy induction ceremony a resounding success. The applause resonating from the sports field seemed ready to lift the night sky, proclaiming the arrival of their youth to the entire Nanke world, dispelling all shadows and filth, leaving only vitality and vibrancy. Chapter 64. The endpoint.as. The summary meeting concluded. The newcomers bid farewell to their instructors. Some individuals suddenly entered your life, imparting lessons before hastily departing. You might not even realize that this could be the last time you see them in your lifetime. Xiaoyang and the three others from his dormitory were chatting idly when a notification from Meng Xiuxian appeared in the class group. All students are to gather in classroom 326 of the comprehensive building at 9 o'clock sharp. It was currently 8:30 in the evening, and the group headed towards the comprehensive building. Upon arriving in the classroom, Xiaoyang was astonished to discover a pile of envelopes stuffed in the drawer of Qing Isa's seat, alongside various snacks, desserts, and beverages. This, indeed, no matter the parallel universe, the drawers of beautiful girls always seem to mysteriously contain more items. Behind him, Xieburu leaned in closer, whispering, "Did you see that? Little sample, you have quite a few competitors." Xiaoyang turned around with a sly grin. "Old Hey, do ya? Did you two write any of these?" "Definitely not," Guit sighed. In a state of exasperation, let his head droop and sighed. "I have already given up. It feels as though she exists on an entirely different plane. She is celestial, while we are but terrestrial beings, merely ordinary, just stealing a few glances." Xieburu shrugged her shoulders and remarked, "I am like a bean sprout, content to gaze upon her beauty daily. Primarily, I am not one to be swayed by appearances. Indeed, Qing Isa is lovely, but I do not feel that connection." Xiaoyang stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "And what tier do you think she belongs to?" "Bean sprout." Guizai adjusted her glasses and replied, "She is a king, while we are merely ordinary gold and silver ranks." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "If you are all at the gold and silver level, then what does that make me? The last one to complete the initiation? Black iron? Stainless steel?" Just then, Qing Isa and Yang Yue entered through the back door. Class San had a total of 10 female students, and Qing Isa and Yang Yue were the two who stood out, mingling with the girls from other classes. On the first evening of school, Qing Isa had come directly from another classroom, marking her first encounter with Yang Yue, unaware that they would soon become roommates. After a week of military training, the two had become inseparable friends. Upon seeing the plethora of items on the desk and in the drawer, Qing Isa fell silent. Yang Yue covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, "So many? My goodness, Isa, you have an overwhelming number of admirers." Qing Isa furrowed her elegant brows and placed all the envelopes onto Xiaoyang's desk. "Please take care of this for me, thank you." Xiaoyang was taken aback for a moment before smiling and saying, "Sure, but there must be some form of compensation, right?" Qing Isa then handed over the snacks and desserts to Xiaoyang. "Is this enough?" Xiaoyang took a hearty sip from a can of cola. "It's sufficient." With that, Xiaoyang tore all the exquisite envelopes into shreds and tossed them into the trash bin. Returning to her seat, Xiaoyang distributed the snacks among Aobe and the others. Jiu Itsai, munching on her food, whispered, "Isn't this a bit disrespectful?" Xiaoyang replied, casting a sidelong glance, "If we don't do this, there will be more who come forward. If there is no interest, one must be resolute, allowing the suitors to completely lose hope. Tio neither reject nor accept, while keeping someone on the hook as a backup, is truly repugnant." Jiu Itsai blinked, seemingly in agreement, as she was not one to lead someone on. Xiaoyang pointed ahead, saying, "Look, they're starting to post notices on the table." Qing Isa affixed a sticky note to the upper left corner of the desk, inscribed with a message, "Please engage in more meaningful pursuits with your time. Reserve your sincerity for the girl you genuinely adore. Do not allow these two precious commodities to languish in the trash, for they are not cheap." Xiaoyang felt that this was already quite tactful. Were it her, she would have simply affixed her payment QR code. At that moment, a classmate near the corridor window suddenly fell silent. This was the signal from the scout. The teacher has arrived. Moments later, Meng Xiuxian's silhouette appeared at the front door. All students turned their gazes forward, sitting up straight, the discipline instilled by military training evident. With a gentle smile, Meng Xiuxian began, Congratulations to all the students in our class for successfully completing the initiation ceremony. This is no small feat, and therefore, you are all exceptional. Having made such a promising start, I hope everyone can continue to persevere. Completing the initiation ceremony is merely the first step, granting you the qualification to become a curse-cleansing master. The next step, equally crucial, involves seeking your life treasure. The life treasure for a curse-cleansing master is akin to a weapon for a soldier. It is the most potent support in combating curses. Once chosen, it binds with your skill and cannot be altered. While searching, you must follow your heart. Your skills will guide you, so trust your instincts. This is an inexplicable sense of resonance. The life treasure typically manifests as objects you cherish, aligning with the characteristics of your skills. When you connect with it using your own vitality, you will feel a harmonious blending. You can nourish the life treasure with your vitality, and it will grow alongside you, revealing various functions. You have a time frame of 15 days to find your life treasure. As the first curse officer assignment is due in a month, so do not delay. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. The second task has arrived. Xiaoyang gently tapped Qing Isa on the back and inquired softly, "Have you decided on your life treasure?" Leaning back in her chair, Qing Isa replied in a hushed tone, "I have made my choice." "Did you decide before enrollment?" "Yes. With such an outstanding class leader, I feel a great deal of pressure as the liaison. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The excitement only escalates from here. It was quite simple. Just follow this. Then that. Meng Xiuxian continued to speak energetically at the podium. Starting tomorrow, classes will resume as usual. I will share the schedule in the class group. The class leader will handle attendance, and the liaison will coordinate with the subject teachers. Everyone must attend punctually and study diligently. New students are required to attend evening self-study sessions in their first year. I will also send the schedule for these sessions in the class group. In the first week, various student councils and clubs will come to recruit members, and you can freely participate. You must select your elective courses in your school card before Wednesday. Do not delay. That is all for now. You have all worked hard during these 7 days. Class dismissed. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiaoyang saw the schedule posted by Meng Xiuxian in the class group. After saving it, she reviewed it. Monday is classical studies, taught by Meng Xiuxian. Tuesday is curse studies. Wednesday is skill studies. Thursday is artifice studies. Friday is technique studies, and Saturday morning is for elective courses. Remembering Meng Xiuxian's earlier mention of the liaison coordinating with the subject teachers, Xiaoyang clicked on Meng Xiuxian's profile and requested to add her as a friend. After a short while, the request was accepted. Xiaoyang pondered how to initiate a conversation and simply sent a message. "Hello, Teacher Meng." Meng Xiuxian replied with a smiling emoji, a classic middle-aged man's expression, a deathly grin. The liaison must convey the classroom location and any pre-class arrangements or notifications from the teachers. Be attentive in your coordination. Each teacher's contact information can be found on your school card. The classical studies class will take place in our classroom, Comprehensive Building 326, understood. How does it feel to create your own skill? Xiaoyang contemplated for a moment and replied with a single word, refreshing. Have you thought of a name? Tonight, we need to report the names of each student's skills to the school. This caught Xiaoyang off guard. Could it really be called the Versailles technique? Surely not. Some people's paradises might carry that implication, and that would be quite embarrassing. Should she seek a cultured reference? But where could she find one? Glancing at Meng Xiuxian's profile picture, a smile crept onto Xiaoyang's lips. Wasn't this individual a cultured person? A classical studies teacher? Not yet. Would you help me come up with one, Teacher Meng? Please narrate your cultivation process in detail through voice. Xiaoyang shared her experiences on how she comprehended the essence observation and how she explored the great cycle through a 60-second voice message to Meng Xiuxian. Moments later, a reply arrived. The key to your skill lies in observing objects, A.S. Mosey stated. The end is the foremost of the unordered. The end refers to the smallest particles that compose matter, without gaps. Indivisible. You may name your self-created skill end method. Impressive. Truly the mark of a cultured individual, effortlessly referencing ancient texts. Xiaoyang was delighted with the name. All right, we'll go with that. Thank you, Teacher Meng. Do you remember the third question you asked me? Xiaoyang was taken aback, thinking that Meng Xiuxian had already addressed this question on their first night of school. I do. AT11 tonight. Go to the study area, then cross the North Bridge to the Uran Pavilion behind the teacher's dormitory. You will receive the complete answer to that question. Be cautious, proceed alone, and speak of it to no one. Chapter 65. Indeed, it is you. Ram Pavilion? Xiao Yang vaguely recalled that there was such a place on the campus map, located behind the teacher's dormitory, adjacent to Xiangling Mountain. What could warrant a visit to such a place at this late hour, and alone at that? Why the mystery? Noticing that there was still ample time before 11, Xiao Yang acknowledged the message and picked up the book The Secret History of Nanke to peruse. The matter of the life treasure could wait until tomorrow. For now, she sought some light entertainment. This book contained a detailed account of the two pivotal battles of the Pai Yuan. In the first battle, Mr. Xia led the charge, taking the forefront alongside Yitong and the couple Fu Guang and Wang Shu, engaging in a bloody conflict against the army of curses. However, the cursed ancestor exhibited remarkable intelligence, commanding several powerful curse kings, each nearing the peak of the 9th tier. The cursed ancestor, along with his curse kings, tangled with the curse-cleansing master's forces for over half a year, each side experiencing victories and defeats. Ultimately, under Mr. Xia's astute leadership, they successfully cornered the cursed ancestor in the Tianguan Mountains of the Nanke world. However, the cursed ancestor had a backup plan, dispatching a formidable curse king to ambush the rear of the curse-cleansing master's camp, placing the Zhuan Bureau in imminent peril. Left with no choice, Fu Guang and Wang Shu had to abandon their pursuit of the cursed ancestor to render aid. On their way back, they were ambushed by a previously unseen curse king, while the curse king that had attacked the Zhuan Bureau redirected its assault. The two curse kings flanked Fu Guang and Wang Shu. Supported by a multitude of cursed soldiers in a life-or-death struggle, Wang Shu, being somewhat weaker, gradually faltered. Just as she was about to be slain, Fu Guang sacrificed himself, taking down both curse kings to save her. In the Tianguan Mountains, the cursed ancestor faced a siege from Mr. Xia, Madame Yi, and Yitong, finding himself in dire straits, yet suddenly unleashed an overwhelming power, gravely wounding all three 9th-tier curse-cleansing masters. At this critical juncture, the pages here were torn out. Just as one experiences the interruption of an advertisement at a crucial moment in a television drama, the sensation of curiosity stirred yet unfulfilled compelled Xiao Yang to utter an exclamation. Damn! The subsequent page revealed. Mr. Xia perished in battle, and Ms. Yin met her demise as well. Upon their return, Wang Shu and Yitong cornered Jiuzhu, poised to deliver the final blow. Yet, in a shocking twist, Yitong suddenly collapsed, leaving only the weary Wang Shu, who, despite his utmost efforts, failed to capture Jiuzhu, allowing it to escape with its remaining forces. Damn! It died suddenly? What perplexed Xiao Yang was that both Mr. Xia and Ms. Yin had fallen, yet Yitong somehow survived. What truly transpired during that time? After mentally cursing the person who tore the pages, Xiao Yang continued to flip through, arriving at the account of the second battle of Baiyuan. Following the first battle of Baiyuan, Mr. Zhou and the Knightless Marquis upheld the Southern Ku world, securing decades of peace and allowing the Zhoushi organization to flourish. The Gu Chao still reigned supreme. And after Mr. Zhou's fall, Qin Han emerged as the undisputed leader. The Qin Xiu CI and Yuan Yigong organizations grew increasingly robust, amassing considerable numbers. Qin Xiu Ci's Qin Yuan Chun, Lin Jiangxian, and Yuan Yigong's Ji Hao, Jiang Su, all advanced to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The second battle of Baiyuan ignited amidst the betrayal of the Zhuli clan, with these five as the main forces, collaborating with the Zhuan Bureau and the returning Zhu army for a direct confrontation. This time, the Zhu's assault was fierce and relentless, bolstered by the emergence of several new Zhou kings, catching the anti-Zhou forces off guard and placing them in a passive position at the onset of the conflict. Fortunately, Qin Han's formidable combat prowess, combined with Jiang Su's exceptional intellect and knowledge of military strategy, gradually stabilized the situation, shifting from defense to offense in the climactic battle. Qin Yuan Chun, Lin Jiangxian, and Ji Hao split into three paths, rallying all anti-Zhou forces to fight valiantly, driving the Zhou army into retreat. Noticing their impending defeat, Jiuzhu fled to a parallel world in the realm of perpetual twilight, with Qin Han and the other four elite anti-Zhou fighters in pursuit, ready to deliver the fatal blow. The book was torn once more. Xiao Yang could not restrain himself from slapping the book with frustration. Damn it! After several pages were missing, he continued reading, only to find that Lin Jiangxian had fallen, while Qin Han, Qin Yuan Chun, Ji Hao, and Jiang Su were severely wounded, with Jiuzhu managing to escape. Upon their return to Southern Ku, the now leaderless Zhou army swiftly fell into disarray, ultimately being eradicated within a matter of months. Xiaoyang finally understood why Lu Xingjian had inquired whether he was missing any pages. This was egregious. Vital content had been entirely omitted. Just as Xiaoyang was about to close the book, the door to his dormitory was suddenly pushed open. Hello there. Would you like to join us for a late-night snack? It was Huang Yuanji from the neighboring room 512, the same chubby fellow who had asked Xiaoyang how to retrieve shampoo that had fallen into the toilet that night. Beside him stood his slender classmate, the somewhat effeminate Dai Ming. Yes, let us go have some barbecue during military training. There had been occasional exchanges among classmates, and while Xiaoyang's dorm mates had spoken a few words with theirs, they were not particularly familiar. Realizing this was a splendid opportunity to strengthen the bond between the dorms, Xiaoboru stepped forward with a bright smile. Ha ha ha, that sounds great. With military training concluded, it would be good for everyone to communicate more. Jiu Itzai readily agreed. Aobe appeared somewhat hesitant, stating, I think I'll pass. I'm planning to sleep. Xiaoyang rose and smiled at Huang Yuanji. I would love to go, but the homeroom teacher might call me soon. You all enjoy, and I promise to join next time. Huang Yuanji waved his hand cheerfully. No problem, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Dai Ming playfully pinched Xiaoboru's sturdy arm, teasingly saying, Tisk, your muscles are quite developed. Xiaoboru was covered in goosebumps, suppressing her disgust. Just average, nothing special. Huang Yuanji pulled Dai Ming away. See you on the third floor of the second cafeteria? After they left, Xiaoyang burst into laughter. Be careful, old hay. I've warned you before that while fitness attracts the opposite sex, excessive fitness attracts the same sex. Xiaoboru's lips twitched. No worries, I'll just choose a seat farther away from him. After the others departed, Xiaoyang took a shower, glanced at the time, and picked up the secret history of Southern Ku to return it to the library. Following Meng Xiuxian's instructions, he made his way to the North Bridge of Yuxi. The Bailu Academy has 3 bridges, the North Bridge, the Central Bridge, and the South Bridge. The Central Bridge experiences the highest foot traffic daily. Followed by the South Bridge, to the west lies the Martial Arts Building and a small bamboo grove, while to the east is the male dormitory. The North Bridge sees the fewest pedestrians. The west is adjacent to the Magic Building, and the east borders Xiangling Mountain and the faculty dormitory, making it primarily frequented by teachers in the evening. Virtually no students traverse the North Bridge toward the study area, and Bailu Academy restricts access to the North Bridge from the living area to the faculty dormitory after 10 at night, reopening it during the day. Upon reaching the bridge, Xiaoyang noticed a barricade on the opposite side and approached to discover it could be manually unlatched, allowing him to slip through. After walking several dozen meters and rounding a thicket, an ancient-style pavilion came into view. The pavilion, with its deep reddish-brown peak and 6 half-meter-thick dark green columns, featured a gray-white marble round table and stools inside. On either side of the columns, a couplet was inscribed. Resting here, one finds tranquility amidst the gentle breeze and picturesque scenery. In pursuit of joy, one discovers the beauty of the water's reflection and the songs of birds among the trees. Above, a plaque bore 3 flowing script characters, the Leisure Pavilion. Just as Xiaoyang settled down, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Indeed, it's you. Chapter 66, The First Night Encounter. Xiaoyang swiftly turned his head to see someone emerging from behind a pillar. In the moonlight, a strikingly handsome face seemed to be bathed in a silvery glow. You? It's you? Xiaoyang exclaimed in surprise. Lu Xingjian crossed his arms over his chest, leaning against the pillar. His brow slightly furrowed as he stated coolly, I told you not to give people random nicknames. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, his head swaying slightly. TCH, if you're not satisfied, you may call me by my nickname. It's father. Come, I'm all ears. Lu Xingjian shot a sidelong glance at Xiaoyang, his expression indifferent. Only those incapable of procreation wish to claim offspring. Xiaoyang's heart sank. He hadn't encountered such a sharp-tongued and quick-witted opponent in a long time during a verbal spar. Just as he prepared to retort, Lu Xingjian raised his right hand, signaling for an end to the banter, and softly said, Enough. Continuing this bickering is pointless. Listen, you ranked first in the entrance examination. Correct? Xiaoyang concealed his amusement, narrowing his eyes as he replied solemnly. If you know I ranked first, it indicates you must be second, which means Kong Etienne is third. I previously thought he was second. Lu Xingjian explained slowly. I deduced it from the varying frequencies of the pull rings on the 3rd row of lockers. Teacher Ming is aware of this. I suspect he stilled all the pull rings to prevent the next person from discerning the clues. leading Kong Etienne to believe he was first eye in the academy. Those who rank highly in the entrance examination are often appointed by the homeroom teacher as class leaders or liaison officers to provide them with better opportunities for development and training. The third row of lockers serves the students from Class EN1 to Class EN3. I have covertly observed the class leaders and liaison officers of Class EN1 and Class EN2. They could not have outperformed me in the entrance examination. Furthermore, your Class EN3 leader, Ching Isa, was granted a title by MOK Tower in advance and did not participate in the entrance examination. Hence, the only candidate for first place is you, Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang rested his arms on the round table, crossing his legs casually as he lazily remarked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling defeated and unwilling to accept losing to me?" Though he appeared languid, Xiaoyang was mentally alert. This Lu Xingjian was quite clever. Moreover, like him, he had the opportunity to select number 0001 but chose not to, indicating he too was a person who preferred to bide his time. Such individuals typically possess exceptionally calm minds and a remarkable ability to swiftly capture and assess information. Although Xiaoyang's words seemed frivolous, each was the result of careful consideration. "I'm not that bored." Lu Xingjian remained leaning against the pillar, and after a moment of silence, he added softly, "Besides, you already lost to me in rock, paper, scissors at the library." Just mentioning this made Xiaoyang seethe with anger as he straightened his posture. Pointing at Lu Xingjian and exclaiming, "How dare you bring that up? If it weren't for you snatching the book from me, I wouldn't have been scolded by Teacher Sun." Lu Xingjian smiled dismissively, the slight curve of his lips giving him an air of elegance, akin to a refined nobleman straight out of a painting. "I don't wish to argue about such trivial matters. It's a waste of time. You were called here by the homeroom teacher, right? Did he mention anything?" Xiaoyang resumed his previous lazy posture, leaning back against the round table with his arms resting on it, gazing upward at the pavilion's ceiling. His enigmatic instructor wouldn't divulge anything, but he could easily guess the purpose of their summons. It was undoubtedly regarding the creation of their own martial arts techniques. Ranking first or second in the entrance examination was insignificant. Without the innovation of their own techniques, they would likely blend in with the masses, which would hardly warrant a covert meeting in such a location. Lu Xingjian nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Xiaoyang's speculation, then spoke softly. "The reason we were brought here tonight likely does not stem from the intentions of our two homeroom teachers. Otherwise, they could have easily summoned us to a secluded spot to discuss matters, rather than gathering us both in the same place. It must have been requested by someone of considerable standing." Xiaoyang gave a slight nod, expressing his agreement with Lu Xingjian's words, and murmured, "Kong Etienne, Shinimo, and Li, you may have also visited this place last night. Typically, when a few classes of students gather at one location, it is indicative of busy school officials aiming to save time by discussing matters together. I have encountered the director of education before. She is not the type to frequent such places for casual conversation." Which leaves us with only one conclusion. All right. If I let you two little rascals continue chatting, my presence here tonight would be unnecessary." A deep, resonant voice unexpectedly reached Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian's ears. The two youths glanced around, but saw no one, only hearing the voice. Moments later, a gentle breeze swept through, revealing a tall, white figure before them. Upon seeing this individual, Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian were not surprised. Rather, they immediately greeted him respectfully. "Good day, Dean Peng." The newcomer was none other than Peng Qinxian, the dean of the Bailu Academy. Dean Peng waved his hand with a gentle smile, saying, "Please, have a seat." He then took his place, with Lu Xingjian and Xiaoyang sitting to his left and right, respectively. Dean Peng gazed at Xiaoyang for a moment, then turned his attention to Lu Xingjian. Nodding slightly, his eyes filled with appreciation. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyang observed the face of the Bailu Academy's dean up close for the first time. With white hair and a youthful countenance. His complexion was rosy, and he bore few wrinkles. His lips and chin were adorned with a thick white beard. Though his advanced age rendered his eyes somewhat clouded, their depth was striking, making it difficult to maintain prolonged eye contact. "How have you found your experience at the academy over the past 7 days?" Despite his age, Dean Peng stood around 6 feet tall, showing no signs of stooping. His presence felt warm and comforting, akin to a gentle breeze. Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian exchanged glances. "You go first. You arrived earlier. No, you go first. You ranked first." Ultimately, with a sense of resignation to avoid an awkward silence, Xiaoyang spoke first. "I feel quite well. The meals are quite delicious, Lu Xingjian followed, adding, the academic atmosphere is excellent and wholesome. It is quite comfortable here. Is there nothing unsatisfactory? Dean Peng inquired lightly. His tone was neither stern nor bureaucratic, resembling that of a kind, elderly neighbor. Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian pondered for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. Dean Peng stroked his beard thoughtfully, looking at Xiao Yang. You received a year's probation for disciplinary reasons just 3 days into the semester. Do you not find the school's regulations overly strict? After speaking, he turned to Lu Xingjian. Do you not feel that the school's daily restrictions on students are too lenient, potentially leading to laxity? Both Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian continued to shake their heads. Noticing that the two youths had yet to express a single complaint about the academy, Dean Peng's smile widened further, and he calmly said, if you have any grievances or suggestions regarding the academy, feel free to voice them now. If you choose not to speak while in my presence, those thoughts will only fester within you. Remember, sharing your thoughts with me is the most effective means of resolution. Do you have any? Xiao Yang chuckled. Dean, perhaps our time at the academy has been too brief. If we have suggestions in the future, we will surely bring them to you. For now, we genuinely do not feel anything is amiss. Dean Peng let out a light sigh, his expression filled with deep reflection. That is reassuring. Over the 72 years since our establishment, our academy has produced many outstanding graduates. You too should visit the school history museum when you have the chance. Many of your seniors feature among the top 10 organizations, including some notable figures. I hope that one day you will also find your names in the museum and the promotional materials. Xiao Yang found this rather peculiar, feeling that being displayed on the wall was not necessarily a good thing. Nevertheless, he resolved to visit the museum in the future to learn about the distinguished alumni. We are merely 2 ordinary students, and we would be content to graduate smoothly, Lu Xingjian replied calmly. Seeing Lu Xingjian's modesty, Xiao Yang also softly added, indeed, Dean, you hold us in too high regard. Achievements and fame should be reserved for Kong Etian and his peers. Dean Peng smiled mysteriously. Can ordinary students truly create their own Great Zhou techniques? Great Zhou? Both Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian were hearing this term for the first time, simultaneously realizing that Dean Peng was about to delve into the main topic of their conversation. Xiao Yang, keen not to let the moment slip away, interjected, Dean, what is Great Zhou? Dean Peng began to explain. Creating one's own technique primarily hinges on 2 challenges. First, establishing a method of communication with the elemental force. And second, discovering the method of its circulation within the body. Kong Etian, Shinamo, and Liu were indeed summoned here last night for a discussion, but they did not fully accomplish the second task. When they managed to control the elemental force, they utilized the small Zhou, which refers to the spontaneous circulation route of elemental force within their bodies, to strike at the Baihui acupoint, successfully drawing in the force. However, this spontaneous circulation does not allow for even and rapid flow throughout the body, leading to a sluggish progression during initial training. Only when they realize that there are numerous smaller routes adjacent to the meridians and successfully chart their own Great Zhou will they have truly succeeded in creating their technique. I offered them a slight hint last night, and they should have gained some insights, but exploring further now will undoubtedly be more challenging than during military training, as their focus will wane. Xiao Yang understood. This meant that when Kong Etian and the others had their tendrils of elemental force glowing within them, they had directed it using their main pathways straight towards the crown of their heads. Xiao Yang had hesitated to do so, fearing he might harm his brain, but he was astonished by the audacity of those 3. Yet, upon reflection, Xiao Yang realized he had overlooked one critical aspect. If there were risks associated with creating one's own techniques, the homeroom teacher or the instructor would surely have warned them in advance or implemented some oversight measures. Since they had not done so, it implied that either there were no risks, or if there were, they were inconsequential and manageable. Indeed, Xiao Yang had neglected this point, which had deterred him from attempting to strike the Baihui acupoint. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck that he had been cautious. Dean Peng softly instructed, now, please recount your experiences in cultivating your techniques. Xiao Yang and Lu Xingjian took turns explaining how they made their elemental force glow and how they discovered their Great Zhou. Dean Peng listened intently throughout, occasionally nodding and smiling as he stroked his beard. While Lu Xingjian spoke, Xiao Yang also listened carefully, eager to learn about the experiences of another student who had similarly created a Great Zhou technique. Unlike Xiao Yang, who relied on observation to communicate with the elemental force, Lu Xingjian meditated deeply, entering a state of profound tranquility. Xiaoyang couldn't help but think, how fortunate he is. My eyes feel as though they are being blinded. After 10 minutes, both had finished their accounts. Have you named your techniques? Xiaoyang replied. Mine is called Duanjue.lu. Xingjian added. Mine is called Xinju. After a moment of contemplation, Dean Peng smiled with satisfaction. Duan represents the ultimate of things, and Xin represents the ultimate of intention. Excellent names. I presume your homeroom teachers came up with them? They both nodded in unison. Your homeroom teachers are quite cultured. Although they are merely theoretical instructors and their elemental force levels are not high, they were once exceptionally gifted youths, only neglecting cultivation due to personal reasons. Do not underestimate them. Understood, the two replied in unison. Dean Peng placed his hand on Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian's shoulders, sensing them for a moment, and with a beaming smile, remarked, while techniques do not possess inherent strengths or weaknesses, they do have suitability and suitability factors. Techniques with stringent cultivation requirements may yield higher elemental force intensity, yet their training speed will be slower. You two have one who possesses a robust Tian Chong Po, relying on observation of matter, and the other with a strong Ling Hui Po, relying on conscious meditation. As long as there are matter and consciousness present, cultivation can occur, making the conditions quite simple. Your training speed will be significantly faster than others, but it is crucial to consistently refine your elemental force. Otherwise, the intensity will not keep pace. Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian listened attentively, understanding that this was Dean Peng providing them with personalized guidance. Insights unavailable to the average student. Have you made any progress with your life treasures? No, ever since Dean Peng had appeared. Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian had been mirroring each other, their actions and words synchronized. Xiaoyang shot Lu Xingjian a glare. Why are you copying me? Lu Xingjian cast a calm glance at Xiaoyang. You may choose to remain silent. Dean Peng waved his hand at the two. Well, both of you are rather reserved in nature, yet upon meeting, you seem to delight in exchanging banter. Very well, having a rival will perpetually keep you under pressure. Given your understanding, it is likely that you will soon locate the fateful treasure. The primary reason I summoned you tonight is to assign you an additional task. Additional task. Just as Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian were about to voice their thoughts, Peng Qinxian preemptively interrupted them. I am aware you might claim inadequacy in your abilities, fearing you may not be up to the challenge, but there is no need for such modesty. The implication is clear. Do not feign innocence before me. Peng Qinxian's demeanor grew serious as he inquired, what is the motto of the White Deer Academy? The moment he adopted a more earnest tone, the atmosphere of the tranquil pavilion shifted palpably, as if even the breeze had slowed and thickened. Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian responded in unison, be well-versed and prudent, discern truth and act with conviction. Peng Qinxian nodded slowly, indeed, while I can understand your aversion to the limelight, you cannot shy away from the trials that test your capabilities. One may lightly regard honor and disgrace, but one must not forsake ambition. Without a clear ambition, there can be no brilliant insight. Without diligent endeavor, there can be no significant achievement. The two young men lowered their heads, their expressions grave, comprehending the weight of his words. Seeing that they were receptive, Peng Qinxian smiled faintly. You may not yet grasp how rare it is to create a grand cosmic technique. Currently, there are over 7,000 students at White Deer Academy, yet only 20 have developed a minor cosmic technique, and including both of you, merely 3 have created a grand cosmic technique. Xiaoyang and Lu Xingjian were taken aback. Recognizing the improbability of such a feat, Xiaoyang's curiosity piqued as he asked, Director, is the third person Qing Isa? Peng Qinxian replied with a light laugh. No, she has inherited a technique. The one who created the grand cosmic technique is a senior from the Wushu class. Can one truly be honored for merely inheriting a technique? Reflecting on Qian Qisi's ink technique and the Taoist Qi technique, Xiaoyang found solace in this. After all, Tao Lianji had taken Ao Bei as her disciple. It ultimately depends on individual talent. Peng Qinxian waved his hand, continuing, this is of little importance. What I wish to convey is this. If you desire the Academy to grant you complete freedom to develop, then you may be underestimating the challenges of dispelling calamities. Without a sincere heart of reverence and belief, there will inevitably be a tendency towards carelessness. Given your exceptional talents, you will naturally require more refinement. Otherwise, would you not be squandering your potential? Rest assured, this additional task will not be overly burdensome. For the next half-month, the primary task for new students will be to attend classes while searching for the fateful treasure. After half a month, the main task will be to confront the first calamity officer. Furthermore, beyond the standard assessments for ordinary students, I will intermittently arrange some specialized calamity officers for the two of you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang blurted out, Director, no offense intended, but I was just wondering if there are any rewards for completing these specialized calamity officers. Pang Qinxian gently stroked his beard and smiled. Of course there will be rewards, such as a substantial amount of coup points. Resources must be earned through your own efforts. However, this matter must remain confidential. Apart from your homeroom teacher, you cannot disclose it to anyone else. The two young men nodded slightly, fully aware of the necessity for discretion. Xiaoyang, deep in thought, inquired, Director, what other purposes do these coup points serve? Surely, they cannot be solely for purchasing items within the school. Pang Qinxian answered slowly, coup points can be exchanged for a day's worth of RMB at the first floor of the comprehensive building's Yuhu residence at a rate of 1 to 10. Additionally, if friends or family from Taoyuan come to visit, they must also go to Yuhu residence for assistance. This is the first function. Xiaoyang mentally noted the location, Yuhu residence. The names in this academy are so poetically inclined. The second function is that coup points can be used to purchase the spells you desire at the spell-building tower. I had my suspicions. Xiaoyang had long anticipated that coup points held additional significance. Otherwise, White Deer Academy would not allocate such a substantial sum of 1,000 starting coup points to each new student. With this in mind, he surmised that those spells would not come cheaply. Thinking further, Xiaoyang realized that White Deer Academy was not attempting to exploit students by first offering a treat and then using spells to extract their resources. Rather, if spells could be freely obtained without any cost, it would lead to a severe issue, rampant learning without mastery. Thus, White Deer Academy employed this method to encourage students to rationally exchange for spells. The third function is that within the Linglong Chamber of the Calamity Dispelling Center, there are not only Calamity Officer assessment programs, but also training programs, sparring sessions, and calamity practice exercises, all of which require the expenditure of coup points, as the energy sustaining these facilities comes from yuan crystals. Yuan crystals are a finite resource and cannot be drawn upon indefinitely. Each year, our academy receives a limited supply of yuan crystals from the Jiuhuan Bureau, which is never sufficient, necessitating additional purchases, a significant budgetary concern. Xiaoyang inwardly lamented, Oh dear, I incurred a great loss. That meal cost me 25 coup points. Very well. Pang Qinxian rose from the round table, prompting Xiaoyang and Lu Xingzhan to hastily stand as well. The head of White Deer Academy, in Xiaoyang's eyes, appeared to be well beyond 70. At least 90, he could have retired. Yet he remained in his position, demonstrating a genuine dedication to the academy. Deserving of the utmost respect from the two young men, Pang Qinxian sighed softly, Let us conclude for today. When the time comes for specialized calamity officers, I will instruct your homeroom teacher, Director, for the first time. Xiaoyang interrupted Pang Qinxian's words. Lu Xingzhan looked at Xiaoyang in surprise, for interrupting an elder was considered quite impolite. Xiaoyang felt compelled to speak, but sensing that Pang Qinxian's tone might lead to another abrupt departure, he hastily interjected. Pang Qinxian showed no sign of annoyance, gently inquiring, What is it? With a sunlit smile and squinting eyes, Xiaoyang replied, I would like to ask, what if we are unable to complete the specialized calamity officers? Pang Qinxian's outward expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of curiosity arose within him. To worry about failure before an endeavor even commences is to be overly cautious. One might say it is a sign of foresight. But it could also be interpreted as a lack of ambition. Asking such a question before the specialized calamity officers had even formally begun, Pang Qinxian thought Xiaoyang did not strike him as someone who lacked courage. After a moment of contemplation, Pang Qinxian chuckled, stroking his beard, You little rascal, are you trying to curry favor with me? If you do not complete the task, then you will have no excuses. Quite clever of you. Lu Xingzhan shot a disdainful glance at Xiaoyang, thinking to himself, How did I lose to such a character in the entrance exam? He then chastised, The director has already put considerable thought into assigning us specialized calamity officers, which is a special privilege. Do not be ungrateful. Xiaoyang felt no shame whatsoever. What of it? If you do not want it, then forego it. But I do. Thick-skinned, aren't you? You big, white-faced fool. As the two continued their playful banter, Pang Qinxian chuckled with interest. Very well, I can impart my self-created spells to you. What type would you like to learn? Attack, defense, agility? Coup points are a resource of reward and cannot be distributed privately. The spells in the spell-building tower are public resources, Granting them to you would be unfair to other students. However, self-created spells are private resources and can be freely allocated. In Pang Qingqian's position, every action requires careful consideration. Despite the late hour and the secluded setting, everything remains above board and justified. Xiao Yang had already made up his mind, grinning broadly as he said, "Director, during the initiation ceremony, your ability to traverse distances effortlessly captivated the students." Pang Qingqian's eyes flickered with interest as he raised an eyebrow. "You have good taste. That is one of my proudest self-created spells, the stumble step. It bears no obvious attribute and is compatible with nearly all techniques. It would be prudent for me to teach you this spell in a discreet manner, so you both can visit the tranquil pavilion later. To avoid prying eyes, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate only once." With that, Pang Qingqian explained the method of channeling the cosmic energy for the stumble step to the two of them and proceeded to demonstrate. With a gentle step forward, he vanished and reappeared 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, then turned around and returned to his original position. Though this method pertains to agility, its essence lies not in the feat, but in the ability to manipulate the connection between your desired destination and your current position through cosmic energy, enabling you to progress through space layer by layer. Finding the sensation of being drawn towards the distance, this is where the true quintessence lies. Xiao Yang laughed heartily. "Thank you, Director." Lu Xingzhan lowered his head sincerely, saying, "Thank you, Director, for imparting this spell." Pang Qingqian waved his hand, indicating no need for excessive formalities. "Let us conclude for today. The stumble step is no small feat. I hope that by the next time we meet, you will have mastered its use." Just as Pang Qingqian was about to leave using the stumble step, he suddenly halted, turning back with a meaningful expression. "You too, you haven't already mastered it, have you?" Xiao Yang forced a smile. "How could that be possible, Director? What do you take us for? We haven't even touched the threshold." Lu Xingzhan hesitated for a moment before quietly admitting, "The student is dull-witted and has yet to grasp this technique." Pang Qingqian stretched and yawned. "This old body of mine needs to rest early. Otherwise, I shall be unable to sleep all night. Director, take care." With a swish, Pang Qingqian vanished from sight. Xiao Yang's expression changed instantly as he pointed at Lu Xingzhan, scolding, "You say I have thick skin, but I believe it is you who possesses such audacity. Just earlier, the dean imparted the technique of quochuomai, and you chose to ignore it." Lu Xingzhan remained calm and composed, gently brushing aside Xiao Yang's pointing finger. "This is the dean's generosity. It has nothing to do with you." "Humph," Xiao Yang scoffed, turning his head away. Lu Xingzhan let out a soft huff, tilting his head in the opposite direction. The two fell into a standoff of silent resentment. And after a brief moment, they furtively glanced at each other, only to discover the other was also observing them, prompting them to simultaneously avert their gazes. Lu Xingzhan took the initiative to stride away, while Xiao Yang vanished into the night in another direction. Beneath their feet, the air seemed to swirl with a gust, as if a flow of primordial energy was in motion, making each step feel as if they were leaping 2 or 3 strides ahead. Chapter 69. It's decided. It's you. Quochuomai became Xiao Yang's first technique learned in the Nanke world. After the demonstration by Pang Qin, he quickly grasped its essence. Now, with Quochuomai, he could distinctly feel the air ahead pulling him forward, necessitating a slight lean back to maintain balance. This sensation was quite addictive, though with Xiao Yang's current level of primordial energy, he could only sustain it for a few minutes. Returning to his dormitory at midnight, Xiao Yang lay in bed, the image of Lu Xingzhan unexpectedly surfacing in his mind. It seemed that having someone of equal standing, yet equally unassuming, was not such a bad thing after all. Though a bit infuriating, everything else was rather agreeable. Xiao Yang felt a surge of excitement, staring at the ceiling, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The night's symphony in the dormitory had dwindled to a duet, and Xiao Yang gradually grew accustomed to it. Perhaps he should ponder how to find the fateful treasure. The moment this thought crossed his mind, an object sprang into his consciousness. He raised his hand to touch the area around his neck. Grasping a cool little item in his palm, it was the gourd that had never left his side since he could remember, roughly the size of a finger joint, with a yellow-brown hue. Due to its phonetic similarity to fortune and prosperity, and its resemblance to the number 8, the gourd has been considered an auspicious object throughout history. An open-mouthed gourd is typically used to ward off evil and avert disasters, while a closed-mouthed one symbolizes joy and prosperity. Xiao Yang's gourd was open-mouthed, with a removable lid, but the opening was so small that even a grain of rice could not fit through. When shaken gently, it produced no sound. Xiao Yang had once filled it with water and mud, but after being warned by Uncle Zhuang that frequently opening it could lead to financial loss, he had refrained from doing so ever since. However, without finances to lose, Xiao Yang remained quite poor. Nonetheless, he trusted his first instinct. As soon as the thought of selecting a fateful treasure emerged, the gourd seemed to magically appear in his mind. Its presence as familiar as a part of his own being, ITS decided. It's you. During military training, the trace of primordial energy infused by the Qingyu table could only circulate within his body. After successfully opening his acupoints, the Baihui acupoint became a valve, allowing primordial energy to flow from any part of his body into the external world. The more acupoints that were opened, the higher the efficiency of energy transmission. Xiao Yang directed his primordial energy outward, enveloping the gourd. A wondrous phenomenon occurred as the pale white energy gradually seeped into the gourd's body. Soon, the gourd began to emit a faint white glow. Closing his eyes, Xiao Yang found that he could clearly visualize the shape and internal structure of the gourd, as though it had melded into part of his body. He finally understood what Meng Xiuxian meant by a seamless fusion. It was an indescribable sense of harmony. Moments later, the gourd, which had been lying flat against Xiao Yang's neck, began to levitate slowly. Xiao Yang immediately sat up straight. The yellow-brown gourd hovered before him, held aloft by a thin string around his neck. Xiao Yang stared in astonishment, lost in this marvelous state, when suddenly, the primordial energy was depleted. The gourd lost its luminescence and fell back onto Xiao Yang. Having already expended some energy using Quochuomai, and now binding the fateful treasure while remaining transfixed, it was no wonder his energy had run out. Xiao Yang chuckled wryly. Is this considered a successful binding? It should be, I supposed. I'll ask the teacher tomorrow. Feeling fatigued from the depletion of energy, Xiao Yang drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Xiao Yang and the other 3 residents of the dormitory rose early and hurried to the comprehensive building. On the way, they encountered upperclassmen for the first time in the academic work area, observing the various modern fashions, occasionally spotting a few dressed in traditional attire. Upon reaching Yushi and preparing to cross the central bridge, the 4 from dorm 511 were collectively taken aback. They saw that the bridge was teeming with people, the pace of progress exceedingly slow, with several upperclassmen, unwilling to wait, leaping directly into the creek. Jumping into the river? Certainly not. These students manifested primordial energy beneath their feet, lightly stepping on the water, splashing droplets as they effortlessly reached the opposite bank. Some even soared into the air. Is this lightness of foot akin to walking on water? But in the next moment, the upperclassmen found themselves in trouble. A figure appeared on the opposite bank, sternly admonishing, "Do you not know flying is prohibited during commuting hours? Get down." As the words fell, a powerful aura struck the upperclassmen, sending them tumbling into the river, soaked to the skin. Xiao Yang clearly recognized the newcomer as the director of education, Tao Lianji. This slightly hunched, somewhat diminutive elderly woman was a figure of dread among all students. After obediently following the crowd across the central bridge, the 4 reached classroom 326 of the comprehensive building just minutes before class began. On each of their desks lay several textbooks, the titles reading Zhishui, National Studies, and so forth. Spotting Qing Isa, Xiao Yang greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, class monitor. I thought there might be free breakfast again today." Qing Isa, sipping on soy milk, pointed to the trash can and quietly said, "There were 3 or 4 portions, but I threw them away. You can go eat." Xiao Yang grimaced. It seems your warm reminder was perhaps too warm." He settled into his seat, signing his name in each new book. A moment filled with the aspirations of every freshman. Signing that name felt like a promise of a beautiful future just around the corner. However, the reality was that this name might remain the sole annotation in those books until graduation. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. After a while, Meng Xiuxian arrived. As the bell rang, he wore a solemn expression and announced loudly, "Class is in session." Qing Isa crisply replied, "Stand up." Meng Xiuxian bowed deeply to all the students, greeting them solemnly, "Good day, students. Good day, teacher. Please be seated." This was a traditional pre-class ritual, intended to invigorate the students and prepare them for the lesson, while also fostering mutual respect between teacher and students. Meng Xiuxian smiled and asked, What dreams did you all have last night? Did anyone dream of possessing great powers and acting heroically? Sitting beside Xiaoyang, Huang Yuanji chimed in, I dreamed of becoming wealthy overnight. I dreamed of flying with a sword. I dreamed of instant teleportation. Various thoughts were expressed, and Meng Xiuxian gently inquired, did anyone dream of eternal life? Please raise your hand. The students looked around, but not a single hand was raised. Meng Xiuxian smiled faintly, it's a good thing none of you did. What you dreamed of, teleportation, flying with a sword, may very well come to fruition in the future. But eternal life is an exception. The lifespan of an exorcist does not significantly exceed that of an ordinary person. In fact, injuries and ailments may shorten it. The pursuit of eternal life has been a human aspiration since ancient times. Yet true longevity is not a blessing but a curse. The meaning of life lies not in eternity but in experiences. National Studies teaches you how to experience and savor the wonders of this boundless universe. In today's first lesson on National Studies, we will introduce a concept, boundary difference. Xiaoyang had already encountered this concept at the Qingyu table and under Meng Xiuxian's narration. All the students were immersed in the romantic reveries that boundary difference could bring. Understanding boundary difference, they were to gradually cultivate an awareness of it, remembering one crucial point. Your paradise differs from everyone else's, including the exorcist. Thus, when exorcising, it is essential to familiarize oneself with that world in advance. Let me pose a question to you all. Do you think it is easier to exorcise in modern times or in ancient times? Chapter 70. The mysterious technique. Xiaoyang pondered this question briefly before arriving at an answer. It was undoubtedly more challenging in ancient times as expected. Meng Xiuxian continued, the answer is that it is significantly more difficult in ancient times. Understanding the present through the past is easy, but comprehending the past from the present is challenging. Ancient communication and technology were underdeveloped, and the living habits, attire, cuisine, writing, language, and even accents of ancient people differed greatly from those of modern individuals. Consequently, for weaker malevolent spirits, ancient times would provide greater convenience for concealment, while exorcists would be more easily exposed. For stronger malevolent spirits, they could easily dominate an entire nation, enhancing their power or breeding. National Studies not only fosters awareness of boundary difference, but also imparts essential knowledge from all past dynasties and eras, enabling you to understand which dynasty you have traversed to, how to communicate, act, and thrive. National Studies serves as the theoretical foundation for exorcism. Mastering it can bring significant advantages during exorcism, while failing to grasp it could easily lead to detection by malevolent spirits, making subsequent exorcisms exceedingly difficult. Xiaoyang understood this profoundly, recognizing the importance of this course. Tio put it plainly, it is essential to educate you on how to navigate life across various temporal realms without appearing as an anomaly. In numerous time travel novels or television dramas, protagonists seamlessly communicate with ancient individuals upon their arrival in the past, integrating flawlessly. However, this portrayal is far from realistic. The truth is that a typical modern individual, when transported to ancient times, might manage a somewhat discreet existence if only their soul were to traverse, perhaps feigning muteness or dementia to survive for a spell. Should both body and soul journey back to antiquity, especially to earlier dynasties, the likelihood of a swift demise escalates. The barriers of language, peculiar attire, and the risk of offending cultural taboos could result in immediate imprisonment. Furthermore, the myriad viruses carried by a modern person are of a far more virulent nature than those endemic to ancient times. If one were to venture into a town, the potential for an outbreak would be imminent. Historically, such ominous figures were often met with a singular fate: execution by fire. Hence, it is more probable that an ordinary person traversing to the past would not embody the role of a fortunate star, but rather that of a harbinger of calamity. Meng Xiuxian stated with a calm demeanor, to understand oneself is to understand others. To comprehend the present is to understand the past. The study of national culture encompasses not only history but also humanities, linguistics, and political systems, among other disciplines. However, the first step must be to memorize the chronological order of our nation's dynasties. We shall traverse from antiquity to the present and then back again, elaborating on each dynasty in turn. Xia, Shang, Western Zhou, Eastern Zhou, Spring and Autumn, Warring States, Qin, Western Han, Eastern Han, Three Kingdoms, Western Jin, Eastern Jin, Southern and Northern Dynasties, Sui, Tang, Five Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, Northern Song, Southern Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing, Republic of China, and the People's Republic of China. There are 2 points requiring attention. First, it is said that before the Xia dynasty, there existed a Yu dynasty, though this has yet to be substantiated by contemporary scholars. However, through our time-traveling endeavors, we shall verify its existence, which will be discussed in higher grades. Second, due to the rapid advancement of modern times, the period from the end of the dynastic era to the Republic will be divided into 10-year increments for detailed discussion. Now, let us examine the first segment, spanning 2023 to 2013, opening the textbook. Under Meng Xiuxian's clear and engaging instruction, the inaugural class on national culture captivated everyone, revealing a plethora of intriguing facets of parallel worlds. Some worlds are devoid of pandemics, while in others, assisting a fallen person is permissible. In some realms, the internet operates under a real name system, and in others, the chrysanthemum remains merely a flower. At Bailu Academy, theoretical classes in national culture and calamity studies occur every Thursday. After completing 4 sessions of national culture on Monday morning in Classine San, the afternoon is free for personal arrangements. After lunch, Xiaoyang returned to his dormitory, completed the assignment set by Meng Xiuxian, and then began to investigate the gourd around his neck. Upon awakening that morning, he had distinctly felt a newfound, inexplicable connection with the gourd. Furthermore, its color appeared to have transformed from a dull yellow to a vibrant yellow. Xiaoyang once again directed a modicum of his elemental energy towards the gourd, which promptly emanated a white glow and began to levitate. He hurriedly guided the gourd to rest against his body, then closed his eyes to embark on an introspective journey. To his astonishment, he discovered he could clearly perceive the internal structure of the gourd. Within the pitch-black space, his consciousness roamed freely, and he sensed that the interior was far more spacious than it appeared, at least the size of a woven bag. Suddenly, he noticed a faint flickering light in a corner of the gourd. Upon closer inspection, he found a book quietly resting on the ground. Goodness! There is something inside my gourd, Xiaoyang thought, his heart racing. The book was not thick and measured only half the size of a standard A4 sheet, yet it was inconceivable that it could fit into a gourd of such modest dimensions. The cover bore no title and appeared somewhat antiquated. As he opened it, he was astonished to find it contained a method for harnessing elemental energy. A technique? Xiaoyang hesitated to practice immediately, concerned it might be something akin to the Nine manual, which could lead him astray. He first dashed to the restroom, locked the door, and began to contemplate the origins of this book. There were but 2 possibilities. Either it had been inside since his earliest memories, or it had only been touched by Uncle Zhuang after he became aware of his surroundings. Regarding the identities of Grandpa Qin, Aunt Tian, and Uncle Zhuang, Xiaoyang had discerned on his first night at school that the 3 were undoubtedly connected to the Calamity Masters. However, he would not pursue this matter too intently, as in his heart, he believed the 3 elder figures, akin to family, had long since passed. If it were indeed Uncle Zhuang who had presented it, there would be no cause for concern. He could practice freely. If it had been there since before his memories formed, Grandpa Qin's decision to leave it behind suggested it was not a significant issue. Thus, Xiaoyang began to cultivate according to the method outlined in the book. After 5 minutes, he realized that this technique was exceptionally formidable, as it was significantly more challenging than the Kuro Tuomai. Having had a live demonstration and guidance from Peng Qinxian the previous night, Xiaoyang had almost instantly mastered Kuro Tuomai, yet with this technique, he had yet to fully grasp the operational pathway. Even after 5 minutes. 40 minutes later, he finally began to see progress. Elemental energy converged in his hands, coalescing without dispersing. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by Xie Buru's urgent voice. "Hey, are you done yet? It's been over half an hour. Hurry up." Xiaoyang emerged from his meditative state, calling out, "Just a moment," experiencing a bit of constipation. He glanced down to find his hands radiating a bright white luminescence. Unlike the ordinary elemental energy that emanated from his body, this glow was purer and more translucent, a bright white layer. Xiaoyang sensed that his hands had transformed in a remarkable way. He attempted to twist the bathroom doorknob, applying a bit of force. Crack! The locked doorknob came off in his hand. Simultaneously, the area he gripped visibly distorted, and the elemental energy within him dissipated at an alarming rate, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A wave of dizziness washed over him, prompting Xiaoyang to cease his efforts, exit the restroom, and pocket the doorknob. Leaning against the wall, he opened the balcony door with a peculiar expression. Sieburu inquired. What is going on with you? Xiao Yang replied weakly. Just sat for too long and my legs fell asleep. The doorknob broke. Remember to report it for repair later. Chapter 71. The Great Bounty. This was merely the first day of opening the acupoints, and Xiao Yang had already exhausted his elemental energy twice. A thought struck him. Could this be an opportune moment for cultivating his elemental energy? Feeling dizzy and faint, he returned to his bed and swiftly entered a meditative state. The natural recovery of elemental energy was quite slow, but upon entering this state, it accelerated significantly. Within a mere 10 minutes, he was back to his original state, alert and clear-headed. Xiao Yang keenly observed that the circle of elemental energy within him appeared slightly thicker. It seemed that to enhance his elemental energy, he would need to use and practice more frequently. He took the deformed doorknob from his pocket and examined its sharp barbs. Looking at the hand that had grasped the doorknob, he noticed it bore no marks whatsoever. Could it be that the bright white elemental energy acted as a high-intensity protective barrier? As for how strong this barrier could be, he had yet to test its limits. Xiao Yang understood that the ability to twist off the doorknob was not due to an increase in strength from the technique, but rather a subtle manipulation of spatial compression at his palm. He felt a surge of excitement, realizing the immense power of this technique. It was both offensive and defensive, yet he remained unaware of its name. After discovering this mysterious technique through introspection, Xiao Yang was certain he had chosen his destiny treasure, the gourd hanging around his neck. Neither the treasure nor the technique had names, so he decided to consult Teacher Ming. Xiao Yang summoned his school card and opened a chat window with Ming Xiuxian. Teacher Ming, I have a question. Are you available? A few minutes later, a response came. Please, go ahead that I have found my destiny treasure and would like to request a name from you. What is this treasure? Xiao Yang sent a photo of the gourd. Minutes later, Ming Xiuxian replied. The gourd is well suited to your character, unassuming on the surface, yet concealing profound depths within. Moreover, it has been your constant companion since childhood. This treasure is an excellent choice. There is a phrase in the Tao Te Ching that aptly describes the connection between you and the gourd. Light yet not glaring, deep waters flow quietly. It may be named Yaoshan. Wow, look at this cultural atmosphere. Xiao Yang quickly typed back. I love this name. Thank you, teacher. You're welcome. Is there anything else? Yes, I entered the gourd with my consciousness and felt it was quite spacious, at least the size of a suitcase. Inside, I found a nameless technique. Could you help me name it as well? Have you mastered the technique? I have. What are its manifestations and characteristics when in use? My hands emit a bright white glow, providing a protective effect, and it possesses considerable destructive power. Xiao Yang sent a photo of the deformed doorknob to Ming Xiuxian. This time, Ming Xiuxian replied almost instantly, Come to my office right away. Xiao Yang was taken aback. What could have caused Teacher Ming to be so urgent? Not daring to delay a moment, he leapt from his bed and hurried toward the comprehensive building, even secretly employing Qo2mi a few times in less populated areas. Upon arriving at the 8th floor faculty office, he found Ming Xiuxian waiting by the floor-to-ceiling windows. As Xiao Yang approached, Ming Xiuxian gestured for him to follow. They arrived at a corner of the stairwell, a monitored blind spot. Ming Xiuxian chuckled softly. The dean even taught you Qo2mi. Xiao Yang, noticing the transparent glass, quickly realized that Ming Xiuxian had been observing him from above. I shamelessly asked the dean for assistance. He said with a grin. Has Lu Xingjian also learned it? Xiao Yang found it unsurprising that Ming Xiuxian was acquainted with Lu Xingjian, given that Lu Xingjian had secured second place in the entrance examination, undoubtedly leaving a lasting impression on Ming Xiuxian. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Ming Xiuxian inquired with a meaningful tone, How long did it take you to practice the technique of Quochuomai? Xiao Yang replied without hesitation, Several hours, to be honest. The calmness in Ming Xiuxian's voice reaffirmed Xiao Yang's belief that pretending before him was futile. After a brief silence, Xiao Yang softly stated, I learned it right after the dean demonstrated it. Ming Xiuxian's expression grew intriguing. In a wonder you were able to master that technique so swiftly. Your comprehension is indeed remarkable, Xiao Yang exclaimed in delight. So, teacher, you know the name of that technique? Ming Xiuxian smiled mysteriously, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence, before opening his school card to begin typing. Not so fast. You first demonstrate it for me. Startled, Xiao Yang realized Ming Xiuxian was concerned about others overhearing. Was it necessary to be so discreet? Not even Director Tao was to be privy to this? Xiao Yang activated the technique. his palm glowing with a bright white light. Meng Xiaoxian extended his hand to grasp it, examining it closely for a moment, revealing an expression of recognition. Indeed, if you were to name it yourself, what would you choose? Xiao Yang, momentarily at a loss for words, felt the enigmatic nature of Meng Xiaoxian's riddles linger in the air. After pondering for a moment, he typed 3 characters, by do. Meng Xiaoxian chuckled softly. Are you familiar with the poem Lin Jiang Xian by Qian Xiaoxi? Upon reading this, Xiao Yang's eyes widened in shock. He knew it well. That poem belonged to the legendary Class A. 9th rank master, Lin Jiang Xian, who had perished in the Second Pai Yuan War. After composing himself, Xiao Yang typed 4 characters. Xian Zhang Yu Ming. Meng Xiaoxian nodded with a gentle smile, typing out a lengthy message. Also known as Xiao Yao Sin Shouer Bai Yu Shou, it is a remarkably mystical technique that has been lost to time. It once incited fierce competition among many exorcists, which is why I am so cautious. This technique aligns perfectly with your cultivation method, both being of material properties, making it suitable for your training. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling, remember. Do not use it carelessly in front of outsiders unless absolutely necessary. The reason I asked you to think of a name was to be prudent. Should someone catch wind of it, your current level of Yuanli is low enough to let you slip by unnoticed. Xiao Yang's expression grew solemn as he lowered his head in contemplation. His lips pressed tightly. Meng Xiaoxian remained silent, quietly observing him. From the clarity and calmness in his gaze, it was evident that Meng Xiaoxian understood the reason for Xiao Yang's silence. Xiao Yang was pondering one matter. Why had the long-lost Xian Zhang Yuming appeared within his personal gourd? The thought inevitably led him to consider the 3 relatives from the fruit store. If it had been placed there by Grandpa Qin or even earlier, it would connect to his lineage. If it was placed there by Uncle Zhuang, then Uncle Zhuang must have some connection to Lin Jiangxian. What ties did they share with Qian Xiaoxi? How many secrets were they still hiding from him? Time and again, they urged him to forget them while simultaneously conjuring memories of them. After a long while, Xiao Yang lifted his head, ceasing to type, and smiled brightly. I can't come up with a suitable name. Teacher, please help me think of one. This insincerity was the last stubbornness of youth. It is a common human experience. The more one tells oneself to avoid certain thoughts, the more uncontrollable those thoughts become. For instance, if you were told not to think of a green baseball cap, you would be compelled to do just that. Yet, upon reading this, the image of that cap would have already flashed through your mind, perhaps even worn by someone. Meng Xiaoxian understood Xiao Yang. He knew what Xiao Yang was contemplating but was unsure if he had reached a conclusion. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He believed Xiao Yang would handle it well. Meng Xiaoxian closed his eyes and, after a minute, took a deep breath, his voice melodious. The Shi Du Fu states, the anti-immortal palm is named Cheng Lu, raising the golden stem of duality. Let us name this technique Xing Lu. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. Xianzhang Yuming. Anti-immortal palm via Cheng Lu. Brilliant. It sounds far more elegant than Debai Do, teacher. Chapter 72. The deep gourd of radiance. Meng Xiaoxian smiled faintly. Do you need me to examine your life treasure? Xiao Yang glanced at the gourd hanging around his neck, removed it, and handed it to Meng Xiaoxian. Meng Xiaoxian grasped it with one hand, a faint beige light enveloping him. After a few minutes of sensing, he returned the gourd with admiration. Your deep gourd of radiance possesses boundless potential, able to progress through the realms of micro, subtle, profound, extreme, and Tao. Currently, it is at the micro stage, allowing for the free storage of items. As your Yuanli level increases, the space will expand. For every 2 levels, it can advance a stage, gradually revealing additional functions, the specifics of which you will need to explore on your own. Xiao Yang was overjoyed. This was akin to the spatial rings found in novels. He chuckled with glee. Meng Xiaoxian instructed, wrap the item you wish to store in your Yuanli and direct it towards the gourd to absorb it. Give it a try. Xiao Yang took out the broken doorknob, enveloped it in Yuanli, and approached the gourd's opening. Whoosh! The doorknob vanished. Closing his eyes and looking inward, he saw the doorknob resting in the corner of the gourd's dark interior. With a thought, the doorknob reappeared in his hand. Ha ha ha! This makes things so much easier. I won't need to carry a suitcase when I go out anymore. Xiao Yang was exuberant, resembling a child who had just received a new toy. Meng Xiaoxian, now adopting a serious tone, cautioned, currently, your gourd can only store items but cannot preserve them. The internal environment mirrors that of the outside world. It merely serves as a spatial barrier. Metals will rust over time, and food will spoil. You must keep this in mind. Xiaoyang nodded earnestly. I'll head back now. Thank you, teacher. Go ahead. After bidding farewell to Ming Xiuxian, Xiaoyang eagerly set out to explore the wonders of the deep gourd. He first arrived at the Lotus Lake, scooping up a small amount of water, enveloping it in yuanli, and directing it towards the gourd. To his delight, the gourd indeed contained a pool of water. He then picked up a stone, successfully placing it inside the gourd. However, when he attempted to catch a small, unidentified flying insect, he failed. Despite wrapping it in yuanli, the gourd remained unresponsive to his mental command. This indicated that live creatures could not yet be stored. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang's spirits remained unscathed. He was confident that the gourd would grow in capability over time, eventually allowing for the storage of living beings. As he cheerfully walked back to his dormitory, Xiaoyang cherished his life treasure, eager to store everything he encountered. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, he noticed Xiebu Rou and the others preparing to head out. "Hey, where were you rushing off to?" Gui Kai asked. "The homeroom teacher needed me for something." "Where are you all going?" "The academy's clubs are recruiting at the entrance of the first cafeteria, and we plan to check it out after evening study, distributing flyers to each classroom." "Clubs recruiting?" Xiaoyang inquired. "What are you planning to join?" Gui Kai chuckled. "Of course, a club related to books. The novel club or the classical culture society would be perfect." Xiaoyang turned to Xiebu Rou, who proudly flexed her biceps. "I'm definitely joining the fitness club." Xiaoyang teased. "I knew it. Why not try finding a dumbbell for your life treasure?" Xiebu Rou pondered for a moment before responding. "That doesn't sound like a bad idea. I'll give it a try after evening study." Xiaoyang then turned to Ao Bei, smiling as he asked, "What about you, Xiao Bei?" Since becoming a disciple of Tao Lianji, Ao Bei seemed much brighter and was now willing to join a club. "A clear sign of improvement. I want to join the anime club," she replied with a gentle smile. Gu Yikai tugged at Xiaoyang's arm. "Come along with us." After a moment's thought, Xiaoyang politely declined. "I'll pass. Being the liaison is enough to keep me busy." "You all go ahead." As the three departed, Xiaoyang, left alone in the dormitory with no classes in the afternoon, contemplated what to do next. With no martial arts class scheduled and his yuanli level stagnant, and having become proficient with his life treasure, he resolved to practice techniques. Should he begin with Quochuomai or Chenglu? It seemed he needed to find a suitable place. Quochuomai was manageable, but Chenglu was not something he could allow others to witness casually. A thought struck him. Xiaoyang stood up and made his way to the exorcism center. He recalled Ming Xiuxian mentioning that there were practice programs within the Linglong Xiang that required a fee to access. He had yet to experience it, and it was high time he did. Upon entering the exorcism center for the first time in a clear state after arriving at Bailu Academy, Xiaoyang sensed a distinct atmosphere within this building, second only in size to the comprehensive building. The ambience felt markedly different from other locations. Once inside, he was immediately struck by a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. He dared not make a sound as he walked. The warning sign at the entrance bore similar words to those found in libraries. No loud talking or disturbances allowed. Xiaoyang took the elevator to the third floor, where each proposed yuan room bore a nameplate. He intended to casually choose one to explore when suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. It was a man in his 50s. Of short stature, dressed in a short-sleeved suit and glasses. His large head seemed disproportionate to his small body, creating an awkward appearance. However, his gaze was sharp, and at that moment, he was intently scrutinizing Xiaoyang, causing a shiver to run down his spine. "Are you a new student?" His voice was stern, carrying an interrogative tone. Xiaoyang, feeling stiff, nodded. "Yes. Have you attended the exorcism class?" Before Xiaoyang could finish his sentence, the man's next question came forth with an imposing air. The man's unfriendly demeanor inexplicably ignited a sense of rebellion within Xiaoyang. He quickly replied, "No, what are you doing here then? Do you understand the rules?" The older man shouted angrily at Xiaoyang. "I do not." Xiaoyang replied, his expression impassive and his tone calm. Noticing Xiaoyang's lack of fear, the older man's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. He pointed to the plaque outside the simulation room and admonished, "Listen. The bright red on this plaque signifies that the room is full or has been reserved by another class, thus entry is prohibited. Only the greenlit simulation rooms allow free access." Xiaoyang nodded silently. The older man raised his chin, his tone authoritative as he inquired, "What was your ranking in the entrance exam?" 4 to 500. Xiao Yang replied. Did you feel dizzy upon awakening? Yes. The older man remained indifferent and left with a parting remark. If you don't want to become a fool, do not exceed 3 hours of usage in the simulation chamber. Xiao Yang mentally flipped the man off. What an arrogant person, he thought, with a head that large for such a short stature. Nevertheless, the man had provided some guidance, prompting Xiao Yang to locate a simulation room marked in green and step inside. Inside were 36 neatly arranged simulation pods. A dozen or so were currently in use. It was Xiao Yang's first opportunity to closely examine this simulation chamber that had existed only in his imagination and science fiction until now. The pod was made of metal, topped with semi-transparent plastic, measuring nearly 3 meters in length and approximately 1.5 meters in width, taking on an overall elliptical shape. Xiao Yang found an unoccupied simulation pod and lay down inside. The interior was equipped with numerous buttons. He pressed the one to close the pod door, causing another button to illuminate, labeled Power On. Adjusting his position slightly for comfort, Xiao Yang pressed the power button. With a whoosh, a light green mist erupted from various outlets within the pod. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, detecting a strong but not overpowering herbal aroma that carried a subtle sweetness. Moments later, he felt his eyelids grow heavy, his muscles relaxing, and he drifted off into slumber. Chapter 73. The initial experience in the simulation pod upon awakening. Xiao Yang found himself in the same pure white room as during the entrance exam. However, the room was devoid of any furnishings, save for a holographic projection screen that materialized before him. It displayed a plethora of option panels, several modules present. The most prominent module was labeled Judgment Assessment, with others including Communication Mode, Practice Mode, and Entrance Examination. The Communication Mode allowed for online simulated sparring, accommodating both pairs and groups. Xiao Yang selected the Practice Mode, which offered options for free practice, combat practice, and theoretical practice. Upon selecting free practice, a panel popped up. Equal time practice, 2 coup points per hour. Variable time practice was also available, with higher ratios incurring greater costs. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Such functionality existed. The so-called equal practice meant that 1 hour spent practicing in the pod equated to 1 hour passing in the outside world. Conversely, variable practice allowed 1 hour in the pod to equate to merely half an hour outside. The cost of 2 coup points per hour seemed reasonable, translating to around 20 RMB, comparable to some upscale internet CAFS in Taoyuan. Adjusting the ratio to 2:1, the price rose to 5 coup points per hour. As it was his first visit, Xiao Yang decided to trial the equal time practice, mindful of conserving his coup points since he currently had no means of earning them. After confirming his choice, he had yet to officially begin, as he still needed to select a scenario. Options included desert, forest, island, town, ancient village, and even custom scenarios. Considering his desire to practice the QO2 All My technique, he needed a location with multiple obstacles. For the Chung Lu Shou technique, he required a setting with objects to strike against. Xiao Yang opted for a grassy area dotted with various trees and stones. After confirming his selection, the white room before him gradually faded into darkness. Moments later, faint lights began to emerge, gradually transforming into the chosen scene. Xiao Yang touched a nearby tree, marveling at its realistic texture. Testing his internal perception, he discovered it mirrored the sensation of sensing Yuanli in the outside world, allowing him to enter a state of insight without any delay or discomfort. However, while he could recover Yuanli, he could not enhance it, indicating that only spell techniques could be practiced here. Not martial arts. It made sense. If one could practice martial arts, everyone would flock to the variable mode for cultivation, resulting in exponential gains in Yuanli levels. Xiao Yang then tested the Yao Shun Hu technique and found he could access it freely. Could even the life-protecting functions be replicated here? How astonishing! With a twist of his neck, Xiao Yang revealed a fervent smile. Let us go. He first practiced QO2 Amai for an hour, followed by an hour of Chung Lu Shou. And once his Yuanli was depleted, he entered a state of insight to rest in the third hour. He executed QO2 Omai while wielding Cheng Lu Shou, energetically striking stones and trees with glee. It wasn't until a small window appeared in the upper right corner, displaying a red exclamation mark, that he finally paused. The warning read, "You have exceeded 3 hours of simulation pod usage. Please remember to rest." Exceeding 6 hours will result in a forced exit, Xiao Yang recalled the older man's words. If he didn't want to become a fool, he shouldn't exceed 3 hours. Yet, he remembered Ao Bei mentioning that he had spent around 4 hours completing the entrance exam. indicating that the 3-hour limit referred to the time elapsed in the outside world, not the time spent in various modes. Since he had been practicing in equal time mode, 3 hours had already passed in the outside world. To be cautious, he decided to exit. Returning to the simulation room, Xiaoyang opened the pod lid and shook his head, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. He recalled that many students had emerged from the simulation pods feeling dizzy and nauseous after the entrance exam. While he had experienced no such symptoms, could it be that the 3-hour time limit did not apply to him? Or perhaps he could remain longer. Though he pondered these possibilities, Xiaoyang dared not take unnecessary risks and chose to exit the pod for a meal at the cafeteria. In practice mode, he could clearly feel hunger and various physiological responses, with his senses mirroring reality. His first experience in the simulation pod was remarkably satisfying, not only deepening his grasp of 2 techniques, but also testing the limits of Chenglu Shou to determine how much force it could withstand. There was, however, a slight issue. When switching from Quo Mai to Chenglu Shou, his internal Yuanli movement felt somewhat disjointed. He also tested using both techniques simultaneously, and the same sense of dissonance persisted. After returning to reality, Xiaoyang found a relatively secluded corner to experiment, discovering that the sensation was identical to that in the simulation pod. Switching techniques too quickly or using both at once caused his Yuanli to become chaotic and uncontrollable, akin to the jarring feeling of a car shifting gears, severely disrupting his rhythm. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyang concluded that this was a technical issue stemming from the techniques of the 6 arts of judgment. It seemed only by attending the technical class on Fridays could he hope to resolve it. After finishing dinner, which was now 7 o'clock, with evening study starting at 7:30, Xiaoyang decided not to return to the dormitory but instead made his way directly to the classroom. The classroom was sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 students present. Xiaoyang recognized their faces but had hardly exchanged any words, so he sat alone at his desk, perusing the textbooks. A few minutes later, a boy stood outside the front door of the classroom, glancing in before entering. Xiaoyang had never seen him before. He wasn't from Classine San. Noticing the boy holding a bottle of milk tea, Xiaoyang immediately understood that there's something for Qing Isa, he thought. Returning to his position beside her desk, he spotted an envelope that had been placed on the table before Wei Ruyun's arrival. Signed by Class ZE, Long Chanshu. Taking note of the name, Xiaoyang approached the corridor, first restraining Wei Rufeng, and whispered in his ear, "Wei, do not be agitated. With my support, he shall have no chance. You must be confident, do not falter in your presence." Wei Rufeng cast a grateful glance in return. Subsequently, Xiaoyang moved to Long Chanshu's side and softly remarked, "You are Long Chanshu, correct? I am the liaison for Classine San. You appear quite dashing today. This person always comes to deliver items. With such an unappealing appearance and audacity, it is utterly vexing. I shall speak highly of you in front of Qing Isa. With my assistance, he has no opportunity. You must stand firm and maintain your momentum." Long Chanshu responded with an appreciative look. The two exchanged increasingly disdainful glances, escalating their quarrel. Xiaoyang leaned against the railing nearby, as if he were merely missing a pack of sunflower seeds. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw Huang Yuanji and his 3 companions from the opposite dormitory. Huang Yuanji pointed at the bickering Wei Rufeng and Long Chanshu, inquiring, "What is happening here?" Xiaoyang gestured towards the classroom, stating, "They are merely here to deliver items to our class leader." Rivals meet and sparks fly. Ming, whose makeup was more pronounced than any girl's, piped up, "Oh dear. Why aren't you mediating? They are fighting fiercely. It's terrifying." Xiaoyang shrugged, helplessly replying, "I have attempted to mediate. Yet they continue to argue without resorting to blows. There is little I can do." Chaos. At last, the commotion grew louder, catching the attention of a teacher from the upper floor. Moments later, this teacher appeared before Wei Rufeng and Long Chanshu, leading them away. Xiaoyang felt a tinge of regret, sensing he had not fully satisfied his curiosity, and returned to his seat to continue flipping through his book. A few minutes later, Xiaoboru and her companions arrived, prompting Xiaoyang to greet them eagerly. "If only you had arrived earlier, you missed quite the spectacle." Xiaoboru, intrigued, asked, "What spectacle?" "2 unfortunate souls from another class were arguing at our classroom door while delivering items to Qing Isa." "Oh? Did they resort to blows?" "No, they did not. Had they done so, I would have recorded it and shared it in our dormitory group." As evening study began, Everyone settled into their seats. Meng Xiuxian arrived at the classroom at 7:30, holding a book with a leaf serving as a bookmark. The school mandated that freshmen must attend evening study during their first year. All was quiet as students read, preparing for the next day's lessons, and they could approach him with any questions at any time. After stating this, Meng Xiuxian earnestly delved into his book, while students in the classroom either perused their textbooks, completed assignments, or idly rested their heads on the desks in boredom. Having already reviewed the next day's material and completed his assignments, Xiaoyang reflected on his afternoon experience at the Linglong room and approached the podium, crouching down to whisper, "Teacher Meng, I have a question." Meng Xiuxian closed his book and replied softly, "Speak." Xiaoyang lowered his voice. "I visited the Daju Center this afternoon, and a teacher informed me that I could not remain in the Linglong room for more than 3 hours. However, after staying for 3 hours, I felt no discomfort. If I wish to stay a bit longer, will it pose a problem?" Meng Xiuxian's expression subtly shifted as he responded. The two made their way to the corridor, where Meng Xiuxian chuckled lightly. "What does that teacher look like?" Xiaoyang grimaced. "Not tall, with a large head, quite intimidating, and his tone was rather unfriendly." Meng Xiuxian smiled faintly. "That would be him, Director Fu." Xiaoyang was taken aback. "The deputy director? Who is the head director?" Meng Xiuxian waved his hand dismissively. "Not the deputy director. It is Director Fu Juanhe from the Daju Center. He and Director Tao are the two strictest leaders in the academy, and one must not be disrespectful towards them." Xiaoyang felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing he had made a small blunder. In bureaucratic circles, two surnames are rather notable, Zheng and Fu. Previously, a company had a head director with the surname Fu and a deputy with the surname Zheng, leading to numerous amusing incidents. Xiaoyang nodded, comprehending the situation. Meng Xiuxian continued, lowering his voice and speaking earnestly. "Staying in the Linglong room for over 3 hours may lead to damage to your Tianchongpe, while 6 hours would result in irreversible harm. This is related to the operational principles of the Linglong room. When you first awakened during your entrance exam, did you feel dizzy? Not at all. Well, this indicates that your Tianchongpe is exceptionally strong. I noticed that during the entrance exam, if you don't feel dizzy after 3 hours, you may close the warning window and continue practicing. However, the 6-hour limit for the Linglong room is a fixed protocol that cannot be altered." Xiaoyang furrowed his brow, pursing his lips in contemplation before breaking into a grin. "Teacher, I remember you saying that our ability to study at the academy is due to us being unique individuals in the limitless universe. Thus our Tianchongpe is extraordinary, correct?" "Indeed. Then my Tianchongpe is exceptionally powerful among the extraordinary. Is that right?" "Absolutely. Such a remarkable talent ought not to be squandered. Might I be excused from evening study to train in the Linglong room?" Meng Xiuxian chuckled lightly, aware of Xiaoyang's intentions. "Go into self-study." That brief statement caused Xiaoyang to obediently return to his seat, feeling rather deflated. A few minutes later, Meng Xiuxian suddenly called out, "Xiaoyang, here!" Xiaoyang instinctively responded loudly. Instantly, all eyes in the class turned towards him. Meng Xiuxian smiled lightly and explained, "The academy requires each freshman class to update the online system regarding student life and energy levels weekly. Only my office computer can access the system. I have prepared the necessary materials on my desk, and since I will be stationed in class, I may need you to run some errands for me." Xiaoyang felt a hint of disappointment, having expected something more favorable. "All right." After responding, he stepped out of the classroom towards the comprehensive building. Upon reaching the plaza in front of the comprehensive building, he looked up to find that the lights in Meng Xiuxian's office were off. Suddenly, it dawned on him. How foolish of me. Filling out an online form. Teacher Meng has concocted a legitimate excuse for me to train in the Linglong room. Xiaoyang mentally berated himself for his earlier oversight. He should have realized this sooner. When Xiaoyang had expressed a desire to skip evening study to train in the Linglong room, Meng Xiuxian had not directly answered but instead instructed him to return to class. Had he allowed Xiaoyang to leave immediately, other classmates might not have noticed for a day or two. But over time, they would undoubtedly grow suspicious or even dissatisfied. Why was the liaison exempt from evening study? This would only make others restless in class. After a brief interval, Meng Xiuxian assigned Xiaoyang a task in front of all the students, thereby allowing Xiaoyang to utilize this task as a cover for his future evening studies in the Linglong room. Other classmates would not feel any sense of unfairness, as Xiaoyang would be leaving under the pretense of assisting the class. If they were dissatisfied, they could take on the task themselves. As for the online form, Meng Xiuxian had already completed it in advance. Xiaoyang felt a wave of emotion wash over him, touched by the gesture. Had any ordinary student expressed a wish to skip evening study, they would likely be perceived by teachers as unable to focus and attempting to evade the tedium of the classroom. Meng Xiuxian's willingness to publicly fabricate an excuse for Xiaoyang signified his absolute trust in Xiaoyang's discipline and conscientiousness. It is worth noting that if any issues arose during Xiaoyang's absence from evening study, Meng Xiuxian would bear full responsibility as the class teacher. To honor Meng Xiuxian's kindness, Xiaoyang quickly made his way to the Life Center, purchasing a bottle of orange juice. Chapter 75. I want to fight Tin after awakening from the Linglong room in the afternoon. Xiaoyang felt a parching thirst, hence he had gone early to procure a drink. Carrying the orange juice, he arrived at the Dojo Center, where he noticed that the number of individuals in the proposed energy room was markedly greater than during the day. During free periods, many upperclassmen preferred to spend their time in the Linglong room, or alternatively, in the library or on the sports field. After all, Bailu Academy does not permit online gaming, and rather than languishing in dormitories with nothing to do, it is more rewarding to exert oneself and strive for improvement. As Xiaoyang approached a brightly colored proposed energy room, ready to enter, a voice called out from beside him. What brings you here again? Why is a freshman skipping evening study to come here? Without needing to look, Xiaoyang recognized the tone belonged to the stern director Fu Juanhe of the Dojo Center. Director Fu, it is approved by our teacher. Fu Juanhe, though not tall, had a piercing gaze that radiated authority. Upon realizing that Xiaoyang knew his surname, he inquired sternly, "What is your name? Which class are you in? Who is your class teacher?" The classic three-part interrogation did not faze Xiaoyang in the slightest. Xiaoyang, Classine San, Meng Xiuxian. Fu Juanhe immediately pulled out his school card and sent a voice message to Meng Xiuxian, engaging in a low conversation without speaker mode. After hanging up, Fu Juanhe cast a meaningful glance at Xiaoyang. "You are not being honest. Listen closely. Do not play tricks in the Dojo Center. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, no one will be able to save you. Understood?" Xiaoyang stood tall, watching as Fu Juanhe slowly departed. Feeling a bit smug, he thought to himself, "I'm officially excused from class. What can you do about it?" As Xiaoyang proceeded to the proposed energy room, he unexpectedly caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. The strikingly bright yellow-haired Kong Etian appeared at the entrance of the proposed energy room across the corridor, striding with an air of confidence. "So this feather-brained fellow has arrived? I wonder if that pale-faced individual has come as well?" It seems the class teacher will indeed handle matters based on student circumstances. Noticing that Kong Etian had not spotted him, Xiaoyang entered the proposed energy room and found an available Linglong room. Lying down within, upon entering the pristine white chamber, Xiaoyang gazed at the prominent Julie assessment module, contemplating that he had sufficiently practiced his magical arts for the day. He decided to delve into the assessment method. Within the Julie assessment module, only the first box illuminated, bearing the name fast food delicacy. The subsequent Julie were all grayed out, their names obscured and requiring the completion of the prior task to unlock. Xiaoyang attempted to access fast food delicacy, but a window promptly appeared, stating that his Yuanli level must reach the third stage of the Gui level. Indeed, there were restrictions. He would have to wait until reaching the third stage of the Gui level to proceed. Having practiced enough magic, he realized he must seek an opportunity for practical combat. Since the Julie assessment was unavailable, Xiaoyang pressed the return key and selected the practice mode, locating the Julie combat practice module. Within it, he could configure the type of Julie, their quantity, level, combat scenario, and whether to add bystanders, among other settings. Xiaoyang opted for the scene from his afternoon practice session, then selected the type of Julie. A long list of various Julie appeared in the drop-down menu, with the sole Julie prominently featured. The first entry was labeled Bud Julie, which Xiaoyang had encountered while studying Julie in the evening. It represented the most basic form of Julie, the weakest variant. To ensure safety, Xiaoyang set the quantity of Bud Julie to 1, selected the first stage of the Gui level for his Yuanli, confirmed his choices, and clicked Finish. The surroundings gradually darkened, and after a moment, he found himself in the scene from his afternoon magical practice point 10 meters ahead. He spotted a swirling mass of gray mist, approximately 1 meter in size. Was this the Julie? This was Xiaoyang's first time witnessing the Julie's form firsthand. He picked up a stone and hurled it towards the Bud Julie. Bang! The stone ricocheted off, falling to the ground, while the Bud Julie exhibited no reaction. Was it impervious to harm without Yuanli? Xiaoyang picked up another stone, enveloped it in Yuanli, and threw it at the bud Julie. However, as soon as the stone left his hand, the Yuanli dissipated, and it was once again deflected. Frowning slightly, Xiaoyang realized he would have to approach directly. He thus activated the Qinglu hand and cautiously moved closer to the bud Julie. With unwavering focus, Xiaoyang directed all his attention towards the bud Julie, fixating on it intently. As he drew within 5 meters, the mass of gray mist remained utterly still. Why was the bud Julie not moving? Having calculated the distance, Xiaoyang's gaze sharpened. Utilizing the Qo2A step, he advanced swiftly, covering the distance to the bud Julie in just 2 strides. With his right hand enveloped in radiant white Yuanli, he struck down upon it. Clap! The sound was akin to a bubble bursting, brief yet crisp. The mass of gray mist shattered under Xiaoyang's palm, slowly vanishing from sight. Xiaoyang seemed somewhat incredulous. Glancing at his right hand. Was that it? Noticing that the panel in the upper right corner indicated the bud Julie count had dropped to 0, he exited the scene. Having effortlessly defeated a bud Julie of the first stage of the Gue level, Xiaoyang adjusted the quantity to 0.10. I shall face 10. Re-entering the scene, he observed 10 masses of gray mist standing still and unresponsive. Xiaoyang licked his lips. Was this all? Feel my mighty slap. He dashed towards them, delivering a slap to each. After swiftly dispatching several, Xiaoyang felt a tremendous sense of relief. Turning around, only 1 mass of gray mist remained, causing him to exhibit a look of confusion. Just 1 left? Was it that quick? Just as Xiaoyang was about to charge forward, he suddenly halted. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes, his expression grave, as he fixated on the remaining bud Julie. He sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the exact change. 2 minutes later, the gray mist continued to hover, suspended a foot above the ground, utterly motionless. Was it an illusion? No. Xiaoyang was resolute in his judgment. This sudden anomaly was certainly not unfounded. He endeavored to recall the earlier encounter with the bud Julie. 7. He was certain he had only scattered 7 bud Julie, yet the panel now indicated only 1 remained. Where had the other 2 gone? Cautiously, Xiaoyang advanced, taking careful steps. As he approached within 5 meters of the bud Julie, he activated the Qo2A step and charged at the last bud Julie. Raising his right hand to deliver a powerful strike, bang! This time, he failed to disperse it. The bud Julie shifted 2 or 3 meters to the left. Stimulated by the blow, the bud Julie exhibited its first display of autonomous action. Barreling directly toward Xiaoyang. Startled, Xiaoyang quickly extended his arms forward in defense. Whoosh! The force exceeded Xiaoyang's expectations, his shoes carving deep marks into the ground. It was only upon colliding with a sturdy tree that Xiaoyang finally halted. A slight pain radiated from his back as he infused Yuanli into his foot, delivering a kick towards the bud Julie, sending it reeling. Indeed, Xiaoyang confirmed that the 2 bud Julie that had vanished were absorbed by the one before him. Or rather, the 3 bud Julie had fused, resulting in a significant increase in strength and the emergence of self-awareness. The repelled bud Julie charged again. Xiaoyang understood that mere Yuanli-infused strikes were insufficient compared to the Qinglu hand. He sidestepped right, effortlessly evading, then circled behind the bud Julie, launching a barrage of powerful strikes. Bang, bang, bang. Despite numerous Qinglu hand attacks, the bud Julie ultimately could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, it shattered into the air. Phew, that was close. Xiaoyang's Yuanli was nearly depleted, so he exited the scene, returning to the White Chamber. Chapter 76. The high-stakes match. To validate his earlier hypothesis, Xiaoyang selected the bud Julie type. Set the quantity to 1, and the Yuanli level to the second stage of the Gue level. Upon confirming, a prompt appeared. The Yuanli level of the Julie exceeds your Yuanli level. Do you wish to proceed? Xiaoyang clicked confirm and re-entered the scene. His Yuanli restored to full capacity. The pain in his back had also subsided. Xiaoyang dashed toward the Gue level 2 bud Julie, engaging in combat. He discovered its strength, reflexes, and resilience were identical to the previous one. This indicated that the bud Julie would automatically merge with other bud Julie, evolving into a higher-level variant. The first stage bud Julie possessed no self-awareness, merely a docile entity. In contrast, the second stage bud Julie activated its self-defense instincts upon external stimuli. After eliminating this second stage bud Julie, Xiaoyang adjusted the quantity to 2, preparing to confront them both. Upon entering the scene, He initially rushed to awaken one bud Julie, drawing its aggro, leveraging the speed advantage of the QO2 step to lead it away. Afterward, he returned to rouse the other bud Julie, positioning himself between the two, with one bud Julie charging from each side. Xiaoyang heightened his focus, continuously adjusting his position with small, careful steps, akin to a goalkeeper facing a penalty kick. As the bud Julie approached within 2 meters. He timed his roll perfectly, bang! The two bud Julie collided, bouncing back 4 or 5 meters. Rising swiftly after rolling, Xiaoyang seized the moment while the two bud Julie were momentarily stunned, charging toward the bud Julie on the right and delivering a barrage of Chenglu hand strikes that echoed loudly. When the left bud Julie pursued, Xiaoyang once again utilized the QO2 step to create distance, seeking refuge behind a sturdy tree. The two bud Julie circled around the tree trunk, but Xiaoyang was nowhere to be found. Two simpletons. Leaping down from the tree, Xiaoyang delivered a kick to the left bud Julie, unleashing a flurry of strikes on the right bud Julie, dispersing it. Only one bud Julie remained, and with his speed advantage from the QO2 step, victory was easily within reach. Returning to the initial white chamber, Xiaoyang concluded once more that the second stage bud Julie possessed similarly low intelligence. Whether 3 or 5, as long as he managed to prevent their fusion, he could easily defeat them one by one using his speed advantage. However, Xiaoyang's Yuanli was nearly exhausted after dispatching 2 second stage bud Julie. He needed to find a place to enter a state of observation to recover his Yuanli. Glancing at the time, he noted it was still early, so he set the bud Julie level to the 3rd stage of the Gui level. Quantity 1 out. Upon entering the scene, Xiaoyang observed that the floating gray mist 10 meters away was noticeably darker and larger, roughly 1 meter and 20 centimeters in size. Enveloping his hands in bright white light, he took a small step forward when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 3rd stage bud Julie charged directly at Xiaoyang. It had autonomous awareness. Fortunately, Xiaoyang remained on high alert, employing the QO2 step to dodge aside. However, the elevated bud Julie's speed was significantly increased, relentlessly pursuing Xiaoyang. Realizing this could not continue, as his Yuanli was depleting, he executed a sudden stop and turned back, exerting all his strength to push against the bud Julie. Bang! Xiaoyang was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his arms scraped and bloodied by the rough terrain. Hiss! The painfully vivid sensation caused Xiaoyang to gasp in shock. Nevertheless, it ignited his competitive spirit. All right, this was a high-stakes match. As the bud Julie continued its charge, Xiaoyang's expression turned grave. His speed advantage had evaporated, and he was utterly outmatched in strength. How could he contend with this foe? Xiaoyang initially took to his heels, sprinting at full speed to a nearby tree and climbing up, hoping to employ the same tactic. Yet, the bud Julie did not follow him behind the tree. Instead, it ascended toward Xiaoyang's hiding place in the branches. What? It can sense my position. Xiaoyang promptly leaped down from the tree, executing a roll. Countless branches and leaves fell as the bud Julie crashed into them. Pondering how to counter this adversary, he scanned his surroundings until suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He sprinted at full speed in one direction, the bud Julie trailing just 3 meters behind him. Xiaoyang arrived at a circle formed by 4 massive stones, with a thick stone slab above. He sidled through the gap. The bud Julie's size was greater than that of a human, as he had observed from its earlier collision with the branches. These stones, combined with the stone slab, created gaps smaller than the bud Julie's bulk, rendering it unable to enter, forcing it to continuously collide with the stone blocks outside. Once inside this makeshift refuge, Xiaoyang immediately surveyed his surroundings. The space was cramped, barely allowing him to turn around, with no more than half a step of distance. Selecting a stone half his height, Xiaoyang placed his hands against it, enveloping it with Yuanli. After a brief moment, the stone vanished, and Xiaoyang emerged from within. Yezhou dashed past the pile of stones, yet Xiaoyang remained utterly unperturbed. Provocatively taunting, "Come on!" As Yezhou appeared poised to collide with him, Xiaoyang executed a swift roll to the side, avoiding the impact, while Yezhou rushed into the stone heap. With remarkable agility, Xiaoyang wasted no time. Immediately after rolling, he sprang upright, conjuring a stone nearly his height from thin air to seal the gap. Trapped within, Yezhou found himself unable to escape, hindered by the confined space that prevented a proper run-up. Rendering his force insufficient to break free, Xiaoyang clapped his hands in satisfaction, remarking, Truly foolish, it seems all you can do is rage impotently, huh? He approached the earlier crevice and unleashed a relentless barrage upon the immobilized Yajio using his Chunglu technique. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page for further reading. Even after depleting his energy, Yajio continued to thrash within the stone pile, refusing to dissipate. Xiaoyang furrowed his brow in concern. Surely, it cannot be invulnerable? He seated himself, entering a state of contemplation. Minutes later, upon regaining his energy, he unleashed another assault, yet the gray mist persisted. However, Xiaoyang keenly noted a slight fading of the gray hue. There's hope. Finally, after repeating the cycle of striking and contemplating 5 times, he succeeded in vanquishing the third-tier Yajio. Exhausted, Xiaoyang plopped down onto the ground, exhaling deeply. Had it not been for his clever utilization of the terrain, concealing a stone within the Yao Xun and swiftly blocking the gap to trap Yajio, defeat would have been inevitable. Pressing the exit button, he returned to the initial white room, where he began to reflect on his experiences. Upon entering the scene, Yajio had remained motionless until Xiaoyang advanced, indicating that the maximum sensing range for a third-tier Yajio was 10 meters. Within this proximity, it could be activated and lock onto a target, demonstrating a greater intelligence than its second-tier counterpart. Simultaneously, Xiaoyang recognized 3 primary issues he currently faced. First, his energy level was too low. Both the total amount and intensity of his energy were markedly insufficient. Second, his techniques were singular, relying solely on the Chunglu technique, which lacked long-range capability, leaving him vulnerable. Third, the transitions between his techniques were not sufficiently fluid. While this was manageable at his current level, it would likely disrupt his rhythm at higher tiers. These 3 points specifically pertain to his cultivation methods, techniques, and skills, areas he could not improve upon until he attended the corresponding courses to learn from his instructors. After all, even the most gifted individuals cannot master everything without guidance. Glancing at the interface, having spent just over an hour in the Linglong chamber, Xiaoyang resolved to continue battling the second-tier Yajio. As the third tier proved to be quite taxing for him, it wasn't until half past midnight, after over 4 hours of practice, that a hint of fatigue finally washed over him. Returning to the initial room, having just triumphed in a solo encounter against 5 second-tier Yajio, Xiaoyang's confidence surged. Should he go for one last vigorous bout before heading back to his dormitory? He scrolled down to the bottom of the options and selected the Jiu ancestor. It was settled then. My apologies for the disturbance. I did not mean to offend. Xiaoyang pressed the exit button, re-entering the simulation room. Opening the hatch of the Linglong chamber, he still felt no discomfort. At this time, the Jiu exclusion center was nearly deserted. Experiencing a brief bout of dizziness, he drank a generous gulp of orange juice before making his way back to the dormitory. Chapter 77. The 3 fundamental principles in the training room of the Linglong chamber. Notifications regarding the school card were available. Among the messages, one from the dormitory group chat caught his attention. Gu Yitsai inquired when Xiaoyang would return to bring him instant noodles. Xiaoyang replied, "Not anytime soon. You should grab some soil downstairs to cushion your bottom." Another message from Qing Isa reminded him to collect assignments. Xiaoyang responded, "I understand that fairies are generally helpful. I appreciate your assistance. Dear class monitor." After a night's rest, Xiaoyang awoke feeling revitalized. Upon arriving at class, he discovered that the ever-contrite Wei Rufin had brought orange juice, ramen, energy drinks, and boneless chicken feet. Qing Isa let out a resigned sigh and tossed everything onto Xiaoyang's desk. Reluctantly, he enlisted the help of the other 3 dorm mates to alleviate Qing Isa's burdens. Today marked the beginning of the Geostudies course, and Xiaoyang was quite eager to see what kind of teacher would lead the class. As the bell rang, a male instructor dressed in a pale blue long robe entered, his long hair nearly reaching his shoulders and thick glasses perched upon his nose, exuding an air reminiscent of a scholar from the Republic of China era. His frame was exceedingly slender, akin to Gu Yitsai, yet his complexion was even paler, with deep-set eyes and pronounced dark circles, suggesting he might be recovering from a severe illness or suffering from days of sleeplessness. Xiaoyang felt a twinge of sympathy for the teacher's evident plight. Turning to face the class, the teacher began speaking while writing on the blackboard, his handwriting delicate yet his voice feeble. Barely audible. "Good morning, everyone. I am your Geostudies teacher, Lu Xiqing. During our time at school, I will guide you through the study of Geo. May I know who the liaison is?" Xiaoyang raised his hand. Lu Xiqing glanced at him, softly stating, My office is adjacent to your homeroom teacher's office. If you need anything, feel free to find me there or add me as a friend." Xiaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. While Lu Xiqing spoke, his hands supported the edge of the podium, and Xiaoyang worried that without such support, the wind blowing in from the window might easily topple him over. As the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." Geostudies aims to educate students about all aspects of geo, including its definition, classifications, characteristics, and language. Please open your textbooks to the first page. We will begin with the definition of geo. Nothing in this world is purely untainted. There will always be impurities. Geo is the amalgamation of the impurities birthed from various parallel worlds, manifesting as malevolent spirits. Before discussing the classifications of geo, I must share with you the three fundamental and most critical principles of geostudies. Pay close attention. With a soft thud, Lu Xiqing tapped the blackboard twice with his frail, stick-like arms, attempting to capture the class's attention. The first principle. There are no benevolent geo. I know many of you have encountered narratives in the films of Taoyuan depicting romantic entanglements between humans and spirits, or friendships between humans and demons, filled with touching stories. The underlying message is that there are both good and evil spirits, just as there are good and bad ghosts, and one cannot generalize. However, I must inform you that such notions do not apply to geo. All geo are inherently malevolent, and you must not harbor any sympathy or idealistic fantasies regarding them. Thus, this first principle is known as the absolute malevolence principle of geo. The second principle, slaughter and reproduction, are merely transient objectives of geo. Their unchanging ultimate goal is invasion and control. Remember this, as it will greatly aid you in your future endeavors. Dingkan is a term used in geo exclusion, signifying the determination of a geo's identity. You might have seen during the military training initiation ceremony that geo can possess a person, inheriting their memories and masquerading as that individual to continue living. Therefore, Dingkan is the first step in geo exclusion. There are many similar terms, which I will introduce one by one in due course. At this juncture, Lu Xiqing paused to sip from his thermos, taking a small gulp of hot water. Although only a few minutes had passed since class began, his soft, monotonous voice had already caused a few students to doze off, resting their heads on their desks in lethargy. Nevertheless, Xiaoyang held no disdain for the teacher. On the contrary, he found Lu Xiqing to possess a commendable level of expertise. Xiaoyang observed that since Lu Xiqing instructed them to open their textbooks, he had not glanced at the material even once. All he spoke were key points from the text, elucidated in a manner that was more comprehensible. Compared to many teachers in Taoyuan, who would merely read from slides or textbooks and then leave students to self-study, Lu Xiqing's approach was infinitely superior. Knowledge without inquiry is insufficient to qualify one as a teacher. Lu Xiqing set down his water cup, his eyes narrowing as a sudden surge of fierce energy emanated from his frail physique. Instantly, every student in the classroom felt their drowsiness evaporate, as if a cold breeze had swept in from behind. He then gathered his strength, his expression gravely serious, and bellowed, "The third principle, and the most crucial one. More fearsome than geo are humans." This proclamation struck like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of every student. These 8 words must be etched into your minds and remembered at all times. The 36 students in the classroom jolted in their seats, as if struck by a significant mental shock, their eyes wide, lips slightly parted, astonished that such an astonishing presence could emanate from Lu Xiqing's emaciated form. After delivering this statement, Lu Xiqing reverted to his earlier fragile demeanor. Seemingly suffering the aftereffects of his sudden outburst, he covered his mouth and coughed a few times to steady himself. Now, let us proceed to discuss the classifications of geo. The strength levels of geo align with those of exclusion masters, categorized according to the 10 celestial stems and 9 ranks. Generally, geo can be divided into 3 categories based on strength: Jia, Yi, Bing represent high-level geo, Ding, Wu, Ji, Gung denote mid-level geo, and Xian, Run, Gui signify low-level geo. Low-level geo exhibit enhanced combat capabilities when possessing humans or animals, but their power diminishes significantly once detached. Mid to high-level geo show little difference, yet they can also possess humans, particularly exclusion masters. When geo possess an exclusion master, their cultivation speed accelerates noticeably, and they can utilize any abilities of the exclusion master, including their life treasures. However, if they possess an ordinary person, they can only absorb a minuscule trace of the person's essence from their 3 souls and 7 spirits to enhance their strength, resulting in a slower progression. Consequently, once a being has been possessed by Geo, upon separation, their 3 souls and 7 spirits will only retain the life soul, rendering them akin to living corpses. Regrettably, to date, no methods for healing this condition have been discovered, marking it as one of the greatest dangers faced by exclusion masters. As he spoke, Xiaoyang perceived a flicker of profound sorrow flash across the depths of Lu Xiqing's eyes. However, in this world, nothing is absolute. If the esteemed individuals present can devise a method to heal and awaken those who have been possessed by calamities, they shall undoubtedly etch their names in the annals of history and benefit countless generations. Many students in the class displayed expressions of terror upon hearing that they could be possessed and transformed into living corpses. They had no idea that beyond this tranquil and comfortable campus, they were destined to confront such fearsome adversaries. L. Xiqing, of course, noticed the fear in the eyes of several classmates and gently remarked, "There is no need for excessive concern. At present, the likelihood of a calamity master being possessed remains relatively low. Typically, a calamity master of a higher rank is dispatched to exorcise the calamity, and calamity masters also possess corresponding measures to protect themselves." Chapter 78, Mastery. L. Xiqing continued, "The first measure is our inherent resistance to calamities. Among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, a robust Linghui spirit signifies a stronger resistance to possession. If sufficiently powerful, it may even withstand possession by calamities of a higher energy level. This is a natural gift, and the effects of cultivating the Linghui spirit postnatally are generally modest." Upon hearing the term Linghui spirit, Xiaoyang immediately recalled the evaluation given by Pang Qinxian about Lu Xingjian that night, stating that his Linghui spirit was formidable indeed. This fair-faced individual possesses quite the talent. Yet, my Tianchong's spirit is also strong. Well, I am not to be underestimated either. L. Xiqing's voice resonated from the podium. The second measure involves the cultivation of protective techniques, the most typical of which is the soul-binding technique. Once you attend the technique classes, you will understand. If you wish to avoid becoming a living corpse, you must study diligently. Laughter erupted from many students below, but Xiaoyang noticed a hint of desolation in L. Xiqing's smile. L. Xiqing bore a resemblance to Meng Xiuxian, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Yet he appeared exceedingly haggard, as if his very essence had been depleted. I shall now provide a detailed introduction to each type of calamity, commencing with the most fundamental low-level calamity, the budding calamity. This represents the initial form of calamity and generally evolves into other forms around levels 5 or 6 of the Gui rank. Before evolution, it possesses a low level of intelligence, incapable of casually possessing a person, and can only attach itself to those who are gravely ill, severely injured, or in a state of utter weakness, such as myself. Laughter once again filled the classroom. The students felt a significant reduction in their sense of distance from a teacher who dared to jest at his own expense. Unlike some instructors who, bolstered by their status, adopted a lofty and arrogant demeanor, individuals like Tao Lianji and Fu Junhe. At first glance, L. Xiqing's Calamity Studies class, with his feeble voice, might render the atmosphere somewhat somber. However, once absorbed, every word seemed logical and insightful, occasionally interspersed with light-hearted jokes and practical examples. After 4 periods in the morning, Xiaoyang felt no fatigue whatsoever. At the end of class, Xiaoyang added L. Xiqing as a friend and noticed his personal information indicated he was the homeroom teacher of class John E. A thought struck him. Was he the homeroom teacher of the Fairface class? Xiaoyang remembered how Pang Qinxian had mentioned to him and Lu Xingjian that their homeroom teacher was a person of talent who should not be underestimated. It appeared that this was indeed true. L. Xiqing was a commendable mentor. After lunch, the 4 of them from dormitory 511 were chatting idly. Xieburu inquired, "Hey, why do you always vanish at night?" Gu Yizai chimed in, "Exactly. Are you secretly rendezvousing with some beauty?" Xiaoyang sighed with a wry smile. "You saw it. I was helping the homeroom teacher. The amount of data in those forms is overwhelming. Quite a challenge." Aobai approached Xiaoyang and quietly asked, "Hey, this morning, Teacher Ming announced the cultivation methods for the entire class in the group. Why is yours called Duanju? Isn't it supposed to be called Versailles Gong?" Xiaoyang found himself momentarily speechless, as he had not yet had the chance to check the group messages. You ain't no need to change it. The creator of Versailles Gong, in his paradise, associates Versailles with propriety and dignity, thus it is also called Duanjui. No problem there. Aobe nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. I thought you hadn't confirmed it and was going to suggest a change. No, I'll confirm it right away. Xiaoyang opened the online form in the group chat, discovering his name still blank. He couldn't help but marvel. Only someone who truly understands me is Teacher Ming. He filled in the confirmation next to his cultivation method and noticed that several individuals from Class San had already confirmed their names, including Gu Yitsai. Wait, you found your name treasure! Xiaoyang exclaimed in delight. Gu Yitsai pulled out a silk brush from his pocket, grinning proudly. This is my calligraphy brush. What special power does it possess? Xiaoyang queried curiously. Gu Yitsai smirked. As of now, nothing much, just he lifted the brush, its tip glowing faintly with ink-like luminescence, and inscribed the words Bailu Academy in the air. Remarkably, these 4 characters floated in midair without any external support. Remaining intact, Xiaoyang recalled that during the practice session in the Linglong chamber, the energy he had enveloped around a stone dissipated the moment he released it. Gu Yitsai gripped the brush and flicked it towards the desk. The 4 characters Bailu Academy surged forward like soldiers responding to a signal. Bang! They collided with the large water cup that Sieburu had placed on the desk, then slowly faded away. The other 3 marveled in astonishment. Xiaoyang genuinely praised, "That's incredible. What is the name of this brush?" Gu Yitsai performed a flourish with the brush in one hand while adjusting his glasses with the other. Jingluan, what do you think? Isn't it a beautiful name? Beautiful. Did you come up with it yourself? Xiaoyang inquired. Gu Yitsai shook his head. No, it was Teacher Ming. He knew I enjoyed reading. So he named it after a passage from the Doctrine of the Mean, only the utmost sincerity under heaven can govern the great principles of the world and establish the great foundation of the world, understanding the nurturing of heaven and earth. Xiaoyang chuckled awkwardly to himself, realizing that everyone regarded Teacher Ming as a naming tool. Sieburu exclaimed, "Our homeroom teacher is truly cultured. When I find my name treasure, I'll have him name me too." Xiaoyang sincerely smiled. No need to trouble Teacher Ming. I can help you with that. I guarantee your satisfaction. Sieburu paused. Huh? What? This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Lu Chushue. Sieburu pouted. Is it that literary? It feels a bit mismatched with my temperament. Xiaoyang replied earnestly. No, it suits you perfectly. Gu Yitsai struggled to contain his laughter, and Aobe also caught on, leaving only Sieburu in the dark. Let's see what you find. Xiaoyang shrugged. All right, if you find a dumbbell, that's acceptable. Just don't try to find a dragon gate rack, I'm telling you. It won't fit in the dorm. Xiaoyang had at least 1,000 ideas for pranks, and he hoped to try them all on Sieburu one day. Napping did not seem to be a necessity for youth. With no classes in the afternoon, Xiaoyang headed to the Calamity Exorcism Center, preparing to continue his battle against the budding calamity. He found a simulation room and was about to enter when a familiar figure emerged from within. Class monitor? What are you doing here? Xiaoyang exclaimed joyfully. The girl in a deep blue dress, Qing Isa, raised an eyebrow upon seeing Xiaoyang and softly replied, I was testing for the calamity officer. Did you pass? I did. Xiaoyang gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of the class monitor. Can you share some tips? It's quite simple. Yes, I know. It's just like this and then that. Right? The student code states that privately sharing methods to pass the calamity officer test is a serious violation. The first offense results in detention. The second leads to expulsion. Furthermore, the footage from the calamity officer test is reviewed by specialized teachers. And if any irregularities are detected, one will be summoned for a discussion, where one cannot afford to lie. Xiaoyang recalled Tao Yinji's miraculous technique, Qianxiting. Even typing and communicating on paper or student cards might not suffice. Passing the calamity officer test certainly could not rely solely on verbal instruction. One also needed substantial strength. Without sufficient skill, no amount of spoilers would be useful. Qing Isa furrowed her brow and asked, What about you? What brings you here? Xiaoyang replied cheerfully, I came to simulate my cultivation. Qing Isa inched closer, the fragrance of the girl enveloping Xiaoyang, causing his heart to race, akin to a startled deer. Her cherry-like lips, so delicate they seemed capable of dripping water, parted slightly as she asked softly, Are you cultivating your self-created technique? Chapter 79. You can't deceive me. Xiaoyang's eyes widened in surprise. But the astonishment quickly faded as he chuckled bitterly. What are you talking about? I inherited my technique. Is that so? Did you enter the left gate or the right gate of the technique building? The left gate. There is no gate in the technique building. Then I must have remembered incorrectly. I've searched through every technique in the technique building. There isn't one called Duanju. Under Qing Isa's relentless questioning, Xiao Yang sighed in resignation. It seems I cannot hide it from you. Yes, I was fortunate enough to succeed in creating my own technique. A smile crept onto Qing Isa's lips as she crossed her arms. With thousands of techniques in the technique building, how could I possibly have the time to examine each one? If you want to avoid being discovered, you should at least visit the technique building. Realizing he had fallen into Qing Isa's trap, Xiao Yang mentally berated himself for being so foolish. Indeed, when faced with an attractive girl, his mind easily short-circuited. So how did you figure it out? Qing Isa replied coolly, uttering a single sentence. Wiping one's backside, eating, burning, propping up table legs, stuffing door gaps. Xiao Yang was slightly taken aback. These were the answers to the first stage of his entrance examination. Accessible only to the teachers. The only explanation for Qing Isa knowing was that she had been watching from the surveillance screen at that moment. Xiao Yang sighed helplessly. So, it seems you must also know about the white-faced man. The white-faced man? Qing Isa's brows furrowed slightly. Is it Lu Xingjian? Xiao Yang nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. You think he has the face of a gigolo, don't you? Qing Isa chuckled. So you've already met him? Xiao Yang pouted, sort of. You must keep this a secret, okay? I don't want to be bothered by others. Qing Isa smiled teasingly. Didn't you ask me to introduce you to pretty girls? Just kidding. Where would I find someone more beautiful than you? At this remark, both Xiao Yang and Qing Isa were momentarily stunned. Oh no. How did I let that slip? Surely, she wouldn't take it seriously? Many heartfelt confessions are inadvertently expressed in jest. When you express genuine feelings and the other person interprets it as a joke, it is a pity. Conversely, if your joke is taken to heart, it becomes a misunderstanding. Whether it is a pity or a misunderstanding, it ignites the spark of a budding fate, a serendipitous encounter. Qing Isa gazed at Xiao Yang, pausing in silence before breaking into a light laugh. If you want me to keep it secret, you ought to show some sign, right? Xiao Yang pondered for a moment, biting his lip. It seemed he could only offer himself in return. Qing Isa, feigning annoyance, lightly punched Xiao Yang on the shoulder. Stop joking. If you can't think of something, then I will set a condition. As long as you agree to my condition, not only will I help you keep it a secret, but I can also act as your shield, deflecting the spotlight and bearing the accolades and criticisms you wish to avoid. Xiao Yang was taken aback, realizing the implications of her words. As one's elemental energy level increases, it becomes increasingly difficult to secretly develop without drawing attention from classmates. Qing Isa's meaning was clear. She would stand in front of Xiao Yang, shielding him from the glare of the limelight, enduring both praise and criticism, allowing him to continue his training unencumbered. To be honest, Xiao Yang felt somewhat moved. He spread his hands and softly said, "If I am not afraid of offering myself, then go ahead." Qing Isa looked at Xiao Yang, her eyes calm and clear as water, bright and transparent, like a spring of pure water. She parted her lips slightly, exhaling like orchids. "I want you to never deceive me again." No matter the circumstance, Xiao Yang stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. What kind of request is this? Isn't this typically a demand from a girlfriend to her boyfriend? Xiao Yang struggled to suppress the fluttering in his heart and slowly smiled. All right, I agree. Qing Isa nodded with satisfaction and immediately asked, "Have you found your life treasure?" Xiao Yang lifted the gourd hanging from his neck. "Yes, it's Yao Shun." "What purpose does it serve?" Suddenly inspired, Xiao Yang smirked mischievously and extended his right hand towards Qing Isa. Qing Isa raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Xiao Yang grinned. "I'm going to demonstrate for you. If you wear gloves, shaking hands shouldn't count as taking advantage of you, right?" Skeptically, Qing Isa extended her hand to shake Xiao Yang's. Xiao Yang's demeanor was light-hearted, but his grip was gentle, merely resting his hand atop hers. Moments later, Qing Isa noticed a surge of elemental energy enveloping her glove, and a flicker of fear suddenly crossed her eyes. She exclaimed, "No," but it was too late. Xiao Yang had already drawn her ice blue, sheer gloves into the Yao Shun gourd. Startled by Qing Isa's cry, Xiao Yang unintentionally tightened his grip as she instinctively tried to retract her hand. Thus, their hands remained firmly clasped together without any barrier between them. After a brief 3 seconds, Qing Isa abruptly pulled her hand away, using her other hand to inspect Xiao Yang's hand, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" Xiaoyang was still lost in the dreamy experience, so soft. How can it be so soft? Experiencing the sensation of what it truly means for a hand to be soft as cotton. Xiaoyang stood dazed for a while before finally retrieving the gloves from the Yao Shen gourd and returning them. I'm fine. From the way you speak, it seems I should have some issue. Qing Isa donned the gloves and remarked with a hint of melancholy, Didn't I tell you last time in the cafeteria? My technique is special. Without gloves, if my hands come into contact with another person, they uncontrollably emit cold air, which could freeze bones and meridians. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Xiaoyang felt a chill of realization wash over him, then glanced at his own hand, puzzled. Then why am I fine? Qing Isa was equally uncertain, frowning slightly. I don't know. Perhaps your skin is just thicker. After saying this, Qing Isa couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoyang scratched his head. I'm sorry, I acted recklessly. Qing Isa gazed at the gourd around Xiaoyang's neck and slowly said, So this gourd allows for the free storage of objects? Yes, Xiaoyang admitted openly. Currently, it can only store inanimate objects. Living ones are not feasible, and other functions are yet to be developed. Qing Isa smiled slightly. That's quite impressive. Keep up the good work. I'll head back to my dorm now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Xiaoyang waved lightly and stepped into the simulation room. However, he did not notice that Qing Isa did not immediately descend the stairs but instead hid outside, quietly glancing at Xiaoyang lounging in the exquisite compartment before lowering her gaze to her own hands, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes before she turned to leave. Reclining in the exquisite compartment, Xiaoyang did not rush to press the power button, his mind still unsettled as he reminisced about the first handshake with Qing Isa. Could this be called holding hands? That sensation was truly delightful, cool to the touch and wonderfully soft. Xiaoyang recalled the semi-transparent protective door of the exquisite compartment, which allowed visibility from the inside but concealed the interior from the outside. He placed that hand before him and inhaled deeply. There was still a faint, pleasant fragrance lingering. Charge. Motivation surged within him. Excited, Xiaoyang unleashed a flurry of attacks on 5 second-tier Guijiao, brimming with vitality and enthusiasm throughout the entire afternoon in the exquisite compartment. Chapter 80. Classic Cases of Exorcism. During evening study hours, Xiaoyang chose not to return to the exorcism center. Restricted by his elemental energy level, there was little progress to be made in defeating second-tier Guijiao, no matter how many times he practiced in the exquisite compartment. Although Meng Xiuxian had provided him an excuse to skip evening study, Xiaoyang was acutely aware of the implications. If he failed to attend class daily, it would inevitably draw attention, compounded by the fact that he had not completed the homework for exorcism studies. Thus, he resolved to sit quietly in the classroom for the evening. Occasionally, members from other clubs would enter through the front door to recruit new members. But Xiaoyang showed no interest, engrossed in his studies. At 8:30, another group entered. This time, Xiaoyang's expression shifted as he closed his book, watching 2 familiar figures approach. It was the volunteers who had guided him to his dormitory on the first day at the exorcism center, Meng Kuan and his girlfriend, Shi Yinxiu. Both of them spotted Xiaoyang and waved in greeting. Xiaoyang smiled in return. Shi Yinxiu, a beautiful senior standing at the podium, instantly captured the attention of many boys in the class. Hello everyone, we are members of the student council. Our main duties include inspecting appearance and attire, maintaining classroom hygiene, welcoming newcomers at the start of the semester, organizing activities, and so forth. Each month, ordinary members receive 30 points. If anyone is interested, feel free to scan the QR code to sign up. Huang Yuanji was the first to rush forward, raising his hand to sign up, followed by several others. Meng Kuan descended from the podium and approached Xiaoyang, asking, Aren't you going to join us, Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang smiled. I'm the liaison, and there's too much on my plate. Besides, I'm not very sociable. I wouldn't want to trouble you in Xiujia. Meng Kuan chuckled, remaining silent as he patted Xiaoyang on the shoulder. After evening study hours ended, Xiaoyang headed to the library. He hoped to find some interesting books that would deepen his understanding of this world. Before going, he specifically washed his hands 3 times in the restroom, fulfilling the promise he made to teacher Sun. Before entering the library, one must first wash their hands to show respect for the books. Xiaoyang found a book titled Classic Cases of Exorcism and sat down on the floor, leaning against the bookshelf as he began to read. For some reason, Xiaoyang disliked reading at a desk. He always felt more immersed when sitting on the floor. This particular book was quite new, and the first case detailed was that of Tang Song. 5 years ago, Tang Song successfully eliminated a Class A, 6th-tier Guijiao in a parallel world. This powerful Guijiao had controlled an entire nation, turning countless armies into Guijiao. With the demeanor of a king, wielding the emperor's sword, Tang Song commanded the fortunes of an entire nation, sweeping all opponents aside and suppressing them with overwhelming force. The book described how Tang Song fought for 7 days and nights, achieving a staggering total of over 300,000 exorcised Guijiao without a single innocent casualty, with not one Guijiao escaping. The final illustration depicted him seated on a withered tree, a gleaming golden sword standing beside him, surrounded by a sea of corpses and blood. How strikingly tragic. Xiao Yang recalled the attentive uncle he encountered on the 4th night of military training, hardly able to believe they were the same person. The second case featured Mr. Qingyang from the seasonal hall. Xiao Yang found it somewhat peculiar that while others in the seasonal hall had titles related to seasons or climate, only Mr. Qingyang had the honorific Mr. appended to his name. It seemed he was quite remarkable. Xiao Yang flipped to the introduction of Mr. Qingyang. Mr. Qingyang, a representative figure of the seasonal hall, was a Class A, 6th-tier practitioner of the Qi technique, with his life treasure being a Tianshou, embodying the essence of harmony with nature and advocating the principle of creation. In the book, it is introduced that Mr. Qingyang and Qianqiuxi's Buxuanzi are the two individuals with the highest cultivation of Qi power in the present-day Nanke world. Buxuanzi excels in fortune-telling, physiognomy, and the mystique of the 8 trigrams, while Mr. Qingyang is adept in mountain arts, exorcising spirits, and dispelling disasters. This time, in order to eliminate calamities, the two joined forces to venture into a vassal state plagued by soul calamities, where they set up a stunning formation to eradicate the afflictions of an entire nation, including 3 Class A, 5th-level soul calamities, with a total of over 200,000 calamities to be eliminated. The formation's coverage extends to a radius of 340 kilometers, marking the greatest achievement since the Second Puyuan War in Nanke. Each craft has its specialization, and it seems that dealing with soul calamities necessitates the expertise of Qi power exorcists. The third case involves Mr. Gong from the Xianyue Mansion. Xiao Yang has some recollection of him, as he is the leader of the Xianyue Mansion and a Class A, 7th-level powerhouse. The account recorded in the book pertains to his renowned battle. Mr. Gong ventured into a parallel world engulfed in chaos and warfare, where various factions were vying for control, one of which was led by a Class A, 5th-level calamity, with the majority of its soldiers already assimilated into calamities. Mr. Gong first approached another faction, issuing a challenge to the calamity's forces and agreeing on a location for their confrontation. On that day, faced with thousands of charging calamities, Mr. Gong stood resolutely at the forefront of his camp, playing his ancient Qin, the Qianlai, for 5 consecutive days and nights without pause. All who were possessed by calamities fell lifeless to the ground, while those untainted by calamities surrendered en masse. The book contains a striking phrase: Mr. Gong, with the timeless sound and grand rhythm, single-handedly repelled the enemy for 5 days straight, only to realize afterward that his fingers were utterly shattered. Fortunately, he was treated by Li Shuang from the Shenong Pavilion, enhancing his strength and breaking through to Class A, 6th-leveled. In this instance of calamity elimination, Mr. Gong single-handedly vanquished over 100,000 calamities without causing harm to a single soul. What an extraordinary individual! Xiao Yang continued to peruse, finding further accounts of calamity elimination by representatives of various major organizations, such as Yuan Palace and Qianqiuxi. Each case was captivating, with nearly everyone boasting their own notable achievements. In today's class on calamity studies, Xiao Yang recalled L. Xiqing stating that as long as those killed were calamities, no new timelines would be formed. However, if an ordinary person were mistakenly killed, it could potentially exceed the self-repair limits of the timeline. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Thus, eliminating calamities is not merely a matter of identifying and killing them. One must also consider numerous factors, making the task far more complex than it appears. After glancing at the time, which was nearing 11 o'clock, Xiao Yang returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, Gu Yizai rushed forward with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, "Not bad, young one. Congratulations on making it onto the wall." Xiao Yang was taken aback, questioning the situation. Gu Yizai opened the campus card and pointed to an account, saying, "The Bai Lu Wall. You didn't tee at it, did you?" Someone submitted a question asking which class you were in and wanted your contact information. Xiaoyang recalled that Qing Isa had mentioned it to him, though he seldom paid attention. Opening the post, he was greeted by a photo of himself engrossed in reading in the library, his profile sharply illuminated by the light, with his large eyes fixed intently on the book. The final image was a screenshot of a submission chat record. I want to get to know this boy. My roommate is interested in his class and contact information. He is a bit handsome. Please, could his roommate share? Xiaoyang sighed. I didn't expect someone like me would catch anyone's eye. This girl must have poor eyesight. Suddenly, a spark of mischief crossed Xiaoyang's mind as he typed a response beneath the Bailu wall. This boy is my roommate. Classine San, student ID 00, Sieburu. He then closed the campus card, feeling quite satisfied as he headed off to take a shower. While he was in the shower, there was a loud banging on the door. And Sieburu shouted, "You little rascal! Hurry up and delete that." Xiaoyang pretended not to hear. Huh? What did you say? After finishing his shower and stepping out without any clothes on, Sieburu rushed in and grabbed Xiaoyang by the neck. You little troublemaker! Xiaoyang stuck out his tongue, feigning agony. I did this for your own good. For my own good. Sieburu was taken aback. Her roommate likes you, not me. Xiaoyang rubbed his neck, cleared his throat and said, think about it. She is helping her roommate submit, right? So, I gave her my roommate's student ID. What is wrong with that? It's quite reasonable, don't you think? Sieburu appeared contemplative, finally saying, that does seem to make sense. Xiaoyang patted Sieburu on the shoulder, adopting a serious tone. The opportunity is yours, seize it well. Whether you become the first in our dormitory to find a partner depends on you.